And every man who knows a thing knows he knows not a damn thing at all. And every man who knows a thing knows he knows not a damn thing at all. And every man who knows a thing knows he knows not a damn thing at all. And every man who knows a thing knows he knows not a man who knows a thing knows he knows not a man who knows a thing man who knows a thing man who knows a thing knows he knows not a damn thing at all. And every time I felt the hurt and I felt the
Welcome back to Legacy European Tour, ladies and gentlemen. We are bringing you modern action from Barcelona. My name is Will. This is the one and only Martin Juza. And today we've invited 64 players back to play day two, all battling out to see if they can take home some of the big prizes. So straight up, let's just get the prize on the wall. So this is what everyone is going to be playing for. The main thing I look at of this is that top 8. I get a free flight and free hotel to Napoli, which is where our finals will be. On top of that, you get a bit of extra money, some ticks, some boosters. You get free invites to a couple of our future events, etc. They're playing for a lot here.
Wait, some boosters? It says 25 boxes. That's a lot of. That's a lot of boxes.
There's a lot. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of money to be made. Realistically, that's just the extra bonus, right? To me, I just want the invite. And I'm speaking to a lot of the players this weekend. They're after the invite. They want to get to Napoli. They just seen that we did Sofia that happened and how good that turned out for everybody. Now everyone's going to try and get themselves to Italy. So we did get 64 players to come back. We've had a scan through the deck lists. We've seen some spicy ones. How many different archetypes did we end up seeing in the end?
I'm just trying to count that. We're at least at 18 different
18
archetypes.
different out of 64 players. There's what
Pretty
you
good.
expect, right? There's a bunch of hammer. We will get a metagame breakdown made this morning, so in the first couple of rounds, and then it will have the graphic, and then it will get tweeted out. But we have picked up a few different spicy ones that we've seen. So, just going through my little list here in front of me, Mono Red Bosch.
Yeah, mono red, like mid-rangey deck. Obviously, there's Ragavan, but at the same time, there's also cards that
8
cost
Blood
5
Moon.
mana.
There's 8 Blood Moon effects in that deck.
Yeah.
There's a couple of Eldrazi decks for people that like cast big creatures. We've got Amit Titan. Is it Prowess? Humans Pod. There's a Humans Pod player still that managed to make it into day 2. Dredge. Didn't see much of that yesterday, but we managed to see it today. But we're going to be bringing you, for our round 1 feature match, the deck that me and you covered yesterday. We were very much happy to cover it. It was Jeskai Stoneblade. And that is going to be versus Rakdos Scam today for you all. This is our table 2. We do have our King of the Hill in our backup feature match, but that's just that's another hammer. We saw a lot of hammer yesterday, and I feel like everyone would have liked to have seen the Jeskai Stoneblade deck a bit more this morning. So we've got that on for you guys.
Yeah, for me, that's probably the most exciting deck from day
Yeah.
one because I like the old cards. I like Snapcaster Mage. I like the cheap interactive spells. Lightning Bolt. There's Counterspell, a good old Counterspell, some good old honest magic. No crazy combo, no crazy aggro deck or anything. Just some Snapcaster Mage. Shenanigans plus Counterspell, some of the equipment plus Stoneforge Mystic, and just good old honest magic. Obviously,
Good honest magic versus Rakdos Scam, the absolute opposite of fair magic.
we also have a player playing Hardened Scales. I think we saw that on the coverage yesterday. There's a Eldrazi Tron. There's a Boomer Junt. Obviously, it does have Urza Saga.
Yeah, it's like the new Saga Jund builds that they've got.
Right, but at the same time, Tarmogoyf is not a creature we are used to seeing these days.
No, we're not.
We were just talking about this yesterday. A couple of years ago, everyone was like, "Oh, Tarmogoyf is the one of the best cards ever printed, best creature in Magic, Dark Confidant, Snapcaster Mage." And these days, it's just all Ragavan and.
They used to be like $60 cards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now you're picking up for pennies. As we're gonna look at our opener looks, I think we're on a mulligan to 5 here.
Any chance of seeing Dredge? I think Dredge might have been one of
One of the Dredge, it was one of the lower decks I made into day 2. It was X2 and 1. Managed to make it into day 2. But, if they start playing, winning today and they get to the top 8 contention, sure.
So Ragados going to 5 cards. That's not a great start.
Not ideal, but sometimes you have to do that with Scam. You need to try and get that early scam effect down. Maybe they don't know what they're playing against because this is a closed decklist tournament for people to tune in. All the decks will go live once we hit the top 8. So make sure you're following Legacy 1 on Twitch. And if you're not, make sure you follow it on Twitter because that's where they all start getting posted, all the links, etc. So you can see all the latest decks that people have been playing this weekend. As we're going to see a Ragavan at turn 1 for the Rakdos Scam player here. And a turn that's going to be a Consider. Jeskai Stoneblade on the play. So they do not want that land. That's going to go to the graveyard. Good morning, chat. I hope you're all well. Thanks for tuning in. Buckle yourselves in. There will be 9 rounds of Modern for you all today. 6 in the Swiss, and then we're going to have a cut to top 8. Everyone's going to be battling it out, trying to take home the trophy that is currently sat in front of us. We also have a second tournament happening this weekend. For all the players that didn't manage to make it to day 2, there is a Classic happening today, so they will be battling out in Sealed. I think last time I've seen it was around 200 plus players are now going to be playing in that. So a lot of magic to be had this weekend as we see the Prismatic ending take out that Ragavan. That Ragavan should be exiled. If it randomly comes relevant, I will run down and tell the judges that that should be exiled. But
Look at that hand. Snapcaster Mage, Stoneforge Mystic. That's an expressive iteration.
classic. And look, weirdly, they take the new card. Who would have thought? It's always awkward with a Snapcaster in hand, right? But if you look at the mana, I suppose they've got the Steam Vents. I was like to say they're missing the red, but no, they've got it.
Yeah, this is not the ideal start for the scam deck. Like, you would obviously like to have something like Grief plus one of the scam cards. Start turn 1 on a free discard
Scamming,
spell plus bring it back. Take another card, have a decently sized creature in play already. But when you're going to 5 cards, you're usually just happy to play some lands, cast some spells, and hopefully draw something nice off of the top.
Well, there's another. I think that was a Ragavan off the Consider, and for the turn we drew another Snapcaster Mage as we see the Stoneforge comes down here. What target are we going to get here? Because, Coldra is obviously the best target, but 9 out of 10 times it dies. The Stoneforge dies, and then it's just going to be stuck in our hand. But we're going to test them. They are on a mulligan to 5, so maybe they don't have a removal spell in hand. They did have to pick 2 cards back. But if this manages to hit the battlefield, I'm not sure Scam's got many ways to get it off the battlefield with it being indestructible.
The Jeskai Stoneblade deck is basically saying, like, I'm not interested in anything too crazy. Like, I'm not trying to high roll with some crazy combo or, putting together 3 Tron lands on turn 3. They're just saying, like, I just want to play some good cards, have them consistently perform on a normal level, but at the same time I have a very consistent deck. I have some card selection, there's Consider, there's Expressive Iteration. Obviously you can still get some busted draws with Ragavan, clearing the way with Lightning Bolt and cards like that, but it is a very fair deck when you look at the other modern decks these days.
And this is where we're going to see the Fury coming down, just clearing up the other side of the battlefield. No Scam effect to keep it around, though. Word has been passed down about the Ragavan to get exiled, so I imagine that will get exiled shortly for you all. As we see another Stoneforge come down.
And I kept looking in more lists, and I'm at 21 different archetypes now.
21 now? Okay. Well, so the metagame breakdown will come this morning. After we finish this round 1, I'll run off and I'll start getting it all done. Yes, there was one Merfolk player managed to make it to day 2 for all you fish fans out there. And there you go. There's the Ragavan. The Ragavan is now going to get exiled.
There's 4-color elementals, like with the actual Risen Reef stuff.
Yeah.
There's 4-color Omnath. There's 4-color control with actual counters.
And this is modern. This is what we talked about yesterday. It's like 40 different archetypes, and a lot of them are making it to day 2. So half the decks, I'd say, on a guess, half of them are probably the standard generic, a lot of multiples. And then we've got a load of spicy one-ofs. And the other ones we're going to try and bring you this weekend. We'll try not to keep hitting Hammer versus Murktide or Murktide versus Murktide on camera for you all. We'll try and get some of these spicy ones. As we did say, there's Mono Red Bosch. That's the one I want to get on there. I want to see these Blood Moon effects, which we saw it a lot yesterday. Blood Moon doing a lot of work for a lot of different decks. They've turned up with 8 copies of it and managed to make themselves get themselves into day 2.
Yeah, that was kind of the story of yesterday. A lot of interaction game 1, a lot of back and forth games, like people trying to execute their combo. Then game 2, all of a sudden there's a card like Blood Moon in play. There is Rest in Peace, or there's Leyline of the Void, and all of a sudden one of the decks just doesn't work.
I think that the Merfolk player made it into 64th place. I think that they were literally our 64th player, just squeezing past Boris Byrne from how I'm looking. And as we look like a Grief is now going to come into play. We're going to exile a Void Walker here. And do we have to take this Coldra basically because we haven't got an answer to the Stoneforge? Yep, that looks like what's going to happen. Not ideal 2 foiling yourself when you go twice when you're on a mode of 5, but I say not 2 for 2. The Fury I suppose was a 2 for 2. As another Stoneforge comes off the top, but we can still play this Battle Scroll we got in hand, and that might just be enough.
So if you're new to Modern, the way this usually works is you want to play Grief, you exile a black card from your hand. If you do this early on, your opponent might not even have something in play. So you take a look at their hand, you take a card, and with the Evoke trigger on the stack, where you have to sacrifice the Grief, you play one of the scam cards, so something like Undying Evil, and bring the card back, take another card, and then you actually have Grief in play as opposed to in the graveyard, so you can start applying pressure. You cleared their hand, you took their answers, or disrupted their combo or whatever they're doing. And basically that's the reason why this deck is called Scam, because you're putting cards into play early on that are supposed to cost 4 or 5 mana on turn 1 or 2.
You're basically cheating them into play, right? And that's one of the powerful. Starting the game after a double fort sees, plus you've got a creature in the battlefield turn 1 is quite powerful, even in Modern.
Yeah, at the same time, it's not just a deck that's trying to sort of combo people out with these combinations of cards. You also have Thoughtseize, you also have some normal cards. You have the classic Ragavan, Lightning Bolt. You're playing some removal spells. There's Terminate. Obviously, your sideboard's going to have some of the hate cards like Blood Moon. There is Necromentia usually, like Engineered Explosives, that kind of stuff. Chalice of the Void.
So 2 seconds, chat. Please stop them before they draw 2 cards. Philip is gone down to the judge to tell them that you cannot fetch a basic mountain off that marsh flats. Players just realise what's going on. Luckily, we've caught them before they've drawn 2 here. They have discarded, but that's going to happen either way. So I don't think too much is going to change on this. But you know, we managed to catch it.
Yeah, you're just in Modern. You're kind of used to like every fetch land getting like every land in your deck.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
most of the time, you're not really thinking like, oh yeah, I'm getting a basic. You know, no big deal, standard thing. But yeah, you obviously can't get the red basic with the black fetch land.
You've got bigger things in mind. I mean, your card's down. You're on a mold of 5. It's day 2. You're on the main feature match day 1. There's a lot going through your head right now. It should be easy enough to rewind. All that's happened is a shuffle.
I think it's been ruled that. No, never mind. It kind of looked like the ruling was, yeah, you know, it already happened. Just leave it in play.
No. They're probably just double checking and make sure. But you know, we've got Filipa out there. She'll go get the gossip if anything crazy does happen. But I'm pretty sure it's just going to be, you know, go fetch up the right lands, and then you know, continue going on. Because nothing has changed on this board state. We've discarded 1 card, which just has to be discarded anyway. All that needs to happen is that mountain needs to swap for a blood crypt, and 2 more life needs to be lost over on the scam side.
Magic is a complicated game. There's so much going on, a lot of triggers. But obviously, you know, you can do that. There are judges for that, and you should always call a judge.
Especially in Modern.
They will figure it out. They will tell you this is not a legal play. We have to back up to the point where
So this is what's happening.
you did something that was not supposed to happen. So the mountain goes back into the deck. You're cracking to fetch land, and you can obviously choose a different one. I think we're just gonna see a blood crypt most likely.
And we didn't know any of the cards, any of the order of the cards, because yes, we took a mulligan turn 1, and we picked 2 cards at the bottom, but we also did a fetch straight away, so the deck is randomized and nothing malicious. It just happens sometimes, you know. There's not many red fetches in the deck. Obviously, they play, I think, 4 blood crypts, or 4, why can't I remember the Bloodstained Mire? And yeah, it's just reversing it. So we're going to go into 8, and we're going to see exactly the same play. But one for people who's going back into playing Magic, never be scared to call a judge. If you think something's wrong or you don't understand how something works, call a judge. They're there to help you. They're not there to like hinder you. Don't feel bad for calling a judge. You know, they are here to help everybody play this game to the, you know, how it is meant to be played. And then we're going to get back on with it.
So we're gonna see Seasoned Pyromancer, and one of the upsides of, you know, going to 5 cards and not having a lot of cards in hand is when you play Seasoned Pyromancer, even if you don't discard the full 2 cards, you're still drawing 2 anyways. So at least we can trade this 1 Undying Evil for 2 fresh cards off of the top of the deck. You also get a token for the Undying Evil. That is a pretty cool looking token too. Speaking of which, I noticed that Fable of the Mirror Breaker makes a 2/2 Goblin, right? And it's apparently like a super valuable token.
It's like a $5 token.
There's not a lot of them. But I was thinking, has there never been a 2/2 Goblin in the past? Like, have all the goblins just always been 1/1s? Probably makes sense, right? Like, why would you make a 2/2 Goblin?
You've asked the correct people. Twitch chat.
Twitch chat
will tell you. That is a good one. No, normally goblins come as a 1/1, but no, now the scoop that I think when they ended up playing the Batter Skull and then played the sword, and that was too much on a mold to, you know, when your creature's got protection from red and you can start shooting things down.
When you go to 5 and you have to, you know, exile a card from your hand to play Grief just to take 1 card from the opponent, you're basically at even more card disadvantage, and at that point you're just working with 2 few resources. Meanwhile, the Jeskai player is getting extra cards off of their expressive iterations. You know, they're fetching extra cards with Stoneforge Mystic. They have Snapcaster Mage, Flashing Back, you know, Consider. So
you kind of get signed up to that. When you're playing Scam, you kind of sign up to that. You kind of know that's happening there, but you know, you try and get those explosive early turns. We didn't manage to pay off there, especially on a mold of 5. But now we're going to go to the Jeskai Stoneblade that you can see on your screens now. This is the beautiful deck that we love to see. So, but we are going to look through the sideboard.
I actually thought that was Path to Exile yesterday when we first looked at the list real quickly. I thought that was Path to Exile as well, but looks like we got Prismatic Ending.
Yeah. It's the card choice. We've got like how many colors? We've got 3, but then we've also got the Triome there that can let us splash black. So that'll help us like get rid of our 4 color permanents on the battlefield. I think the only thing we're missing is green from this deck, so we could go up to 4 with that. But in this sideboard here, what are we bringing in? Anything? There's no like rest or pieces because they don't really sit well with Snapcaster Mage.
You have obviously the Unlicensed Hearse. Seems pretty good because most of the scam cards they require the creature to die and bring it back from the graveyard. So Unlicensed Hearse seems pretty good. You can also bring in something like Jace the Mind Sculptor. I think when you have a card like Jace in the sideboard, you want to bring it in for grindy matchups. You want to bring it in maybe against other control decks. But this is exactly the type of matchup where the players it's gonna be a grindy game. It's gonna be an attrition war. They're both gonna be trading resources. Discard this, discard that. Thoughtseize this, Grief, and you will want as many value cards as possible. So, Jay sounds pretty reasonable for a matchup like this. For either Gust, I'm not sure if there is enough red cards in the deck.
I was just ask you about what about Aethergust? It hits half the scam cards. It can hit Season Pyros. It can hit the gold colored cards that we've got in this deck.
True.
Is there enough targets for it? Is it good enough to put someone on top of their deck, or do we have something like Subtlety to try and get then I can also catch a Grief with it?
I think Subtlety is like another sort of card disadvantage card, and you're going to be playing against a lot of discard spells. So Subtlety probably doesn't sound as great to me, but I think Aethergust could actually work. There's a lot of cards like Seasoned Pyromancer, Blood Moon. Maybe there's a small chance we see that. Obviously, the players don't know each other's deck lists, so if you're seeing a deck with 3 colors, you might be thinking, oh, okay, well, Blood Moon just sounds like something I want to bring in. But we do see that there's at least 3 basic lands in the Jeskai list. But yeah, I mean, Aethergust would get rid of that, so it works against Ragavan, works against Crocs, the Seasoned Pyromancer. There's obviously Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So yeah, I mean, that's
enough targets. You're happy it's got enough targets for that? Okay. So going to the scam player, we are 1 down. We did take a heavy mulligan there. Obviously, we're having a bit of early jitterous nerves going on. How are we going to seal this up? How are we going to take this down with this sideboard?
So what do we see in the Rakdos scam sideboard? Yeah, like we just talked about. You can bring in Blood Moon. I like that there's just 1 in the sideboard. You're kind of just like, yeah, I'll just bring it in.
Just up to 3 in the main.
I might just win, with this card. Oh yeah, there's 2 in the main. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Wear and Tear could be a card just to get rid of the equipment. I mean, maybe you want to bring in Fatal Push just to deal with Stoneforge Mystic, because you really don't want your opponent to untap with Stoneforge Mystic. Like, it's fine if they get the equipment, but as soon as they equip and they can put Batterskull into play, you have an extra problem. Like, it's not just the Stoneforge now. You have a Batterskull that's gonna start hitting you for 4 a turn. And even if you kill the token, they can just return the Batterskull back to their hand or equip something else like a Snapcaster Mage and just keep hitting you. So you do want to make sure you kill that Stoneforge Mystic before they get to untap with it. I don't think you want to bring in a card like Necromentia. I see a lot of maybe less experienced players be like, oh yeah, your deck revolves heavily around Stoneforge Mystic, maybe Snapcaster Mage, so I'm just going to take them all with this Necromentia. But you have to keep in mind that you are paying a card for that, and a lot of the time they will not even have the card in hand, so you will literally just spend some resources from your hand and an entire turn, because it costs you 3 mana, just to get 4 cards from your opponent's deck when they still have 15 other threats left. So just bring those cards in against a combo deck that is heavily relying on specifically this 1 combo piece. Without it, it's not going to work, and that's the kind of matchup where you want to bring in something like Necromentia.
Yeah, not really for the grindy mid-range matchups. It's not what you want to be getting at, where we do see the scam player taking another mulligan. Unfortunate for day 2, this is the 3rd mulligan of the game, of the day, so to speak, and they're only into game 2. Looks like the Jeskai player is going to keep.
But that's the thing, right? Like, if you submit something like Rakdos Scam and you are playing a deck that has 18 lands, there's also the 2 double face cards. The Malakir Rebirth is a tapped black land on the other side. So technically you have 20 lands, but I mean, you're not playing any card selection. Like, you only really have Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Seasoned Pyromancer. So sure, if you get the 3 lands, you can start discarding some cards to get some new ones. But other than that, you don't really have a lot of card selection, so you are kind of at the mercy of your deck, and sometimes this is just going to happen.
It looks like we've got a keep here. So we've moved on to 6. I think we've kept like 2 land, 2 terminate, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Season Pyro in the opener. And I think we're going to lead up on that Thoughtseize, so we're going to get to see what the Jeskai players got in their hand.
Yeah, the difference between Pioneer and Modern is in Modern you have a lot more like cheap interactive spells. Like you have Lightning Bolt, you have Path to Exile, we have all these like prismatic ending kind of cards. And obviously there's Fetch Lands, which we have been talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
There's just so much shuffling going on right now.
That's kind of good for us, though. It gives us a bit of time to talk about what, the cards, what they're going, what the players are thinking about. As we see a Ragavan revealed, a Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Prismatic Endings, a Stoneforge Mystic, and 2 land. What do you like taking here?
This is a great hand, by the way. Like this is why the deck is so nice. You have a busted card to play on turn 1 with Ragavan. Then you have something really powerful on turn 2 with Stoneforge Mystic. But you also have Teferi on turn 3, which can just completely stop decks like Living End from working. So I like that this deck has a great curve of busted cards. And yeah,
this is an interesting point. So obviously we took Stoneforge Mystic. We respect how powerful that is, how that can go find another card. And what does that tell me? That tells me that my Ragavan, there's the removal spell on the other side of the battlefield. They're happy for this Ragavan to connect. Do you want to play Ragavan turn 1 like we're seeing here? Or are we going to save it to dash next turn because maybe they've got some sort of sorcery speed removal or something slower? If they decide to tap out, maybe I can then get a hit in with my Ragavan. If they play like a Dolphy Voidwalker, they can't block it. Because right now I'm saying, right, look, I'm checking you. Put this on the battlefield, kill it. We obviously know they've got it, but how does that line up? Do you make them have it? Or do you try and play around potentially, they took that one, so they probably got an answer for my Ragavan?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can wait. There are certainly matchups where waiting is better, and maybe you can protect it with Counterspell later on. But in this situation, your opponent knows about the Ragavan with Thoughtseize, so if they're going to have a removal spell, they will wait for you to play the Ragavan and kill it, whether you're dashing it or just playing it out there. So I kind of like just playing the Ragavan. It is something that is going to give you, extra value over time, and it's the type of card you want to play on turn 1 and not really wait with it, for turn 5 when you maybe have a counter spell ready. Because by that time, if you don't play anything in the first five turns, if your opponent had a removal spell, they will probably have even more now. So.
And I like that. I like the main phase terminate, play with counter magic. You know what I mean? While they're tapped out, we're going to kill it. But potentially we could have got punished if there was a second Ragavan there and then it did get dashed in. But we got away with it. As we see that the Taurox did come in at the sideboard here, just playing it as a generic 2-1. If we get some griefs going or some Thoughtseizes, maybe we can get this growing. But having protection from white, it's going to help against these 2 prismatic endings that are in hand. We're going to go fetch up our basic, playing around Blood Moon. Pretty smart, pretty smart. It's kind of stock in these scam lists to always have a couple of Blood Moons, so fetching your basics where you can. If it's not going to punish you too hard, you probably should, as we see an iteration come off the top there.
I think there is a third land, so we can play at the Teferi, bounce it to work if we want to.
We can't do that one. It has protection from white.
Oh yeah, never mind.
You can definitely tick it up though. We can't use prismatic endings, and we cannot use this Teferi. So that's 3 cards in the hand, kind of blanked on this creature.
So you're kind of just looking for a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
Maybe some card select. Like card selection right now would be the best. You're 15 life. Your opponent, took a mulligan or 2, so they're lower on resources. You're gonna have some time to play your card selection spells, and try to find a Lightning Bolt and deal with the Teferi.
And that was a Fury off the top, and we've got a scam effect in hand.
Ooh, okay.
That can deal with a Teferi pretty well. So we can go Fury, ditch to terminate. Scam it back, get that Teferi. Oh no, we can't do it actually. No, we need to do it in combat because look, we can't scam because Teferi's won't let him play at his speed.
Yeah, that's not gonna.
I don't think that happens how you want it to happen.
It's not gonna work.
Give us a second, chat where we saw this.
There's Teferi in play. Yeah, we're trying to get.
We're trying to catch him up, chat. We're trying to catch him up. They're going to come over there. We're going to check. Let's see if we can rewind this. Players having a little bit of sleep is not been our friends this weekend. We're gonna go over. We're stopping the game now, chat. They're gonna try and rewind that.
So let's see. Was there a way to do this correctly?
Yes. If they attacked, drops the Teferi down to 3, Fury comes
Then
in,
you put
does
Fury.
the damage. You stack the damage first, and then you stack the evoke
sacrifice
trigger.
on the stack.
You do the damage to Teferi.
The Teferi's gone.
Once it goes, then you can flicker it, and then it comes back. There was a way to do it, but unfortunately, it's with Teferi being at 5, there wasn't a way to do it, especially in the main phase. So this is going to be an interesting one for the judges. I'm not entirely sure how we rewind this because I think the iteration's been cast. The Fury shouldn't be on the battlefield. We'll go along with it. There's a lot of nerves on the line. There's a lot to play for in day 2. If you just join us, welcome. Yesterday we did have over 500. I think they're just conceding. I think they're just scooping it up and just being like, I'm a bit too.
But
too
there's
many
no
mistakes for me.
There's no reason to concede. Like, obviously, something happened that shouldn't have happened, but both players are responsible for, maintaining the correct game state. So they should have just let the judges figure it out. Obviously, if you maybe the number of incorrect game actions just stacked up, but yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. I'm not gonna speculate.
No,
but either way,
it
it's always a
happened.
good idea to just call a judge and let them figure it out.
You don't have to concede in those spots, but maybe just they felt they made too many mistakes. Maybe it was maybe irreversible, but like the judges were on it, they decided to scoop it up instead of that. That happens. Respect them, take the hit, move on with the rest of your day. As we're going to go across to our backup feature match, which you can see is our undefeated player of the day, Zoyas Hammer versus Is It Prowess. We're going to see a lot of these over the next 6 odd rounds moving forward, as this looks like a lava dart is getting cast at this token. It is currently only a 1-1, so that should take it off the battlefield.
So yesterday we were looking at the players list, and I'm talking to Will, and like, there's a guy named Jonas Eloranta. I think I've seen his name at like a World's Championship maybe 20 years ago. Chad, you might be able to help me out if we have any Finnish people out there. We were able to find out that Jonas played the Players Tour Finals online. I think it was last year. So they definitely have some good results in the last couple of years. But I think I've also seen this name a really long time ago. So it is possible we have an old school player that was doing really well on the tour some time ago, and now decided to pick up some modern cards and crush the Barcelona qualifier.
And doing super well. And here we've got some nice interactions going on here. So we're gonna, with the there's a Saga trigger on the stack, we're gonna use it for mana. We're gonna animate the Ink Moth. We're gonna use the hammer to equip it to the Ink Moth. We got a lava dart in response. So we've now got a hammer in response to the lava dart, and this is going to be a huge infecting Ink Moth. This is a 21 powered Ink Moth. I feel like we should probably have drawn this card before the second hammer got equipped. Oh my god, a Vapor Snag off the top. They didn't even snowball it. They just literally ripped it off the top. That's so good. I love to see it.
What does this do?
It bounces and lose 1 life. That is great. We came in at a great time here to see this. We get to live another day. Nicholas is just like, yep, no dramas.
Good old Vapor Snag. I like to see that.
Oh yeah, a lot of decks pick this up. It's very good at getting Murktides off the battlefield.
That was an exciting exchange. Oh, lava dart on the stack. I'm gonna equip. You can't flash it back. It's still on the stack. But yeah, I mean, you do have a bounce spell.
I just love the crack, draw a card. Just look at it, reveal it. Is this good? Does this stop me dying this turn?
I think a 21-21 Ink Moth Nexus would get the job done there.
Yeah, weirdly, yeah. And I respect that. Being an Infect player, I love to see that sort of stuff. Yeah, I've already flagged it up. I know Nicholas is 8-1. The only undefeated player we have is our hammer player here that you're seeing in front of us. We are getting that change for you.
So the Sanctifier comes in play, and with that comes the trigger that exiles all the red and black cards, so the red ones in this case, from all graveyards.
Yeah, all red and black cards. Moving to exile, which affects things like Lava Dart, right?
Mm-hmm. Plus, you might have fewer cards in your graveyard to play something like Murktide with Delve. You may also be losing.
Is that another Vapor Snag off the top?
You may also be losing Delirium for your Dragon's Right Channeler.
That's the other thing. Like, do we still have Delirium as things that this bubble's going to help?
So I see a land, I see an instant. Now there is an artifact.
Breach. That's going to go to the graveyard. So this is it like aggro Prowess deck that we've seen floating around. So we've got land, an instant, an artifact.
And if you guys are wondering why certain archetypes may be a little bit mislabeled, it is because the players like to pull a little bit of a scam on the casters and mislabel their decks a lot of the time.
Yep. So one for you guys, if you're ever going to register a deck to any future tournaments, not just with us, but with anyone else, feel free to help everybody out. Because when we take this, is where we're going to start taking the deck list from, and we're starting to start posting them. Please try and label them correctly. And if you don't find your name on a MTG Mini, I'm sure Mr. Nelson will help you out on that one. Maybe hit the correct deck on there for you.
Yeah, plus we have people like Frank Karsten, right, who are just looking at metagame
trying to get all the data
win percentages and just metagame shares. And there's a lot of people out there who appreciate getting some information about the current state of Modern or Pioneer or whatever tournament is currently being played. And I'm sure you all follow Fire Shoes on Twitter, and these kind of people like bringing you metagame updates and metagame shares. And yeah, if you're just purposely mislabeling the decks, then this is all getting a little bit harder.
I'm sure 8-rack players are happy though that they've maybe got a little bit more of a showing online than they actually genuinely have.
We got excited a lot yesterday, seeing like Azorius Mill and thinking, oh, there's a 8-1 player playing a Mill deck, and obviously it turned out to be something like Rakdos or something along those lines.
So this is interesting. So we're now seeing the Breach bringing all the cards back. We're going to use the Vapor Snag to bounce back the pro red creature on the other side of the battlefield, and we're going to get a bauble here as well. We're going to stop. We're not going to have enough cards in our graveyard to recast anything else, unfortunately. So it looks like this bauble's probably going to go. Are we going to crack it this turn and get the extra card? Nope. Looks like end of turn. This is going to go to the graveyard. We're going to pass turn and we're going to start drawing.
And seeing this Mishra's Bubble kind of makes me want to, in Limited right now, you can also get a Mishra's Bubble, and there's also a fetch land. So one common trick you can do with Mishra's Bubble is most of the players just crack it to look at the top card of their opponent's deck to get a little bit of extra information. But if you have that Evolving Wilds, or obviously in Modern Skaze, you have Misty Rainforest, Steam Vents, all these fetch lands, you can take a look at the top card of your deck. And if you're not casting something on turn one, especially, you can play a fetch land later. And if the card on the top of your deck is something you don't want, you can just shuffle it away with the fetch land. So that's
basically like a backdoor scry effect that you can generate yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can do that trick in Limited right now, because Mishra's Bubble is one of the retro frame artifacts. And with Evolving Wilds turn one, you can just figure out if that card on the top of your deck is something you want or not.
So we do correct the bauble end of turn, look at the top card, and for our turn, draw off the bauble, draw for turn. That brings us up to 3 cards. Because we had no cards in hand a second ago, we're back up to 3.
Yeah, that Breach was used just a little bit of card advantage.
Yeah, I don't think there's any combo in this deck. I think it is literally just a value engine, trying to get a few extra bolts, target into our opponent, maybe a few lava darts, or do what we just did here, have our hand refilled.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Soulscar Mage and Swift Spear, so it is true that there is a little bit of prowess action, plus looking also at Third Path Iconoclast, so you can also just play a bunch of spells in one turn and make a lot of tokens and just swarm the opponent.
So we're looking at it. So we've got a 1/1. So why are we? Oh, I think this is they can't get that off the battlefield. They're going to equip the hammers. Maybe they know something that's in the hand that they don't. But on that one, it looks like Jonas is going to take that down and be 10-0 going into our day 2.
Oh yeah, I think Nicholas was showing to light up the stages and just said like, yeah, I needed to swing and hope that maybe for some reason you don't block, I get to play my light up the stage. But it certainly looked like they weren't able to deal with the protection from rat creature.
I have a little bit of an ace scoop, but we'll get there. I don't think we've got a judge investigation currently happening on here, but we do have. Is it Murktide versus Amulet Titan?
Yeah,
Okay, didn't see this yesterday.
You might be thinking, why is there a Regavan and an Explosives on one on the other side on the same side of the table? But this is because we are trying to protect ourselves from something like Amulet, which is obviously a big part of the Amulet Titan deck that is gonna allow you to get some extra mana very early on, thanks to the bounce lands coming into play on tap, thanks to the Amulet.
So pretty brave. We've seen a lot of Blood Moons. We spoke about that. A lot of Blood Moons this tournament, and yet Amulet Titan managing to make it to 8-1. Obviously, probably a pretty bad card when you're trying to cast non-red spells, especially trying to ramp out early. I think they're the only Amulet Titan player that managed to make it to day 2 as well. I've played it a little bit. It always feels like I'm doing something wrong. When you get the easy kills,
it is a hard deck to
everyone
play.
wants that.
Yeah.
It's the very small ones, getting wins out of very small margins. That's where I think like the super expert players of these decks really shine. Really shine. There's a few of them online that you get to see. There's a couple here this weekend, but they decided not to bring Amulet Titan because they thought Scam was going to be one of the most played decks. So
it is an extremely hard deck to play. I remember watching a GP top 8 where Alex Zane is playing. I don't remember the second player, but I'm looking at Alex's hand. I'm just thinking, yeah, there's just nothing he can do. He's like facing a lot of damage. He has a Primeval Titan, but all of his lands are coming into play tapped. And at that point, Alex plays a Vesuva, which I'm sure you know what it does.
Yep.
It comes to play, and you can copy another land in play and put it tapped into play. But Alex just puts the Vesuva into play untapped and just casts his Primeval Titan off of his other green sources. And it turns out there's an Urborg in play, and if you choose not to copy a land, it still produces black mana and comes to play untapped. So there's a lot of really cool tricks you can do with the deck.
Alex is a master as well. I love watching his old streams. Love speaking to him on Twitter. He's a very fun guy.
There is a control player in day 2. There is like an old school Azorius control deck. I think they are even playing double Chalice of the Void in the main deck, so we may be able to see that in the future rounds.
As we're casting each other in the background, people are making the metagame breakdowns for us. They are making the graphics, so we can tweet it out to you all. So if you're not following Legacy on Twitter, make sure you do. But we will get graphic. We will have it up on stream at some point throughout the day as we're casting. Reminder, today is 6 rounds of Modern Swiss. But then we'll be cutting to a top 8, and we'll be crowning someone a champion of Barcelona. We'll be giving the trophy, the money, giving the flights away, giving the hotels away, everything that comes along with it. But we got a lot of modern to go before then, as we see this Ragavan come across and connect, and a treasure token is made.
Yeah, I think we saw an expressive iteration. Oh no, that was discarded to the Ledger Shredder. So Ledger Shredder came down. We played an Unholy Heat to deal with the 0-3 blocker. That triggered Ledger Shredder. So draw an extra card, discard another one, put an extra counter on it, make space for the Ragavan, attack, get a free treasure. That was a pretty good turn for the Izzet player. Now let's see what the Amulet Titan player can do.
This is a way to get back in the game, to draw extra cards. So every time a land enters the battlefield, they'll get themselves a clue token.
I love Tireless Tracker because it's like one of those very well designed rares. It takes some time to really get the advantage from it, but if it stays in play for a really long time and you have all these fetch lands, you're gonna start drawing a lot of cards. But at the same time, it dies to something like a Lightning Bolt, and trading three mana for 1 is not exactly the greatest of deals in a format as fast as Modern. So it is something that can win you a long game, but it is also obviously prone to being traded for some cheap interactive spells.
No, if we look at the battlefield now, we're only 1 land away from being able to cast a Primeval Titan if we've got one in hand, right? We'll be able to use that castle, generate 6, but then we've got to start playing around things like Counterspell, because we haven't got a cavern on the battlefield yet.
I see a Blood Moon in hand.
That could slow things down.
That could spell trouble. Oh yeah.
White border as well. Love to see. I'd love to show you the new secret lair alternate art Blood Moons. They're pure gold, but like in a rough like etched foil, but it looks really nice. Doesn't look like foil, it just looks like a pure gold. I've been blowing Martin's mind all weekend with all the different alternate arts of cards that are in Modern. You remember that one, right? That's old school art, Blood Moon.
Yeah.
as we're going to see a mountain come into play. Does trigger get a clue token?
Wait, is it a Gruul Turf?
Yeah, Grulta, but it's actually going to be a mountain, right, because of the Blood Moon. We do see a Passeju now taking out. So nice. So we played our...
Wow, so yeah, that was really good sequencing from Marco. Like, put that bounce land into play on tap thanks to Blood Moon. I don't even have to bounce the land back into my hand. And then using the Passeju to get rid of it.
Cheers for the ramp.
Really, really nice sequencing there.
We're going to fetch an island.
Yeah, we're thinking, yeah, this is going to be so much trouble for Marco, right? And all of a sudden, it actually turns into a ramp effect.
It's got it covered. You know what I mean? You don't get to 8-1 with in a field full of Blood Moon without, you know, playing around these cards and knowing what you're doing. And clearly they had that in hand, ready to go. We're even getting aggressive here. Come across for free. We could just crack 2 clue tokens here, and make it into a 5/5, which looks like that's what's going to happen. So there's the first one. Draw a card.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, that's a big threat. That's a potentially 5-power creature.
It's out of lightning bolt range now, but obviously that's old modern, right? Now we've got to start playing around on Holy Heats. You've got to start getting creatures, which is a big problem for the Primeval decks, because Titan happens to be a 6/6. And when they're tapping out 6 mana for a creature and you're able to answer it for 1 mana, it's pretty rough.
And this is the type of situation where you might be thinking, oh, should I play around a lightning bolt here? You know, if I crack both clues, my tracker is going from 4/3 to 5/4. But if my opponent has lightning bolt, I'm going to lose my creature. It is the kind of situation where I would be thinking back to the previous round. Like, if my opponent has a lightning bolt, wouldn't they have probably killed my tracker already on their turn just to prevent me from making even more clues? And that way you can usually piece out together that, you know, it is probably unlikely for them to have the bolt in their hand at this point if it was, you know, very appealing for them to kill the tracker already on their turn.
I do see a Brazen Burrow in hand, so we could be able to bounce that back. So we do have an answer for it. Just asking, will we see table 1? We've already seen table 1. We've seen table 1 and table 2. This is now one of our backups. So people just join in and working out what's going on. How's there so much Magic being played this weekend on camera? We have a table A and a table B for our feature matches. But then when one of them finishes, the judges and the other casters, we run off and we go find other people playing in the arena, see who is sideboarding. Once they are sideboarding, we stop them. We invite them to come play the rest of the games, if that's game 2 and game 3, in the feature match area, so we're able to give you the most amount of modern possible. So this is currently our 3rd game of this round. We're going to be bringing you 6 rounds of modern Swiss action today, followed by a cut to top 8 of even more modern, clearly. They will be battling out for all the prizes. We'll get those graphics up on the screen for you later on. But first on, let's get back to this game here, where we do see the creatures coming across, and the TARS tracker is looking rather monstrous on the other side there.
There was a treasure used for playing engineered explosives with 3 counters. And this may look like, you know, the Titan deck, the Amulet Titan deck is not really doing that much, but it only takes 1 turn for things to really start happening.
And there's a big one. Cavern of Souls. That means we can now start playing around potential counter spells on the other side.
So first Amulet was cast, then a Cavern of Souls. And I don't think it's a trigger. It says when S-Cavern comes into play, you name a creature type. So there's not been a point, I believe, at which Martin was able to crack that engineered explosives. Because playing a land obviously doesn't pass priority unless there is another trigger going on. But yeah, now with the tracker attacking, if you feel like you want to crack that explosives just to prevent Amulet from, you know, potentially doing some kind of shenanigans, you definitely had the option.
Remembering the Connive trigger, I love to see it. We're a big fan of this, aren't we, when people start remembering their trigger, especially Connive, because it works on your turn and your opponent's. Primary table is the 2nd spell coming down.
And now you have the option. Like, what do you want to do? Primeval Titan is going to fetch 2 lands. Like, it could be 2 bounce lands that they would come into play on tap thanks to the Amulet. But if you crack that explosives, it's going to kill your Ragavan as well.
Looks like it's happening. They're letting that happen. Now this is where it starts getting complicated. Like, in this situation, what we're going to do, it looks like we're going to get Bounce and Passeju to hedge against, you know, there's some EEs on the battlefield. We could try and take out them, or maybe a future Blood Moon's going to be coming down.
And if you're already searching the lands, there's no point of like responding to, yeah, they're going to come into play, I'm going to respond to that.
No, no.
by killing your amulet. That's not how it works. You have to respond to the trigger of even searching for the land. So as soon as the lands come into play, the amulet will trigger. You can obviously respond to the trigger of untapping the lands, but they will get untapped.
So we're going to get a Paducah Bog. That's going to exile the graveyard. Chat is right. He did miss making a clue off that Cavern of Souls. And then here's Vesuva.
Yeah.
So what we are going to be copying here. We're going to copy the bounce land. Are we going to remember our clues?
I think right now, Marco was pointing at the amulet to untap the lands, and I believe there still might be the tracker triggers in play, or on the stack rather.
Remember, these are our 8-1 players. We have one 9-0. Actually, we just saw them win, so they are 10-0 currently. And we had another, I believe it was 8-1s managed to make it into day 2.
Yeah, that was our table 1, right? Table 1 was the Jeskai Stoneblade deck beating Rakdos Scam, I believe.
Rakdos Scam, and then we had Hammer beating the Is It Prowess deck. As I say, consider here. End of turn, consider. We want to keep that card. We're going to crack a clue and a land.
So I think right now you're looking for like a couple lightning bolts, right? Because you have a Ledger Shredder.
I think we're going to get. We've got a Brazen Burrow here, right? So the Brazen Burrow is going to bounce the Titan.
Okay.
So we can get in another clean hit here. 10 life. Well, I think you're right, though. I think we are looking for some lightning bolts to finish this game.
Yeah, Borrower, trigger my Ledger Shredder. I think that Shredder might actually be going to 4 power. I don't really see the number of the
Yeah,
dice.
we're going to see if we can get that dice changed on that Ledger Shredder for you.
I think there is an expressive iteration in hand. So either way, you're getting an attack for at least what seems to be like 3 damage, maybe more. Plus, you have a draw step. Expressive is going to let you look at 3 more cards if you find another spell that triggers Ledger Shredder. So we're going to be looking at a lot of cards on the top of the deck, at least 5. Maybe there are going to be enough triggers to put the Shredder to 4 power. I'm not really sure what the number is.
There you go. Players are going to swap them around first so we can... good indication.
Okay, so that is
there
2.
you go.
So that's 5 power right now. So if you manage to double spell, that would be
so if we
6 damage, right? Oh, the life. I'm looking at the life totals wrong. I thought Marco was at 6. I'm like, okay, well, if you can just attack for 6, that's game, right?
Well, double lightning bolt would do it. Double lightning bolt would do it.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big expressive iteration.
I don't think there's anything we can hit off the top of the Titans deck that's relevant to us, right?
Not in terms of like cards that would end the game right away.
I'll tell you what a good card is, though. Iteration off the top. That looks like... Ooh, if we got Murktide, double Murktide, that's not where we want to be right now. Because that Titan coming down next turn, we might actually have to start blowing the E on 1 to get that amulet off the battlefield. Little bit of glare there. Can't really make out exactly what that...
I think
looks like a blue card, so I think it might be... Oh, that was a subtlety.
I think it's a subtlety, okay.
No, he's got subtlety in hand.
Subtlety would be great
so
at
double
preventing the
subtlety,
Titan from going back on the battlefield next turn.
That's actually huge. And we've got the ability to hardcast it.
Yeah, I think there's 2 treasures and 2 lands.
Whoa, that might be one of the only cards in this spot here that can get them back out of it. But then this Tides Tracker on the other side is lethal.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, keep in mind that the tracker is a lethal attacker. All you need to is just crack a clue, and it has 6. Oh, it already has 6 power. Yeah,
so we've got it kind of covered, right? So if the Titan comes down pre-combat, we've got a blocker and subtlety for it. If they go to combat, we can just blow the E on free and not die to it that way.
but then the
Titan comes down as a blocker.
The
sure.
Titan's gonna resolve
But
probably.
then if we've got a second blue card in hand, we can just evoke it out. Because we don't need it on the battlefield to do the damage. We just need to get the damage across. Right? We've got lethal on the battlefield. This is going to be interesting. We can see how this plays out. Which lines they want to take. There might be probably another win with Titan. Titan is a very complicated deck, as we spoke about. There's a lot of... Especially once you've got an amulet on the battlefield. That's the other thing here. Also, we've got the Brazen Burrow end the turn. Not that I think that's going to be relevant here. So this is, are we going to go for the Titan kill before combat? Summoner's Pact. Reaching for 2 mana.
Explosives for 3 is getting
Okay.
cracked. So that gets rid of the Tireless Tracker.
Why would we do that now? Because like realistically, the thing that they could be finding is one of the 3 drops. Maybe like a Dryad or an Azusa, which means blowing it on 3 is a bit early because we could have got this off the battlefield as well. Got to remember, nerves is pretty high for both these players. Playing in the feature match, both 8-1. We're sure there's a method to what's going on. They've got a plan. 2 mana up with the treasure tokens on the battlefield.
I mean, you do make it pretty appealing for the Amulet player to just slam the Titan, right?
Yeah, maybe
At
we're
which
trying
point
to
you
bait them
just
out.
play a subtlety and...
So we're going to copy the Cavern. And we're probably naming Dryad here. So, Cavern.
So keep in mind that Cavern doesn't work against subtlety, right? Because
No.
subtlety takes the card on the stack, the creature spell, and puts it back on the top or bottom of their library.
Okay, so now this is where we need to count. No, so now that's looking. If I subtlety this, will the Titan still be able to resolve? Yes, is the answer. There's enough on the battlefield to have Cavern mana plus the castle. We get to draw another card and loot. I think it was a red card or a land, maybe. See how we go about this. So yeah, we're going to put this in the graveyard. That Ledger Shredder is now 4 power. So basically, we just have to try and we just need to not die. It's a good strategy in Magic for anyone just tuning in. If you try not to die during your games, there's a good chance you'll win them.
It also is interesting whether the Amulet Titan has some kind of land that gains you life, right? Like you might have something like Radiant Fountain in your deck.
Radiant Fountain, bounce that. Could obviously add a couple extra life points. I got you, chat. That's why I'm here.
just don't die.
Just don't die. It's easy.
Don't do anything crazy.
We are blowing. Okay, this stops the. No. This stops the haste effect, but it doesn't stop. But now we just go get Valakut. Everything counts as a mountain. We play the Titan. Valakut comes into play. Titan comes into play. We go get a land plus or 2 Valakuts. Target you for 6. But then I suppose we've got the subtlety.
But we're only attacking for 4 now, because if you exile the blue card, you're going to be left with 0 cards in hand. So you would need to draw something like a Consider, perhaps Expressive Iteration.
So we're going to drop it down to 3. Are we just tapping the top of our deck and hoping for a bolt here? Is that what we're doing?
Okay, so Consider, Iteration, Bolt. What else does 1 damage?
There's gonna be
if there's something like a Snapcaster Mage that would work.
There's no lava darts in these decks. I suppose we could go something like Spirit's Iteration into Consider, into getting the Connive trigger. Big draw step. What is it? Come on, we're in suspense. Is it a way to draw cards? Way to connive?
I don't think it's a spell. If you have a spell, you're just slamming it on the table, right?
It could be a slow roll bolt, maybe. Pass the turn. It could be maybe a Brazen Burrow. Oh, Summoner's Pact. Oh! I think the thing is, the ruling has changed on this now.
You just go back and...
You can't miss it. And I personally am not a fan of that. Personally, I am... If you're going to play these broken cards, you need to remember that there's a cost to that card, right? They've almost removed the cost of this card, that you can't miss it now.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, both players are responsible for maintaining game state. So it is on you to point it out as well. You have to do it. And then it is on you to choose whether you want to put that trigger on the stack or not. Obviously, you want your opponent to pay.
I'm not... I don't know. I've never been a fan of that. I think, you know what I mean, you're going to play these bone cards. Well, they decide that any land drops 3 damage to the face, they play the land for a turn, bolt them.
Okay.
And then that is end of that game. Unfortunate there, But that looks like that might be the end of the round. I don't think we've got any more matches for you. That was a lot of matches. Plus, we saw a lot of the good top tables there. A lot of different decks, as we spoke about. We did have 500 plus players turn up yesterday, all battling it out, and we managed to invite back 64 players to play day 2. They're going to be battling it out to try and make the top 8. Once you make the top 8, you get the invites, you get the flights, you get the money, you get all the extra goodies that come with it,
fame,
and you get the fame.
clout.
You get to tweet out that you were the winner of Barcelona. We'll talk a little bit more just about some of the crazy decks that we've seen.
That's a classic.
No, you're on about this one here. This is the one. Everyone's battling for the trophy here, plus the flights. We haven't even got that printed out, look. They've actually got a ticket to get you free flights and accommodation, chat, which we'll be handing out to one of the winners later on this afternoon. I do want to talk about some of these crazy decks, though. We've got a lot. We've got 64 decks, obviously, got invited back. A majority of them are Hammer, Murktide, these kind of decks that we see are doing very well in Modern. We are going to get a meta game made up. It's going to get posted on Twitter. It's going to come on the stream for you all.
I can tell you all the
different. There's a couple of spicy ones.
Yeah, we have Is It Murktide? We have Hammer. Both Mono White and Azorius. We have the Creativity combo, also multiple variants. Scape Shift, Jeskai Breach. We have Ragda Scam living in Azorius Control. Until now, all kind of like just normal decks, right? We have humans with Pyre of Heroes.
So like a pod effect, so that it has like a value engine.
Jeskai Stoneblade. We have a sort of a Boomer Jun, obviously where there was a Saga, so kind of something new. We have a Mono Red mid-range deck. We have Dretch, 5-color Zoo, Eldrazi-tron, Mono Green Tron. We have Merfolk, Hardened Scales, Boros Burn. We have 4-color Elementals with like the Risen Reef kind of card. We have a 4-color Control with Omnath and cards like Fury and Solitude. But we also have 4-color Control with counterspells with Force of Negation. I think there's an actual counterspell in the deck as well. We have Merfolk. We have a blue-white Control with Chalices. I think it is over 20 archetypes for just 64 people. So that is as diverse as it gets for a Magic format these days.
Well, when you go from Jeskai Stoneblade to Dredge and everything in between, there's a lot of cards there. So we're going to try and get these spicy ones on the stream for you all. That's going to be the end for me. I am Will. This is Martin. We'll be back very shortly with Filipa and Harry as they're going to take you through round 11 of Modern Action. Stay tuned. See you soon.
of the Legacy European Tour Regional Championship Qualifier here in Barcelona. I'm HaramTG, this is Filipa, and we are going to be talking about some Magic the Gathering before we get into our round 11. Now, we are going to be seeing some top-end players down on the floor in the main feature match, because obviously you want to see some high-stakes Magic. That's what we have for you today. Filipa, what is going to be our main feature match this round?
So for our main feature match, we're going to have 4-color control versus Izzet Murktide. And actually, you know this Murktide player, right?
Yes, so this is actually a player well known in the Greek Magic community. We have Stavros playing Izzet Murktide. I actually went out for dinner in Sofia with this player and the whole Greek community, about 10 of them, for, you know, the actual championship. And they were all so smart, and I actually just sat next to him because he was on table 8. And he played beautifully against Hammer Time. The board state, I personally thought that the Hammer Time player was almost guaranteed to win. That a Pure Steel Paladin, a Giver of Runes, an Urza Saga on 2, and a Sigardizade in play. And he only had an Abrade to try and keep himself alive. And he managed to navigate it so that he had an extra turn. He top deck Brotherhood End, then an Engineered Explosives. It blew my mind. I chatted to him after it, so I thought we should bring him in because he plays tight. And now, before we actually watch this match, because the players are just getting ready, we wanted to talk about the top decks on the top 4 tables right now, because I'm sure many people are wondering what archetypes are doing well. So why don't you list off the top 4 tables?
On the first table, I already am really happy to see 5-color Zoo. So that's a deck we featured a couple of times yesterday. He's doing really well, and it's versus Azorius Hammer. Again, Hammer being one of the decks that we've seen doing pretty well. We are seeing a lot of Hammers in the top tables. Then on table 2, we have Amulet Titan versus Jeskai Stoneblade. We just featured the Jeskai Stoneblade in the last matchup, won against Rakdos Scum. And now on the third table, we have Murktide versus Jeskai Breach. Breach, another deck that we have been seeing a lot in this weekend, mostly with Thassa's Oracles as the win condition instead of Grape Shot, which is really interesting. And finally, on our fourth table, we have 4 colors Rhinos versus 5-color Indomitable Creativity. So I have to say, very diverse metagame on our top tables, right, Ari?
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see what type of archetypes they're playing, right? Amulet Titan and Jeskai Breach are your combo aspects. You've got pseudo control, pseudo aggro, and Izzet Murktide, 4-color Rhinos, 5-color Zoo also being up there. But something to highlight is our only 10-0 in the room is Azorius Hammer. There was a big debate yesterday we were talking about between Azorius Hammer and Mono White Hammer, because we saw Azorius Hammer coming in a 6% metagame share on day 1, and it actually became victorious, being at the top end of the tables at 10-0. And I spoke to a good player, Ben Jones, about this. When do you want Azorius Hammer? And, oh, sorry to interrupt, we are now actually playing. We have a turn 1 Ragavan, but yeah, I'll just finish my sentence as this Prismatic Endings cast on the Ragavan. Apparently you want Azorius Hammer in diverse metagames because Spell Pierce is better against combo decks like Indomitable Creativity and Prismatic Ending, which is a useful tool that Ben said that you want with Azorius Hammer, and if he was playing in a smaller field, he would prefer Mono White, which is interesting logic.
Definitely a great insight that you got from Benstone. And Leisure Shredder turn 2. So we had Monkey turn 1, Leisure Shredder turn 2.
Yep. And this is 4-color control, and generally speaking, this matchup is close but favored for 4-color control, and that's because of how much value control gets in the late game, right? Izzet Murktide is a deck that plays mid to late game, and 4-color control is a deck that plays mid to late game, but their mid to late game is just a lot better. So it's down to how many spell pierces can the Izzet Murktide player throw at the opponent before, and obviously counterspells before the 4-color control player actually does something. Now, Stavros's list is a very clean-cut list: 4 Ragavan, 4 Shredder, 3 Murktide, 2 Channeler, and also playing 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Archmage's Charm, and 4 Counterspell as ways to interact. A lot of 4-ofs and a lot of 2-ofs. You love to see it.
Yesterday I saw 4-color control winning because they had 2 Solitudes, and then they had Kahera pumping the Solitudes because they are elementals, and just winning from there. So definitely 4-color control deck that has a lot of different win cons. It's very interactive.
Okay, so interestingly, we saw our Murktide player sacrifice a a Fiery Islet on turn 3. But like I said, don't forget about that key card Spell Pierce in this matchup. A great way to interact with the 3 mana Teferi, the 2 mana Ren and 6, without having to commit too much mana to stop them coming down.
Yeah, and we see Stravos is playing 2 of those mains, so
And look how much damage, actually, Hernandez has taken from his mana base. This is extremely relevant, especially against the deck with 4 Lightning Bolts in the main. Dashing Ragavan, 4 Lightning Bolts, and multiple counterspells. We could just see the game being stolen because they've taken so much damage. This is going to eat the Spell Pierce up.
great spell pierce here, countering Teferi Time Raveler. And as you said, Jesus Hernandez already at 11 life points, mainly because of the mana base. Now, Jesus does have ways to gain life with Omnath, right?
Definitely, yeah. Omnath also attacking with Solitude as that has lifelink. But yeah, for those questioning about the mana base, it's a Hollowed Fountain, a Breeding Pool, and a Steam Vents, all expeditions. Do you like your foils?
I do. Those look really good. I think they are from the Battle for Zendrikar expeditions. Yeah.
Mm,
I actually opened an Hollowed Fountain expedition.
love
Back
this.
in the day. So we have a Murktide already into play.
Wow. Committing to the board, getting a Connive, I love this. And I think the logic behind this is that you have to be scared of something like Solitude, and you've also got to be aware of things like Supreme Verdict as well. So let's see does 4-color control have any verdicts in the main? 1. There's 1 Supreme Verdict, there's 4 ley lines binding, so multiple ways that... Oh, okay. So I presume this
Oh.
will exile the Shredder first? Okay, so
Murktide.
I assume you're not going to cast another spell? Yeah, okay, makes sense. Casting that main phase to be aware of Connive. And now I think we're just going to see Stavros just be very patient, right? With a counterspell and a lightning bolt in hand. Things can turn very quick for him, especially with the opponent missing land drops. Oh,
But there is the 4th land drop, as you said it, and
Yep.
here just passing. We know that the Murktide player has another Murktide in hand, but no cards to exile this time. Only an Altara in the graveyard.
yeah. Now we need land drops from our Murktide player because... Oh, I think they just said go. Okay, land here will change this game's dynamic. That's an Unholy Heat, not a land, because you want to have double counterspell. What Hernandez is looking to set up is a Solitude or an instant speed removal spell on the end step of the Murktide player, and then they will maybe eat a counterspell, and they can untap and play something impactful. Right? So as soon as we hit the second land, it's going to be a lot easier for our Murktide player to win this game.
And still not bad.
Not having that 4th land again. Obviously, we have 1 counterspell up, but sometimes 1 counterspell isn't enough.
But as you said, like Jesus went down on life very quickly and already at 6 because that Ledger Shredder is attacking every turn, making pressure, but there we have removal.
So I think you've got to fire off the counterspell here because of the logic of if you don't counterspell this, what are you going to use this mana for? Your hand's full of... I think we have an Archmage's Charm in hand. I guess you could draw 2. Oh no, there isn't an Archmage's Charm in hand. Okay. So now we get a Connive trigger. Got to remember that. Well done.
We have the land that we were looking for.
We find the land, but Filipa, it's too late now because that land logic counted when we wanted double counterspell to protect the Shredder. But now because we can't protect the Shredder with double counterspell, it's good, but it's not exactly... we need multiple things in combination now to get back a lead against 4-color control. Being at 6, though, Filipa,
What is
2 lightning bolts will do it.
that it is the first one
Conniving
conniving
again.
because it's the second spell.
Looking for that next lightning bolt.
Really nicely played by our Murktide player here.
Okay,
And
so
that resolves.
yeah, Ledger Shredder should go to exile.
But
Wait,
suddenly the graveyard
yeah.
is kind of full again, and I think we have a fetch, so that's another card in the grave.
Yep, so let's see what we draw. Ragavan.
Oh, that can dash.
Actually, I don't hate dashing that. And you know why? It's technically Stone Rain because that fetch land cannot fetch. Oh, okay. Not playing our land, so not. I guess you kind of have the read that the opponent doesn't have Solitude, and that looks like an alternate Archmage's Charm. But I was Okay, yep, this is good.
I really like that dash play as well. Jesus now at 1 cannot fetch. Jace, the Mind Sculptor.
I mean,
And a foil one. Really pretty, right?
got a counter.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, that fetch line can't fetch, and you can't force a negation on your own turn. I think this is going to be a win, unless yeah, it's almost guaranteed with the second counterspell. Yeah, it's game over. Stavros taking game 1, beautifully played by our Murktide player, identifying that our 4-color control player had to take so much damage from their mana base, you can just steal it with a Lightning Bolt and a Ragavan.
Really like this. Very well played by our Izzet Murktide player. Still able to manage that win even though stuck on 3 lands for a long period of time, but playing patiently and getting ultimately the win. And now we are going to take a look at sideboards. And what do you think our 4-color control player wants to sideboard in?
Okay, so that game, remember there was a Ledger Shredder and a Murktide Regent, and the first thing I said is, how many Supreme Verdicts did they play? Well, they've got 1 on the board that's coming in. Something like Subtlety is also good. The way you cast Murktide Regent, you have to exile your graveyard. So you exile the graveyard. If you Subtlety a Murktide Regent when they have an empty graveyard, they can't really put it on top. So I'm looking to see things like Supreme Verdict, Subtlety. You could even bring in Flusterstorm, Veil of Summer. I don't think you want Aether Gust. While they do play red cards like Expressive Iteration and Bolt.
Omnat.
Yeah. Well, this is from the 4-color player.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And you also are looking to have things like Veil of Summer. Because let's say you evoke a Solitude, you'll have a lot of mana open, and they maybe want to counter the Solitude. You'll definitely have mana available for Veil.
What would you take off here?
So as 4-color control against Murktide, what is weak in this list? So you've got to be thoughtful of things like Mystical Dispute coming in. You've also got to be aware of the spell pierces and stuff. So I would most likely trim on the very top end, like Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. I would also potentially trim on things like Archmage's Charm. While it's really good to draw to, typically you want to use it as a counterspell in the matchup, and you would rather use cheaper counterspells from the sideboard. You just want to trim a bit, because everything about your deck is good against Murktide. You just got to find a good balance.
And we are looking now at our Murktide player's sideboard, and let's see what they're bringing. So I can see Mystical Dispute on sideboard, 2 of those. Dress Down, Subtlety, Brotherhoods, and Flutterstorm, a Braid. What do you think it's more relevant here on this sideboard?
So, first off, I think Dress Down is the most interesting card and debatable card against 4-color control. There's a lot of enter the battlefield triggers, but if you let's say you Dress Down in response to a Subtlety or a Solitude, the Solitude will stay on the table because it loses the ability of Evoke, so then you give them a 3/2 lifelink. So it's down to what Stavros thinks is suitable in the matchup for Dress Down, but you're definitely going to see Blood Moons, Flusterstorm potentially, definitely Mystical Dispute, maybe even Unlicensed Hearse for things like Wrenn and 6. Subtlety as well to get rid of Teferi Time Raveler. A lot of options here as our players shuffle up and draw hands for our game 2. Now, why don't we leave this down to Twitch chat? Twitch chat, who's favored in this game 2? Can we have a 1 for 4-color control and a 2 for Blue-Red Murktide? Who do you think is favored as we see a Mishra's Bauble here?
How many lands does the Murktide player have? Okay. They have at least 2, I think.
Yeah. So here the Murktide player is actually making a very cool play. So you can use Mishra's Bauble to target yourself. You get to see the top card of your own library, and if you don't like that card, you can use a fetch land to shuffle it away and draw a fresh new one on the opponent's upkeep, essentially using it as a pseudo Scry 1.
A lot of players do this. It's a great opening. a way to scry your deck. And we have Monkey.
Ooh, that's a very good start, especially with an expressive iteration to follow up on turn 3.
So I think now Jesus really wants a Ren.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ren, ping the monkey, you're ahead.
But look at the hand, subtlety. Subtlety is in the hand of Stavros.
Ooh. Let's see what our 4-color control player has, but we know there's a subtlety on the other side. So fetch again.
And you know what happens if you subtlety? If you put the Ren and 6 on top, Ragavan's gonna steal it. So you have to bottom it.
Oh, that's a nice point. That's true.
Obviously, you could have a Solitude. You can have a Solitude, so then you can exile the Ragavan and draw the Ren. But it's a play. It's a play and a half, Filipa. It's a play and a half.
Let's see.
Here
And
we
there
go.
it is. Ren and 6, and that hard. I really like it. Okay, and subtlety. So exactly what we've discussed that happened. If Jesus had the perfect
Wait,
card,
he topped it. He topped it.
he topped it. But
So he has Solitude?
maybe, or maybe just didn't remind himself that this could happen. Oh, and it looks like he didn't realize.
Cast the Ren.
Okay, thank you for the Ren. Let's
Wow.
toss it. Already card the brain.
Stavros playing the opponent's deck
Oh,
for them. Now we have Mystical Dispute up that we top decked. So a Teferi Time Raveler gets blown out here. This is some Magic Gathering for you folks. That's another Ren and 6. Okay, okay.
Okay, so now that that monkey's gone, I assume.
Okay, so the logic behind this was that they wanted Stavros to tap out for Ren and 6 because then they can resolve their own to remove the Ragavan. So this to me implies that they don't have any form of removal for Ragavan apart from Ren. So I think that Hernandez was attempting to force Stavros to tap low, which I think ultimately makes sense based off of what they've shown us.
I would never be happy to give my opponent a Ren, to
Of
be
course,
honest.
of
But yeah,
course.
I see the point. And we have 2 Rens now on the board.
And I think here, I would assume that you want to wait 1 turn before you expressive iteration. I guess with the Mystical Dispute, it changes the dynamic, but when you know that you have to hold up 1 mana for Mystical Dispute, expressive iteration loses a lot of value, in my opinion, unless you hit a land. If you don't hit a land in your top 3, then you can get punished for the quote-unquote card value from expressive iteration, and this is why I like this pass back. You want an iteration next turn.
Okay, we're getting lands back. And now lands won't be a problem for both of these players, with both players having Ren and 6. And look at that. That's like an alternative art on Ren, right? It's not the original one. What a game we've been seeing here. And
So-
now Jesus know that probably anything that they're going to play, the opponent is going to counter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, again, you're going to be rewarded with patience here, and that's because, okay, we're going to fire off the expressive iteration, but every turn that passes by, the Ren and 6 ticks up. Or when we find a Mishra's Bauble, a perfect card to put into exile if you're not putting a land there.
I would really like to see Ren and 6 minus the ultimate ability.
Yeah. Okay, we see Murktide go to hand, Mishra's Bauble into exile, and the Flooded Strand to the bottom. We still have a plus from the Ren and 6, so maybe we fetch and then plus it back, or I guess you could bauble yourself first. Nope, just gonna fetch. So clearly valuing, Stavros is gonna value the bauble on the opponent to get more information on what he should play around. Which I like here. You have so many cards, you're drawing so many cards. Especially with multiple counter spells as well. Getting information on just 1 card in the opponent's hand can change the whole dynamic. That Ren and 6 is on 6 loyalty.
Getting back a land.
And has the bauble.
Second bubble. Now let's hope he remembers the triggers to draw a card. Because
'Kay.
we've seen some players forget it.
I think... Ooh, Leyline's
Leyline's
binding. So I don't think you want to counterspell this. And it's because you just put the shields down, right? You don't want to put the shields down against 5 mana for 4-color control. Maybe Stavros identifies that, yeah, I would be surprised if you counterspelled that. So clearly letting it go. So now this game could swing. With only one counterspell up here, there are some combinations of cards which can do a lot of work. For example, Teferi Time Raveler plus Veil of Summer, Teferi Time Raveler plus Flusterstorm. Something like this to get a big threat on the board can happen from our 4-color control player. So now it's to see
Mishra's Bubble.
what the players want to do.
No draw from Mishra's Bubble? Or
I thought I saw him draw 3, 4.
okay.
How many
yeah,
cards
yeah,
does he
yeah.
have?
I think he did draw the Murktide.
Yeah, he has 7 cards in hand, so he drew. So
Again,
after the draw step, we're bobbling the opponent. Flusterstorm. Okay, Flusterstorm on
that's
top.
a good one.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Oh, I think the 4-color said go, so they bobbled on the end step. So draw on the upkeep.
Draw from Bubble.
Yeah.
Really nice, not forgetting the draws. And now, AZ Murktide player has so many options in hand. But that ran has done some work for the 4-color control player.
Mm-hmm. So, you know about the Flusterstorm on top, and if you commit something like a Murktide, you know that there's going to be a counterspell thrown back, or the Archmage's Charm that was seen by the first bauble. So it makes your life really awkward because there's a lot of things to fight through here. Okay, so this must be the Murktide region.
That
Yes.
it is. And let's see what our Murktide player decides to exile. Okay, exiling everything except a Mishra's Bubble and a land.
Okay. Does our 4-color control player play any lightning bolts?
I can check.
I don't think so.
Nope.
No, because
Not even sideboard.
the logic behind this obviously is that lightning bolt plus Ren and 6 ping is 4 damage, and I believe this is a 4/4 Murktide. But oh wow, it just resolved. But yeah. So how much blue? Wait a second. How much blue mana does Hernandez have access to? Because I only see
Okay, one more now.
Steam. Is that land on the far left a blue land? I can't. I don't know this alternate art card.
It's one of the triumphs, and I think so. I think it might be.
Okay, well you got to counter this. I mean, I guess you could let it resolve if you have a lightning bolt, but okay, thank you. It's Asparis headquarters. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So we do have access to 3 blue, and that actually changes the dynamic a bit more because when you have access to low amounts of blue as 4-color control, it sometimes makes it difficult to fight back on things. But this mystical dispute is definitely going to do bits, as we say in the UK.
And this player plays with the Spars at quarter, raw green triumph, and also I think maybe that's it for and the Zagra triumph. So this player plays with 3 different triumphs. Veil of Summer.
Ooh.
That's really good.
And now we're going to have access to 5 mana because we haven't played our land this yet. Get back a fetch land. Oh my gosh, this is gross.
Gain 4 life.
Yep.
Break the fetch. Get a land. You get 4 mana with Omnat. You have access to an extra one with this Hallowed Fountain. So I assume you're going to chuck to get access to 5.
I think I saw a Solitude in hand. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's a Jace the Mind Sculptor's Twitch chat says. Yeah, it looks like a Jace. You can Jace bounce the Murktide. You can Jace... What I would assume you bounce, but we'll have to see. I'm not 100%. Yeah, it makes sense.
That was a great turn for a 4-color control player. And that's when Omnat gets insane with all these fetch lands, being able to gain life, get access to extra mana, apply multiple threats a turn.
Oh my gosh, I think I see like 6 lands in hand? Is that 6 lands and a Murktide? 5 lands and a Murktide? I think you just have to cast a Murktide so that you can connive. This is very dreadful for Stavros here.
Definitely not great to have 5 lands here, and
So
I think it has to be the Murktide here.
yeah, have to connive, have to find a bolt, have to find an unholy heat or something to even attempt to stay alive in this game. I think that this draw decides if Stavros should scoop or not. I mean, the fact is,
A bubble.
yeah, we're at such high stakes here. Both being X and 2, and X and 2 being a top 8 score needed. I highly doubt any player would aggressively scoop in a spot like this because, you know, maybe Hernandez has 12 lands on top of the deck. You never know.
Yeah, maybe just getting access to what your opponent is playing, seeing the top deck.
Like that, for example. Not scooping, Stavros has now seen a Chalice of the Void on top of the deck, which is a useful card to know that is in the sideboard.
Yeah, since these are closed deck lists, all the information that you can get to help you sideboard better.
Playing a land, gaining 4 life with Omnath.
Casually. This Omnite is just so good.
So, we know about Archmage's Charm and Flusterstorm in hand, and Chalice.
Jace
Oh,
bouncing
wow.
the Murktide, going to 1.
So, I would assume we have something like a Prismatic Ending.
Chalice of the Void that we saw from the top with Mishra's Bubble.
Okay.
Attacking for 4 with Omnar.
Okay. So we have a Solitude. I would assume like on the upkeep or something, because obviously the Chalice has been cast. If he casts another spell, then our Murktide player will
Yeah.
connive.
Let's fetch. Let's get 4 mana extra with Omnat. So at this point, the 4-color control is just doing what the deck wants to do. Getting Kahera into end and just passing the turn.
Interesting. So now, if Hernandez has nothing, this Jace could just die. Oh yeah, we know about the Charm. And we know about the Fluster. So... Okay, so we're casting the Ragavan. Although it gets countered by the Chalice, it lets our
Connive.
Murktide player connive.
So it goes to the grave. We're getting to connive. It's another one. That Void, Chalice of Void, doing some work.
Now, yeah, it makes sense to discard land here because although Ragavan does get countered by Chalice of the Void, it still lets the Murktide player connive. It's very hard to cast multiple spells when you just have a load of lands in hand. Yeah,
Attacking and Jace, as you said. Oh, down. Are we going to see another Murktide?
I would assume so. I guess we only have one instant and sorcery in hand.
Yeah.
In the graveyard, sorry. So it is not the best, but how else are you going to put instants and sorcery in the graveyard when your hand is 2 lands and a Ragavan or whatever?
Unfortunate draws for our easy Murktide player.
Yeah.
Land go.
Yeah, I mean, Ragavan land against this board, we can see where this game is going. Just trying to get some information on what Hernandez sideboarded in. You know, how is he actually winning the game?
Yeah, and I think time might not be an issue. Both of these players have over 20 minutes to play game 3.
Yep.
Kahera.
So this gives Omnath +1/+1 and Vigilance, meaning that it's attacking for 5.
And our Murktide player going to 4.
And now you have the threat of Renin 6 ultimate. So you need a way to bounce the Chalice, remove the Renin 6, kill the Omnath, and deal with the fact that they have counterspells coming your way with a Ragavan and a land in hand. Is that even possible in Magic the Gathering? I don't think so, but we'll see what Stavros can do.
I guess our EZ player has to find a way, but with cards, we see, I think, a Consider, Ragavan, and a land, I think, so. Maybe trying to consider something. But cannot even consider, right?
Yep, Chalice stops that. So
Yeah.
you can cast both spells, and
Just to get the Connive trigger.
yeah, to find, I guess, expressive iteration.
And I think it's another Consider.
I think it's a Ledger Shredder, maybe?
Ah, okay, that's not
But
so bad.
I mean, you're chumping to survive here. So you can like put. Yeah.
And attacking the Ren,
Yeah, you've got to. Because,
preventing to ulti.
yeah.
Second Ledger Shredder, as you said, and go.
That's a Fairy Time Raveler off the top. So now we actually just have lethal because Omnath deals 4 damage when you play 3 lands,
Yep.
and Stavros is on 4 life, so all you gotta do is fetch 2 lands and the Omnath will end the game.
Omnath gaining 4 life,
Yep.
getting you 4 mana, dealing 4 damage to the opponent. That seems like a good card to me. And we are going to a game number 3 now. Sideboard-wise, what would you do differently now after this information that you got if you're the Murktide player?
So you saw Chalice of the Void. That is something you have to remove. And there I don't remember seeing many options from Stavros. So let's see.
You have Brotherhood's End, right?
Yeah, Brotherhood End, but 3 mana against a control deck that
Yeah.
plays Flusterstorm, probably not good. I think your only true option is a Braid, which is not great, and Engineered Explosives. Because Engineered Explosives can be played on 0, and in the late game, or mid game, you can play it on 2 to kill Renin 6. But yeah, Stavros has rough options against a card like Chalice. Clearly not prepared for that, and I'm not surprised. 'Cause this is the first time I've seen Chalice of the Void cast all weekend. So we'll have to see. He's I would assume he's going to make changes, but yeah. I guess not, because I just see both players shuffling up.
Yeah, I think they just decided to keep the original sideboard plan. Pile shuffling now. And we have had 2 great games of this match, right?
Yeah, both decks showing exactly what they came to this tournament to do. And both players 8 and 2 clearly understand their deck beyond the face value of the cards, you know? When you're in the room and you're looking at the top tables and you watch the games, the level of Magic actually is mind-boggling. How these players play around things elegantly and play the best they can with the cards they are dealt.
Okay, let's see. We know that our Izzet Murktide player is on the play. And they have an interesting hand there. I see a couple of expressive iterations, Otawara, I think Mythical Dispute, Murktide. But mulligan because I think there's only one land, which is the Otawara.
So, with Murktide, you actually have the jackpot value. Because every time you mulligan, you're looking for that turn 1 Ragavan, those cheap counter spells, that expressive iteration draw. So, on the play, you're looking for that. I see a Ragavan and a land.
And Mishra's Bubble, 2 lands, Chandler. This is a great end here for a Murktide player. Now, what are we going
I
to
think I see
take?
2 Ragavan. So you
Y-
just bottom 1 Ragavan, you have 2 1-drop threats, and you can
Yeah.
move on with the game.
Bubble go to the end. Okay, so keeping
Oh, okay.
2 Ragavans, 1 Chandler, and another Bubble. Okay. So, bubbling, doing that fetch play you said. If he doesn't like the card, he can fetch it away. And that's exactly what he did. He didn't like this card he saw with Bubble, and he decided to fetch, find a Steam Vents.
It's a Ragavan.
Drawing from the Bubble.
Okay, and this is gonna reward Stavros for keeping the second Ragavan.
Would you dash it now?
You can dash and play Dragon Rage Chandler, but then you've got to be thoughtful of Ren and 6, so maybe you just dash and... Oh, but your hand is Channeler... I'm not sure. This is actually a close one. If you want to play the Channeler or not.
Getting a
Because
Charm into exile.
Yeah, I love this. Just don't get pinged by Ren and 6.
And that treasure token is so cool.
Yeah. And also something important that many might not notice is you can't cast Counterspell with a Sacred Foundry. You find a Mishra's Bubble off the top.
Dashing again. And Jesus taking again damage from that Ragavan. A Triumph goes into exile, second treasure token, and we know that our Is It Murktide player has another land, Bubble, and Chandler. So 2 lands, Bubble, Chandler. That's all on our Murktide end.
Okay, so I think because the Ren and 6 wasn't cast last turn, I would assume that they most likely don't have it.
Chandler, Bubble, trigger from the Chandler, surveilling.
Not sacking the Bubble too is... Oh, okay. Saying go and then sacking after they fetch. So the Ragavan will bounce to hand here. And that's the kind judge fixing our treasure tokens on the battlefield. Twitch chat, I see mentioning Fury. I mean, Furying 1 Dragon Rage Chandler isn't the best play in the world, but do we even have access to this card? There are no Furies in the 75 for our 4-color control player. As we see a Rogren Triumph, I believe, on top of the deck. Big draw step here with the Bauble. What can we find? That's a Consider. Consider is very good with Dragon Rage Chandler.
Definitely allowing you to surveil twice.
Yeah, so I would definitely fire off the Consider here. You want to fill up your graveyard for Murktide Regent. You want to dig for, you want to remove lands off the top of your deck.
So first we have the surveil from the Chandler. That's a spell pierce, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's a
drawing a
Murktide.
Murktide. That's perfect here. So now the spell will resolve. Chandler gets exiled. And Jesus decides go.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think that our 4-color control player might have a subtlety in hand. And drawing another land, Murktide just flooding out here.
Still having a monkey on hand and being able to dash it. But there's maybe some kind of removal.
I think this is just going to be a counterspell. Because I think we do know about counterspell in hand. And then
But if he does counter, then he leaves the coast clear for Murktide.
Yeah, but then the problem is that basically here, the Ragavan gets countered. Your hand is Murktide, land. So if you cast the Murktide and Hernandez has a removal spell, you're almost dead.
You have nothing.
Yeah, like you have to cast the Murktide and just pray.
But again, that's the thing with these Murktide decks. Second time in a row, they got pretty unlucky, drawing a bunch of lands.
Yeah. Game 1, I think the flood was mostly because we drew a lot of lands from the Ren and 6, remember? Ren and 6,
Yeah, yeah.
up to 5 or 6. But this game, yeah, just drawing lands naturally, very rough for Murktide. And like, yeah, I think you have to go for it and just hope.
Yeah, I think they need something like an expressive iteration to get them back on the game, getting some nice things from there.
Making it a 5/5. That's a Solitude off the top.
Yeah, I think he has 2 Solitudes. I might be wrong, but...
Is this Teferi Time Raveler plus Veil of Summer?
Oh, there it is. And nothing our Murktide player can do, so Murktide gets bounced, and Jesus draws a card from Teferi. And now,
Expressive Iteration.
that's a good card. But is it enough? We need an answer for Teferi.
We need multiple cards off the... Dash
That
Ragavan.
works. That works.
Ledger Shredder and Ragavan. So now you can either but we know about the
Yeah,
we know about Solitude,
There's
but
Solitude, yeah, but our Murktide player doesn't know about it.
I'm wondering if the logic is this. Their hand is Murktide and did they take the counterspell? Oh, they took the counterspell, so they're gonna dash?
Yeah, but they cannot use the counter spell if they don't kill Teferi.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you just want to ignore the Teferi for a turn because you wouldn't have a counterspell in hand. But Stavros is saying, okay, I'm gonna dash the Ragavan, try and kill the Teferi.
Yeah, but we know about Solitude.
Yeah, and if I do, I have counterspell up. But sadly, that is not gonna work unless maybe Hernandez does not have another white card in hand. Does that mean no white card?
Oh,
Or
there's no
maybe-
second white card?
Or maybe they just don't want to discard 2 cards. Yeah, okay. Maybe no extra white card, but we'll have to see. The Ragavan will bounce back to hand.
Creating a treasure token, leaving enough mana for Murktide player to counterspell whatever Jesus tries to do here. Just saying go.
This game could swap back if Murktide again draws another nice spell. What is this? Another expressive iteration.
That's exactly what he needs. And killing this Teferi, it might be exactly what our Murktide player needed to come back to this game. So we have counterspell from Jesus' side, but are you that upset? Because you still have an expressive iteration, as we know.
Yep, I think you just iteration.
And no land was played for the turn yet, so they can final. Oh, okay.
Oh, Flusterstorm blowing out Stavros here, making it unable to pay or counter because counterspell does not work.
They have 2 mana, yeah, but
Rough. What seemed like a dream was only a nightmare. Stavros here having to just ship the turn back with that lonely counterspell, trying to keep him alive.
Jesus needs something here as well. An Omnad. Okay, Kahera into end.
Wow.
Pass.
Bobble, okay. I mean, probably want to see the top card of their library, your library,
It's a land.
and
I
then
think.
play the... What is that? I can't tell.
It's an alternative art something.
N-
It looked
it-
like it's like a full art, so it looks like a land. Yeah, it's a plane. It's no cover
Okay.
plane.
And I would Murktide for the max here. Because you saw Flusterstorm. Get a 5/5.
And go.
With Hernandez being at 10... Oh my gosh.
Leyline's binding. This has to be countered.
Yeah, have to counter and pray. But we know about that Solitude.
We definitely do know.
So this is sadly... Wait, what? Is this Upkeep?
Upkeep Solitude.
Upkeep Solitude. Okay. Oh, doing it in response to the bauble, of course, of course.
Nicely played there by
Yeah,
Jesus.
very, very tight play. Very cool.
Consider. Oh, keeping the card on top. I wonder what it is. It's another consider.
Okay. I mean, a 3-2 life, another expressive iteration. Okay, what? Okay, the nightmare's becoming a dream again.
Let's see. This has been such a swing game, and we find Shredder, Dispute, and Counterspell, I think.
So, Dispute most likely has little equity left in this game. Doesn't even really counter an Omnath because it can play land before Omnath. So, oh, that's tough. Do we know about a land in hand? It's a consider, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Yeah, I would assume Mystical Dispute is a dead card. It's a tap land. Damn. And I assume you don't play the land because you can connive it away. Like it.
So no way to deal with whatever Jesus is going to do now.
Yep. So this is the game-defining turn again for Hernandez.
Kahera, Solitude is now at +1/+1 on Vigilance because of the Kahera, since it's an elemental.
Okay, huge draw. Again. Every draw step. Unholy Heat. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that helps potentially eat the Solitude because you can Unholy Heat the Kahira, and if you can somehow connive with the Ledger Shredder, then you can block it as a 2/4 on a 3/2. So now you need Hernandez to cast a... Okay, so you're going to attack. Okay.
I'm really curious to know what's in Jesus' hand.
Yeah.
Just say go.
Upkeep. Heat with Delirium. There's creature, artifact, instant, sorcery. Sure, this makes a lot more sense as well. Just get rid of the big threat. Leave them with the 3/2.
Attack with Kahera, it has Vigilance.
Yeah, and doing this on the upkeep as well means that if they cast a spell and he has to counterspell, he would connive. Big draw again. Another counterspell. Oh my gosh.
2 counterspells.
How many good draws are we going to find? Who knows, but don't forget, there were so many lands drawn in the early game, this is almost justified.
Is that the fairy? No.
Prismatic Ending? Well, gotta go for counterspell. Need to keep your threat alive.
Yeah, and you don't mind that you're to cast your counter spells because now if Jesus casts something else, you connive, and that's the way that you can win.
Yeah, I would assume that they're not going to cast anything else. It's so bad to let the Murktide player draw a card here. Yeah, and as soon as you draw a land, you're bricked. So, really tight play by Hernandez by only casting 1 spell per turn and making our Murktide player's life a lot more difficult.
Because while Jesus as the Kahera attacking for 3, you're 1 damage from Ledger Shredder, they cannot win the race, right?
Yeah, we need to find something here. Well,
The
gotta counterspell
fairy.
that. If you don't counterspell that, the counterspell becomes dead, right? You just gotta bluff here because it's such a big deal to represent that these lands are spells because then it makes Hernandez scared to do anything else. Big draw. That's a land. Second land off the
Such
top.
unfortunate draws for these Murktide players. So many lands.
Yeah, and while we can complain, don't forget, ultimately we did top deck 2 expressive iterations in a row.
That's true.
So
And consider after consider.
yeah, so it's annoying, but I think it was ultimately a somewhat fair game.
I agree.
That's a Murktide that blocks the Kahira, but you don't really have anything backup.
And you gotta play that Murktide, right?
Yeah, most definitely. The problem is here, there's so many instant speed ways to blow you out. Things like Solitude and whatnot that...
But you really don't have any options, that's the thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think our player was more likely considering what do I delve than actually should I cast the Murktide.
And would you attack with the Shredder or just...
It's... I mean, obviously it's game losing if the Murktide goes, but there are so many ways to bounce the
There's-
Murktide that you probably want to keep Shredder back just as, like,
Yeah.
if they have to Fairy Time Raveler and bounce the Murktide, you can chump with the Shredder. Okay, no, clearly identifying if they have a way to remove.
Because this makes it little next turn, right? In case Jesus doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Because that Murktide has 5 counters on it. but
Yeah.
there's the leyline binding, and this is a good game.
That is the extension from the hand. Hernandez taking down this match against Is It Murktide, going to 9-2, setting up nicely for a potential chance to top 8. We're going to be going to our other table. This is going to be 4-color Indomitable Creativity versus Living End. I believe that this is a match that our head judge pulled from the floor, so we're peeking in at game 3.
Oh, I already see Unmoored Ego, a card that I haven't seen in a while. There's 4 extra minutes. So we see here 2 minutes 45, but these players have some additional time due to the fact that they are feature matched. And when you go to the feature match area, it takes a bit to settle up. So
And what's nice here, though, is that, can you see in the top right there? 3 Living Ends in the exile. I believe an Unmoored Ego has already been cast.
what is your plan when your living ends are all exiled?
Hardcast. Hardcast and use your counter spells. You got things like Subtlety, Hardcast Force of Negation, Curator of Mysteries is probably your best hardcastable threat. But it's rough. Being a Living Ends player with no Living Ends is rough. You're playing a very bad, almost draft deck. Well, it'd be a good draft deck, but it's not a great.
I wouldn't mind this draft deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't
But
mind this
for
draft
modern.
deck. Yeah, but for modern, it's a draft deck.
Oh, Shardless Agent. Okay, what can we get?
Nothing. All the Living Ends are gone. So it's just 3 mana, shuffle your deck.
I mean, it's a 2/2, right?
Yeah, and actually, our player here on the left, Lorenzo, has the option to look through the deck because the whole deck will be revealed to Cascade. But as this is most likely the second or third Cascade spell played with no
He
Living
choose
Ends,
not to do it.
yeah, I'm sure he's already looked at the deck.
Yeah, and these players have only 4 minutes left, I think. So definitely Lorenzo wants to close this game, not waste any time looking at your opponent's deck.
Yeah, and for those concerned, those 1/1 elementals are actually 1/1 dwarfs. We just didn't bring any dwarfs today. Or maybe they're being used by another player.
Okay, and it looks like our 5-color player only has lands. Oh, okay. Veil of Summer.
I kind of missed what happened there, but I think it was a Prismari command,
Do you
maybe?
know what that token is? There's like this blue sleeve and it has something, but I cannot quite read what it is.
Oh, I see. The card that's flipped over?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Renin 6 Ultimate. Ah, okay. Yes. It's a Renin 6 Ultimate emblem.
Yeah, so that's why Lorenzo is able to retrace stuff. Yeah, this is good game.
Lorenzo here taking game 3 against Living End as Indomitable Creativity. Do we have another backup match? No, that is going to be it for round 11 here, the Legacy European Tour Regional Championship Qualifier down in Barcelona. As always, if you've been enjoying this stream, please click that follow button, and we'll be showing you magic as soon as players are down in the feature match shuffling up their decks.
Be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will, better known on the internet as WillHallExp, and I'm joined by the one and only Hall of Famer himself, Martin Juza, as we're going to take you through round 12 of modern action here in Barcelona. And we've got a spicy one from this round. What have we got from Mr. Martin?
We have a 5-color zoo, but not exactly the zoo that you may be used to, like, the kind of wild Nakadal stuff with Gaius Might. We have more of a general, and I don't actually know.
Good luck pronouncing that name.
General Ferris Rokirik.
General Ferris. It's like the Ferris zoo decks that we kind of see. So we got a bit of cascading going on, so we can try and make some of the big 4/4s. And as we're talking about these spicy decks, this is the day 2 metagame breakdown. It has been tweeted out, but we're going to talk through it now with you just before we start this round. These are the decks. Obviously, there's like 1.56%. Is basically 1.56% means one deck is what we've worked out here. So there isn't 1.5 times Boris Burn here. There is only one person that made it into day 2 of Boris Burn. There's a couple we've got to look in there. So there is mono white hammer opposed to Azorius hammer. The slight difference in that is depending on players, working out about Blood Moon, if they were hedging against Blood Moon or not. That's why they're bringing the more mono white builds. But the conversion rate there, is it Murktide? Pitten is the most played deck game 1. Most decks made it into day 2. But then Rakdos Scam yesterday was the second most bought deck. But then here it's only the 5th most deck that managed to make it into day 2. If my math's right, that's about 4 copies managed to make it into day 2.
Yeah, I think that Azorius Mill player is also a Regda Scam that is mislabeled. So it's 5 copies probably, but a lot of different archetypes. I think that's the main point. Modern right now, very diverse format. You can play pretty much any archetype you want, whether you're a control player, combo player, aggro, mid-range. If you like blue, white, black, whatever, you can pick a deck, and there's a lot of successful decks for you.
It's definitely got ways to win no matter what's going on. So as we go down to the table here, we do have our 4-color zoo player versus Is It Murktide. Are they going to be able to take down the Bugbear, the most played deck in day 1 and day 2? We shall find out for you. We're just going to give them the thumbs up so they can start.
And we have the 5-color zoo playing against, I believe it is it Murktide, which was the most popular deck yesterday. It is the most played deck today as well. I think it makes sense. The deck just gets to play a lot of really, really powerful cards. You get to play Ragavan, Dragon's Rage Channeler, obviously cards like Lightning Bolt, Counterspell. Unholy Heat's really strong, especially if you have those like Mishra's Baubles and fetch lands filling your graveyard really quickly for pretty much free. Getting to Delirium is not very hard.
I'm just getting confirmation from down on the floor there that basically we're going to be changing a sleeve or two. That's why we're having a slight delay as we start here. But chat, you are right as you're talking. There is definitely not 100 players going invited back day 2. It was 64. So if you break 64 decks down into percentage-wise, it does work out about 1.5, 0.6 or whatever it is, or 0.56 per deck. So when you see that in the metagame breakdown, we can work it out. Everyone's smart out here. So it looks like we're going to change a couple of sleeves. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Maybe we didn't de-sideboard? That looks like what's happening. Yes, it looks like we haven't de-sideboarded from my last game. Another thing that happens with Paper Magic. Don't get this on Arena, don't get this on Modo. It looks like they've presented the opening 7 or the deck to their opponent. They've shuffled. They've then drawn the opening 7 and realized that they have their sideboard cards in their hand.
I'm not sure if that's what happened, because why would you have to show the cards to your opponent?
Well, I guess they're going to get put in. I don't know the judge ruling behind this. I am definitely not a judge.
This stuff, by the way, just happens in Paper Magic, every now and then. I remember playing a Grand Prix, and I forgot to de-sideboard from the last round. It was a limited event. I drew a card, and even though nobody would ever be able to find out, you're still supposed to call a judge. I called the judge. I expected to get a game loss. I told them, yeah, I had a different trick in my deck last round. I played against a certain archetype. I thought boarding this in would be better, but I forgot to de-sideboard. It's my fault. I don't want to get into any kind of trouble. The judge came over, and actually these days these kinds of things get fixed by you take like a forced mulligan, but you don't really get any forced game loss anymore. If it just if it just happens once per year or something, when something random happens, then they're just like, yeah, I mean, you call the judge on yourself. These kinds of things happen,
which is different.
We're gonna fix it for you. Put the right card in your deck. we're going to put this back into your sideboard, but you're going to be forced to take them all again. You have to start on 6 cards. That's how it is.
It's different if they
but-
started playing the game intentionally, knowing they had it, and then
Right, yeah,
we
yeah.
saw it on stream. We're like, "Oh, that's a sideboard card. Why?"
If you
They
notice
do
a
it, then
mistake,
it's different.
make sure it gets fixed. Make sure you don't get into any kind of trouble, and just just say it. And most of the time, it's not going to be that big of a problem.
And then, so it looks like that's like, I'm guessing that's what it is. We've put a word down to the floor to see if we can get confirmation on what happened there. But we do have the Murktide player starting here on the most powerful one-drop in Magic. Prove me wrong. As the Ragavan comes
Yeah.
across and hits was that a Bloodblade Elf?
I think it was a Bloodbraid Elf.
Bloodblade Elf off the top.
It is a very interesting deck. It is not the classic 5-color Zoo deck that's trying to like get the opponent dead, in 3 turns with some very fast draw, backed up by Gaia Smite and Tribal Flames. There is still Tribal Flames in this deck, but most of the stuff revolves around General Ferris. We do have cards like Shardless Agent. There's Bloodbraid Elf. Seeing a Territorial Kavu, and of course there is a couple burn spells, right? We do have Tribal Flames. We do have Lightning Bolt.
That's a lot of reach,
There's
though, isn't it?
Lightning Helix, and I think right now every deck that plays 5 colors is pretty much playing Leyline Binding, right? That's
Oh
just
yeah,
like a-
why wouldn't you? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You've got a 1-mana removal spell for pretty much anything in the format. You've got 44 points of burn in the deck, as well as a load of ways to generate extra value with all the different, we can make 4/4 golems, we can use our cascade spells. As we see the Draco come down there, because we do have 5 different color sources of mana, and it just eats a counter spell up. As now with Ragavan turns sideways again. Ragavan's very good at getting turned sideways and generating super value just by itself. As we see a Kavu here hit off the top, we can cast that one.
One thing that's really surprising to me is that the Zoo deck, there's no 1-drop creatures. If you're playing a Zoo deck, you want to start the beatdowns as
That's-
early as possible, right? There's no Ragavan, there's no Wild Nakatl, there's no Noble Hierarch, nothing like that.
If you look, all our early drops are normally to go on turn 2, and they're normally 5/5s or super powerful because
Yeah.
we need all 5 colors. I mean, it comes at a cost playing 5 colors and these powerful cards, right? We have to set them up quite early, as we see a Kavu being cast. But that will only be a 2/2 because there's only an island and a mountain on that side of the battlefield, where opposed to the other side we have all 5 colors going off just 2 basics.
It is only a 2/2, but hey, it is a free.
It's got an
2/2.
effect.
It
You know
is
what I
a
mean?
free 2/2.
It's a looting effect when it attacks. I was seeing another Draco come down. That's going to hit another counter spell by the looks of it. Yep, double counter spell.
Yeah, and like if you're the blue-red player, you're kind of just living the dream. Turn 1 Ragavan against a player that doesn't really play any 1-drop creatures. The only 1-mana card that seems to be in the deck is Lightning Bolt. And obviously later on you can play Leyline Binding for 1, but for that you need to have more lands in play. So turn 1 Ragavan, with against no answers, and then sitting on double counterspell while the Ragavan is doing work. That is pretty much exactly where you want to be.
No, we stole their creature and we get the free looting effect off it, as we see there. Land ditched into the graveyard and a bauble drawn for the turn. And then a lightning bolt hit off the top. Just hit after hit the minute. This Ragavan is running away with this game. We're going to cast the bauble, crack it, look at our top card. Dude, this is the Scry trigger. Look, so we've got the fetch land that we talked about earlier on in round 10. How we're ball bringing ourselves. We don't want that top card, so we're going to shuffle it away. Get yourself a fresh look.
Yeah, Mishra's Bubble in combination with fetch lands does let you do this kind of.
We saw it quite a lot in the Death Shadow kind of era of Modern a couple of years ago. It was a bit more relevant. Now, we don't see it as much as a lightning bolt does get pointed to the face, dropping them down to 6 points of life.
This was pretty much the textbook draw by the Murktide player, right? Like this is exactly what you want to do every game. You have some cheap interaction. You have cards like counter spells, cards like Lightning Bolt, and you do have these creatures that you can just write to victory. And you can pretty much argue that the Ragavan won the game by itself.
Well, I'm not counting them out. If we go land drop into a Bloodblade Elf, into a Sidus Agent, we can cascade off here, get a few blockers on the battlefield. Maybe it's probably going to have to end in a lightning bolt to kill that flyer that's now just hit the battlefield.
One thing I noticed this weekend is that pretty much everyone, thanks to these cards like Leyline Binding and just a lot of incentives to run, the new Triomes and cards like Xander's Lounge, a lot of people are just running, 10, 12 fetch lands, and, with cards like Thoughtseize, everyone just starts the game on like 15 life. So maybe it's time for Mono Red Burn to
But
make a
that's why we
comeback.
see Burn, like a lot of people, players turning up with Burn and doing pretty well with it.
Yeah. There's nothing better than your opponent going, fetch, crack, take 2, Thoughtseize you, I'm at 15, and you just show them a hand of 5, lightning bolts and lava spikes. Guys still playing crap.
That is not going to be good enough with a lightning bolt in hand.
that card's great on the offense. It does have hexproof against something like a control deck, but I mean you were staring down 3 creatures.
If the life totals are correct, dropping down to 2 versus this is 3 lethal attackers. Think we're going to go to a game 2 shortly. We're just checking we've got Delirium. That looks like Artifact, Land. Yeah, we've got Delirium. Easily turned on. Go to combat. Turn everything sideways. Block. Get all the time you can on stream. Love to see it. So that's going to be game 1 to Is It Murktide. Unfortunately for our Zoo player there, you know, they are 10-1. So they've obviously been doing quite well. They must have. This is not going to be the first time they played against Is It Murktide this weekend. So they must have a good sideboard plan for it. So we'll see if we can get the sideboard up for them.
A very important thing in this game was who won the die roll, right? Because if you look at the game, you know, going turn 1 Regavan against no turn 1 play and then sitting on 2 counter spells, that is a huge advantage. But
That's not like Delver and Legacy.
If you switch, you know, who's going first, then we have the Scion of Draco just coming into play on turn 2 against a Regavan, and all of a sudden the 2 counter spells are not doing all that.
That Lightning Bolt doesn't line up well against a 4-power creature. So here's the sideboards for you. What out of here are we liking? I can see Rest in Peace. I can see Relics. I can see some Lavanas, some Teferis. Anything here take your fancy?
So Night of Autumn, can we really destroy anything with that? I mean, if you're... No, like Night of Autumn doesn't seem that great. Like Teferi could be okay. Like you're expecting them to play something like a Murktide. You can bounce it, you know, get some tempo advantage. That doesn't sound unreasonable, but you already have a lot of 3-drops in your deck. So it's mostly you have to keep in mind your curve. I think Rest in Peace sounds reasonable, but it doesn't really help your own game plan, and I'm not sure how big of a problem it is actually for the Murktide player. Sure, you shut down cards like
Murktide,
like the Dragon's Rage Channeler and Murktide, but it is also possible that they just board Murktide out.
I suppose it does stop Unholy Heats doing 6 damage, which and that card lines up pretty well against like your Dracos, etc. It's interesting. We'll see how the players go about it, because you know I wouldn't be against Cindervine if they're casting so many spells, and all I really want to do is I want to do enough damage to them. Cindervine might get that early damage I need, so I can start finishing them off with my Lightning Bolts, Helixes, Tribal Flames, etc.
You certainly have an option of just boarding into like a burn deck.
Yeah.
Against certain archetypes, you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm expecting you to, you know, bring in a lot of spot removal. You're gonna have a lot of cards like whatever, Terminate, you know, Pathfix or Lightning Bolt, and I can just board out some of my creatures. I can keep the hexproof ones, and have a lot of burn, and you know, have something like Vines come in and just play for just burning you out.
So anything you like here from the Is It side? I'm getting drawn towards like things like Fury, Brotherhood, and Blood Moon. I'm looking at these card effects and I feel like these are the sort of cards I would like to be bringing in. What do you think?
Blood Moon certainly looks appealing. I mean, you're looking at a player playing all 5 colors, right? So Blood Moon is something I would definitely like to bring in. But then you run into the problem of the opponent having a lot of cards that have hexproof, right? So you don't really have a way to deal with that. Like maybe Brotherhood's End could be okay. The General has hexproof from multicolored, so you can target it with Lightning Bolt, but it doesn't have protection from multicolor. So Brotherhood's End still should deal with it.
It looks kind of awkward. Like you know, we've got things like Fury and Brotherhood's End that do 3 and 4 damage, but Draco's 4 powered. The Kavu could be 5 power, so we might end up having to 2 for ourselves. So it's like, as long as our removal lines up correctly, it's going to go great. If it doesn't line up correctly, it's going to go real bad for us. So
what I would be looking at, like Brotherhood's End for me, would be one of those cards that I can see boarding in on the draw. If my opponent plays, you know, a Geist of Saint Draft on the play on turn 3, it would line up exactly against my Brotherhood's End on turn 3 as well. But then on the play, you know, you might be better off just having something like a Mystical Dispute instead, or just being more proactive, because on the play, you will be most likely the player who is attacking. You will be the one, you know, with like a Ledger Shredder in play, or Dragon's Rage Channeler and Regavan, and just trying to press the advantage. And at that point, it's usually better to just leave the sweepers in the sideboard.
Obviously, we did end up having starting with 6 cards there, because of the mishap that we had in the start of the game. But now we're going to have a look at our opening 7, see if we want to keep that for both players here. I definitely see a Charlotte's Agent. I see a Tribal Flame and a couple of land. That could be a good keep. See how they decide. They decide against it. Don't like it.
Lands.
And I see, the
Ragavan.
dress down looks like it came in there. So it's a Ragavan, couple of land, bowl, and a dress down. I was having a discussion yesterday with one of the players here this weekend, a popular modern streamer, Hendrik. We were talking about he's on his Murktide this weekend. Kept double Ragavan, Spell Pierce, 4 land on the play against an unknown opponent, but he thought maybe his opponent might have been on Yawgmoth, which ironically, Young Wolf is the worst card for Ragavan. And is that a keeper or not?
I mean, do you know they're on Yawgmoth?
Well, no, he said he was like 40% that they were on Yawgmoth. And he kept it. Turns out they're on creativity, and he ended up winning the game. And I was like,
I was just gonna say, like, this hand can be great against someone who is, relatively slow. You can protect your Ragavan with a Spell Pierce. Even if you go Ragavan, they have a Lightning Bolt. Then you have another one with Spell Pierce back up next turn, and then you can just ride the Ragavan to victory. So I think, if you're playing a deck like that in Modern, I think you just have to keep. If you get the right matchup, you have a really good hand. You're in the play. But if I was on the draw against an unknown deck, and I thought,
on
it
the
is a
draw,
coin
we
flip,
said it's terrible.
my opponent is on Yawgmoth, then I'm just shipping that back most likely.
One card there in the zoo person. They kept their 6, but that is a Rest in Peace that has definitely come in at the front of the hand there. So we're going to play a fetch, pass, turn back. That's probably going to get the Triome. It's normally the go-to for their deck, as we see a Bauble. So we're going to go for the Scry trigger. So just talk people through that. Why would we be using the Bauble first before we even play a land?
Yeah, there's this little cool trick you can do with the fetch lands, right? You can use Mishra's Bubbles not just on your opponent to take a look at their deck, but you can also look at yours. And with all the fetch lands in the deck, if you don't have a great play lined up for turn 1, you can look at the top of your library and be like, yeah, okay, this is a card that I want. I'll play my fetch land, draw a card, and then I'll crack the fetch land at the end of my opponent's turn. If it is something that you would rather not draw, say you have a lot of lands in hand already, you were looking at another land on the top of your deck, you can crack that fetch land immediately, and that way you get to reshuffle your deck and draw a new card. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I think the Murktide player took a look at their deck, decided, yeah, that's something I like, so I'm not going to use that Polluted Delta or Steam or the Blue-Red fetch land, and instead I'll just play a
Turn 1
Canals
Ragavan.
plus Ragavan. I'm going to draw a card.
We've seen this play before, but we are on the play this time. Like, we could slam our Rest in Peace now while the counter magic's down and take 1 hit from Ragavan, or do we prioritize killing Ragavan or getting a blocker? We'll see how they want to go. As you see, an Unholy Heat was drawn off that.
It depends on how big the blocker is. Can I play a 5/5 here
Like
that is most likely going to survive a Lightning Bolt and maybe something else? Then, yeah, I'll just play the 5/5. If I'm supposed to play a creature that is going to get Lightning Bolted, or have something like Leyline Binding that can get Spell Pierce if I let my opponent untap, or if they drop a land and represent the counterspell, then I like the play by Eric to just get rid of the Ragavan right now, not let my opponent untap, and possibly deal with the binding with something like a Spell Pierce or counterspell.
So we're just going to play our land for the turn, and I'm going to pass it back, holding up. It looks like we've got a counter spell in hand, as well as the dress down and a couple of bolts. We're going to see there's quite a lot for over on the zoo side. We're going to start shocking ourselves in, and if this is free, here's the general. I imagine this might eat a counter spell, unless we've got a way to get it off the battlefield. But if we get to untap with this, there's a good chance we're going to start making some big 4/4 golems.
I was just going to say, so when are we getting the... Can I read that card? What exactly how does it do? Yeah.
So whenever they cast a multicolored... Oh, is that what they're asking?
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is like a card that's all that popular in Modern. So most of the time,
It's not super popular. It's kind of built around these decks. It does have a very powerful effect when it lives, but we're in a world where Red and 6 is a thing. It doesn't tend to live too much with 1 toughness.
and look how different this game is. Now the Zoo player is on the play, and they get to be the one, with the powerful Haymaker in play already, while the opponent is looking for answers.
So here's a nice interaction. It's an end of turn dress down, so it loses all its abilities. So it now no longer has hexproof and multicolored. So we're able to target it with our Unholy Heat and get it off the battlefield.
And the way this works, like, you might be wondering, wait, the Izzet player just played the dress down at the end of turn. Why didn't the dress down die? If the end step already started, if the end of turn step already started, you play the dress down, it is gonna die at the end of the next end step.
It's a nice little trick that that players use. That is because then you get the full effect for your whole next turn. So you can do things like stop undying creatures in Yawgmoth, etc. with these dress downs. Dress down, very good card against things like Urza's Saga that we see floating around quite a lot at the minute, especially in the artifact decks, the hammer decks, etc. And it looks like that rest in peace is on the stack.
I think there is a counter spell in the Murktide player's hand, so we might see them just say the good old no. This is not going to resolve.
Just showing kind of how important that card is. You know what I mean? If it does turn off the graveyard, there's no all Murktides drawn in the future going to be bad. You know, it's not great when you cast in 7 mana 3/3s with flying. And they eats a counter spell here. As we're going to play the Draco as the follow-up, so we do have the big 4/4 on the battlefield now. There does look like there's an Unholy Heat in the hand though. Do we have Delirium? We've got Artifact, Enchantment, Land, Instant, so we definitely have Delirium, so that will be doing 6 points of damage. Consider, goes to the bin. And we're just going to straight take that off the battlefield now. 6 damage, yep, definitely got Delirium.
Yeah, this is why you want to bring in that rest in peace. That Unholy Heat now gets easily deal 6 damage for just 1 mana. That's a pretty good deal. You get to shoot down a creature or a planeswalker.
How about if you get to follow up with a Ragavan Dash? Is there only 1 card left for our Zoo player in hand?
But we know that there's a lot of Cascade
Cascaders,
stuff.
yeah.
So even if it's just just one card, it could be a Bloodbraid Elf. It could cascade into Geist of Sandtraft or something along those lines.
I just want to see a BBE into a Charlotte's Agent into a Cabu or something like that. Just show me that one time. As the Ragavan comes across, connects, takes that land off the top of the deck.
That actually helps the other player right now. Yeah.
So it did look like a spell. It looks like a Cabu. Cabu and a land left in hand.
And that is a 5/5.
So we're going to keep the land in hand because if we do get to attack with this Cabu, we do get to do the looting effect, which is so powerful. As a lightning bolt comes off the top here, we're going to dash a Ragavan. Try and bait out the block.
Lightning bolts now, maybe.
I think it's two land, 1 bolt. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to block, bait this out. 2 damages now on the Cavu.
Yeah, and that's kind of a forced block, right? I mean, you kind of know, like, yeah, if my opponent's attacking with the 2/1 into my 5/5, Lightning Bolt's probably coming, but at the same time, I don't really want to let them get a free card off of the Ragavan. So I'll take it 2/4-1. They have to 2/4-1 themselves. They're losing a Ragavan, which is one of their best cards.
But we are in this top decking stage now, right? So we're playing a land for turn, pass and turn back. Who's going to have the best top decks here? Ledge Shredder's probably a good one.
And this is a situation where maybe it could be better to just wait with the Shredder, not play it right away, because you don't have any other spells. Your card in hand is a land.
Oh, and try and get the convert.
Yeah, if you just wait for next turn, maybe you're going to draw another spell, and that way you can play the Shredder plus the other spell you drew and turn that land card in your hand into another card.
Did get a quick glimpse there of what they've brought in. It does look like just looking up the name of it, the Consumes All came in. I believe there's 2 of them at the bottom of their deck there.
Okay, so that deals with all 1 mana permanents.
1 mana permanents, exiles the graveyard, makes a threat. They decided that it's good enough to be brought in. Right now, I'm sure they'll take it just to have a card on the battlefield that does something. So these lands that they're drawing. But looking at both decks, top decking, I feel like on one side we want to have like something like an iteration. The other side we want to have one of our Cascade spells.
I just want to see some Cascade cards. I just want to see something exciting.
Lightning Bolt.
This is another possible reason to try to wait with the Shredder until you can get it to an X4. But
okay, let's go. Come on.
Happen anyways.
See, I was about to say this. I was like, if this is what I had here, I feel like I would have done a Charlotte's Agent first in case I hit the Lightning Bolt, because then I could have kept the other one in hand, and now an iteration off the other off the other side. So this is what I was talking about. We Cascade spells on one side for card advantage, on the other side iteration. We're going to put the Bauble into exile. Probably cast that for a turn, I imagine. This is back and forth, and we're having a Dress Down in hand. Dress Down doesn't stop the Cascade though, because it doesn't hit the battlefield as it's cast. Let's see how this gets on. Untap. Top deck war. That is, it looks like a land. Could be wrong. 2 points come across, drop them down to 10. As we're going to cast a consider end of turn. Top card. Do we want it? I think that was another iteration. That is exactly the sort of card we're looking for, I think. Yep, was an iteration. Look at another 3. How about a counter spell, another iteration for the turn, and land to the bottom? That's what I would also do.
Oh my god, that is... Yeah, you basically went from having a land in hand into chaining 3 iterations, refilling your hand, making a bunch of land drops. This is why Murktide's so good. It just gets to play a lot of cheap cards, and it gets to play cards like Expressive Iteration. There's not a lot of lands in the deck, so you don't really flat out that often, and even if you do, you have cards like Ledger Shredder to turn those lands into new cards. So these has been really like 2 textbooks games from his Murktide. Although obviously the Zoo player didn't really get to do all that much in the first game. There were two counterspell dealing with the two Dracos, and right now they seem to be flooding out a little bit.
So iteration goes to the graveyard. Now we've got a full grip of cards.
It is kind of crazy that there has only been like 1 or 2 attacks, and the players are at 12 and 10.
Yeah,
this
crazy.
is modern in a nutshell. Fetch here, fetch there, shock myself here, shock myself there.
So we're going to pass the turn back. It looks like was that another land off the top? Yep, another land off the top. Not ideal what you want. Either there's still no threat on the other side for the Izzet Murktide player, so we do have a bit of time to get back into it, the Zoo player, until there's a threat on the battlefield.
Look at that, go to 6. I mean,
That's it. Now we're cutting within burn range now.
yeah, like we are playing against a deck that has Tribal Flames. There's a couple Lightning Helixes, Lightning Bolts. I think in this situation, it wouldn't be unreasonable for the Zoo player to be holding a burn spell. So the Izzet player has to be very, very careful with, possibly getting burned out. So maybe holding up a counter spell for exactly that matter sounds like a good idea.
This is crazy. Yeah, as you say, literally a turn or 2 ago, there was 1 land in hand. We've now got a full grip moving forward. All these lands on the battlefield. And I think we've answered which deck's better at top decking. That would be the Izzet Murktide side on the other side. Iteration, such a powerful card. Chaining 3 of them back to back is pretty brutal in the top deck war. As we see now, we've got the Ragavan. With Counterspell backup, with Consider.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of finding a thread. You do have a lot of spells, you have a lot of lands, you have a counter spell in hand, but you need to find, a Ledger Shredder, a Ragavan, or something along those lines. I think that was exactly a Shredder on the top of the deck.
These are the sort of cards they need, right? They need to start getting... We've got a way to control the board now. We just need to be able to start winning this race. Land on the top. Cool, thanks. I didn't want to draw that anyway. Pretty irrelevant, bad for the Zoo player. That must have been like 3 or 4 land on top of their deck. Ragavan's giving them a helping hand. I don't want to have that. Let's see if we can draw some burn. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are in the 3rd round of today. We'll be taking you through, there's 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8. And that is, you're right, Ledger Shredder gets cast to a turn and then Ragavan gets bounced back. You can see at the bottom of your screen there, both players are 10 and 1, battling out now to go 11 and 1 and give themselves the best possible chance to try and make top 8 of this tournament. Reminder, all the top 8 of this tournament will win free flights and accommodation to the finals in Napoli. We just had our finals in Sofia. The next one will be Napoli, and it will be standard. That's the one that everyone's going to be qualifying for, and you'll see it on this channel. So if you're not hit that follow button, make sure you hit the follow button. Another land for the turn.
that
This is
rough.
rough. Anything we want to do at the end of turn? X's? Nope. Another iteration off the top. Here's the fourth one. Good chance this gets to trigger the Ledger Shredder. How about a Fury, a Is It Charm? Oh, no, not Is It Charm. A Archmage Charm and a Channeler. So it looks like the Fury is going to go to the bottom here. Cast the Channeler. This is going to be the second spell for the turn. Land drew off it.
The rich get richer. Already have 6 cards in hand. Here's another iteration. Look at 3 more while the opponent's flatting out. Yeah, I mean that's how it is. Like, you are playing a blue deck with a lot of card selection. You see a lot of cards. You have Ledger Shredder. You have Consider. You have the iterations.
That's why we're seeing it do so well, right? It's the most played deck game day 1, most played deck day 2. We see it doing super well in Modern. It's literally one of the tier 1 decks of the format. Just does what it wants to do consistently, which is key. But we are only at 6 life. We do have a couple counter spells to sit back on now, so I don't think the burn strategy is going to get there. They'll have to chain together something pretty spectacular to get back into this game, let alone win the game. One point comes across, drops them down to 8.
All right, let's see some action. Let's draw a Cascade card.
All right, we're fetching. Down 7. Let's spin the deck a little bit.
I wonder if there are still lands to find, by the way.
I think they play, as we were talking about, a
Okay.
heap full of fetch lands, shock lands, and then I believe it's like 2 tri lands in the deck, because obviously we want to have all our colored mana. I'm pretty sure I'm tapping top of my deck and hoping for like a Bloodbraid Elf. And that was a relic. If it resolves, we might get a redraw.
Yeah, if you're the Murktide player, like, you probably know, my opponent hasn't been playing anything. They haven't even used the card in hand, so it's unlikely to be a Lightning Bolt or a Burn spell. So they must be sitting on a land. Even though I have 2 counter spells, maybe I can save it for something better. Just using the counter spell here to stop them from resolving the relic and redrawing and possibly drawing into a Cascade card.
I was about to say, I think they left another counter spell on top of their deck as well, which just for good measure. And that turns out what it was, and that is what they drew for the turn. As everything's coming across here. We're going. So Ragavan's going to get blocked.
Take 4.
That's going to get trade. Drop down to 3. So now we're in bolt range. We've got multiple counter spells, dress downs, yep, all lands. Unfortunate there for our Zoo player, Eric. Unfortunately takes the L, does drop to X and 2, but he still leaves himself in contention to get into the top 8, so he's all good. And we do have a backup feature match for you all, so we're going to swap across to that there now. And it looks like we do have the mono red aggro deck. It's more of a mono red mid-range deck. This is it's got 4 copies of Blood Moon, 4 Magus of the Moons in it.
We have the mono green Hoodie mirror and the mono red deck mirror in play.
There's no Blood Moon effects currently on the battlefield, which is obviously normally quite good against the 5-color creativity decks. As we're going to see, that's a Nature's Claim, I believe. You can gain 4 life, destroy that. I imagine that's coming to fight the Blood Moon effects of this deck. Maybe that's what they saw game 1.
Yeah, so this is a mono red Obosh deck.
Yeah.
You obviously have cards like Ragavan in there, but you also have expensive cards. You have Fury. We have, as far as 1-drops go, there's Ragavan and Relic of Progenitus. Just for like a little bit of, interaction with the opponent. There's obviously Lightning Bolt. As far as creatures go, we have Seasoned Pyromancer. We have Bonecrusher Giant. There's a Fury at the top of the curve. There's Magus of the Moon, Phoenix of Ash, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, Blood Moon, and some Spikefield Hazards.
And these players are battling it out, right? There's a chance that they might be able to make it in to top 8 of these records if they win out throughout the day, or they're at least definitely sweating it out to see if they can get in. And as we see a creativity here for two dwarfs. Okay, this might be it. This is pretty rough. We're going to get 3 triggers because we're going to be able to give one of these Archons haste by the looks of it as well. So that's going to be a 9-point life drain swing plus the 5. So it's not exactly lethal, but it's still a massive hit. 1 Archon.
How do they always find the Archon?
I know, it's so lucky. Or big brain. Maybe it's just great deck building. If they're still in the deck. Ooh, okay. That is...
Yeah, that is. Let's stop you from that's Yona, the 9-mana one that stops the opponent from casting.
Is it
spells
good if you're a
from one color, yeah.
monocolored deck and they cast this and get you to stop casting spells in your color? As we see that come across. So we've managed to catch both games there at the end of it. We are going to try and move another table across for you all, so to bring you a bit more magic. Unfortunately, there for the Bosch player. Fun deck, bought it this weekend, did well, managed to make day 2, make a bit of cash. So they're just going to have to play out to now see if they can make a little bit more money. But I'm pretty sure that the top 8 contention has fallen to the wayside while we've got the 5-color Indomitable Creativity deck managing to get to the 8th win. Only a couple more, and they might be able to get into top 8.
I think the record needed for top 8 in these bigger events. There's no buys. 500 players, roughly 530 something. I would be looking at 12-3, maybe somewhere with 11-3-1, maybe
So,
maybe
yeah.
11-4.
Ooh,
Certainly.
I was thinking maybe like the 11-3-1's kind of the cutoff, but we'll see. We've got many rounds of Modern to play for you all, so stick around while we're just trying to change the cameras over for you, get the players sat down, get them shuffled up, ready to go. So if this is correct, that obviously we've just moved them across, so they're going to have to shuffle up a little bit. But we do have Teamer Control versus 4-color Zoo. So it looks like a Zoo deck probably against one of the control decks that are splashing for things like Ren and 6 and Leyline's Binding. That's what I imagine going off these. I don't have the deck list in front of me, but I could get them in front of me, so I don't know why I'm not trying. Okay, we don't have the... okay, so they have. If we've got NA, basically they haven't registered a deck list on MTG Millie, and we spoke about this many times this weekend. Please help us out. If you're going to go to one of these events, whack on your deck list on MTG Millie so we can kind of check it out. We'll see if we can get the paper deck list so we can, I say work out what they're playing. As soon as they play their first couple of cards, I'm sure we'll be able to work it out. But they are going against the Team of Control, and it is 1-1. We are going into
Team
a game
of Control,
3.
I believe, is a Scape Shift deck.
You think that's a Scape Shift deck? Sick. I'm a big fan of Scape Shift. I think it's done quite well this weekend. It's got the early game to control everybody, and then the late game is just so powerful and so hard to interact with.
Oh yeah, I found the teamer list, but yeah, as you said, the other deck is not on Melee, so we have to wait for that. Yeah, so Teamer Control, there's 1 Red and 7. Yeah, there's the Dryad, Sucker, Tri-Builder, Scape Shift. Yeah, just good old Scape Shift plus Dryad. Some counter spells, Gross Power, Lightning Bolt, Remand.
Okay, so we've got Scape Shift versus, and it's a good guessing game for us all at home. No, not Ren 7, it's Ren 6.
Oh, sorry, did I say Ren
yeah,
7? Yeah.
Yeah. Chat was it like Ren 7 in Modern? Oh my god, it's gonna be so great.
It's Ren and 6. It's Ren and 6. There's just so many cards now, so many card names, so many new cards. Everything is a X and 5, X and 7, X and 6.
Okay, let's see what's going on. It looks like that is a creativity deck to me. I see Ren and 6, I see Fable, and multiple different coloured land. So that's going to be my guess. That's going to be 4-color creativity.
Yeah, we're gonna start the game with 3 minutes of shuffling, so no rush or anything. Can I refuse to have my deck shuffled? No, that unfortunately is not a thing.
there could just be a lot of like back and forth passing here, right? You know, land go, land go, land ramp go, go.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the teamer deck does, right? Like you just in the early game, you want to deal with your opponent's early threats with lightning bolt, maybe fire and ice, and then you just want to stop them from casting something too powerful with cards like Remand, with cards like Counterspell. And at some point, you want to get to a board where you have 6 or more lands. You can play the Dryad, and then just play Scapeshift. Find a couple of Valakuts, and because the Dryad says all of your lands have all the types, you get to deal a lot of damage to your opponent. Now we don't really know what the other deck is, but there is a Spell Pierce.
I'm pretty sure it's 5k creativity. I saw a Dwarven Mine in hand. I saw the Fable. I saw the Red and 6. These are all standard cards for the 5k
And this was a
creativity deck.
very unusual turn 2 expressive iteration. Normally you want to play iteration at least on turn 3 when you can already make a land drop. So you want to find a free land. You want to find one card that you can put into your hand, and then set the third one on the bottom of your library. This was a very unusual case of I'm just gonna play it on turn 2. That probably signals something like, well, I don't have lands in my hand. Maybe I have multiple iterations. I just want to make sure that I find the lands to play. And we actually saw a Spell Pierce.
So when the iteration first came out and I first started playing with it, I did exactly this. I was casting it on turn 2 and I was like, this card's terrible. Like,
yeah.
I get one card? Like, it goes to my, this is not what I want to be doing. And then everyone was like, no, you cast it turn 3. You do. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But I'm sure there's method to madness. Maybe they are just lacking a couple of cards and need to guarantee that third land drop next turn. Maybe they've got multiple and they can cast a second one. And if they were playing around a Spell Pierce, they've now baited that out so we can resolve our second one. Which might be, a big brain play, but bait it out on turn 2 because realistically, I want to cast it on turn 3. We'll see how it plays out for the players as a Ren and 6 now hits the battlefield and a land is returned for the turn. And Ren and 6 is scary in these decks. Like you think it gets land back. Eventually, that gets to 7, and all of a sudden, boom, ultimates. You're playing a load of land in your deck. You've now we can restart recasting the Spell Pierces, Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, there's the iteration number 2.
I'm going to go out and say that was a big brain play. Casting it turn 2, baiting out the Spell Pierce so I can resolve the actual one I want to do on turn 2. Three cards in. Oh no, there's 3 cards in the from the iteration. That is 4 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand.
That is not how you want to start the game as the Scapeshift player. Like you want to be sitting on remands. You want to make it hard for your opponent to resolve something. Now you're kind of stuck on lands. You have to try to find the lands to make land drops because if you don't make land drops, well, it's going to be really hard to win. With Scapeshifts in your hand, sitting on 2 lands. But this opens up the opponent for just playing out their good cards. They get to resolve already a Ren and 7. Now they will most likely resolve the Fable of the Mirror Breaker or
I get things going to be all over it. They were going to jump on you for that one.
They get to resolve Ren and 6. I think now we can most likely see something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, I think a Fable was a good bet to come down here.
I just played too much standard with Ren and 7. That's what happened.
No judgment, no judgment. If you want to make a deck in Modern that does well with it, I'm sure if anyone can do it, it'll be yourself. Get that going. Get Ren and 7 in Modern. Can we get that as a hashtag? As I think Fable coming down, but realistically, turn 4 is the big one, right? That's the one where if we do have things like Remand, counter spells, etc. That's the time we need to start holding it up for, because
yeah, the key cards in the creativity deck is on turn 4. If you already have 3 mountains in play, which is going to be pretty easy since you have only fetch lands and all these stomping grounds and the steam vents. On turn 4, you can use a fetch land to get a Dwarven Mine out of your deck, and it's going to see 3 more mountains in play on your side. It's going to create a free 1/1 token, and then you get to use Indomitable Creativity to turn that token into Archon, or maybe even something like Emrakul in the sideboarded games.
So we're gonna fetch here end of turn. But now we get to have 4 land ourselves. So maybe we could cast a 2-mana spell, hold up some sort of counter magic. But then we've got to start thinking there's the goblins on the battlefield that makes treasure token. Potentially there's 5 mana next turn now. So we've got to play around creativity plus spell pierce maybe.
Yeah, the mana advantage is certainly real. You are going to need to find a way to deal with that goblin token, or it's just going to start, running away.
E on 0. Okay, so this is a hedge against creativity, right? Once it goes to target one of these
Right,
tokens,
but-
we can blow it in response.
But now the teamer player is in such a bad position. Let's say, okay, I'm gonna go to my attack step, right? I would like to attack with the with goblin token to possibly create a treasure. If you blow up that explosives, well, that taps you out. You're gonna have only one land untapped, and all of a sudden the opponent can just cast creativity.
You see what
but-
discarded then?
But if you wait, you let the opponent make a free treasure. So either way, it's not a great spot to be in.
Do you see what creature hit the graveyard then?
I think that was a Sundering Titan.
Sundering Titan. Now that is some spice. Start taking the lands away from your escape shift player.
But that is like Sundering Titan is very appealing these days with everybody just running Triomes and Shocklands and all that.
Yeah, true.
It's gonna be very easy to find the right targets.
As it looks like the Ren 6 gets ticked up, and now we're going to start going to combat with the Goblin. We will be making a treasure token. Treasure token comes into play. We just look like we're setting on a counter spell, Fire and Ice. Can't make out the rest of the cards in their hand. Keeping it close to their chest. I'm just going to pass a turn back.
When I was looking at the top tables yesterday and today, I was actually thinking like, yeah, not a lot of people play Remand anymore. But I guess that makes sense because now everything just costs 1 mana or 1 or 2 mana, so you hardly get a mana advantage from your Remand anymore. It used to be a great card when the most played decks were blue white control and like mono green Tron, casting their 7 and 8 mana cards. Then Remand is excellent. But these days, I think the most played cards are like Ragavan, Lightning Bolt, Consider. Everyone's just playing cards like Mishra's Bubble and doing cards at instant speed. So that obviously makes Remand a little less appealing.
And also there's a big upgrade coming to Modern with Counterspell now.
Right.
It's like you've got to have a really good reason not to be playing Counterspell and Remand over it, right? Which does suit some decks and archetypes better though, right? It's not like it's completely got it out of the format. People still do play it. Because the draw effect, the being able to stall, give yourself time, and that's like the escape shift deck. This is ideal for their deck, right? They might not always be able to have double blue on turn 2, but being able to stop your opponent for a turn, draw 1 card deeper to try and get to your escape shift or one of your ramp spells, etc. As the turn gets passed back there, Stomping Ground untapped though. What could that start representing? So we've got 5 mana up. Counter Magic plus blowing the EE maybe.
You can do that. Maybe you're holding up a counterspell and you want to play around a Mystical Dispute.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Sometimes like the extra life doesn't really matter all that much because this is a matchup where you're most likely just losing to your opponent resolving creativity. I mean, sure you can sometimes get beat down by the Goblin token, but most likely most of the games end with creativity finding either Archon of Cruelty or in this case, maybe a Sundering Titan, maybe an Emrakul, something along those lines. So shocking yourself, if you can afford it, to possibly play around a Spell Pierce or Mystical Dispute is usually a definitely worthy consideration.
As we withdraw for the turn, the Fable does flip. Doesn't have haste though, not completely kiki-jiki. Do have to wait a turn to be able to activate that, but the Goblin is online. We do have 4 land plus a treasure token plus a Renin 6, which is really close to ultimate. There we go.
That's the 7th counter.
That's 7. Next time we can ultimate that. Not like we've got many great targets at the minute in the graveyard, but the longer the game goes, the more that will fill up.
See, that's what I meant by Ren and 7. I meant Ren and 7 loyalty counters.
Ah, big brained it. You saw into the future and you knew that they was going to get to 7th loyalty. Goblin does come across. Token is made and looks like the damage is going to happen, dropping them down to 10. That is a big grip of cards. That might even be 8 cards in hand too. I'm pretty sure we're
That
going
is
to
a
have to
lot of
cast
cards,
one.
yeah. Keep in mind we do have 5 minutes left, so both players do need to try to finish the game in a timely fashion. But good thing is, whenever either of these players, executes their main game plan, the game usually either ends on the spot with Scape Shift, burning the other player out with Valakut triggers, or something like a hasty Emrakul coming in for a lot of damage and a lot of permanence.
So it looks like end of turn, the E is going to get bloated. Those treasure tokens will also need to go.
I think the Kiki Reflection
no.
has a 3 mana cost.
Yeah, the
though.
Kiki is still free.
It has whatever mana cost the card has on the other side. Is, I believe, how it works.
Yes.
This is usually where I just call a judge to make sure. Just like, hey, I just want to, let's just make sure we get this right. There's always a judge standing by, and these things are definitely hard. Like it's hard to keep track of all these rules, especially if you're just a player. Keeping track of how the layers work when there's a Dryad and Blood Moon in play, and these double face cards that can definitely get tricky.
The pressure of playing in the feature match. Maybe this is the first time they've ever managed to make it to a feature match. They don't want to mess up. Obviously, we've got Twitch chat watching. We've got us commentating on it. They'll be able to watch you back later. They want to make sure that they do everything correctly as possible. And we're cycling this will end of turn. I think we're missing some land drops. Is what I think we're trying to look for here. And then they're allowed to go to discard the Sacred Foundry as we untap, and we do draw a land.
Yeah, so it looks like the creativity player, they were not really able to turn that early advantage into like a fast win, but they do have a Kiki Reflection in play already. That's going to be able to start copying either maybe another Fable comes into play. If you have double Kiki, you can sort of like fireball your opponent where for each land you control, you can make another copy. We also have the run in 6-on-7 counters already, so that can get funny next round.
So here comes a Dryad into a Valakut. Trigger's now going to go on the stack. We've got double blue up for our counter magic, and that's only our first land drop for the turn. I think we do have another one, maybe a fetch land in hand. If we do point it all to the face, that is only going to be 9 points of damage, so I don't think we've got lethal just yet. Maybe
So
this is gone.
Right, you can either shoot the Kiki Reflection, or you can turn that Ren into Ren and 4. If you use the 7 loyalty counters on Ren, you can turn all your cards in your graveyard, all your sorcery and instant cards in your graveyard get retrace. Retrace means that you can discard a land and pay the mana cost of the card to play it from the graveyard. It doesn't have flashback. You can just do it. I think you can do it as many times as you want. So if you have something like a lightning bolt in the graveyard and 5 lands in hand, you can just bring the opponent out for 15, I believe.
Looks like we're going face though, dropping down to 9.
Wow, that is interesting.
Land for turn, bolt you again.
Ooh, and that's a fetch land, so that can, yeah.
We're going to tap 2 in response, and we're going to Besage you.
So Besage you can't really respond to a land because that doesn't use the stack. But the land comes to play, it triggers Valakut. So now there's a 3 damage trigger on the stack, and the Besage you is targeting the Valakut. You can still use the fetch land in response to that. You could crack that and point 3 damage at something else.
We're saying we could crack the fetch land in response to this. Get another 3 points in, which we might have to do. Right? I think we've been playing to try and win the game, which you should be doing. But now with the way things have worked out, and it's not going to be able to have this Valakut, we might actually have to do 3 damage to spread in 6.
This has been a long turn, by the way. It is. There's 1 minute 30 seconds left. I think we didn't even play one full turn cycle.
There might be extra time for these players because obviously these are one of our backup ones that we pulled across. So they might have a few extra minutes coming across, but not too many. There is a dice down the bottom there that's got a 1 on it. I'm not entirely sure that could be maybe extra turns. Maybe our clock on the screen's wrong. We'll find that out very shortly.
So there's a bolt trigger on the stack somewhere. I think you have to choose the target. I don't know if the target has been chosen.
I think it was pointed at face.
Okay. And now in response to Besage you targeting the Valakut, there has been a fetch cracked that is targeting the Ren and 4. Okay.
So yeah, that's gonna go to the Ren. This is what I spoke about. I think you have to now. Like you went for the win, it didn't pay off. So now we've got to make sure we don't lose on the backswing. We still do have counter magic up, etc. We get to go fetch another land up here. But now
that's so much shuffling. Oh my god, this is just modern in a nutshell. I'll crack my fetch land, find a land. Oh yeah, the Besage is just resolving. I guess I'll just pick up my deck again and shuffle again.
This does come into play untaps though if we want to get a basic. So potentially we could do something like if we had a Scape Shift in hand and we've got our no cape counter magic, we could cast a Scape Shift.
That's a great point. We are in the main phase, I believe. I like the choice of basic lands. These are very pretty.
These when I first started playing Modern, these were my basics of choice.
The unglued, yeah.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, walking around the tournament area, everyone just runs nice basics these days. Whether you're using something cool from Secret Lair, whether you're using these unhinged, Unfinity, unglued, whatever it is, there's a lot of nice choices to be made.
And then the final trigger looks like it resolved there. 3 points damage to the face, dropping them down to 6. More fetching, more shuffling.
Yeah, if you are playing a paper tournament, especially after being on like a forced break, thanks to how the world worked for the past couple of years, do try to make sure that you get in enough reps and you know how your deck works and you get to play a little bit faster than we might be seeing in some of these matches, because there's only 50 minutes per round, and these days all the cards are even more complicated than before. Everything has 5 different abilities. If you look at something like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, you have to make a token. That usually means going into your deck box to pull the token out. Then you're creating treasures. You're resolving the triggers where you discard to draw to. Then you pull the card out of the sleeve to turn it around to make the kick reflection. And there's a lot of pathways, double face cards, a lot of stuff. A lot of time just gets wasted. Plus, obviously, we have fetch land, so players are incentivized to wait till the end of opponent's turn to crack it when nothing else is happening. So a lot of
This is all happening on the end step here, by the way. This is a Dwarven Mine being fetched. Then we're cycling a land to draw a card. We still haven't even passed the turn across. We're going to see if we can get how much extra time is left of the round for you guys. Because time has been called on the round, I believe, for the main players. There can't be too many extra minutes across them. That is a big rip out. I think there's a couple of ley lines bindings in there.
I don't think any triggers have been missed.
No, I don't think triggers have been missed at all.
Because that was a Scalding Charm cracked in response to the
first trigger.
To the Boseiju that got an island, and then the forest came as a result of the Valakut getting destroyed by the Boseiju. But yeah, now this is definitely dangerous territory, right? There's 7 lands in play, so Scapeshift, just wins on the spot at any time. But at the same time, the creativity player has a full hand. They can go for something like, hold up a bunch of counter spells to make sure the Scapeshift doesn't resolve. But that doesn't play around a Valakut from hand. Like Valakut plus another fetch land, that'd be enough damage.
And here's the ley lines binding. That could throw a spanner in the works here. Taking that Dryad out means that the Scapeshift, we might still be able to win with a Scapeshift. There's a lot of mountains in play. If we go get a Valakut plus a couple of mountains and just point them at face, they're only at 5. Going to get in there. That's 3 points damage coming across. Dropping him down to 6. Again, this is like an Archon trigger or 2 coming in. We even might get to tell you of Ren 6 pinging a viable win con.
Yeah, the little damage here and there just definitely adds up.
Well, I'm trying to find how much time's left of the round. They're in extra turns. This is turn 1 of extra turns. Lovely Filipa's just come and told us. So now we've got to start trying to put together this puzzle, right? How can we scrape together a win on both sides? Chip damage. So if this is turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. So yeah, so we've got 2 more turns over on the creativity side and 2 more turns on the teamer side to try and close this game down. A draw, I don't think there's much for either player here. Definitely knocks them out of top 8 contention, I would say. But they're still going to be in a chance to try, get a bit more money. And I think that's it. Ren 6, tick down, ping you for 1.
This game has been very cool. This is the kind of game that sometimes happens after sideboard when you have 2 blue decks playing against each other. there's a lot of counter magic, you know, a lot of ways to stop the opponent from executing their main game plan, the main combo. And this is where we see the players just kind of using their support cards, you know, cards like Ren and 6, cards like Fable of the Mirror Breaker, or just, you know, just using Valakut, just playing a long game, just, you know, just naturally play Valakut, have the Dryad in play. Now every fetch land is basically double bolt, and you're kind of just using your decks like Plan B or your backup plan, where you just have to use your cards naturally to deal a couple points of damage here and there without ever resolving your escape shift or indomitable creativity.
And we're just passing the turn back. I think there was an Unholy Heat in hand. Oh, was that creativity over top or was that a Fable? I think it was a Fable.
Teamer players at 3 life though, and you have a couple 2/2s and the Ren, so
That's what I mean. I think there's a second Ren in hand as well, maybe. So maybe we could go ping the Ren, attack, bait out the Unholy Heat, but then the second Ren might end up eating the counter spell that's in hand.
definitely a tense situation. Extra turn number 3,
here
so
comes
escape shift
combat.
only gets one more turn.
Oh, they did have the lightning bolt. What's the other red card they've got in hand? Might be like something like an Ancient Grudge or something. So they're going to take the 1, drop down to 2. Ren and 6 is ticked down. Make another duel mine. Okay, so we're trying to secure up to win next turn. We've got the opportunity to try and win this turn with the Ren and 6, but I think there is a counter spell in hand for the escape shift player. But it could all be over. Top deck, escape shift, could be game. Something it's a 3 mana, so this is going to be the Fable. I also like playing the Fable here because this turn not too impactful except for making us another creature. Just going to confirm the life totals a second because obviously they're jumping up a bit.
Looking at the player's notes, especially the teamer player, it might be hard to try to figure out how much life you're actually on.
Yeah, we do have someone on the ground. They are trying to like make out what everybody's on. Well, okay, that means we do play slightly differently if this is the life totals, right? So that does drop us down to 3, and we're going to try and win next turn.
So last turn for the teamer player. Now you have to find escape shift, hopefully have like a counterspell backup, something along those lines. Or at least try to drop the Dryad.
If I say Dryad plus... No, Dryad plus Fetch Land doesn't do anything. Yeah, this is going to be a big draw step. It's not only that, they're looking at Ilipo on the other side of the battlefield. Didn't get a good look at what it was. It's a land for the turn. That's not going to help us here. No Dryad Arbors for blocking.
Yeah, this is it. Do your worst. If you have escape shift, you got to play it. You're not going to get another turn.
No way there's escape shift drawn for the turn.
There
No
is
way
one.
it was. Oh my god, they drew
And a
escape shift.
counterspell backup?
Yeah,
Okay,
they had the counter spell. It was escape shift for the turn. They drew it. That is what they drew for this turn.
And it looks like everything was just planned, right? Like,
my
yeah, I'm going to win on my turn
word.
4. No big deal.
Float through blue. Do we have any response to this? I don't think we do. I think that's it. I think we literally drew the escape shift. the turn before we did.
Wow.
That is crazy. Right, you need to start showing me some mountains. You need to start showing me some mountains.
I think we had a game yesterday where exactly the same thing happened, right?
Yes. That is nuts. That is so big. So let's start stacking some land. We're going to get rid of these 3.
Everything was perfectly calculated, you know?
Played your outs. We've spoke about it many times before. Playing 2 outs.
Down to 3 life, my last possible turn. Well, there's escape shift with a counterspell backup.
They're just working out how many mountains have I got left in the deck that I can go find and search up with this. The creativity player did everything they could do. They've set up lethal for next turn.
Yeah, and keep in mind that here you don't have to sacrifice all your lands. Your
No.
opponent is on 5 life, so you only need 2 Valakut triggers to make them go from 5 to 0. So you don't really need to sack 8 lands and try to fail to find enough mountains in your deck. So just make sure you know exactly how many mountains there are.
Okay, 1. So six lands got sacrificed. Wouldn't that be a story if we now look for a deck and we don't have enough mountains?
When I first played Scapeshift, that definitely happened.
Oh,
One or two times when I was just like, yeah, let me just learn how to play the deck. Back in the standard days of Scapeshift.
one more mountain needed, I believe. Bam. So now on resolution, it checks. There are 5 mountains. 5 mountains have entered the battlefield. So that is 15 damage, I believe. And I'm going to say it's going to get directed to your face. GG's. Jeez. What a game. Seeing that there, that top deck rip was brilliant by the Scapeshift player there. Congratulations to David taking that down, giving us all the entertainment we need to do, but we'd have no more backup matches. As I say, that game went to time. So everyone in the room is finished. Really shortly, we'll be back with Filipa and Harry taking you guys around for round 13 of Modern Action. Stick around for more of that. Speak to you all soon.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are headed out to round 13, so a lot of Modern has been played, and these are the last rounds of Swiss. So we have 15 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. And can we have a look at the meta breakdown? Because I saw it was really interesting.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the metagame breakdown of just the Day 2 deck list. We did see the Day 1 metagame breakdown yesterday. We can see 14% is at Murktide, so that's actually higher percentage of Murktide on Day 2 than Day 1. But what's even more interesting is Indomitable Creativity is at 10%, almost 11, or basically 11%, which is a deck that was only like 2 or 3% on Day 1. So clearly, Indomitable Creativity was the deck to bring this weekend. Azorius Hammer maintaining the same amount of percentage, 6%. 5-color Zoo as well, coming out from the depths of the metagame breakdown yesterday. And Rakdos also staying at a very clean 6%. Honestly, quite surprising. I definitely was expecting Murktide to do well. That, generally speaking, is the most consistent deck in Modern right now. And I think personally, I was looking at Hammer Time to take down this event. What do you think of this metagame breakdown?
The first thing I see is that yesterday is at Murktide at like 13.5%, today as 14.06%, so it has a bit more, but not that much more, which goes to the point that it's just such a consistent deck, as you said. It doesn't perform like a super crazy win percentage, but at the same time it maintains the win rate, which is important. So very consistent deck, and that's why players choose to bring it, and it's the most played deck here, both days 1 and day 2. Some surprises, 5-color Zoo, really happy to see it here, very well represented on day 2. And another thing is that we have at least 21 different decks on the top 64, so a very diverse meta game.
Yeah, so we're going to be watching Jeskai Stoneblade versus 4-color Control. Now, we've been following the Jeskai Stoneblade a bit throughout this event. I believe that they were on table 7 this round we pulled them from. Yeah, table 7, and our Jeskai Stoneblade player is 9-3. So having to win out these last few rounds in order to win this event. And yeah, we're looking to be in a decent spot. Getting that Kaldra complete with Stoneforge Mystic.
And a very interesting deck choice here to bring Jeskai Stoneblade.
Yeah, let me pull up their deck list right now so we can talk about it. So, what do we see from Jeskai Stoneblade? 4 Ragavan, 4 Snapcaster Mage, 4 Stoneforge Mystic. The artifacts we're using with Stoneforge Mystic is 1 Batterskull, 1 Kaldra, 1 Sword of Fire and Ice. Our cantrips, 4 Expressive Iteration, 4 Consider, 2 Spell Wow, this is actually really clean-cut Stoneblade. What the heck?
And there is Expressive Iteration. Finding, I think, no land, so nothing that can be cast this turn, so unfortunately there will be a card that's not going to be utilized, but I see it the Fairy Time Raveler.
And a Ragavan.
Oh, maybe there's a way to play the Ragavan? Oh, there's only an island.
Okay, so we're gonna have to essentially burn one of these cards. This is just almost an impulse. And also having to consider, don't forget, you shuffle your deck. So putting a card on the bottom of the deck and then shuffling it in is actually relevant, and identifying that Ragavan is probably not good against the Kahira control deck. I like that assessment. Oh,
revealing their...
The Sword of Fire and Ice. So now our 4-color control player knows that there are 2 equipments in hand, which is actually some sort of relevant information.
Ren turn 2, so... that monkey would have died anyway, even if there was the red mana.
It's prismatic ending. So this is typical control in Modern nowadays. You know, people used to land go, and control. But now control has so many tools in low CMC. Yeah, with so many low CMC bombs, it's very easy to tap on the early turns, use Prismatic Ending to interact with the opponent. It's not like the old Modern format. Sorry about that. We're just correcting some players' names.
Yeah, Paulo Caseiro being a Portuguese player, and Jesus Hernandez by the name, I think, Spanish player.
That's a Spell Pierce. Ooh, very nice. Having to play that Boseiju, by the way. Boseiju being a very nice answer to any artifact that the Jeskai Stoneblade player can play. Now, Caldra Complete does have Indestructible, don't forget that. Itself, the artifact has Indestructible, so it doesn't work against that, but against Batterskull, if they can't bounce it, or against the sword, is also very nice. How many Boseijus do we have in the main? 2 Boseijus for our 4-color control player, so it's not the end of the world for this Boseiju being played.
And who do you think has the advantage here? 4-color control versus Jeskai Stoneblade. It's not a matchup we see every day.
So it's down to the fundamentals of what both decks are doing. And while, okay, we don't see Jeskai Stoneblade, I would say the game plan of Jeskai Stoneblade is almost identical to Murktide. Obviously, Murktide, you're trying to fill up your graveyard for Dragon Range Channeler and such, but the general idea of threats and counters and removal is almost similar, so I would say, in general, the 4-color control player is having a nice time because they've got Solitudes and Omnaths and ways to gain tons of life and Prismatic Ending and Teferi Time Ravelers. It ultimately is awkward. So, I think in general, I would say I would prefer to be the 4-color control player, but there are definitely draws and plays that can swing the advantage across either side of the board. Let's ask Twitch chat. Who do you think is favored in this matchup? Give us a 1 for 4-color control in the chat or a 2 for Jeskai Stoneblade. What do you guys think? Who's favored?
Okay, so I think people are agreeing with you, Ari. I see a lot of 1s in chat. Oh, there's yellow at in the chat.
Okay, well now that Hernandez is tapped out, I see a Teferi Time Raveler, and if you have a land drop and a counterspell, I mean, Teferi with counterspell backup's nice, if you have the mana to do that. Oh, okay, going for Snapcaster Mage. I don't remember what's in, Iteration. Okay, well, they have Subtlety. We do have 2 Subtleties in the main for Hernandez. Okay, pitching Supreme Verdict. Subtlety putting Snapcaster Mage back on top of the deck. The blue evoke creature from Modern Horizons 2.
Otawara being played as a land.
And now, oh, wait. But they have Teferi. Am I missing something?
They do have Teferi, but they decided not to play it.
So, I'm very surprised by that. Unless, is that not a Jeskai, is that not a Rogran Triumph? I'm not sure. There's a reason why this player is 9-3, and I'm in the commentary booth. So, this Teferi Hero of Dominaria comes down, drawing a card, and will untap 2 lands in the end step. And we make our land drop. Is that... Do they have Teferi Hero in the deck, maybe? Maybe... No, they only have 3 Teferi... Yeah, it has to be Teferi Time Raveler. Okay, Snapcaster Mage, Sorcery Speed.
I really like seeing Snapcaster Mage. It's not the first time we are seeing it this weekend, and it's nice to see it play again in Modern. Getting Expressive Iteration.
Is it putting a land into exile and a spell into hand? We can now equip the Snapcaster Mage if we'd like. Do we have a counterspell available to us? No. So I assume you just use your mana and equip to stop Teferi tucking the snap, but then Teferi could tuck the sword itself, because the sword doesn't have protection from blue. But yeah, this is looking really rough for Jeskai Stoneblade, and I actually question if they should have just played the Teferi last turn, because imagine if they had Teferi on this board. I guess maybe you don't want to bounce the Solitude when you're trying to win with creatures. I could see that argument, so...
Yeah, and they could have, because that land, I think it's the Esper Triumph, so...
Yeah, but the Esper Triumph is white mana. Yeah.
Exactly, so they could have.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, that was Boseiju. Oh my gosh, the second Boseiju sniping that sword off the battlefield, even making the mana commitment to the sword even a bit worse. Twitch chat, would you have played the Teferi Time Raveler there? Would you have played the sword? With 3 mana when the opponent's tapped out. They couldn't have.
Maybe
I'm
it's
like
a
90%
different.
sure they had the mana. I triple checked. Oh, it's Xander's Lounge? So they
It
don't
is.
have
It
the mana?
is. It is the alternative art. Yeah. It gives you. It's the Grixis one.
Oh, okay. So they couldn't cast it.
Yeah,
Now we
makes
have.
sense now.
I'm sorry, I don't know the alternate arts off by heart from
It is
this.
really difficult to cast with all these alternative arts. It gets difficult to,
Do
especially these
do they
lands.
really? Which triumph do you think it is?
It's the Grixis, I think.
Because they only have Raffine's Tower and Rogrin Triumph in the list. They don't have any other triumph.
They don't have the Shen.
No.
Shen
It's a Raffine's
okay.
Tower.
Okay then.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, just didn't want to play the Teferi.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Magir, definitely Raffine's Tower alternative art, which is actually really similar to the Grixis one.
Yeah. Okay, that's a prismatic ending on 4, because we do get black mana from the Raffine's Tower, as we've been discussing. And now you could play the Teferi Time Raveler? I think that this sequencing... Oh? I guess we're going to iteration, okay. Because I'm wondering if you should have just played the Teferi Time Raveler first, try and bait out the counterspell, and then you can prismatic ending the Jace. But this is looking quite hopeless for our Stoneblade player. I think you probably want to get Teferi Time Raveler down so that you can cast Kaldra Complete hardcast without being able to be countered.
But like, is even Bouncing Solitude good?
I don't think
Oh.
Bouncing Solitude is good, but you can, let's say, plus the Teferi Time Raveler, and you can plus the Teferi Time Raveler, and it takes an attack step, right? It's more about preventing the counterspells from the opponent.
Yeah.
It's just the static ability, but again, it's down to what the player thinks suits the board.
Exactly, and here got countered the Teferi, so... And Solitude's starting to do some damage. Paulo is down to, I think, 8 life?
That was an Archmage's Charm using the counterspell mode, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of alternate arts here on the board.
Yeah.
I have an interesting question. What do you think is the value in euros of this board state, including the graveyard? Twitch chat, do you have any guesses?
I think it's enough to buy some nice vacation. Okay, so... This is going to be game for Jesus here. Showing that subtlety. And players are going for game number 2.
Okay, so we're gonna look at the player 1 sideboard here. We're gonna try and get the sideboard up on the screen so that we can all discuss what should the players bring in. We're gonna get that on for you right now, provided by MTG Melee. Thank you very much. This is the 4-color control player's sideboard. I'll do 4-color control, you can do the Stoneblade deck. Against Jeskai Stoneblade, you want to not only diversify your threats, but also have more specific answers. So life is quite easy, you want things like Mystical Dispute, we saw Snapcaster Mages being cast, we saw Expressive Iteration. Aether Gust doesn't seem very good. Unlicensed Hearse is a great counter to Snapcaster Mage, also a way to build up a big threat that can't really be interacted with too easily. Anything else that I see good? Got Flusterstorm. Dress Down is an interesting one. Way to turn off Snapcaster Mage, turn off Stoneforge Mystic, because Stoneforge Mystic is just a crappy 1-2. Now, obviously, our Stoneblade player can top deck the artifacts, but not the best in the world. Now, if we look at player 2's sideboard, we can see that... What is the Jeskai Stoneblade player working with? Oh, wait.
We were seeing
Oh,
reverse.
I
We're
had-
talking about the yeah.
Oh, okay.
We are on
Sorry,
the step.
I had the wrong deck list up. I was commenting. Okay, that is a technical error. I apologize about that. I had the wrong deck list up. So, Jeskai, this is Jeskai Stoneblade. You want to bring in Mystical Disputes. Aether Gust is not the worst in the world. Getting rid of Ren and 6 and things, as well as Unlicensed Hearse is good against Ren and 6. Doesn't seem too bad. Anything else here?
What do you think of this Jace the Mind Sculptor?
Yeah, definitely good. I mean, you want ways to gain card advantage a lot, and Jace provides that. It's annoying in a sense that maybe our 4-color control player has burn, and Jace is not the best against burn spells. But our 4-color player, oh no, they don't play any bolts or unholy heat.
Yeah, not even in sideboard. So,
Yeah,
and I see this 4-color control player also has some nice options.
yeah. 4-color control. They got access to Chalice of the Void, Veil of Summer, Flusterstorm, Supreme Verdict, Subtlety is also nice. Maybe Beseju comes in. I'm not too sure about that. But yeah, a lot of good options here. I definitely will see the subtleties, most likely the Flusterstorm, the Veils.
Yeah, we did see some nice, like the swords, so maybe Buseju will enter, as you said.
They do have bolts? Have I got the wrong 4-color list up? No,
They do
4-color
not have
control does not
bolts.
have bolts. 4-color control does not have bolts.
Some lists might run it, but not this one.
The Jeskai Stoneblade player has bolts, but I was saying you want to bring in Jace as Jeskai because 4-color does not have bolts. And also just Jace is good anyways. I'd bring it in if they had bolt.
Yeah, and we are now able to see the faces of our players, which is a nice overlay. They are shuffling. And now Paulo has the play, which will give him a big advantage here. Always bolt the bird, says the chat. Actually, the Birds of Paradise was created, I think, because Richard Garfield saw the art for Birds of Paradise that it was not going to be used on a land, and he was like, we have to create a card inspired by this art, and they created the Birds of Paradise.
Nice.
For those of you that like a bit of the lore.
So, for those in the Twitch chat don't know, who are you supporting in the World Cup?
The art was original for Volcanic Island.
Oh,
Okay,
I just
very
got
nice.
I just got a Stonewall chat. Do you not hear what I said?
What? Sorry.
I asked if which team are you supporting in the World Cup?
Oh, yesterday Portugal lost and England as well. So both me and Ari were pretty upset.
I'm supporting the UK.
You're supporting.
Not the best. It's definitely not coming home.
Yeah, Cristiano crying as a Portuguese really made me sad, but it's a game.
Yeah. This is going to be a classic control matchup. We're just going to play lands and pass. Oh, here's a Stoneforge Mystic, okay. On the play. I would assume this gets Caldra complete. Let's see.
And there it is.
Hey, so we actually see the dress down there in the Jeskai Stoneblade player's hand, and that's because it counters the Omnath draw trigger, Solitude, Subtlety, a lot of things like this. And I think that's because our Stoneblade players identified, okay, 4-color control wants to evoke their Solitudes on the early game, but my deck goes to the late game. And what does that mean? Solitude's going to be hard cast. So just countering the Solitude's trigger and drawing a card is
Oh, that's
very
a
nice.
great second turn. So Buseju into Ren and 6.
Yeah, but don't you just have Caldra? And Caldra has Indestructible, so the Caldra itself has Indestructible. So I assume you have a prismatic ending on the token, maybe? Let's see. Or Teferi Time Raveler to bounce the token, maybe? Doesn't seem too good.
Yeah, you definitely need an answer here for this Cauldron. I see it Teferi, but I think it's Teferi Hero of Dominaria, and no, not Teferi Time Raveler, so not the Teferi you need right now.
I mean, sometimes you just, like, have nothing else to do, right? You want to get the Ren and 6 and get your land back. It's okay. Forcing the tap out as well from pseudo tap out. See what we have. Yeah, I mean, this is so rough, right? You're going to bounce what? Yeah, okay. But then the Stoneforge Mystic pings the Teferi. Stuff like this if you don't have a Solitude.
Yeah, but you get a card draw and...
Wait. Teferi Time Raveler.
Oh!
Oh, no.
You should have considered in response to the Teferi.
And that's such a big deal because they don't have a fourth land. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do you consider for the fourth land? Do you have the balls? Here we go. I think
maybe
you just
need
play the
to.
Teferi. I think you play the Teferi and you bounce your own Caldra. No? Okay. Going for Stoneforge Mystic, getting Batterskull, I guess. And going to consider now for a land?
Yeah, maybe giving you a better chance to get a land after drawing your deck of one spell.
Yeah, I personally here would have gone for Teferi Time Raveler because I just think it's mana efficient and okay, it looks at one less card for a land, but let's be real, Teferi Time Raveler is an insane magic card. I think maybe I value Teferi much higher in this matchup than Paolo because remember in the first game as well I was discussing I would have Teferi on the table first as well.
Not
So-
getting a fourth land anyway.
Yeah, rough.
But the counter spell is nice.
Supreme Verdict here would definitely be a good one, but we need a second white. Probably just don't have it.
Another Ren. Just getting a land back. Playing that land. It looks like Jesus has a lot of lands in hand.
Okay. No land. This is what I was thinking. It's like so risky to not play Teferi if you don't find lands. But let's see how our player navigates this game.
Yeah, I see a Snappy in hand.
Because now you could play the Teferi, but there's a counterspell up. There's many things up. So I think I'm more inclined to attack Ren with one Stoneforge and say go, maybe?
Both.
Okay, we attack. Okay, so then you're just gonna cast the Teferi now?
Just
Wait, what?
passing.
Oh, wow. So this even surprises me more, because let's say if Hernandez does not cast a spell, then you can't violin the Batterskull.
Yeah, I think maybe Paulo here trying to play for Consider plus Counterspell. Having that option to do it on
Yeah.
opponent's turn, but I don't know if I wouldn't try to find a land.
Well, I think the problem is here is that the 1 point of damage on the Ren and 6, to me, doesn't seem worth it enough compared to the option to put Batterskull into play.
Yeah.
So let's see if this pays off. I mean, players disagree on plays. Maybe I am wrong.
Paulo has been doing really well with this deck.
So, okay. And here's the punish. I guess you can snap Consider, okay? And you put loads of power on the board, but let's say,
Okay, we got a land, I assume.
yeah, okay, this is looking good now.
Yeah, I'm not too bad
Oh,
now.
yeah, now we
Paulo has
find the
enough
fifth land.
creatures. But the fifth land is Otawara, which can be useful.
So, okay.
We got rid of Ren.
So the 1 point of damage here mattered because he had a Snapcaster Mage that we didn't know about. And now we have to see what Hernandez is going to follow up with. Typically, you want to use this 5 mana. It's 4-color control. Your deck, you know, caps around 5. If you don't have anything impactful with 5 mana, Wonder what interaction they'll have in hand.
And if you're not following Legacy European Tour on Twitter, you should. If you're interested about the meta breakdown, there's a post there with the meta breakdown for days 1 and I think 2 already as well. So if you're interested to see what decks are playing, deck lists are not public, but I think in the end of the day, at least the top 8 will be published on Melee, so.
Fairy Time Raveler off the top for our 4-color control player. I want to know the wording of Otawara. Let me quickly look it up. I'm wondering if you can target your own things. I think you can. Yeah, you can. Because we could see a line with Otawaring their own Caldra, for example, if you want to get Caldra into play. You can bounce your own Caldra with Otawara. You can bounce it with Teferi Time Raveler. There are many ways to get this Caldra back into hand that are in the Jeskai Stone player's hand to have access to. So I would expect that if our 4-color control player actively disrupts our player here, they'll still find a way to get this Caldra back on the board with a germ.
Yeah, and Caldra being an insane threat, so very possible that we see here that play from Paulo.
Yeah, this is going to be the Batterskull, though, coming into play. And I think we have a Wear Tear, by the way, in hand. I think I saw this on the early turns. Is it?
Boseiju.
Oh, Boseiju, okay.
Yeah. So Boseiju and Paulo can now find the 5th land. And there we are, that Rafin's Tower.
I think I still see a Wear Tear in hand. Maybe TwitchCat can see, but I'm pretty sure 4-color control still has Wear Tear in hand. So now, you can actually play the Teferi Time Raveler, bounce the Caldra and Violet in now, if you want to put the pressure on. Or you could just play Teferi Time Raveler, bounce it, and do it on the end step, or, you know, leave the mana up, because you have Dress Down in hand minimum. But I would expect the Teferi to come down. Especially when they only have 1 mana. Could play around Dispute, yeah.
Playing the Tower as the land, 6th land of the turn. And we have Teferi now.
Okay.
No answer for Teferi. That's going to be huge here.
I definitely think you want to draw a card. And I assume you're going to bounce the Caldra.
Yes, and then you can play it safely, because as long as you have Teferi, there's nothing Jesus can do. At least in instant speed.
Okay. Ooh, nice. Aggressive plan now. Like it. Also have a Ragavan in hand.
How much damage is this?
This is 5, 6, 7. This is 8 damage, so it's 2 turn clock. I don't think you need to play the Ragavan. I think you just hold it back, because maybe there's something like Supreme Verdict Prismatic Ending or some shenanigans like this. You never know. Solitude, stuff like that.
Yeah, and you can always bluff a Spell Pierce or a Mystical Dispute.
Yep, and can just dash it next turn.
Yeah. This is closed deck list, so keeping that open blue mana always relevant. Teferi draw for Jesus.
So that's nice because, again, it bounces the germ token.
Yeah, but it's just gaining you time, right?
I think that bouncing the germ token here is nice because it turns the board to 4 power. And with Omnath in the deck, there are many ways to gain a ton of life quickly. So I think that...
And we saw how much work that Omnath did before.
So are we going to ping the Snapcaster Mage, I would assume? Dealing 1 damage, I would guess. You can either deal 1 damage to the Teferi Time Raveler or the Snapcaster Mage, and it's down to if you have Counterspell or not. So I guess this implies that Hernandez has a Counterspell in hand. But then there's 4 power on the board, so if you need to fetch a basic island, you die. So it's a tough one. I guess you could have Solitude. Could have Solitude. Oh, but we have Sokenzen in the hand. Sokenzen make 2 1/1s with haste, and you can dash the Ragavan.
Yeah, and he cannot be countered.
Yep, so you can dash the Rag, do the Sokenzen, attack with everything at the face, and
GG.
I would assume it's game.
Let's see. And Paulo did choose to play the Otawara last turn instead of these other lands, so I think
Yeah.
they're going to use it. So dashing the rat.
For those asking, by the way, there are 2 Omnaths in the 4-color control deck. It's not a traditional list where they playing 4. It's only 2 Omnaths. So yeah, they do have access to that card. We actually did watch Hernandez play earlier.
We did,
In
and
the
it did
tournament.
so much. It was Omnath that won the game.
Yeah, it was. For those wondering, asking for deck lists, though, it is a closed deck list event. Players provide their deck list to the coverage team only, which we can showcase on the stream.
Exactly. It's not open deck list.
Yeah,
Which
but-
changes a bit the way these players sideboard as well.
However, after the top 8 today, where can players find the deck lists?
On MTG Melee, if you go to MTG Melee, Legacy European Tour, Grand Open Qualifier,
Yes.
Barcelona, you will be able to find the lists.
And also on Legacy's Twitter, they will be tweeting out the top 32 deck lists, and Legacy publish them on their own website
Yeah.
as well.
And you can check there as well the meta breakdown. You can check the next events. So go follow Legacy European Tour on Twitter. And somebody asking who's the casters for today. So I am Filipa. I'm joined by Ari, and the other duo is Will and Martin Juza. We have an Hall of Famer this weekend. Pretty exciting.
Okay, both players shuffling up here for the third game. A key one. And actually what matters is 4-color control is going to be on the play. That means Ren and 6 comes down first. You can ping a Ragavan from turn 1. Very relevant Twitch chat. Again, who do you think is favored with 4-color control being on the play? Who's going to win this game 3? Give us a 1 for 4-color control, a 2 for Jeskai Stoneblade. Who do you think will win?
Who's having access to having Ren and 6 and Teferi Time Reveler early on, I think that will immensely help the 4-color control. So I think 4-color control might be very advantage on the play for that reason. What
Yeah.
about you, Ari?
It's rough. I think the fact that you have to play Stoneforge Mystic on the draw, it's never a fun game, because especially when you play 4 counterspell in the deck and you have like Stoneforge Mystic counterspell against the deck where you don't want anything to resolve, it makes your life feel like hell. Twitch chat seeming to agree that 4-color control looks to be the favorite.
With the fairies on both sides of the board, I think it's really encounters. I think it's really relevant who plays the first Teferi, not enable the opponent to get access to counters.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's also where cards like Mystical Dispute get really relevant if you are able to counter your opponent's Teferi. Players shuffling up, and Jesus is going to be the one to start. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but I think I am.
Now, for those wondering, X and 3 will most likely make top 8. However, this is round 13, meaning there's 2 more rounds. So the winner of this match is in a good spot to make top 8 if they win 2 more.
Yeah, and top 8 is really relevant because top 8 not only qualifies for the regional finals, but it also gets flight and accommodation included, which is really relevant. We know how expensive can be to fly and find an hotel when you go to this event, so getting that included, it's really nice. And the regional finals actually are going to be, the next ones in March, are going to be in Naples. So it's going to be in Italy, and the format is going to be standard. Which, for me, it's really interesting because I think standard hasn't been played at all in paper recently. And now, finally, we have a reason to play Standard.
Yeah.
And Wizards chooses the formats of these regional finals, so it's
Yeah.
going to be the same for all regions.
Yeah. Wizards is the one who decides what formats we're meant to play, so if Wizards sets Standard, we play Standard. This looks like 3 lands, an Expressive Iteration, Jace, Mystical Dispute. Yeah, I like this.
Looks like a nice hand. We have Consider, Mystical Dispute. Their dispute being really important if Jesus is going to try to play Teferi turn 3, or even Omnath turn 4.
Okay, bottoming an island, because we did have 3 lands in the opener, and you have Consider and Expressive Iteration to dig for more. Top decking a land too, justifying this play of bottoming the island.
Land go. Have you been playing Standard recently, Ari?
So I only play Standard when there's the Magic Online Showcase challenges,
Mm-hmm.
and that format is heavily dominated by Invoke Despair.
Yeah.
As we see this Consider coming off. Standard is a fun format. I actually, what's funny enough is I was speaking with some pro players yesterday in the field, and they said that they believe Standard is more skill-based than Modern.
Oh, that's
So that's
a
a
strong
controversial one,
statement,
which
yeah.
Twitch chat is probably going to disagree with. But yeah, I was speaking with 2 people, and they gave me their reasons, and to be honest, I understand why they think that.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Standard. I play the VML, which is a tournament for marginalized genders, and I'm 4-2 right now, and Standard seems really fun, actually. A lot of Grixis, a lot of Shieldred, a lot of Invoke Despair, but I'm playing Mardu Angels and actually doing pretty well with it. But let's get back into this modern game, because that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
Some modern action here today.
Yeah. Okay, this is our 3rd land drop. Coming down, and we finally Consider. Okay, so I think, while in general, the Stoneblade player hates being on the draw, the fact that this 4-color control player hasn't cast anything up until turn 4, it seems, I would be quite excited. Yeah, just look. 3 mana was just wasted there, for example. Obviously, the Stoneblade player is holding up mana, you can't really do anything. But I think that it's leveling out the advantage bar. Like, the advantage of being on the play has been lost, right? Look, nothing has been done.
Yeah.
The being on the play hasn't been taken advantage of.
Yeah, you're not making your opponent have to use the resources to be trying to catch up.
Yeah.
When there's not catching up to do. But here, Jesus chalked Olive Fountain and pass, so definitely wanting to play something on opponent's turn.
Yeah, or holding up double counterspell, maybe counterspell Veil of Summer plus stuff. There are so many 1 and 2 mana spells that instant speed this 4-color control player has. Maybe even things like Leyline's Binding, so not surprised by that. Okay, I would be surprised if counterspell wasn't put towards the Stoneforge. Oh, Subtlety!
Oh, Subtlety!
Of
That's
course.
why Jesus decided. So shocking. But getting Mystical Disputed.
Okay.
And here we have the trigger.
So I think that the Subtlety was countered more because of the 3/3 body than actually the Stoneforge. Because a 1/2 body here, turn 5, is so easy to kill, but for the Jeskai Stoneblade player, they have, not access to not much removal that can efficiently kill the subtlety. Wow, just Supreme Verdict away the Stoneforge? Okay.
Somebody Stoneblade, what is this? 2011. I think it's refreshing to see this deck here. Alongside with Snappy.
Okay. So we have Expressive Iteration. And we do have the land in hand. But still getting value from the iteration, of course, because you probably just want to hold up mana here. I did see the dress down. Like, when you know the opponent's probably playing Omnath, we know that there are only 2 Omnaths in Hernandez's deck, but Paulo, you know, definitely doesn't know. Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it none? So I definitely like holding up dress down here. Yeah, oh, and you have Counterspell, of course, so I didn't see that.
Yeah, the OG counterspell.
Okay. It's a Triumph.
And I think Triumphs were such a nice land inclusion. I love to see all these new lands, the Triumphs, the channel lands, uh, giving you options. Because before, if you got mana flooded, there was not much you can do. But these days, you can channel the land, have some ability, or cycle the land.
This is an upkeep fetch, I believe, by the way. I think they thought about fetching on the end step and then realized, okay, I should fetch, so did on the upkeep. So this is the draw step. That's a Ragavan. Now, it's really awkward because you know that the opponent's 5 mana has done nothing all game. Actually, nothing. There has to be Solitude, Subtlety. Yeah, I mean, you probably want to fight back. And we know about cards like Veil of Summer. So this might be Subtlety plus Veil of Summer because I believe that's the Bant Triumph there, untapped.
We are
Okay.
about to find out because Counterspell is being played.
No
And it just
Veil.
resolves. So we are dashing the Ragavan for 2 damage. Exiling a land, creating a treasure token. And now we have 2 mana left, so just playing land top, getting Ragavan back to end in the end of the turn. And is there any counterspell left from Paulo's side? I cannot
No.
quite see. No.
I don't think so, but we do have a dress down. Unless there's one hiding, it's hard to see at this angle. But I think it's only a dress down. There might be a counterspell. And a Jace. It looks like a dress down, Jace, and Kaldra. That's Omnath. You should defo dress down here. You not only want to stop the draw, you want to stop the but a counterspell backup. Okay. Omnath resolves, draws a card. No, you can get a lot of mana here. 2 cards in hand, though, for Hernandez. What are we going to do? Okay. So with Prismatic Ending in hand, we do have access to 4 colors. So we can remove the Omnath with Prismatic Ending, where X is 3 and you've used 4 colors.
That I'm not hard, like just the full art, so cool.
Yeah.
I think it's from the Secret Lair.
And I would assume you dash the
Yeah.
Ragavan.
Let's dash the monkey, 2 damage. Rehu is going to 15, exiling the top card, Solitude, and creating a treasure token.
Nice.
Not a bad one to exile.
Yeah, and getting these treasures really matter. Like, you would think, why does a treasure matter on, you know, turn 7 or 8? Well, it's because of Mystical Dispute, Flusterstorm. all of these cards that these control players play, they're eventually going to draw them in their deck, right? And sometimes you can snipe a spell, snipe an instant, snipe a sorcery. So every treasure can actually help essentially counter these pay counter spells. Okay. Kahira to hand. Go. So now we know about that Jace the Mind Sculptor, Filipa. There might be a spot here to actually get it on the table.
Land off the top. How many cards does Rose have left in hand? I think 3, right?
Yeah. And we know one of them's a Kahira.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a counter spell there.
Okay, big hit. That's a basic island. I'm tempted to cast... I don't know. Maybe it's risky. I don't think going for the Jace... Oh, when you have a land drop. I think because you have a land drop, going for the Jace isn't, like, terrible because you can pay for Mystical Dispute with the treasure and the fetch. But it's up to Paolo to decide. Yeah,
Oh,
I
there
mean,
it is. He goes
yeah.
for the Jace.
that's an
Oh,
Archmage's charm.
there's a charm countering. In the end of turn, Ragavan back to hand. Ferruz at 11. This monkey is slowly dealing a lot of damage. And can chat tell me, who do you think is favored right now? A 1 for 4-color control and a 2 for Jeskai Stoneblade. When we get Kahira here, we saw that Ferruz put it in his hand, is his companion.
That's a Renin 6. While that Renin 6 doesn't seem relevant, the fact that it's probably just going to tick up and up and up because there's nothing to really pressure it, we could just see a win with the Ren Ultimate, and I don't think you want to be playing these lands. I think you just want to hold them. Oh, okay. Hernandez disagreeing, but I think you eventually want to start holding these lands so that you can ult the Ren and just have so much mana and just do so many things. I guess it makes sense to play this one because you do have a lot of draw spells in the deck. You need lots of mana, but yeah.
And 1 card left in Ferruz's hand.
Okay. So, big draw step with only 1 card in hand. I mean, you just want to be slamming, essentially. And I think we have 2 Ragavans for the Stoneblade player, which means that dashing it into the Kahira isn't even terrible, to be honest. Just using it as like a pseudo bolt almost on the Kahira, you know what I mean? Oh,
What?
oh, Kaldra.
Oh, we got a counter here.
Nice. So, I assume this goes face because Renin 6 does literally nothing on this board.
And now Ferruz is in a very fast clock, so...
Yeah.
Is that a Boseiju?
Yeah, so Boseiju can't Boseiju the Kaldra because the Kaldra itself is indestructible. So I think what Hernandez is identifying is, okay, potentially I could Stone Rain these Triomes, as well as the Triomes help with Prismatic Ending on, let's say, Omnath.
Yeah.
So let's say Hernandez top decks an Omnath, and then you want to stop Paolo from being able to ending it.
Yeah, with that Ren, you get Boseiju every turn back, and you
Yeah.
do it again.
For those wondering, this is round 13, as you can see in the top middle, and there are 15 rounds total. We had 9 rounds yesterday, we're going to have 6 rounds today, as well as the top 8 is being played today. So we have tons of magic to show you today as this Boseiju gets put back into hand because of the Renin 6.
So yeah, 2 more rounds of Swiss after this one, and then I cut to top 8. and top 32 of the event makes the regional finals, which I assume is the main goal for a lot of these players.
Yeah. Now, this might be just lethal. I mean, we have Dash Ragavan and a counterspell
And
back up.
that's it!
Wow. Hernandez extending the hand. Paolo winning with Jeskai Stoneblade moving on to 10 and 3. If he can win the next 2 rounds, it should be a lock for top 8.
Very nicely played here by both players. Paulo being a Portuguese player and doing really well with this Jeskai. And I know a lot of people are really happy in chat because when you see this Jeskai deck playing and 4 snappy mains, people are really happy to see it. What did you think of this match, Ari?
Yeah, honestly, I thought that Stoneblade was looking hopeless, but then after all the expressive iterations, the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will. I'm joined by Martin Juza, and we're going to take you through round 14 of Modern Action. What decks have we got coming up from on this round, Martin? I believe there's something spicy.
I was walking around the top tables, and I noticed an Is It Prowess deck, and it is actually a deck with the Prowess creatures. It has Soulscar Mage, it has Monastery Swiftspear, and the cards like Mutagenic Growth and Lava Dart, just trying to get the opponent dead as fast as possible. So we have that, I think, paired against Living End?
Yes, go against Living End in the final. We've seen a lot of this Prowess deck kind of popping up on Modo recently. I feel like Manguchi's picked it up recently and played it on stream. There's a couple of 5-0s in the 5-0 dump. So people are picking it up, more people playing it, and they brought it this weekend, and they're doing well with it. So we're going to see that versus Living End. But this is what everyone's playing for. Everyone that got invited back to day 2, there were 64 players got invited back. A couple of people missed on breakers with the X21 records, but most of them came across in the top 64, and this is what they're playing for. Main thing I look at that graph for is the flight and hotel. You get free flights and free hotels to Naples, where the finals will be, which is standard. In a couple of months' time, we've just had Sofia, which was Pioneer. Next one is standard. I believe the one in Athens after that is also Pioneer, but stick around for that. We'll talk more about that in the future streams. But we also get the money. We get free invites to future events. We get booster boxes, and then we get ticks. If there's anything on that prize where they want to go pick up, they're going to get a bunch of ticks. They can go over there, buy themselves giant cards, booster boxes, old boosters, whatever they need to do, whatever's on the prize wheel, they're going to have a chance of doing that. But before they have any chance of doing that, they have to start playing, and they have to start winning more. And the players that we've got in the feature match have been doing that all weekend long. So we'll see if we can go down to the feature match to them. It looks like they're just finishing to shuffle up now. We do have 2 feature match tables for anyone just tuning in and wondering how this works. We have 2 feature match tables, the table A and table B. Nothing different there from what people would have seen on coverage before. But when one of these matches finishes, we do go out into the ether where all the rest of the other players are playing. And anyone that's sideboarding, we stop them there, and then the judges move them across so we get the most amount of gameplay on this stream for you all. So don't go anywhere. Put that seatbelt on. Don't move from those seats as we see the Living End player looking at their opening 7. It's going to be pretty key who's going to be on the play here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so obviously the Is It Prowess player is going to be looking for a hand with some of those cheap creatures to start with, then some spells to play, whether it is Mutagenic Growth, Lava Dart, or something like Light Up the Stage, to see even more cards and dig a little bit deeper into your deck. The goal is going to be to trigger the Prowess triggers as many times as possible and get the opponent dead very quickly. Whereas the Living End player is obviously going to be looking to play Living End as soon as possible. Hopefully turn 3, maybe even turn 2. I think there's a Gemstone Cavern usually in the Living End list. So if you get to play first, you have at least two full attacks, maybe 3 if you start on a haste creature. But if Living End goes first, then
it's huge, right? It's literally a whole ton of attacks. Realistically, I suppose we probably want to get as much damage in as early as we can before Living End wraps the board, so we can try and finish them off with things like lightning bolts, lava darts, etc., and get that little bit of reach in. How many players? 64 players got invited back to day 2. There were over 530 yesterday playing in day 1. Let's see how this mulligan affects. And one thing, Living End actually mulligans quite well. It just needs a couple of land and a couple of cyclers, and then it will cycle eventually into what it needs.
So this is round 14. Both players are at 10 and 3, and we have 15 rounds total. And usually the cut to top 8 with this many players is going to be roughly 12 and 3, depending on how many people drew. If there have been a lot of draws, there's a small chance somebody with X31 or maybe even X4 can sneak in. But usually you're looking at least 12 wins.
And that's one that we can talk about why they were getting the early turns. It does look like Living End players on the play here, but we will be live streaming the top 8 announcement to you all. So make sure, after round 15, you stick around. Philippa and Harry will be talking you through the top 8 as I'm going to be running around with a camera trying to film all the players as they get pulled out. So we'll see live time as the players find out who will be in the top 15 and playing in our top 8 this afternoon.
Wow, so Living End on the play, that's huge.
Is huge, but then Street Wraith, 2 damage, it's not free.
Yeah, that counts. So basically, starting a fetch land and Street Wraith, that's a free lightning bolt for the opponent.
And that was another land off the top there. We're going to crack end of turn, probably get a try. Remember, we are at a mulligan to 5 over on the Living End side, so that might negate the being on the play side of things for these bats. We'll see how it plays out.
There are actually a lot of free spells you can play in a Prowess deck. So not only do you have Mishra's Bubble, you can use something like a Manamorphose on turn 2, which is sort of a free spell.
Mhm.
It replaces itself, draws you an extra card. Plus, you still have the 2 mana to use for something else. So if you just start on a Soulscar Mage or Monastery Swiftspear, follow up with another Prowess creature maybe on turn 2, then it is not out of the question to just play enough spells on turn 3 to just get the opponent dead with just the 2 1-drops.
Do you know one of the cards that I miss in Modern that we used to see a lot of play but don't anymore is a Team of Battle Rage. I feel like in this deck, just get a huge Prowess and then give it double strike. As we see a Grief ditching a Grief. And this is one of the bonuses of playing Living Ends now, right? Is that it has access to things like Grief, Force Negation, these 3 spells to protect its game plan. Problem is, when you're on a mode of 5, not so good when you start 2-for-1ing yourself.
So we're looking at another creature, Lava Dart. Obviously not something you want to play on turn 2, to get yourself down to 1 land or just shoot your opponent for 1. Mishra's Bubble, that's going to replace itself. But the card I'm looking at is definitely Expressive Iteration, because this is how the deck gets ahead on cards. This is how they are able to chain multiple spells in one turn. So you're still at 17 life after that Street Wraith and the fetch land. So I think I would be looking at either taking the Expressive Iteration or the Dragon's Rage Channeler to stop the bleeding and buy myself a little bit more time before playing the Living End that's surely coming in the future. All right, shock for 2. If you're the Izzet Prowess player, your life total usually doesn't matter all that much. Like if Living End is able to actually cast Living End and put 3 or 4 creatures back from the graveyard and essentially sweep your own board, then it doesn't really matter if you're in 15 or 17.
We're just going to sort those life totals out for you, chat, because it is the other way around. We are at 18, 17. There you go. They've cleared it up for us. Thank you very much. People down the floor. As we see a Lava Dart now being cast.
Okay, well, I was saying this is not something you want to cast turn 2, but
what
here
do
we
you
go.
know, Hall of Famer PT Top 8er?
Here we
what
go.
do you know? As we see, okay, that's probably one I would have wanted, to be fair. That's a very good card, but, we're going to put it in the graveyard, see if we can turn Delirium on here. We've got Innocent Sorcery Land, and then this Bauble will be the artifact, so Delirium will be on.
But at the same time, if you are the Prowess player, you know that this is the turn where you can still get in for a big attack.
And we're going for it.
For next turn, if your opponent plays their 3rd land, they're going to start representing Violent Outburst. At which point, if you attack with Prowess creatures and play a bunch of spells, they can just cast their Outburst into Living End before damage. So if you're going to try to pump your creatures to get in for more, this is a good time to do it.
And one thing about Dragon Rage Channeler, right? Obviously, we pick cards into our graveyard. We can start putting creatures in our graveyard, fueling our own graveyard in case the Living End comes down.
Right.
So we've got some shot. This is going to be an attack for there's 3 Prowess triggers, plus the 1 for the Soul Scar, plus the 2 for the Mutagenic Growth. That is an attack for 6, if my math is correct.
Yeah, I was walking around the top tables, and I was actually watching a Living End player play against the Indomitable Creativity combo, and the Creativity player just cast Bitter Reunion on turn 2 and discarded the Archon. And all of a sudden, if you're the Jund player, you're like, well, I guess I can put a couple of creatures back into play, but I'm looking at that Archon, and I'm not too happy about that coming back.
Yeah, you don't want the triggers from Archon happening no matter what deck you're playing or playing against. Let's see how we want to go about
The
that.
list will be available as soon as we finish the Swiss round.
Yeah,
so
soon as
this
we
is
get to
round
top
14.
8.
There's going to be one more. As soon as top 8 starts, the players will get access to all the deck lists. That's when they usually get released to the public as well.
Yeah, this is a closed deck list tournament, unlike what we had in the finals in Sofia, where that was open deck list. This is closed until we get to that top 8, and then they'll go public. So make sure you're following this channel. Make sure you're following Legacy on Twitter, because they will also get posted there. If you want to see all the decks that did well this weekend, that is the best way to do it. So it looks like we're untapping. Are we thinking? Are we in the tank? It looks like we are in the tank. We have got our 3rd land for turn. And this is where it starts getting scary now. We've got the 3 mana. We've got all the mana sources we need. How do we play around Violent Outburst? 2 cards in hand.
But the thing is, if you look at the graveyard, there's not that many creatures, right? There's only Street Wraith, and I believe that's Grief. So even if that happens, you still have, what, two 2-3 turns to maybe draw some lightning bolts or just draw out of it.
I'm trying to work out why we haven't cracked this bauble. Is there a reason behind it? Obviously, Delirium's not currently active. We managed to draw a Swift Spear for the turn.
Wow, and Nicholas going for another Swift Spear, just saying like, well,
if you got it, you got it.
I don't think you have the outburst, and if you do, well, I mean, is it really all that great for me to sandbag that Swift Spear? Like, if you're gonna play outburst and sweep my board and bring something back, then I'm kind of screwed anyways. So might as well just play the Swift Spear and hope for the best.
Why are we not cracking this bauble? That we just missed on 2 points of damage there, right? That Chandler could have been a 3-3 if that ball gets cracked. We could be one card deeper if we cracked it end of turn last turn. Potentially had a spell this turn to try to make the prowess. We maybe would have had lethal as we're passing the turn back. Are we still going to keep this bauble uncracked? Nope. Maybe it's in hand. It has. Oh, that was a lightning bolt off the top. That's huge. Combat.
That's definitely a good one. Yeah.
Attack you for free. Violent outburst check.
Well, go to 3. Well, you like to see that with lightning bolt in hand.
Take it. And I like this patience here. Like, I don't need to do anything. Why would I play? You've got Force of Negation in your deck. I don't need to bolt you right now.
Wow, and it looks like the Living End player unfortunately multi-5 and never found a Cascade spell, so not much you can do there.
Oh, Street Wraith off the top. I think that's a Grief as well. We can just have a little look what's going on. Because we might see this bolt in response and then. Okay. Oh, that is a Force of Negation in hand as well. They can hardcast the Force. Target you. Force it. Have no cards left in hand.
It was like, oh, I'm gonna. Actually, wait. You have 3 attack in hand.
It's like
in play. Well, might as well not do it.
Yeah, I'll counter that and then. Yeah, then it's game. Okay, cool. So we do see the Is It Prowess take down Living End, and Living End being on the play, but maybe that mulligan hurt him a little bit too much there. They didn't get any of the Cascade spells, but we'll see if we can get the sideboards up for you. We're only going to have one of them. I believe the Living End player hasn't.
Yeah,
Living End player doesn't register their deck on MTG Millie, so we will slap their wrists after this. But we do have the Is It Prowess deck, which realistically we know what happens in the. Over in the Living End deck, there's a chance they could have some like Leylines of Sanctity. They could have some sort of life-gaining cards in the sideboard. We don't care about that. Is it Prowess? What are you bringing in here? What have they got to battle the graveyard?
So I think what you're looking at mainly is the Flusterstorms, right? Your opponent is on a combo deck based on resolving Living End, sometimes at instant speed. Casting Violent Outburst or something like Shardless Agent. Into Living End, and all you need to do is stop the Living End. If you stop the Living End, they're not really interacting with you. They're not playing cards like Fatal Push. They're not really playing anything that really interacts in the early game. All they're doing is cycling creatures into the graveyard, and then their plan is to play Living End on turn 3 or 4 and sweep your board and bring back a bunch of creatures. If you can find Flusterstorm somewhere in your top 10 cards. Then you're in a pretty good spot because you can just say, like, yeah, that's not going to happen. I have a Flusterstorm with an extra copy. Even if you have Force of Negation, that's not going to help you too much. So 4 Flusterstorms are definitely coming in.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that as well. I also love the fact that there's just 4 Flusterstorms in it. Like, 4 of them were maxing out on them. It's good against multiple Cascade decks. It can help against some of the control decks of the removal spells. Because again, it's just a 1 mana answer your removal spell basically in this deck.
And I'm wondering what I would cut in a matchup like this. Maybe like Iconoclast is not really what you're looking for because it is a little bit slow. Like by the time you play and untap with Iconoclast, your opponent's already going to have the Living End mana. So that could be a card that could potentially go away. Underworld Breach is something you can use just for a little bit of card advantage or just playing more spells. I think that's okay. Like if you're trying to kill your opponent as fast as possible, it's probably a fun card to have.
Maybe I'm looking at these the third paths. It takes a lot of time to set them up. So yeah, maybe and they're 2 mana. I know I'm on the draw. Maybe that I bring them out plus 1 and I don't know, maybe like a light up or something along those lines. I just want to get the damage in early so I can kind of what we saw in that game. Just commit to the board, get a big hit in. If we can get one big swing in, get the big chunk of damage done, then maybe we can start finishing them off with these lava darts and lightning bolts. Maybe a breach to do that. I
think Iconoclast is the card that could be good on the play. But not as good on the draw because by the time you untap with it on the draw, they already, they might have already cast Violent Outburst into Living End. So on the play, it's going to be much different. You play your Iconoclast, your opponent just plays their second land, and then you can sit on a Flusterstorm and create free tokens. So that could be a big difference.
So that's an interesting topic that chat just brought up then. Why are we playing that over Young Pyromancer? I believe it's because the tokens that get made are different coloured. So the Young Pyromancer makes red elemental tokens, and I believe the other one makes is it 1/1 constructs or something, or 1/1?
It's like elemental tokens and the red, but the difference is while Iconoclast can be better against creatures with protection, and there is a lot of there's the Sanctifier is in Hammer deck, so having a creature that's colorless can definitely help you against protection creatures. But at the same time, it's not just an upside. Young Pyromancer is red and Iconoclast is blue. So if you're playing against a deck that's running something like Mystical Dispute, then the downside of Iconoclast is that it can get countered, on turn 1 by the Dispute. Whereas if you play Young Pyromancer, they don't have that option. So they both have an upside and a downside, and you just have to look at the metagame and figure out which one you want to play.
It's also, I believe it triggers off. Is it non-creature spells?
Oh yeah,
where one's instance or sorceries.
That's the big difference. Yeah, in Pioneer, you might want to play Iconoclast mainly because of Brave the Elements. Here, Young Pyromancer, I think, triggers only off of instants and sorceries, whereas Iconoclast triggers off of like non-creature spells.
Yeah.
So it triggers for Bubble, it triggers for Breach, and whatever else you might have. So that makes a lot of sense. And in this case, you don't really care about playing around Dispute all that much if you can just make extra tokens with Bubble and Breach.
Okay, so one thing we haven't spoken about too much about this weekend is companions. Obviously, a lot of talk about it recently in Modern and other formats. We've had 2 of them banned. Ideally, the 2 most popular ones are now banned in Modern. We do see Draganta here. We see a couple of the other ones floating around here and there. Yeah, Kahira and Draganta seem to be the main 2 that kind of still see a bit of Modern play. We did see a Bosch, I suppose, in one of our other rounds. So, what was your opinion on these? Like, do you think they're good for Magic? Do you think they're bad for Magic? Obviously, we had to change the ruling originally where you could just cast it straight from the companion zone.
That's what that's what I wanted to say. You basically started with them almost in your hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could just pick them up from your sideboard for free and then cast it. So you essentially had an 8th card, and now we made them cost 3 more mana to even move them from the sideboard into your hand, and they're still banned. So that might have been a little bit off to begin with.
I'm on this, I don't like the idea that Lewis itself is a powerful card, right? And so is Yorion. Very powerful cards when they're in your companion zone. But because we banned them outright, I can't play them in my main deck. Like, I feel like Lewis could be a main deck card. They're still legendary. I can't play, playing 4 of them is obviously going to be pretty bad for me. But because with the outright ban of it, I'm a bit like, I'd rather just ban the companion rule, really. You know what I mean? And just let me play these cards in my deck.
But at that point, like, you probably don't want to do it because you would be admitting, like, we really messed up with this one.
Well, yeah. I don't make the rules. I just say what I think. As we see both players here now drawing their opening 7. Obviously, Living End will be on the play, or at least I imagine they're going to be on the play. They did manage to lose game 1, unfortunately for them, but they did take a hefty mulligan. Let's see if they're going to keep 7. It looks like they're going to keep the 7, but is it Prowess says, nope, hitting these back, I think I can get a better 6. And how important is mulliganing? And obviously, that sounds like a stupid question, right? Obviously, you've got no land, you mulligan, but having the skill or the experience to mulligan a hand that some people will say, no, that's a keep, that's good. Or if I get 1 land away and this hand's broken, you know what I mean? I should go. What's your experience on just making a decision? This hand isn't keepable.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think in general, people probably don't mulligan as much as they should be, and especially in formats like Modern, like taking a mulligan with the London mulligan rule is not as punishing as it used to be. There's a lot of card selection, the fetch lands and dual lands, like these kinds of mana bases. You are very rarely stuck on like just having 1 color, like unable to cast cards. So especially if you're playing a matchup where you just need to be fast, which, playing against a combo deck or the combo deck playing against Prowess, which is trying to get you dead in 3 turns, this is definitely a matchup where taking a mulligan, if your hand is too slow, is definitely something that I would advise.
And talking about slow hands, we don't have that familiar player here as we see a turn 1 Prowess creature into a turn 1 cycle, draw for a turn. This is a big grip of cards. What is that? I think they've got Dead Gone in their hand.
Yeah.
That must have come in out the sideboard. I don't think they play that in the main. Normally see that in more of a Rhinos build, but
yeah, that makes sense. Like, you want to bring in a cheap removal spell for the Prowess creatures, but at the same time, you don't want to mess up your deck and then cascade into something like a lightning bolt. But the way the split cards work is when you play a cascade card, it counts the mana cost together. So
And we're going to see it here. This is what I call the mutagenic growth check. Do you have mutagenic growth in your hand? Nope.
and perfect play. Let's cast the Dead Gone right away on my own turn, because if I wait for your turn, I'm just gonna give you a chance to play something in response, like a Metamorphose or Lava Dart, Lightning Bolt, something along those lines. So definitely a great play to just fire off the Dead Gone right away. But it did cost.
Yeah.
It did cost them a bunch
3
of life.
life. And here comes a Swift Spear coming in for 1. I don't think is damage happening yet, or we triggering anything. Any spells going to the face. And we don't mind killing the creatures, because these are very small creatures, right? At the minute of living end, I'm getting back 9 power. You're only getting back 1 power. So I don't know, nothing, just 1 damage on the Swift Spear. Okay. Looks like another land was drawn there for a turn.
This might also be that you just want to keep up your blue land untapped and represent the
Fluster.
Flusterstorm.
That's big brain. I like that as well. As we're just passing the turn back.
It's not easy to be a combo player in Modern these days. Like, we keep watching these matches, and your opponent always has like either a Blood Moon, or there's a Teferi in play stopping you from even resolving Living End, or even this mono red deck basically just gets to bring in a full set of Flusterstorms.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It really isn't easy these days to play combo.
So we're going to just come across with 1 point of damage there. Don't want to commit too early, because obviously we are starting to play around things like Violent Outburst now that could potentially wrap the board if we do go too big. As we see, I light up the stage. This is going to cost 2 cheaper, because damage did happen this turn. This is what we want to see, right? If you're over on the power side, you want to see them cycling. You don't want to see any Living Ends cast. As looks like what we're going to do is just cycle. I feel like I'd want to leave the red mana up there, though, in case I do draw like something another Dead Gone.
Every time your opponent taps a blue mana when you're casting a spell, you're expecting them to have something like Spell Pierce. But obviously, we know that if you're playing Living End, you're not gonna have these cards in your deck. Like maybe a Mystical Dispute, but that's not really gonna help in this case.
Now we're in the territory, though, a Living End is basically game, right? Like, that is
Right.
a lot of power in that graveyard. That's 10... I think we're around 20 power in that graveyard, so if a Living End does resolve, it's going to be pretty brutal. As the light up stage resolves, we do draw our 2 from it, and then we're just passing the turn back, hoping that these Flusterstorms are good enough. If we even have them in hand, I can't remember seeing them in their hands, so... But they are playing like they have it. This isn't an open decklist tournament, so they do not know what is in each other's deck. As we're going to start cycling again. That is that's an ingot, right? Destroy target artifact? Artifact for 1 red to evoke. That's a hedge against, I guess, some sort of graveyard interaction, maybe your relics, etc.
Yeah, something like Unlicensed Hearse.
Hearse.
If you're playing Living End or any kind of combo deck that relies on graveyards, you just kind of have to proactively bring these answers in, because if your opponent just resolves Unlicensed Hearse on turn 2, it's gonna be really hard to win through that if you don't have an answer. That's that's probably the hardest part of playing these combo decks, is just having to proactively bring these answers, and that means diluting your deck, right? Like you would rather just keep your deck the way it is in game 1, just all combo pieces, all cycling cards and lands to make sure I'm as consistent as possible. But unfortunately, after Sideboard, you just can't do that, because everyone has the graveyard hate cards, or some kind of hate or counter spells.
Yeah, I play Living End. It's one of the decks that I enjoy playing in Modern, and it is no matter what, after game 1, you're always having to bring in, because there's so much hate against graveyards now in multiple different colors, and some of them are enchantments, some of them are artifacts, some of them are creatures. We haven't seen many endurances cast this weekend, but like, how do I hedge against all these? Do I bring my subtleties in? Do I bring in my breakers to get rid of? It's just a guessing game, especially in these closed decklist tournaments. As we can see, end of turn, we're just going to fetch up another blue source here. We're going to draw for the turn.
And it's interesting.
There's a Flusterstorm off the top again.
It's interesting seeing, like, you're the Living End player. You see that your opponent is playing blue, so you do it. You're seeing the expressive iterations. You might be thinking, yeah, it's a free splash, right? Like in Modern, with all the fetch lands, just having a couple of Steam Vents in your deck and Spire Bluff Canal, that doesn't really cost you anything. Like, you're not really giving up much. You don't really worry about Blood Moon, because you are basically a mono red deck. So you might not be thinking about Flusterstorm. You might just be thinking, yeah, I mean, sure, maybe there's gonna be, a couple copies of Spell Pierce in the sideboard or some kind of like Mystica Dispute. But a full playset of Flusterstorm is definitely the perfect card for this matchup.
So this iteration is resolving. We're having a look. I think that is an alternate art lightning bolt. I know you love your alternate arts. And a red card I can't make out. Maybe a land. We'll have a little look, see what they decide. They haven't played their land drop for the turn.
Oh yeah, and keep in mind this Underworld Breach is not in play. That has been exiled with Light Up the Stage. So if that is about to come into play, it has to be now.
So we're paying the 2 for the fetch. 1 Prowess trigger. I'm going to take it for 2. We did put the lightning bolt to the bottom, which is quite interesting.
Something that can get awkward on the Prowess side is if you have a bunch of breaches in your deck and a bunch of Flusterstorms, playing Light Up the Stage when you don't have a lot of pressure can just result in like, oh yeah, I just revealed a breach and a Flusterstorm. Yeah, those are not very proactive. I guess I'll pass. The opponent sees that you have a Flusterstorm ready, so they just don't do anything on their own turn, and then eventually the Flusterstorm's gone. So it doesn't combo particularly well with Light Up the Stage, but it is still a value card that is great when you're attacking and if you're looking for more gas and you end up revealing something proactive.
And here's the Waker. Oh, they definitely don't want to see any living end. I'm guessing that's going to be going to the graveyard. This is the Waker of Waves. That's the one. Waker of Waves,
the one that
2 mana
gives
cycle. Yeah, you get to put 1 card into your hand, 1 into your graveyard. They see another Waker plus a living end. I'm pretty sure that living end is going to go to the graveyard. Yep. So they're both going to go into the graveyard. Waker goes to hand. And yet, it still doesn't look like they've got... Hold on, they've got double living end in hand. If they've got double living end in hand...
That would be brutal because there is 3 living ends in the entire list, right?
Yeah, there's two cards at the back of their hand. I can't quite make it out, but they did look like black
Oh my
cards.
god, I think you're right.
That
is
brutal for them. We saw this earlier on in the weekend. That the living end player managed to draw all their living ends.
That would be absolutely brutal.
Well, there's a way to cascade, and there's a grief. Grief is going to go to the graveyard, so I suppose we're going to find out right now.
I think with all the triumphs these days and everything, there might be a way to just get double black into play and maybe just suspend living end.
They play the blue-black filter land sometimes.
Right, but that's gonna take a while.
Well,
oh my god!
There's one living ends.
I
Grief
believe,
you.
Oh my god!
Is there any more griefs left? And then look at it. You see double Flusterstorm. Just breaks your heart because now there's only one more. There's one more living end in the deck, and there's a good chance it's going to get countered. This is brutal on the other side, but then is a price doing what it's going to do? We've been playing like we've had Flusterstorm this whole game. We now have 2. This 1 grief's not going to be enough. Like normally, you can just grief out the 1 counter spell in the hand, right? And then you just get a call. Now I'm going to cascade into my living end. Not this time around. We've got that covered.
Yeah, if it is the 3rd living end, can we get some Fs?
some Fs in chat
in
for
the chat
living end
for
player.
living end player. Yeah, that is some terrible luck.
But on the other side, you know what I mean? I light up the stage. Not going to do too much here. Like we're only going to chip away for 1 point of damage, and then we get to cast in and potentially next turn. So look, we're looking at like 2 turns before we can kind of maybe get a big hit here.
This is where the games get interesting, though. Like this is where yeah, you see the 3rd living end in your hand, and you're like, okay, well, what's my other plan? What's my other way to win the game? I guess I'm just gonna have to hardcast these big creatures. I mean, it would actually work out, right? Like right now, Flusterstorm doesn't really do a whole lot against a 7-mana 5/5.
That is not. It's not. There's 1 more living end left in the deck. That's a force negation, an agent. Oh, it's double force and agent, I think. So no, there's 1 more living end left in the deck.
Okay.
But how do we get through? Like these force negations aren't doing nothing against the Flusterstorm. There's 1 spell been cast so far, and we're just going to pass the turn back. That was a land off the top. I'm not huge on cracking my fetch here because I'm about to pro play a light up the stage, unless I'm main phase and casting this light up, which I don't hate. Looks like that's what's happening. Or we're going to put Triganta in our hand.
I would personally expect the light up the stage, because at this point, like if I'm putting Giganta in my hand, at that point, it might just be better to just cast light up the stage and try to get more action that way.
Yeah.
Because that's also going to trigger the Swift Spear. But at the same time, casting light up the stage now means you are unlikely to cast anything this turn because you really want to still keep the double Flusterstorm up.
There's a mutagenic.
There are free spells though, so there's that. That's the upside of casting it in your pre-combat main phase, because you do get to play cards like Mishra's Bubble and.
So this is going to be an attack for 5 total.
Growth.
And this is what I mean. Like we played our land for the turn, so at least we definitely got a land drop next turn. Realistically, we're not doing too much else unless I'm casting this Flusterstorm, so I think I would have wanted to not play my land drop this turn, and I could have played this 5, is it? But this is how it plays out. We'll see how this.
Yeah, and Chet is pointing out you can save Mutagenic Growth as an extra spell for the Flusterstorm because now the opponent has 5 lands in play. So next turn, they can drop their 6th land, cast a Violent Outburst, and even if you do have Flusterstorm, you're gonna be forced to cast the second one. Maybe try to fight over some Force of Negations.
Agent into Living End, so that's 2 spells. Flusterstorm's the 3rd spell. So yeah, but also
you're basically mana leak. They can pay, so you have to use the second one. And then if you next turn don't kill the opponent with the Swift Spear, they can just play another Living End, and that would be the not really the game, but the game would change drastically. But again, it depends on how many Living Ends there are exactly in the Living Ends player's deck, because you can see that 2 of them are already gone. One is in the graveyard, discarded earlier, and one has been used to cast Grief, so that's in the exile zone. So if you...
This is the scary bit about Living End, is when I look at my top card, I'm like, please don't be a Living End that I drew for a turn. Please don't be Living End. And it is a... They've seen it. It was a Living End. They drew Living End for the turn.
No.
Come on, I'm almost...
Oh, it is a Shardless Agent.
Oh, was it? No, they had a Shardless Agent. Maybe it was Living End, or was it Grief? There's definitely a black card in there. Maybe it was a Grief. No, it was Living End. It was Living End. They drew Living End for the turn.
Oh my god,
They drew Living End for the turn. It's definitely Living End. Oh, that's so bad. And I've been there as well. I've been there when you've got the option to do it last turn or in your upkeep, etc. Brutal for the Living End player. Nothing going their way here, but we're going to go to plan B. We're going to start hard casting our big spells. This is a 6/4, I think. Oh no, this is the 3/3, isn't it? It's the 3/3 one.
Man, this match has been crazy. Like, we basically saw Living End just never do anything.
No.
Both games, they're just cycling cards, playing lands, and just dying. This has been a big fail rate on camera of the Living End deck.
So we're going to play the land for the turn. Looks like we're going to crack it, draw a card. We did draw a Lightning Bolt for the turn, which is going to help when our opponent is at 6. We drew a second Lightning Bolt for the turn. Our opponent's tapped out. We have to play around Force of Negation. We have Flusterstorm up. This is going to be a GG, right? Double Bolt face. They're going to force it. You're going to Flusterstorm the Force. And we're going to do this all during combat. Just in case, because...
Might as well.
What a crazy game. I feel bad for Living End player. We've all been there. All Living End players, at least. We all know how this works.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, you're playing a combo deck that is capable of some crazy, some crazy things. You can.
Oh, hold on. Let's result. Bolt you again. Have we got a third bolt that I'm not thinking of? Why would we not be using the Force here?
I think the Force was you. Oh, you mean
the Force was used on the Force. The Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, game's going to continue, but not with that land off the top. I don't think it's going to. We're going to play it for the turn. Might as well, because we do have expensive cards in our deck, and we are at the point where we're going to have to start hard casting them. Oh, well, we can make 2/1/1s with the. We've got the land in hand, haven't we? That makes a 2/1/1 Spirits with haste. And the ball off the top is just going to add to the the Prowess trigger.
And there might be tunnel vigiling on the Flusterstorm, right? Like, you bring it in to counter a Living End. So at some point you might just not notice, oh yeah, it would actually be good to just force my bolt through, right?
And 2/1/1s. Oh, are we bluffing? We're bluffing that we're moving 3 lands. I've got an outburst. We're bluffing it, and I love it. Attack. 3 damage. Shake their hand, and that is GG's.
Well, some absolutely terrible luck for the Living End player. You hate to see that.
Super unfortunate. But it does look like we do have a backup feature match, so we'll jump across to that one for you all. Try and work out what is happening in that one. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We are around 14 of Modern Action here live at Barcelona. We've only got one more round after this, and then we will be having our cut to top 8, which we will be streaming live, so make sure you stick around for that. And then we're going to stream the top 8 and see who walks away calling themselves the Barcelona champion and gets the invites and the trophy and the money and the flights and the accommodation and all of it that goes with it to Napoli. And this looks like we're joining in. This is our backup feature match. This is the 4-color Rhinos deck versus the Jeskai Breach deck. Jeskai Breach, obviously quite popular right now on Magic Online, taking down quite a few tournaments over in America. As Rhinos, we kind of know what's happening in Rhinos, but it does look like something is happening here. We do have the head judge. That is the head judge of the weekend. He's looking at rewinding. Maybe the life totals are wrong. Classic paper magic and drama, as always. So maybe it could be the endurance got flashed in end of turn, and there's a Teferi on the battlefield.
Is that a Teferi? That's one of the
that is a
special
Teferi,
art.
yeah. That's the full art one that we were talking about yesterday, or not the full art, the old card style Teferi in an old border. I don't actually know the full name of what we're calling those Teferis, but it is definitely a Teferi Time Raveler. But while we're waiting on this chat, we'll try and get confirmation of what's happening down there, and we'll get it, be able to inform you. What would you have brought this weekend? Obviously, we've got the day 1 meta game. You could see that yesterday. We've also got the day 2 today. So go look at Legacy's Twitter page if you want to go check that out, see what decks managed to make a good conversion rate. I feel like I would have brought Yargmoth this weekend. I think it might have been a bad choice with the amount of scam that turned up. But and you were talking about yesterday. You're thinking maybe, well, is it Murktide? Which would probably been a good.
I like the look of Murktide. But at the same time, I like proactive decks, linear, some fast decks. So something like 5-color Zoo might be a fun deck to play. This is a Prowess deck, also looks very fun. I like that it gets to play the 4 Flusterstorms in the sideboard. So even against combo or something, super fast, I'm not just drawing dead. If they just have their combo turn 3, I have a Flusterstorm. So that looks like a pretty cool deck to me. Obviously, also something like Hammer Time. Does look pretty appealing because the win rate of that deck is pretty high. But as far as like something that gives you the highest chance to win, I think there is a good reason why Murktide is one of the most popular decks. It gets to play a lot of interaction. There's a lot of decision trees in the games. You see a lot of cards. You have a lot of card selection, so mulligans are not as painful. You also have some aggressive cards. You have Ragavan that can completely dominate the game on its own, basically. So I like decks like that where some certain cards can win you certain matchups. But also the Jeskai Stoneblade deck looked really nice.
Yeah,
that also gets to play a lot of.
That was a really cool deck that we've seen this
cards.
weekend, and
Yeah.
they're still doing well. I think they won the last round on the feature match. I have been informed that the judge call right now is about that Dead Gone. Dead Gone, obviously, 2 damage to target creature. It was pointed at the Teferi, is what I'm being told. So that they're basically trying to see if they can rewind this. Anyway, I don't know how many turns have happened since, but the Dead Gone targeted Teferi, and that's where we're at, and that's why we got this judge investigation.
Yeah, these days, like every card pretty much deals damage to creatures and planeswalkers.
But it's a very old card, isn't it, Dead Gone? Like the split cards, we haven't seen them in a hot minute printed. So the mistake, I understand how this mistake was happened.
Some of the old cards actually got errata so that they also can target planeswalkers. But I don't know which card exactly that changed this way. But as far as I know, Dead Gone only targets creatures now, and Fury Impulse also is the one that only targets creatures so far.
Well, while we get that all sorted out for you down on the bottom tables, we'll talk through what are the players playing for this weekend. This is the price structure for making day 2. Obviously, making day 2, get some ticks, you get some money. And then you're going to keep battling out to see how many ticks and how much prize money you're going to get. And are you going to add to that? If you manage to make the top 32 this weekend, you will win yourself an invite to Napoli, the finals. We just had Sofia. The next one is in Napoli in a couple months. And that's what, speaking to the players, that's what they're actually playing for. When I say, like, what are you here for? They're like, I just want an invite. I just want to go to Napoli. They saw how good Sofia was. They saw all the big pros and Hall of Famers come out of the woodwork and start playing in that one. And they want to be there part of and playing against those players and having a shot at trying to get to 1, the Pro Tour, and 2, Worlds. Above that, they're going to start playing for a bit more money, a bit more, boxes, etc. As soon as they get to the top 8, they start winning flights to Napoli, hotels in Napoli. Plus, you get the free entry to future events. We see some of the finals around the world. You have to pay to enter that, even if you qualified for it. Not here in Europe. It is free as long as you qualify through one of these ways.
Yeah, the prices in the top 8 are like very similar to what GBs used to be, right?
Yeah.
Like if you look at the first price, that's $2,200. You get 25 boxes, which like the rough estimate is you add 2 zeros, so it's something along the lines of like 2K to 2,500. A flight plus a hotel. I mean, you can bring your partner with you to the tournament. Maybe have some nice vacation in Italy. That is definitely something that comes together at something like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 maybe, and that was pretty much what you got for winning a GP back.
It is a hat off to Legacy for this, right? Like, they only get certain portion of this from Wizards, and they bump up the rest of it. They add all the rest of it. They're trying to make these experiences the best they can be for players. They've listened to your feedback. We listen on the stream, what we can improve on stream. That's something that I can have a big hand in, but when it comes to prizes and making the tournament itself better, this is Legacy, listening to your feedback, okay? The constructive feedback, as long as you say something constructive, say it's bad, why is it bad? Don't just say, oh, that sucks. But they've done it and they listened, and as you agree, the tournaments every single time get better and better and better. The prizes are getting better and better and better, and we're at where we are now. So it's great when I've got the back staff looking at me weird. No, they're not looking at me, they're looking at the screen. We've still got this judge investigation going on by the looks of it. Once that is sorted, we will go back down there. But this weekend, it's been an overall success. We've had over 500 players turn up for day one and battled out a lot of modern decks. We managed to see that metagame breakdown. We saw that yesterday. We invited 64 of them back. I believe 6, 2, and 1's majority of them got back or better. I think there's only 4 or 5 players managed to miss out on tiebreakers to not get in that top 64.
I can tell you what the standings look like right now.
Okay, go for it. Let's talk about standings. What sort of decks going into this round did we have at the top?
I think we have one person who is pretty much locked for top 8 unless something drastic happens.
What, 12 and 1? Yeah,
Marco Caputo is 12 and 1 right now.
Let's build some suspense about this deck. Well, this is not a deck that people we've spoken about Blood Moon all weekend. What deck currently now is sat at the top of the standings?
It is Amulet Titan, and I believe Marco has a fully foiled, really pimped out copy of the Amulet Titan deck. So it looks really cool. And watching Marco, I think he knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that. Like, I've actually watched him this weekend. I've seen how well he's been doing. So I'm getting past something by the team.
Yeah, like like all the sequencing, all the triggers, everything perfectly on point. So Marco, I believe, is our person who is locked for top 8 right now.
And that's really cool. Seeing an Amulet Titan player, that's not Murktide, that's none of these. Murktide plays Blood Moon, Scam plays Blood Moon, but yet Amulet Titan, they've managed to go through or weave through this field. They know how to play in that matchup, and they've turned up with this deck fully foiled, as you said, which Modern rewards, right? If you learn your deck in and out, Modern will reward you for that, and we're seeing that clearly here.
Exactly. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. Even though Amulet Titan might not have, the best win rate in the format, or maybe Murktide might be slightly better in terms of win rates. This is exactly someone who's been clearly practicing with the deck a lot. They have a lot of experience with the deck, and that's something that counts. That's something that's going to give you a big edge. So
what have we got down in second place? Like what are we seeing down there?
Yeah, we have 2 players at 11 and 2. I'm not even going to try to pronounce all the last names because I would butcher them, and I don't want to do that. But I'm going to tell you the decks. It is 5-color Creativity. That's number 2. We have 5-color Zoo at X and 2 as well, so that's pretty exciting. And after that, we have a bunch of players with draws, 10-2 and a draw, 10-2 and 1. We have Rhinos, Murktide, Azorius Hammer, and then a bunch of players at 10 and 3. That includes another Hammer, Jeskai Stoneblade, Iza Tempo, I believe, is a Murktide deck. We have an unknown list here. I think we had that on the screen.
We've got the metagame put up on the screen there for everybody to see. So this is the day 2 meta of everyone that managed to make it through. And we see there, Murktide quite heavy. But how many Murktide have we got? Does it look like we got, or how many down?
At 10-3 or better, we have 1, 2, 3, I think 4 Murktide.
Okay, so quite a lot are in contention for top 8.
Plus the Izzet Prowess deck that we just saw.
You got to remember there is a just under above 4% there of other. They are people that didn't register their deck lists on MTG Minis, which does make everything a slightly harder for us to make the breakdowns and tell you exactly what decks. But I know at least one of them that didn't hand in that's doing well is the person we just saw. Actually, unfortunately for them, could take up the L is Living End. I think that's the only person near the top that hasn't registered their deck list. Everyone else,
But
absolute mega gamers and registered on MTGM.
To be fair, it wasn't mandatory.
It's not mandatory. It's just it helps everything goes a lot more smoothly for us, for you at home, for people like Frank Carlson to get the data. You know, there's a lot of data gets pushed out online these days with the websites, with Twitter, etc. So it just helps the whole community grow and tell, you know, this is what did well in this tournament, this is what in this tournament. When we have to pick things like other, it's slightly harder, but it happens. There's no requirement. If people want to do that, they need to do that. The investigation is still ongoing for people, so we're going to keep talking about this this meta breakdown. Eldrazi Tron. I saw this last round play against the Jund Creativity deck. Jund Creativity managed to take it down, but the Eldrazi Tron deck, a card I haven't seen in Modern yet, where it had the card of the Great Creator, but found the new artifact that can exile like 4 copies of a card from someone's deck.
Oh, the Stonebrain.
Stoneblade,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh,
That's a great name too for the card, by the way. That Stonebrain. Yeah.
It was crazy. It was really, really good. I thought that was quite fun. I'm impressed that the Amulet Titans do so well. And I do think that turning up to a tournament with your pet deck that you've played for years, that you know all the ins and outs of, even though you're probably in a bad meta, you've turned up and they've managed to take down and pilot their deck so well. That's such a hat off to the player, not just the deck. You know what I mean? Sometimes decks carry players. But in that instance, I feel like the player's carrying the deck. You know what I mean? They know exactly what it needs to do, and they managed to pull it off. And we're probably going to see them in the top 8. I think that's, as you're saying, the one person that is locked.
Yeah, that they should be locked for top 8 at this point. Bearing something crazy happening, we probably shouldn't be saying this person's locked, but
Well,
it looks like
I mean,
if everything goes normal, 12-3 is the record that should.
well,
get
they've
you
done
safe
the
into
opportunity where they can just start IDing, right? They can start IDing the last couple of rounds.
Right.
It looks like that we're going to actually get back down to the magic here and see what was resolved. We'll see if we can get the outcome of what happened. As an iteration is going to get cast here off the 2-mana for our Jeskai Breach player. As we were saying, this is a deck that has seen picked up a lot of popularity recently on Magic Online, and we're in a couple of the big American tournaments. Players doing super well with this. People like Ross Miriam and Corey.
Yeah.
Let's see what they want to do here. It looks like
What I like about this version of Breach is that it has an aggro plan. You're not just relying on the combo, and maybe if you're playing against players that have a lot of cards like sort of negate or force of negation or like ways to stop your Underworld Breach from happening. There is the aggro plan. You have Regavan. You also you obviously have Emery as well. And I believe there is a Ledger Shredder as well in the deck, just to give yourself a few more ways to see more cards and possibly just pressure the opponent in the early game, maybe force them to tap out for like a sweeper or something along those
that's
lines.
huge there, right? We managed to get the Teferi off the battlefield, which is stopping our Cascade spells. We managed to get the Emery off the battlefield, and then we managed to play ourselves a Crush of Footfalls. It's on suspend. It's going to take a couple of turns.
Getting rid of the Teferi also turns off the Mox.
I think in hand we have Emery, Breach, and the Grinding
Station. Yeah, Grinding Station
all
is
the cards we need.
Yeah, that's what you need when you're about to go off.
I think we're a card short though, unless we've got. So we go blue mana Emery. Emery mills a bunch. Then the Mox Amber's turned on. We can get blue from that.
I think we're 1 mana short, right? But at the same time, you're only facing a 3-power creature, so it doesn't look like you're going to be dying next turn.
No.
So you do have some.
I don't hate the setup here. I don't hate the Emery Grinding Station, but maybe that's my inexperience with the deck. Maybe you never play Grinding Station out into this open board. But if I've got an Emery and I've got the Breach in hand, I'll just be able to cast him next turn.
I believe if the Rhino player just has an empty hand, or if
I think they're empty-handed.
That definitely gives you a lot more information to work with, right? All of a sudden you're not afraid of like, oh, what if you're holding a Force of Negation? Like what if you just play an Endurance in response, or some kind of Force of Vigor or something along those lines.
So we're going to start off with 2.
You have perfect information. Do your worst.
So this could be Grinding Station for 2 and then Emery for 1. Nope, we're going to play Emery for 2. Okay, sure. Middle 4. There's the combo. We're going to double tap those lands, clearly. Turn back the other way. And we are going to go into the Grinding Station and pass the turn back. Right, we need to answer this turn. If not, I'm pretty sure it's going to be GG's. Big draw step. We've seen a lot of them on camera so far. That might have been a land.
Something that you have to keep in mind when you're comboing off is grinding station actually triggers itself.
Mhm.
It says whenever an artifact comes into play, it untaps the grinding station, and that actually includes the grinding station. When it comes to play, it untaps itself, so you can play it, already untap it, sacrifice something like Mox Ember, untap the grinding station, and just keep going. Fuel your graveyard, and then just keep replaying the 0 mana cards.
Didn't get a good look at that again either. How would an endurance affect this right now? Endurance, would that be able to stop the combo? We're going to get in for free, drop down to 12. That's the easy bit of this turn.
If you're the Rhinos player, you definitely need
was
to.
an endurance at the
Oh
top.
my God! It
was endurance.
Wow.
So, but now this is where it starts getting sketchy. When is the correct time to cast this? Is it when Breach is on
Wow.
the stack? Is it when Emery targets something in the graveyard? Like, when is the right time? Turns out now. We're just slamming it now. Why bother thinking? Maths for blockers.
And that's also like not bad. Like if you're
No.
unsure, doing it now is probably better than just trying to wait for some like special time when your opponent might cast something at instant speed, and they're like, well, you're dead anyways because you waited too long.
So we're
But
going to play the Breach. We're going to... Okay, so we're going to try and go off here. Oh, in fact, no, do we go off here? Yeah, so the Grinding Station will mill 3. So we float a blue mana, Grinding Station, mill 3 cards, recast the Amber. This is it. This is game, right? So now we keep going through our deck this way, and every time we're going to be generating 1 blue mana. So eventually we'll be able to get to our... what's the card? The Merfolk.
Thassa's Oracle.
Thassa's Oracle, thank you. So yeah, I think this is a win. So how would this have changed if we held this
Yeah,
endurance?
you should definitely make your opponent do it, because what if the Oracle is sideboarded out or something happened to it, whatever. Just they're gonna explain to you how the loop works. Every time I sacrifice the Mox, I'm gonna mill 3 cards. I bring it back with Emery.
Can play faster. Every loop of this,
Yeah.
is generating 1 blue mana, right? Because we got the every time the Amber comes back, we float 1 blue mana. Wouldn't he have to exile the Oracle? That is a very good. So we 3 mana.
Yeah, there were no cards in the graveyard, so you have to exile all 3 cards every time you make the loop.
Is there not a point where the Amber will be in the graveyard?
That's it. No, there's a. Well, it depends on which cards in what order the cards come, right? Like you should still probably try to do it in that situation, because you still need to hit a second grinding station or something first.
Oh, so he went for a grape shot kill apparently. He'll manage to cast the.
Oh, let me look at let me
opal.
look at the list.
We'll just check the list and just see what the is a grape shot. Yeah, grape shot down there.
There's a grape shot. But either way, like if you're in the situation, you're unsure. You want to see how your opponent actually wins. What is their win condition? If they're playing Oracle, if they're playing grape shot, just make them do it. Sure, you explain how the loop works, but now actually do it. What if there's something you forgot about? What if you mess something up? I'm here to play Magic.
It also helps knowing the deck there, right? Like, we're looking and we're like, okay, so mill and 3, they're playing the 1, mill and 3, playing the 1, mill and 3, playing the 1, generating. But like knowing how your opponent's deck happens, I feel like that endurance might have been able to stop that. I'm trying to think at what point. So
yeah, it was a judgment call, right? Like, do you want
I get you.
do you want your opponent to untap with Emery and start playing Mishra's Baubles for free from the graveyard and possibly get more cards that way and get closer to the Underworld Breach, or do you wanna just hold it in your hand and maybe try to stop them from comboing off mid combo?
it's interesting, but the good thing about Magic is you get to have 3 games of it, and I think that was gonna bring us up to a 1-1 each. So we're gonna get a game 3 from both these players. It's probably going to be the last game of the round, because I imagine that judge call took quite a while. Plus, OFC in the feature match, they're getting a bit of extra time. Normally, the last game of the round. Not entirely sure where the Breach player's gone. Maybe they're going to the toilet. Maybe nerves are getting to them. We are playing now for top 8. They still are alive for top 8. Both players being 10-2 and 1. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We're going into round 15 after this round. This is round 14. We're going to have round 15, and this is the sideboard for our Rhinos player. So we're going to see what they've got. And it looks like they've got 4 endurances.
Well, and
After
4
board.
force of vigor.
Force of Vigor is a weird one. On paper, I feel like it's going to be quite good, right? And in the right spot, it's very good. But sometimes I've done it in the past where I've lost, where I think I'm safer with Force of Vigor. They play the cards, and then all of a sudden I'm just dead. And I'm like, hold on a minute, but I managed to get rid of the breach or the mocks or whatever was on the battlefield, and I chose the wrong 2 targets. So again, knowing the matchup, knowing what you need to be targeting with the force, plus endurance, that's good 8 cards to bring in though. Plus I suppose there's a shout for mystical disputes. What are we taking out? Like what cards are bad? We saw Dead Gods are still in the deck, and that's the one I would be leaning towards.
Yeah, I mean maybe Fury. I'm not sure if you need that. Arcane Proxy. You have Leyline Binding. Yeah, I mean this is. I don't want to speculate here.
No, but you're here. You've played more Magic probably than most people in the world. What sort of cards do you not like? The proactive cards? Do you think Force Negation's good, bad?
Force is probably good. I mean, you need to stop your opponent from resolving breach, but at the same time, you need to respect the aggro plan, right? Like, what if they just play Ragavan turn 1, and then just get a bunch of card advantage with that? So you do need to keep some amount of Dead Gone or Fury in your deck. The question is how.
And I suppose the way that we were talking there as well is that we were sideboarding not to lose, right? We also got to play to win.
Right.
And there's Teferi's on the other side of the battlefield. We saw Teferi come in.
Yeah, Teferi is definitely coming in from the sideboard of the breach player, because as we've seen time and time again, that just completely stops these Living End or Rhinos decks.
So maybe we need like mystical disputes for that, because now 1 mana answer to Teferi is a lot better than us 2 for winning ourselves with a Force Negation. It's why I love Magic, right? It's 1, why I love Magic, and 2, why I love Modern. There's so many lines you could take, and sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. Is it a deck building error? Was it a sideboarding error? Or was it they just had it? You know what I mean? Sometimes you cannot win every game of Magic, unfortunately. Trust me, I have tried, and I don't get anywhere close to it. As the players are going to start finishing up their sideboarding here. Rhinos player on the play. This is where they're going to want to be, because then they can get a Cascade spell off before potentially a Teferi comes down. I'm not entirely, maybe if one of these players lose, maybe there's a chance they can squeak into the top 8 if tiebreakers go their way, but they're definitely still playing, and the win is going to be almost locking. I wonder if 11-2-2 could get in.
You have to win this round and the next one.
You reckon? Okay, so we reckon another 6 points are needed, right?
If you go X3 and 1, somebody can definitely squeak in. If there have been a lot of draws in the tournament, which definitely this always messes up the math. But yeah, we're looking at 12 and 3 as what should most likely lock you for top 8. Someone with X3-1 can also get in.
People just tuning, you cannot see the deck list at the minute. It is a closed deck list tournament. The only time you'd ever get to see it is if obviously we show it on the stream until we get to the top 8. Top 8 is when deck lists will start going live. Players in the top 8 will have open deck lists, so you can start seeing them then. If you're not following Legacy on Twitter, make sure you follow them on Twitter, and you'll be able to see when that gets tweeted out.
How many Yavmod decks were in day 2? I believe 0, but there is actually a copy of Yavmod. The card Yavmod is in day 2, but there is not Yavmod combo. Can you figure out what deck is playing?
What deck is playing Yawgmoth that is not Yawgmoth?
And you're not going to be able to figure it out.
As we're going to see Triumph fetched up here for our Rhinos player.
Humans, yeah, that is actually correct. It is mono white humans playing Pyre of Heroes with 1 copy of Yavmod.
Pod 2.0. So humans pod, yes, did make it to day 2. I don't know exactly how they're doing. I haven't managed to catch the player. Walk around the halls.
I can take a look at the standings real quick.
Yeah, go for it. As we're just going to see, the standard thing in Modern, both players just playing lands and fetching and shuffling their deck. Let me see if I can get how much time's left of the round for you. As we see, both players just setting up their game plans. Going back to Breach, we're now going to get our turn 2. That is a grinding station off the top. Doomwake, I appreciate you too.
Yeah, the humans deck is not doing too well.
Not doing too well.
8 and 6.
Oof.
Playing for some cash.
Playing for some cash.
I don't think
Bragging
we're going to
rights.
see them in the top 8.
Okay, so obviously that judge call took a big chunk of time up, and we have 14 minutes left of this game. So no, I say touch wood, real threat of going to time here. 40 minutes is a long enough time to be able to win a game of Modern, especially with these two decks. One being a combo, one just trying to turn big Rhino sideways. I know Doomwick's a big fan of the Rhinos.
So not a lot of stuff happening in the early turns. No Ragavan, you know, none of the creatures, none of the aggressive elements of the Jeskai Breach deck. And now Rhinos still at 18 life, doesn't have to solve any of the Ragavan problems, and now we can just start playing violent outbursts at the end of turn, hopefully resolve the Rhinos. And obviously, as soon as I say it, there's a Ledger Shredder.
This might eat the Mystical Dispute. It's been brought to the front of the deck, but we're also looking at maybe trying to get a Cascade spell off here. But they have shocked and left up blue mana, so you know that says that it could be something that we need to play around here. Mystical, and it looks like it is a spell pierce. This Mystical Dispute manages to stop this Ledger Shredder, and then we're going to fetch end of turn. We're going to fetch. What are we going to get? A Shock Cloud, Triumph. Does look like we've got a couple ways to Cascade in our hand, plus a couple remove spells. We see Dead Gone in there. Have we missed it? The turn hasn't been passed yet, right? For him to miss the bubble trigger? Okay. Chat big brained it. They remembered. We missed the bubble trigger. It happens. Paper Magic is back, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to remember your own triggers. Doesn't happen like this on Modo. Doesn't happen like this on Arena. We've had it for years because of COVID. Everything being done for us. We've been gifted how to play Magic together, and now we have to start doing it ourselves when we're back to Paper Magic and remembering our own triggers.
I think a good idea if you're playing Mishra's Bubble is to just like bring some kind of reminder, like a piece of paper.
Like a dice on top of the deck,
yeah,
maybe?
put a dice on the top of your deck, exactly. Or like some kind of distraction, or not the opposite of distraction. Something that's gonna remind you of your own trigger to draw the card.
What lands are in play? We have 2 Triomes, plus I believe that's the new fancy Stomping Ground with like the Meteors coming in, and then obviously we've got the Cavern with no counter on it, so it's just a colorless legendary land. Oh, which Triomes are they? That was a good question that I'm going to have to look up for you. Why are you trying to make me look bad on stream? Give me a second. I'll find out. I'll find out what 2 are in their deck.
I think
can you click on their deck?
We're looking at a Stomping Grounds, a Ketria Triumph, and Xander's Lounge.
Can you click on their deck just so we can see
Yes.
what's what? Because they can't play too many Triumphs in this deck. I imagine they only play 2, and that's.
I think it's just one
2.
Triumph. It's one Triumph, one Lounge, one Stomping Grounds.
No, that's definitely 2 Triumphs, right? We'll just find out for you, Check. Give us a second. So looking at the land, one is that's one of them.
That's okay. So I was wrong.
Which one's that one?
In Dot the Triumph.
In Down for
That's
Triumph.
Xander's Lounge, and that is a Stomping Ground from.
And Xander's Lounge.
on,
Yeah, cool. There you go. I hope we covered that for you, chat. But we're going to see the Cascade happen here of an outburst end of turn, and here is the Rhinos. We're going to try and spell pierce that. Do we have a way to fight? We got another
And
mystical.
that spell piercer is targeting the Rhinos, not the violent outburst.
In-depth play there by Martin User. Target the Rhino, not the the Cascade spell.
For more modern tips, you can follow me on Twitter.
Yep. If you're not following on Twitter, you definitely should do. A lot of content gets pushed out by you, good sir. As it looks like that was just to test a Cascade spell. We're going to try again now with a Shardless. But we do have, okay, there's the Force of Vigor.
Force of Vigor, yeah.
There's the fancy
Negation.
Force of Negations. I do see an EE in hand for our Breach player. So that'll be able to clean up these Rhinos if it does come down and they're able to blow it.
Yeah, I know that Modern Horizons is generally not a super like loved set because it just introduced too many cards that people just need to get to play Modern. But I think the free spells from the set they probably did change Modern for the better.
Oh yeah.
Because now you don't really get to play against Tron like every other match where they just go turn 3 car and there's just nothing you can do.
And people in chat that know me will know that I am thankful for that fact that we don't play against Tron every other round. It is Not one of my favorites, but I personally, I'm on the side. I think Modern Horizons was good for Modern. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it did very much change up the format more than I think anything else ever has.
But it's a product that just forces you
That's
to
the other problem is to
buy
get
the
get
cards,
into
yeah.
Modern. It does come with a price wall, unfortunately.
It kind of invalidated a lot of decks that were in the format before, and that was kind of drastic. But yeah, I mean, the free spells are nice. I like that, people in Pioneer sometimes complain that, hey, there's not enough, cheap interaction we can play, so sometimes the games are just about whoever gets to play first, who wins the die roll, and there's just very little you can do to respond. And in Modern, that's not a thing now, so...
As we're going to see this iteration, it's going to be 2 land, and I couldn't make out what that last card was that they put in hand. Maybe it was a prismatic ending, looking at the border there.
Ooh, engineered explosives. That is an answer for the Rhinos. Play it for 0, blow it up. Instant speed. No big deal.
There's the old snow-covered mountain there. The OG ones. With the OG, this is OG shocks as well. Love to see it. As the E is going to come down with 2 open mana. Do we have a way to stop that in hand? Doesn't look like we do. We're going to pass back. And that's another land for the turn. Play the Fiery, is it? It's a redraw if we need it. And we're going to, we're just going to blow straight away. No messing about, just take 2 points of damage.
So doing it in combat opens up the possibility of the Rhinos player just dropping another Shardless Agent and cascading into another pair of Rhinos.
I think that's what we're going to see. I think we're going to see another cascade here into a few more Rhinos.
The other option was to just take it down to 5 life and then do it at the end of turn. But there's also still Violent Outburst, so you're only really preventing 3 Shardless Agents from doing the same thing post-combat. Whereas the extra 8 points of life might be very relevant because it basically just buys you an extra turn.
It's a big swing, and we're passing the turn back instead of doing it main phase while our opponent's tapped out. Representing maybe some sort of counter magic here. Breach plus Grinding Station. We're missing, what, a legendary? Then I suppose we've got a 0. I suppose we've got the E as the 0 mana artifact. We mill through our deck. We then cast Gutshot. So we've got enough mana to do it, and it's just, are we going to go for it? What are we playing around here? And I like turning up, like, as we were saying, when you decide what deck you want to bring to a tournament. Bring a deck that's very complicated, that is hard to follow, that people don't know. And that's one of the advantages I used to find with Yawgmoth, is people were like, I don't know what I'm meant to kill. I don't know which bit I'm meant to stop.
That's
you're just not knowing how to interact and interacting at the wrong time is such a huge advantage in these sort of, well, just this meta in general.
That's definitely a valid point. Like bringing, Hardened Scales, Jeskai Breach, something like that. Your opponent might just tap out at the wrong time thinking, yeah, I'm safe here. It doesn't look that threatening. All of a sudden you untap and you have 3 lands out and your opponent's dead. So that's certainly a big part of playing these decks is a lot of people are just not very well practiced against them.
It looks like we're going to go for it because obviously we can still cast like the Spell Pierce in our graveyard if this resolves to protect potentially maybe a gut shot or something else that we need to do. But I do think this might be the kill if we don't have any interaction for it. Have a little look. That looks like a dead gone. 2 ways to cascade and a fire ice. I don't think. Is that going to do anything? Can we fire and ice the Grinding Station? Does that do anything? So this comes into play. Grinding Station trigger on the stack. No, I don't think we've got a way around this. I think this is just a win.
So 3 cards got exiled to replay the explosives for 0. Same thing is going on now for the Mishra's Bauble. There's a couple triggers on the Grinding Station.
That's going to go back. We're going to be another 3. Untap this. Recast. We're showing you the loop here, chat. For people just watching, maybe you don't know how this deck works.
Yeah, but if you're the Jeskai, if you're the Breach player, you still have to keep in mind that there might be maybe some like timely Force of Negation or perhaps perhaps endurance.
Are we not meant to show, like, are we not meant to have a storm counter going on here? Like, I've already lost how many times
You
we've
can
counted
you can
it.
probably just count the number of exiled cards, but it is definitely good to.
So breach is
keep
1
that, yeah.
plus probably like 4 or 5 baubles. So because they've demonstrated the loop, they don't have to go through it every time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus the breach.
And the explosives from the graveyard.
Oh, and
So
explosives, that's
2 spells
10,
from the graveyard.
11,
I think we're at
12, 13, 14. We're going to draw a card now.
After 4.
And a ley line's binding. That's, oh my word. Spell Pierce is in the, no, we can't play Spell Pierce because we don't have the cards in it. Does that stop this loop in any way?
I mean, you can activate Grinding Station. You can definitely mill some cards.
We've got the 2 to pay for Spell Pierce. So do we have to, oh my, hold on, does this stop it? So we're targeting this. So
Okay, yeah,
in
so-
response, we're going to mill
So
3.
yeah, the Rhino Spell is saying, yeah, when this is still tapped, the trigger's on the stack. This is where I'm casting my binding.
Okay. Well, maybe like they forgot that they could draw a land, and then they just decided this is the right time to do it. Interesting. You got to remember, chat, it's been a long weekend of Magic. This is also Paper Magic. It's very good for us all to sit here and, you know, say that, oh, we wouldn't have missed that. But realistically, Magic is hard. So we're kind of working out what time that this is coming in, what we're going to target.
Not only is Magic hard, it keeps getting harder and harder.
Exactly. Especially all these interactions. And this is what I was saying, that this is the point now where, yes, okay, maybe we should have drawn a card a bit sooner, but at what point do we cast it? What point do we, what do we target as well is the other one.
Plus, there's like 40 decks in Modern, right? So, like, you can't really be that experienced against every deck.
No. And we've just left our opponent, you know, yeah, okay, Storm counts like 12 or 13 or something like that now.
So it looks like the binding resolved. The Grinding Station's untapped trigger wasn't the stack. That's where Leyline came in.
I think-
and there's roughly 10 cards left in the library or so.
Is the out here now, we draw a card,
And we draw.
and we draw the
The
gut
grape shot?
Yeah, the grape shot. Hard cast it for probably 15, 16 now.
Wow, that is a really cool game, though. You can always crack the either spell bomb.
You could probably work out what's left in your deck, right, from what we've got here.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 1 breach, 2 breach. So there's no more breach stuff this turn either. Whoa.
I mean, if there is Tassa's Oracle, let me just look up the list. Actually, if there is Tassa's Oracle, you can also just win with that,
We
right?
can have a little look at the deck list for your chat and just see what's going on.
I'm gonna find
Looks
that
like we
real
passed
quick.
the turn back. We know what the top card is, so I'm guessing it's not.
There is no
Grip shot.
Tassa's Oracle.
Oh, so maybe we've got no more way to win the game. Maybe we can't generate a storm count now. Did we just go from winning the game to or losing the game to winning the game? All from that one file, is it? This game is nuts already. This is crazy. So we've drawn for the turn. We're back in the game. We somehow managed to stop it. We now know that there's no more breaches left in the deck.
I think you will be able to watch this moment when Leyline got played in the Watch People Die Inside section of Reddit later in the day.
I do always ask chat, please, if you're watching this stream and you do see things like this, do clip them for us. You know what I mean? These make some good, like, little videos. Potentially maybe not for some of these players, but for others. You know, that was crazy. They just thought, oh, okay, I'm dead. That's the loop. Sure. Oh, hold on a minute. I can draw a card. Oh, turns out I just drew a really relevant card. Maybe that's in... I'm not sure how else can we win this. Maybe we get... I don't know. A Ragavan hit crashing footholds. 4 turns pass. We managed to cast some rhinos. I don't think they can win with Is it? There was like what, 11 to 12 baubles cast.
I think they're trying to figure out if there was another mill trigger on the stack.
Crazy. What a crazy game.
Marco is the only 12-1 player, and they're piloting the Amulet Titan deck. And I believe at this point, Marco is our only player who seems to be locked for top 8.
How are we going to go about this? This is it. Like, honestly, I thought we were done and dusted. I thought the game was over. I also missed the Finalists trigger there. I was too sucked in on trying to work out what the storm count was going to be. But, you know, if you're going to remember, you might as well remember the peak moment that you need to. Okay, so we are in turns for these players. That has just been confirmed. This is turn 0, I believe.
And both players already have a draw, so a loss, it doesn't knock them out of top 8 contention for sure, but it would be unlikely.
So that's the second Rhinos that's been cast this game. So there's 2 left in the deck. So I'm trying to work this out because there is a way to bounce. Well, there's an EE on the battlefield. There's a way to bounce. There's a Prismatic ending in hand. There might not be enough time for the Rhino players to even close this game out.
I think it's exactly. Oh yeah, there is the explosives. You're right.
Yeah. Iteration. Teferi, Spell Pierce, Emery.
And I think there's 5 or 6 more cards left in the deck after that.
I think we're at the point where we're going to try to not lose, but then, as we said, a draw is basically a loss. I would, and you can't. You can always ask your opponent to concede after the game, right? If they do it or not, it's on them. There's no requirement to do it. I'm not huge on asking my opponents to do it, but we're going to see how this plays out as this Emery is going to go to exile. We're going to work out how many cards are left in this deck.
Yeah, this is a situation where you just basically have to figure out, well, is there any way that I can win? And even if it includes basically having to have all my cards in the library be in the right order, that's still what you have to go for. Like if there is one out that you have that just includes drawing 7 cards straight in the perfect order, that is just what you have to play for.
This is, well, there's the gut shot goes into the graveyard. Oh, not gut shot. The grape shot goes into the graveyard. What's the way to win here? That's the 4 cards.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what's going on right now. Cards are getting put into the graveyard.
We're going to dead gone this.
At this stage, even if you can play not to lose and have a 95% chance to just survive, that might just not be good enough because double draw, 2 losses.
We got to think we're talking about top 8, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they could be are they happy with a top 16?
Right. They might be happy with top 16. That also comes with certain prices. So yeah, that definitely comes into the consideration. What exactly is your goal? Are you trying to top 8 no matter what? Is top 16 good enough? All of that definitely comes to mind.
2, I believe this is. It's turn 0, turn 1, turn 2.
I wonder if WotC are watching these tournaments and thinking, should we just do the Pro Tours, just play them on Arena or Magic Online,
I hope
so
not.
that no triggers get missed, there's no bad feelings, there is all the cards are clearly seen on board and everything. It's gonna make it easier to follow the games too.
So this is going to be a violent outburst before damage to get the extra point in here. Go get some more Rhinos. So that's going to drop the opponent down to 4. Off we got.
Do we have another
I
Rhino?
think there's 1 or 2 more left in the deck. Fire and Ice can also do the last couple points of damage. That's a good one we've still got left in the deck. Obviously, Endurance, if we can draw that. We do have more. Do we have some more rhinos?
I think there's 3 cards left in the deck.
Oh,
There
How
is
do
no
we
more
not know?
rhinos. Yeah.
okay. Well, we want to see that on the other side.
That
'Cause now-
changes everything
Yeah.
because we were looking at, finishing the game next turn, but you can still at least play an Ardent play
But now we can start
to
back.
get double Exalted Trigger and attack for 4 with the Shardless Agent. But your opponent has the bounce spell bomb.
yeah, we've got all the answers here. We've got Prismatic Ending. We've got Safari. What have we got? Is there a Fire and Ice in hand? So are we
I
like?
believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So a second Fire and Ice could get it done. Off the top. This is turn 3, so we are going to have one more turn for our Rhinos player to be able to finish this game out. And I think the line is tap the top of our deck again, which we've seen many times this weekend, and get that Fire and Ice. There's no chance we can mill our opponent out by any way, is there? There's not like a crazy way that can happen. Two mana. Is this upkeep? Or did I miss the draw? So yeah, it's going to have to be in the draw step because Teferi's on the battlefield. 2 damage to you, and it looks like we're getting the draw. That's a really weird game of how it played out, but that is Magic the Gathering, and that's how it all works. I honestly thought the game was done and dusted, and then somehow we got pulled out into, okay, I thought maybe the Rhinos player is going to do it. Then they've run out of Rhinos, and then it ends up being a draw.
The Leyline Binding at the perfect moment, pretty much.
Technically, the perfect moment. Maybe we could have waited another turn, maybe let mill another 3, so then we could end up milling them out and winning the game that way. But
Both
not in
players
our
tried to do, what they were supposed to do. The Jeskai Breach player tried to combo at the right moment. The teamer player, tried to find an answer. They did. Looked like they waited the perfect time, and Leyline bricked the combo with just about 10 cards left.
That is literally magic, and that is why we're watching. But that is going to be the end of round 14. We'll be back very shortly with Filipa and Harry. They're going to take you through round 15, and then we're going to do the top 8 announcements. I'm Will. This is Martin. So don't go anywhere. We'll speak to you all soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final round of the Swiss here of the Legacy European Tour Regional Championship Qualifier. I'm HamGG, this is Filipa, we're here in Barcelona, and we had to do some maths. Now, as it is round 15, final round, you know Magic tournaments, there are some IDs. We just spoke amongst the casters, trying to work out what are the best tables to select, and what deck should we see in this final round. Filipa, what did we decide to pick?
So we are wanting to pick table 4 and 5, but as we said, we don't know. Maybe these players want to ID, maybe they don't want to decline. So this is rough because the last match that we saw went really over time, so we just didn't have any break. We just had to go from casting to getting the next round and pairing. So let's see if our table 4 and 5 wants to come on stage, and what are they playing?
We have some information actually. Table 1 has drawn, and Table 2 has drawn already.
That's expected, yeah.
And then we have 3 and 4 haven't drawn yet. So, I mean, it looks like only the top 2 tables right now have drawn, and it's going to be interesting to see if anyone's going to draw themselves out of top 8, who's actually going to play, which is why we're hoping, we've told the judge, please go to table 4 and 5. The judge will ask these tables if they want to come on the stream, and we will assume that these are
So what are the first players that we have confirmed for the top 8? Because the players that are drawing, they are probably drawing with the top 8.
Yeah, so table 1 was Amulet Titan versus 5-color Creativity. Table 2, many people love this deck. Jeskai Stoneblade seems to have ID'd this round against, is it Murktide? Which is also pretty cool. Now, from our next top tables, we have table 3 with 5-color Zoo versus Is It Murktide. Table 4 is It Prowess versus 4-color Rhinos. Table 5, Murktide versus Murktide. And table 6, Teamer Rhinos versus Jeskai Breach. So these seem to be around the decks that we're looking to be almost guaranteed for top 8, and there are some potentials for other people to slip in based off of tiebreakers, who wins, who loses, who draws. So it's going to be a nice top 8.
Yeah, and actually we'll be like covering live when the top 8 is announced, like we did in previous events. So you are going to see live these players be announced for the top 8, which is really exciting. And we are heading out to the last round of the Swiss. So it's been a lot of magic, a lot of fun. And the matches have been so long, you know, coming back, we all were talking about this, coming back from Magic, not playing during 2-3 years during COVID. People, it's like they are taking so long to make decisions. These games are getting so grindy, and definitely every game being 2 turns.
Yeah. So for those requesting we show specific decks, we cannot because we have to tell the judge what table to pick, and we picked the first 2 tables we thought could not ID. Now this is the metagame breakdown coming into day 2 after a top 64 cut. Our highest percentage deck being Is It Murktide, next being 5-color Indomitable Creativity. This is a deck that had about a 2-3% share on day 1, and it's really cool seeing it coming in play at 11% on day 2, meaning a lot of people who brought creativity to this tournament actually made it to day 2. And we have our table 1 being a creativity player drawing into the top 8. Is there any deck here that stands out to you?
I really like the 5-color Zoo. I said that several times, and one of them is on table 3, so I'm not sure if they can ID or if they're going to play, but definitely excited to see if this 5-color Zoo makes it into the top 8. And then I did see that Merfolk was a deck that was actually quite played yesterday at almost 3% of the field, but none make day 2, so that's kind of sad. What about you, Ari?
Yeah, to me, I think my favorite deck going into this tournament was Mono White Hammer. But then after speaking with a few pro players on the floor, it seemed to be the consensus that Blue-White Hammer is better for a bigger field because Blue-White is better against Cascade as well as Creativity because of Spell Pierce.
That makes total sense, and that's why so many players decided to bring Azorius to this tournament instead of Mono-White. With a field over 500 players, only 64 standing, and almost a cut to top 8.
Yeah, and for those asking about the hardened scales in the chat, interesting, unique deck. They're playing on table 16, so very unlikely to make top 8, probably even locked out of top 8. I don't have their record here. I'll quickly get it up for all you Twitch chatters. They are currently 9-4-1. Definitely locked out of top 8, but most likely playing for that top 32 slot or maybe even just a top 16.
Yeah, and it looks like one of the players that we are seeing on the left table as these Simpsons notebook, and they did their homework. It looked like they had the sideboard, guides, everything.
So we do have, is it Prowess versus 4-color Rhinos? Let's work out if this is, the judge got us that table, which table they got us, of course. 4-color Rhinos versus is it Prowess? Oh, here. Yeah, table 4. And on our backup feature match, we have... I'm trying to find it. We have a Murktide mirror, and that was our table 5. So both of these matches are win-ins for top 8 confirmed. These players are playing for that slot in the top 8. Both 11-3, 12-3 locks up that slot, locks up that free flight and hotel for Naples as well, which is also a big deal for these players. Now, is it Prowess? This is actually a breakout deck in obviously Prowess has been around in Modern for a long time, but it saw a huge downswing of players, but only recently over the past 2 weeks on Magic Online there have been people piloting this deck, and people thought it was good, and clearly Nicholas brought it to the tournament and liked it. Do you know, have you seen much Is It Prowess in Modern lately?
I have since the Brothers War, since the new card, I've seen a bit of this deck played, but still some fun things. So since this new card, third pot Ironclast, it's a 2-mana 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token, and it's just better than Young Pyromancer if you're playing Izzet colors, right?
Yeah. And 4-color Rhinos, a deck that we've been seeing for a long time, actually since the existence of Yorion in the format. But people realized, wait a second, Leyline's Binding and also getting access to Ardent Plea is very good in the deck. Okay. So both players shuffling up. We don't know who's on the play, so...
Modern has changed a lot. I haven't seen any Burn make top 8s recently, at least in the tournaments that we had. And Burn used to be one of those decks that there was always one Burn that made it into top 8. Also no Jand, or at least the classic Jand.
For those asking about specific details on deck lists, it's a closed deck list event, meaning if you want information on this, you have to wait for them to be publicized by MTG Melee. That's once the head judge gives permission for all the deck lists to be released. We cannot release deck lists from players who have not signed off their list to be publicized. So, please be patient. They'll be published either on Legacy's website, MTG Melee, or on Legacy's Twitter. But the actual naming of the deck lists throughout this tournament were assigned by the players. So we have had some awkward situations with decks being called unique names, you could say. So also be prepared to be fooled is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we had a tournament that the player wrote 10 rack.
Yeah.
And they had like... Sometimes you think it's a deck, it's a completely different deck, so...
Yeah. For those who are just tuning in, this match is a win and in for the top 8 as we see a Gemstone Caverns, Exile, and Crashing Footfalls as our 4-color Rhinos players on the draw.
Who do you think has an advantage in this matchup, Harry?
So it depends on the Rhinos deck has 4 Fury. Fury being a very good card against things like Soulscar Mage and Monastery Swiftspear and Dragon Rage Channeler, as long as obviously there's no Prowess or Delirium. So that's going to be very useful. Big 4/4 bodies are also good against Prowess creatures as well as removal spells, but with I'm going to say I'm going for a favor with Rhinos because you're a deck that disrupts opponents with removal, and your win cons are big bodies that are hard to remove efficiently by the deck playing bolts. How many Unholy Heats do we have in Is It Prowess? None in the main, and none in the sideboard, even though they're playing Dragon Rage Channeler. So
yeah, but there's 4 Lightning Bolts main, so
yeah, but that you need to have it in combination. Oh, and this is good. Icing the land on the upkeep to really slow down this Is It Prowess player, and this is what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, missing your second land because you probably have Light Up the Stage in hand, and the Rhinos players tapping your lands at a very safe life total and putting 10 power on the board. Yeah, it's game over. Is it Prowess?
That was the fastest match of the day.
Wow.
Showcase here.
Oh my gosh. Ice into Rhinos is good enough for Prowess to scoop. Let's get player one's deck list up on the screen. Player one's deck list up on the screen as it's going into game 2. And we can see how these players are going to sideboard.
So let's see if we can get this here.
Yeah, our technical team just working on it. They, we're not used to rounds going this quick, because yeah, okay. Well, let's just tell people about the deck list. So, is it Prowess sideboard?
Yeah, we have it here. Oh,
Here
okay, here we
got it.
go.
Amazing technical team. 4 Flusterstorm.
4 flood. Okay.
Okay, Vapor Snag bouncing a Rhino. That's better than bolting a Rhino. So I would assume that Fluster and Vapor Snag are pretty good.
What would you take out of the deck?
Mutagenic Growth seems... Mutagenic Growth pumps around Fire and pumps around Fury. You probably want to take, just trim on things. Like, I don't know how good Third Path Iconoclast is in the matchup. You know, a 2-1 that makes 1-1s is, okay, it's decent, but that gets wrecked by Fury.
Yeah.
It also gets wrecked by Fire Ice, right? Fire dealing 1 damage to that. So I would assume you want to, trim on the expensive spells, cut down on things like Lava Dart, Mutagenic Growth, and the Third Path, and you want the Flusters, the Vapor Snags, things like this to really disrupt the Rhinos and stop them from coming down.
And can we get a look here at the players to sideboard?
Yeah. We see 4 Endurance, 4 Mystical Dispute, 2 Blood Moon, and a Gemstone Caverns. So I would assume that I don't hate something like Endurance coming in if you believe that there's a card so dead in your main that you'd rather have a 3-mana blocker. Is there anything that I think is so dead in the main? I don't think so. It's down to how good do you think Force of Negation is good in the matchup?
And I mean, I have to say again what has been said. Fury just killing so many of these creature decks, making it so difficult to resist because with 4 Fury mains, your opponent is playing 2-1s, 1-1s, and it just destroys the old board. So,
yeah,
really key card here.
And you don't want something like Mystical Dispute in. Okay, it's called Is It Prowess? They are casting blue spells. I would assume that you don't want that because you can't counter Lightning Bolt, Swift Spear, Soul Scar Mage, Dragon Rage Channeler, all the things you care about, you can't counter with it. I mean, sure, you can pay 3 mana, but that's not what you want to be doing. So, again, a lot of wiggle room for these players to make different decisions as they choose in boarding.
And players shuffling up the decks and getting ready to start.
For those wondering how these deck lists work, if a player has submitted their deck on MTG Melee, we can look at it on MTG Melee. If a player submitted their deck list by paper, we will receive their paper deck list. As when our players are brought to the coverage area, they have to sign a piece of paper that says, I give permission to provide my deck list from the judges to the feature match area. So that is why some players decline feature matches, which is up to their choice. If they want to be in feature match, they can. They just have to give us our deck list. But yeah, why don't we leave it up to Twitch chat? Because I love leaving things up to Twitch chat. Who is favored in game 2? Can we have a 1 for Is It Prowess and a 2 for 4-color Rhinos? Where do you think the advantage bar lies, Twitch chat?
Always interesting to see what Twitch chat thinks. A lot of 1s. I think it's kind of close.
Yeah, it seems quite close.
I think Is It Prowess now being on the play?
Being on the play is a huge deal as an aggro deck, yeah. And I think as well as something that we didn't really highlight enough there is that Gemstone Caverns, right? Is It Prowess was on the play game 1. Rhinos had the Gemstone Caverns, and they iced. The ice was huge because it essentially mana screwed the Is It Prowess player. Yeah.
And the stakes are really high for these players. Both of these players win and in for the top 8. Top 8 gets you not only the qualification for the finals in Naples, but also gets you flight and intimidation.
Yeah. I think that if our Is It Prowess player hits 2 lands and has a Flusterstorm or a fast draw, they will be favored. And That's generally what this Izzet Prowess deck wants to do, but when you play low land count and you rely on things like light up the stage and expressive iterations, things can go south for you. Now, I guess something to highlight as well that we didn't highlight in the boarding as well is this Rhinos player has a Gemstone Caverns in the board, meaning that they're going to have access to 3 in this game when they're choosing their mulligans.
Both players here considering if they want to keep or mull. Nicholas gets to have the decision first, since he is on the play.
Yep. And this match again, for qualification for Naples, should be locked up for both of these players as it's top 32, but the winner of this match goes on into our top 8.
Okay, starting good with the Shuttler. That's exactly how Nicholas wants to be starting. Applying pressure really early on. So taking 3 damage, I assume getting a Steam Vents. Yeah. And I don't see if Christian has a way to deal with that Chandler, but I do see a Charlotte Agents and a Leyline's Binding, I think.
Yeah. I think we're really going to display how relevant Gemstone Caverns is in a matchup like this, right? Having access to 1 less mana, your ice and fires come down 1 turn slower as well as your rhinos. Our prowess player can easily take over the game here if we can apply a lot of pressure now. Let's see.
Attacking for 1 here.
With Spectacle, we have light at the stage. First, we're going to surveil 1 with Dragon Rage Chandler. Ooh, keeping in. We actually kept in the 3rd path Iconoclast being put into the graveyard there.
Mishra's Bubble and a land.
Probably the dream. Get to surveil again. Need to remember that trigger.
Yeah, because of Mishra's Bubble, but I think they forgot the trigger, or maybe...
They probably haven't cast it yet.
Okay,
yeah.
let's go. So, surveil from Chandler. And this is our ideal start. We already know that Nicholas has a 2nd Mishra's Bubble.
Yep.
Say go. And end step, Christian is going to fetch.
So something with Mishra's Bauble in this deck that's different to Murktide is Murktide wants to load up the graveyard, right? But when you're a deck playing Monastery Swiftspear, Soulscar Mage, that's Prowess, meaning Mishra's Bauble represents damage if you hold it in your hand, which is why we're seeing our player here, Nicholas, on the left, keep a Bauble because maybe it's going to add some Prowess.
Yeah, and in response to the fetching, Nicholas corrects the Mishra's Bubble.
Yep. I think it's been shortcut to look after the shuffle because you want to see what they're actually drawing, but I would assume. But yeah.
I think Nicholas looked at his top card.
Oh, okay.
So now he should draw.
Okay.
I see a Fury in hand.
Fury's great. Obviously, you don't want a Fury just a channeler because that's 2 for 1. But yeah.
And tell us, Twitch chat, what is your favorite match of the day so far? What was the match that really interested you the most? Or your favorite moment? We had some really interesting ones today. Just go. Let's untap, draw. Did I draw for Mishra's Bubble?
Well, Bauble was drawn on the upkeep,
Yeah,
on the opponent's
the
upkeep.
yeah, I didn't notice if he got to drop or not there, but
So I think this is an upkeep fetch. Unless he drew a card. Like, for his turn. I'm pretty sure this is an upkeep fetch for a mountain. Potentially even gonna cast like a bolt on the upkeep if you want to surveil for something specific. Let's see. Or was this the main phase? Oh, maybe it was the main phase, my mistake.
yeah, it was the main phase, and now, oh, there it is, the second one. One is already in the grave, and this is a great target for Fury.
Yeah. This third path being on the stack, are there any things like subtlety in rhinos? No. There's no subtlety. But what could this be? Oh, a Leyline's Binding, of course.
Nicholas didn't play his third land yet.
Yeah.
Leyline's Binding, such a strong card.
So now you can use the Mishra's Bauble, because this isn't like Young Pyromancer, sorry. Oh wow, making 2 1/1s because it's when you cast a non-creature spell. Now you can... But if you don't have a land, your shields are down for just rhinos, right? And all you have to offer is a 2/1 and 2 1/1s? I guess if you don't have the Flusterstorm, there's no point in passing.
Looking at opponent's top card. We cannot see what it is, but... And no third land, okay. So draw from the bubble. Christian is drawing. I see a land, and now there are some choices here for Christian. We know that he has Fury. We also know that he has Charlotte's Agent.
Yeah, Fury literally wipes the board. This is why I really dislike the third path in the deck, because I don't think it really impacts the board, and it gives Fury a ton of food. Getting that basic forest, giving credit, although they're, playing blue in their deck, could be a blood moon from the other side of the table. I like it. Also, saving a ton of life is relevant too, not having to shock. Here's the Fury.
Fury discarding another Fury.
Yeah.
Wiping the board.
Wait.
Why is there a...
So I think... Wait, I don't understand that. I think they might have assumed the third path is a 2/2 and said 2... Or... No, they dealt 3 damage because of mutagenic growth, of course. If you deal 3 damage to the third path and there's a mutagenic growth, it doesn't survive, is my guess. Because you deal 3 damage in 1.
Nice playing around it. But now things are looking again so good for the 4-color rhinos. We know that Nicholas is stuck on mana. I think now he does have the third land, but still.
Yeah, I mean... This is already looking so rough for Prowess. Not having the Fluster, and how do they get back in the game? Well, looking at the potential cards available...
There's, like you said, no unholy heat, right? Just lightning bolts. So no
Lightning
way
bolt.
to deal with those rhinos.
Maybe Vapor Snag has been boarded in, just an unsummon. You can use things like Underworld Breach to flash it, or to escape it as well if you can. But these rhinos are...
Yeah, no Brazen Borrowers.
Yeah, nothing like that. Don't forget, if Christian takes this game down, that's going to lock himself up in the top 8 of this event. Let's see what he can do.
And it must be so nerve-wracking, like coming here to this tournament, playing for winning in top 8, and there's 1,000 of people watching this stream, so I see Chandler in Nicolas' hand, but I'm not sure what are the other cards that he has. Okay, I think we are going for the Chandler.
We must have Delirium, right? Creature, sort. Yeah, we do. We have Delirium.
So it's a 3/3 flyer that has to attack. And here, okay.
I mean, this board is very puny compared to the 10 power on the other side. Need something impactful. Yeah, I mean, this is not...
Monastery, Sweep Spear might not be enough. And yeah, Soulscarred Mage. Not sure if that will be enough to stop Christian.
Definitely not. Think about it. You're an aggressive red deck, and you've just played some spells and said go. Right? I'm thinking realistically, the way you could win this is you can kill Christian next turn, right? Because you're going to take most likely 10 here, and you have 3 cards in hand, 4 with a draw step.
I think the Charles Agent probably doesn't attack.
So yeah, this is down to how powerful can Nicholas have next turn. Like if you have Underworld Breach, there are baubles in the graveyard. Can bring back. Plus a bolt or 2.
Is there a second Charles Agent in... I think there's a second Charles Agent in Christian's hand.
Yeah, there is. I think what Christian is doing here is trying to do maths on what happens if Nicholas has something like a mutagenic growth, right? Because Soulscar, if you mutagenic growth, let's say Soulscar Mage or Swift Sphere, then it can eat a Rhino.
Okay, attacking with both Rhinos here. And let's see if Nicholas decides to block.
I would assume you just take this because chumping is not good against trample.
Yeah, and exactly like that, they just take it, going down to 7.
Yeah, and as rhinos, you probably want to make your board as wide as possible.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
What alternative art is this? Really nice. That it is surprising. Rhinos.
So there are combinations of cards that can win this game, assuming that Nicholas has sideboarded in some things, but Nicholas needs a lot. He needs a lot. Let's see what he can do with the cards he has available to him.
And Christian just says go.
Big turn.
That might be it, but we don't know. Maybe Nicholas has a way out.
So we're thinking on the upkeep here because Dragon Rage Chandler can surveil.
I think there's a bolt in hand.
Okay. I believe there he's bolting the face. Yep. Surveilling an expressive iteration to the graveyard and...
But Christian's still at 13.
Yep. Finds a bolt off the top. So I think I saw an Underworld Breach in Nicholas's hand. Now, while that is good, let's say you even get to the point where Christian chumps. He still has 8 trample that's, on the board. So you need to kill. I think it's kill or bust.
Yeah, I think Nicholas has to kill. Otherwise, Christian next turn has 4 rhinos plus 2 Charlotte agents. That's a lot of damage. And Nicholas only has 2 lands remaining.
Yeah, it can also make a land drop for turn. So we want to hit a lava dart as soon as possible. I think you're almost 100% to bin every card, right? Because you need lava darts to even have a chance to win this game. So, wait, what?
Just attacking with
Oh,
everything.
didn't cast the... Does he have mutagenic growth?
That's the only thing that makes sense to me for this attack, right? Or it's an attack
And then you can cast a load of mutagenic growths from the graveyard, but you're only at 7 life. So you can cast 3 mutagenic growth, which is, what, 6 cards? Because you cast it once from hand and 2 from the graveyard? So, being at 13, I guess...
Or what? Yeah, and Christian cannot block the flyer because there's Delirium in the graveyard.
Yeah. And you do this after blocks because then the channeler has flying. But if you exile 6 cards from the yard... Okay,
That
here's
it is.
growth.
Let's see.
Are we about to have a kill? If you find lava darts could change things, right? Is there any way lava dart could change things? So we're doing 3 growths, which is 6. No, I don't think it's possible.
He's already at 5 life. Again.
Okay, need to keep Delirium, don't forget. Have to keep Delirium in the yard. Surveil again. Okay, that is the extension from the hand from Nicholas. Christian takes it down, locking themselves up a spot in our top 8. We're going to be going to our backup feature match on table 2 to watch a Murktide mirror. The winner of this match will be going into our top 8 as well. We're getting our floor judge to work out the number of games and life totals and such. So don't take these stats on the screen as final, as our judge is going to work it out right now. So I believe that's so there's an unlicensed hearse with 4 cards exiled under it.
Yeah.
We're
about to become 6.
Yeah, but we're using Brazen Borrower to bounce it to hand, meaning that it resets and goes back to the hand.
Shredder. That's a nice way to catch up. And I think there's a Mishra's Bubble, so we can have the Knife trigger if that's it.
Yep.
Oh, get counters, but there's a dispute on the other side. So the Shredder resolves.
Ooh, okay.
But it looks like this Murktide player is stuck on 3 mana, maybe. Yeah.
A hand full of spells on the right.
Yeah, Expressive Iteration, Counter Magic, Earthspec. But now, if Navarro casts a second spell, that Shredder connives. So maybe it will be just a pass.
Yeah, I think you want to pass because you want to hold up the counter variation of Charm. That's an iteration off the top. Now, with no 4th land, you want to try and either... I think I see a dispute as well. Oh my gosh. So Manuel on the left having a decent hand, I believe. I think I see iteration and dispute there. Held too vertically for me to truly tell.
Would you counter this?
Iteration?
Yeah.
Against a mana-screwed opponent, I would.
Yeah.
In the other side, yeah, because you have an iteration as well to find another counterspell. So I would assume you want to use a counterspell on this.
Let's see what Navarro decides to do. He is flipping the mana for it, so.
Yep. Like, you want to keep your mana advantage, you want to stop Manuel from getting loads of cards, but I guess then you could be scared that if Manuel has a counter back, then Ledger Shredder will connive, but that logic applies with literally every spell that Manuel casts, right? So, I would assume you just want to try and counter it.
Okay, breaking the 2 fetches. Getting 2 islands and using Charm to counter the spell. And he just gets countered. Okay, Mishra's
Ooh.
Bubble, conniving.
So here, now, you need to be thoughtful of the fact that if you let them connive... No, there's no way you can Murktide. I think it's fine. Because there'll only be 4 cards in the graveyard, not 5. So, I don't think you have to use the hearse.
Okay, and what is Manuel discarding? An only hit. Breaking the Mishra's Bubble. Looking at Navarro's top card. And attacking for 2. Navarro down to 13 and going to use Analyze Earth.
Okay. So this dice is representing how many cards are exiled with the hearse?
Yeah, so right now 2. Back to Navarro's turn. That's a fast iteration. Ooh, is that
It's a Murktide.
a Murktide? And I think it's a Murktide, a Ragavan, and a Chandler.
Did... Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna say, I think Manuel missed his bauble trigger. Yeah. I wasn't 100% sure, which is why I didn't say, but yeah, I think Manuel missed the bauble trigger. That's a land, but now it's going a bit too late.
It happens. It's often that these triggers are missed. It's either Chandler, Conniving, Mishra's Bubble. This isn't Murktide deck has so many different triggers. And this is round 15. These players are really tired.
Yeah, it's not a delayed trigger, it's a trigger you must remember, so as it's forgotten, it's now gone. I think we're gonna fetch for a Murktide. Okay, now Manuel must find a way... I think it starts off at expressive iteration. You need some sort of cheap cantrip and, threats. Stuff like this. Hard to maintain delirium. Yeah, when you have the hearse. This is Manuel's one turn to do something, right? The hearse is tapped. You've got 3 cards in the yard, so it's actually realistic. It's actually somewhat realistic to do something here. If you have a cantrip or a way to connive.
Yeah, and you need to. Just Brazen Border.
Oh, this is to cast a bauble, I would assume. Yep.
Yeah. We're Conniving and Murktide in the bin.
Yuck.
That's not too nice.
Okay.
Triggering bubble. And let's see if he reminds this time to draw from the bubble. He does. Okay.
That was an iteration off the top. So now you're in the spot where you can double block, because Brazen Bar can block things with flying. I don't know if you can block this turn, 3, 6, and it's a 7/7, so you can't double block this turn. If you want to set up a way to kill the Murktide like that, you maybe can do it next turn, but probably just going to take the 7 now. Wait, oh, and picking up a counterspell is super nice as well. I would assume you want to just keep activating the Hearse Sorcery speed, stop a Murktide, and keep disrupting Delirium.
Let's see what Navarro decides to exile with Earth. Okay. keeping a Murktide, Ragavan, and land. So Manuel, far from Delirium.
So you have to start off the turn with Iteration, right? Because there's 2 lands and Iteration in hand. I think? Or is there a Bolt Iteration land?
It's difficult to look. Attacking here, Shredder. Putting the opponent at 9 life. Playing the land tapped, say go. So deciding not to play the iteration.
Yeah. There must be something else that Manuel can do at instant speed here. Blocking with the Brazen Borrower. This is a jump. Could also be waiting to play around Spell Pierce.
Playing land tapped. Go. And deciding not to use the Ursine. Okay, using it now.
Okay. Big draw. The Murktide. I think you can cast that. I don't know how many cards are in the graveyard, but if you Iteration...
There's 2 cards on the graveyard right now. It's
Oh, only
Murktide and
2?
Ragavan. I think
Okay,
so.
yeah, you probably won't get there then.
I might be wrong, but I think there's a Ragavan and a Murktide on the grave.
Oh. I think our players ran out of dice, so the judge provides some. Thinking about the counter spell in this iteration, I would assume you counter.
Counter spell.
Oh, counter spell back. Okay, we're conniving with the Ledger Shredder. Murktide goes away. Now we need to hit something big. We do have a land drop. Oh, Unholy Heat, but the Murktide is massive, and we don't have Delirium, so the Unholy is probably gonna go away. And now we're at the spot, by the way, where Unlicensed Hearse can do the dirty work for the Murktide. You can just attack with the Unlicensed Hearse at some point.
Not looking too good here for our Murktide player. Having to now jump with this Leisure Shredder.
Yeah.
Expressive Iteration.
There's a Bolt. Ragavan. Oh, taking Mystical Dispute. That's going to be it, though. Manuel scoops up. We're going to be going to a Game 3 here in our Murktide mirror. We're going to be pulling up the list on our...
Yeah, let's look at the play sideboard.
Yeah, because Murktide mirrors are definitely something.
So here we are looking at not the right list, I think.
Yep. For those wondering, though, this is our only guaranteed win-in left on the floor. So we are watching 2 players fight for that locked spot in the top 8 here in this Murktide mirror. For those who don't know, the Ragavan can crew the Unlicensed Hearse and attack with both for guaranteed lethal. For those confused why the quote-unquote fast scoop. The Ledger Shredder can only chump 1 big creature. Do we have the deck list? Can we get the deck list? Oh, we're getting the deck list now. Our technical team's working on that. We apologize. We'll get up as soon as possible. Let's see.
Okay, so here we are seeing Vidal, Manuel list. And right away we are seeing in the sideboard 1 Fury, 1 Subtlety, 2 Brotherhood, and 2 Mystical Dispute. What a great card. 2 Flare Storm, 2 Unlicensed Earths. And again, a great card in this matchup. 2 Engineer Explosives, 2 Blood Moon, and 1 Dress Down. What would you bring here, Ari, from this sideboard?
To interrupt, I'm like 90% sure these players are playing a 75 card mirror. I'm looking at, or a 74 card mirror. I'm looking at both lists and I see almost identical card choices. The only difference I can find is Manuel has 2 Brotherhood's End, whereas Abril has 1 Brotherhood's End and 2 Dress Down. So I think both of these players are looking to board in. Definitely Mystical Dispute. Flusterstorm is to think about. Unlicensed Hearse are coming in. Brotherhood End is an interesting one. It kills Hearses and it kills Ragavens and Channelers. You also have access to Fury, which I would assume you want some balance between the Fury and the subtleties. And you want to basically just add in cards that you think get a lot of value in the matchup in terms of mana efficiency. But if we pull up the other player's deck list, then I think we can truly compare. Keep your eyes out. I'm pretty sure it's almost a mirror.
In a true mirror, I will give the advantage to the player that is on the play.
One has 3 Ledger Shredder, one has 4, and they're like, it's literally like 70 card mirror. There's like only 3 bolts in this list. And there's one shot. It's like so similar.
It
These
is very
decks are so
similar, yeah.
People saying in the chat that they know each other, they tested together, so makes sense.
It looks like both of the names are Spanish, and we are in Barcelona, so a lot of the players here today are from Spain, so a lot of people that know each other.
Yeah, and the players are now shuffling up, so we're gonna go down to the table so that we can watch the players draw their opening 7s. Now we're gonna have Manuel on the play.
And actually, the players are 10, 2, and 2.
Yes, having 2. I actually, Manuel came and spoke with me before this round. Just to chat, and he said, "Oh, Harry, I've got to win in the next round." And I said, "You better win it." And coincidentally, as we said to the judge, "Please get table 4 and table 5." Manuel was table 5. That's going to be a mulligan to 6, though, for Manuel, while our other player also mulligans, both going to 6. Many people in the chat talking about why is there only 2 Murktide regions, and it's simple. You draw so many cards. Ledger Shredder, you draw a ton of cards. Expressive Iteration, you dig so deep. Some decks even playing Archmage's Charm now, that's a draw too. Consider Dragon Rage Channeler Surveil. There are so many ways to go through half of your deck that you don't need 3 copies anymore. And now that we're getting more and more incidental graveyard hate in the format, and more people getting creature-based and permanent-based removal, the Murktide region has lost a lot of value to some of these players, finding that it's too much hassle to keep up loads of protection for many Murktides in the list.
And I feel like a lot of the times, it's not even the Murktide that wins. It's the Leisure Shredder, it's the Chandler attacking really early on. Obviously, you want to have Murktide, but in case your opponent does have that graveyard disruption, it's always good to have other options to win.
Okay, both of our players here going to 6. Don't forget, the winner of this game will be locking up a spot in our top 8, free flight and travel and accommodation to Naples, and also a shot at playing for some more cash.
Yeah, and it's what Chad is saying. Don't you have to add another threat? And there is Brazen Borer. Brazen Borer is a great card because it's a 3/1 flash flying, but it also has the putative ability, so...
Yep. I mean, just being able to bounce things like Chalice of the Void, maybe a Rhino token. There's so many things I can list off that you can bounce in the format that, yeah, it's definitely a great addition to the deck. Okay, so I think I see a Ragavan on the hand.
I do see
on the
2.
right.
I see 2.
You see 2.
I see 2. But
mean,
maybe
it's-
I'm seeing bad, but I think I see 2.
You can see it's
Yeah,
sideboard
look,
subtlety
you see?
there.
You see? 2.
Now, I think that our players are thinking they're thinking what to bottom, but I understand the logic of, do I bottom subtlety or something else, because subtlety is card disadvantage. And when you've mulliganed, you're already down a card, and every card matters in this matchup, so it's a close, tough decision. See what our players do.
So there we have Ragavan.
Ooh.
2 bubbles. Bubbling the opponent.
Okay. Going for the bolt on the Ragavan. Playing another bauble. Drawing for the first bauble on the upkeep. Finding a Ledger Shredder. Actually sort of punishing playing this bauble, unless they kept a 1-lander. They did. Okay, it makes sense why they played it, actually. Having only 1 land and relying on baubles to find you lands is rough. So our player's looking to be an interesting spot here.
Ooh. That's exactly what Manuel wants to be doing against Navarro. And this Earth is going to do a lot of work. Is there any upgrade on the sideboards? I think we didn't see a
No,
braid.
I believe it's only Brotherhood End, Brazen Borrower Bounce. Yeah. Brazen Borrower Bounce, Brotherhood's End. I mean, you could have something like Engineered Explosives, but I don't think the players would board this in the matchup. Oh, we found the land. Wow. Oh, we found 2 lands. Wait, what? Oh, 1 for the bauble on the upkeep and then 1 for the draw step. Wow, as I was checking the deck list. Things changing very quickly for both of these players. Navarro fetching here for a basic island. Probably going to dash this monkey.
Actually, dashing the monkey is a very good play.
Or just playing Ledger Shredder. It's up to them. Yeah, okay, going for the Ledger Shredder. Makes sense.
We see Ragavan on Manuel's side and choosing to play it and not dash it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't attack with a 2-1 into
Yeah,
a 1-3,
yeah.
so...
Unless you had the bolt or some way to deal with,
Mhm.
but
That's an Unholy Heat off the top. Ripping a removal spell for this Ragavan, actually being able to clear the way, so you can do like Unholy Heat the Ragavan, dash mine. I mean, you need to be thoughtful of something like a counterspell, though. And I guess you can't do that, pardon me, because of the Unlicensed Hearse. If you cast a removal spell on the Ragavan, there's a thought process to crew the Hearse. So yeah, I don't think you can. Like, you could dash the Ragavan, play your land, and attack, and if they crew the Hearse, you can actually heat it in response to the Hearse being tapped. But then there's this weird dynamic with Manuel has 2 mana up, so I don't know if you want to, play these types of games.
just goes for it on the Ragavan.
And now Manuel has to decide: am I going to crew?
Decides not to.
Okay.
Is there any second spell being cast here? There is. So we have Dashing Ragavan, we have Conniving with Leisure Shredder. And conniving is really good, but at the same time, opponent has the Earth being able to exile 2 cards a turn. There's a considering response.
Interesting. Only 1 Ragavan in hand? How did that happen? I guess...
It did move to 6
Yeah.
on the play.
Yeah, rough.
Didn't really have a lot of card draw.
Finding an Unholy Heat, I assume this Murktide's going to go away because the Hearse is just going to chip away at the graveyard, but this Ragavan being dashed is going to do a lot of work. Yeah.
Attacking here for 4. And let's see what is the top card on Manuel's deck. Oh, a Mishra's Bubble!
Oh my gosh, a free bauble. Now, this bauble does go to Manuel's graveyard, but you just don't care. 1 card means so much more than putting a random card in Manuel's graveyard.
There's still Unholy Heat on hand. That can be.
Yeah. So you don't even need to sack the bauble. You can wait so that Manuel doesn't have the extra card in the yard until it's Navarro's next turn.
And here, Manuel really needs a nice draw, like maybe an iteration, something that gives card advantage.
Is that a Fury in hand? I can't.
The only card that I can see is a Ragavan and a land.
I can see a Fire Islet and a Ragavan. I'm trying to work out what the third card is.
Dashing Ragavan.
So if Manuel has a counterback for this Unholy Heat, Navarro will
Connive, yeah. So there is the only hit. Does Manuel have it or not?
Well, I think Manuel's also thinking, do I counter back? Because let's say you have a counter spell and you counter, maybe the Ledger Shredder just doesn't attack next turn. Oh, we do have it.
And a pretty one.
Connive. So I see a Murktide and 2 Ragavans. I would assume that it's safe to discard a Ragavan because there is some good value in keeping a Murktide Regent to keep this hearse in check. But no, just gonna go for the Murktide.
Yeah, that makes some sense. With Earth in play, that Murktide very difficultly
Ooh.
gets played.
Do you cast that? I would assume not. Yeah, and this Ragavan should bounce to hand. Oh no, we are going to cast it. Okay, Ragavan goes to the graveyard because of legendary rule.
Okay.
Now,
Manuel doesn't
actually,
have any cards left.
yeah, we should hearse on the upkeep, I would assume, because you want to stop a Murktide Regent coming down. Although, if these people are friends, they know that there's only 2 Murktides at the 75, right? And both of them are in the graveyard. So now you don't have to activate hearse. 2 cards were drawn there for the draw step because of the Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah.
There was a shortcut.
And there's a perfect draw. Do you see that lightning bolt being drawn, I think? So now you can play Shredder, bolt the monkey. I think Earth is going to be crude in response. But double
well,
connive.
there's no benefit to crew, right? Because I don't think they can dash.
Yeah.
Right?
No, they can't. So you cannot really block those flyers. Looks like there was some misinformation in the live totals.
Yeah. Judge is just working out, just checking because they've noticed that the life pads don't line up, I believe.
Yeah, sometimes some land that was not paid for the cost. Okay, so we have the first Knight trigger getting Ragavan on the grave, or at least the first one. And I see a Mystical Dispute. That card is huge. Lightning Bolt being discarded. So now we have 2 Leisure Shredders.
Yep, and the Ragavan goes to Navarro's graveyard because obviously it was stolen by a Ragavan.
Yeah, and 4 damage here from Leisure Shredder. And Manuel going down to 7. Which means that next turn...
We need to find an expressive iteration.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, like, with 1 connive only, these shredders become lethal, so we need an answer for these shredders. Because right now, Manuel is at 7, and these shredders deal 6 damage. And I see a Consider. Is that it? Dashing Ragavan?
Dash Ragavan. That's going to be lethal if there's
Yeah.
no counterspell from Manuel.
And
Oh.
even if there's a Consider that triggers Connive, and then with Connive we can potentially put these Shredders.
The extension
in.
from the
Yeah.
hand. Manuel losing this game, and Navarro locking up a spot in our top 8 here at the Legacy European Tour Championship Qualifier down in Barcelona. We're going to see if there's another backup match, because maybe our judges pulled another one. Is there any more? No, that is going to be it. That was the final round of Magic that we have for you on this round. We'll be back with you shortly for the top 8 announcement for the players that actually locked up a spot in the top 8.
It's going to be really interesting. We're going to have. We'll go there and see who is going to be the top 8 live announcement. We already hear a lot of claps when a player wins and gets the top 8, so it's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back with you with a short break. Please stay tuned. Hello guys and welcome back from the quick break. We are now going to be doing our top 8 announcement. As we do not have a microphone down on the floor, me and Filipa are going to be giving you some analysis on who these players are and what decks they are playing. Filipa, you're much better at pronouncing names, so please.
And at 8th place, we have... We're just waiting for the player to enter so we can spoil it for you.
For those wondering, it was 11, 3, and 1 was the requirement to make the top 8 of this event.
But not every 11, 3, 1 made it. Some got out, so...
Yeah, there were a ton of draws this event, a ton of natural draws, meaning that some people couldn't ID and some people just missed it because they got a draw earlier on in the event.
Exactly. So 8th place, we have Cristobal Abril Navarro with Izet Murktide. Congratulations to our player here. 7th place, we have David Pla and Temur Control, which is Scape Shift.
Yes.
Congratulations to our player. And on 6th place, we have Eric Aladan with 5-color Zoo. Really excited to see this deck make the top 8. 5th place, we have Eric Alenda.
No.
No, Carlos Souza with Izet Tempo.
Yeah, is it Murktide there? In 4th place, we got Paulo with Jeskai Stoneblade.
Yeah, a Portuguese player. We saw a lot of him. In 3rd place, we have Christian Pichi with 4-color Rhino. Another deck making it into the top 8. 2nd place, we have Terrence Serians with 5-color Indomitable Creativity. And Terry, do you want to spoil us who is on first after these 15 rounds?
Yes, in 1st place of this event, congratulations to Marco Caputo with Amulet Titan at 13, 1 and 1. Masterfully played by this player, making it to 13 wins and 1 loss in an ID. Very well played. Congratulations to all these players. You will be seeing the quarterfinals of this event as soon as these players are shuffling up and preparing their decks. And for those wondering about deck lists, this is still a closed deck list.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 8 here live at Barcelona for the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will. I am joined by the one and only Hall of Famer, Martin Juza, and we're going to take you through these quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, we've announced the top 8. You saw that earlier from Filipa and Harry. We're going to go straight down to the games where we are going to have Amulet Titan versus Murktide. Our number 1 seeded player is Amulet Titan in a whole field of Blood Moon. But speaking to the player, we'll talk through it as we go through why they bought this deck, how they've managed to navigate this, why they've chosen the decisions they've chosen. But we'll go straight down to the feature match here. The shuffling up, the ready to go is second that we say go. I'm giving everybody the thumbs up behind us. No one's looking at me, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll just keep talking until they realise we can go. We'll go.
People are waiting. Show us the match.
Yeah. Okay. Start them all. They're all off. We're off to the races, chat. We're going to go down to him.
Marco is the only player who only had 1 loss during the entire 15 rounds.
And do you know what that loss was to? Scape shift. And realistically, he said it's because he'd never managed to draw his 4th land.
Okay.
I spoke to him because he was kind of our locks player. We kind of knew that that he was going to be in.
So in the top 8, the way it works is the higher seeded player gets a choice whether they want to play first or draw first. Obviously, in Constructed Magic, nobody really chooses to draw.
No, it's quite to the advantage to go first, as we do see the turn 1 Amulet there, the namesake of the deck. This is going to mean that all the lands that come into the player battlefield tapped will be become untapped, which is how this deck is so explosive and powerful.
So both players have the one drop they're looking for, right?
The one drop they're looking for. On the other side, we do see the Ragavan come down. Table does look a little wonky. I'm going to see if we can get the table just slightly straightened up for you all.
I think it's probably just a tablecloth thing. So the key cards in this matchup, Dryad is obviously one of them. That turns all your lands into. They have all the types, so they can produce any mana. You can also play an extra land every turn.
And this is what we want to be doing. This gives us our extra land drops each turn that we need to do. And potentially next turn we could have a turn 3 Titan.
Yeah, Primeval Titan obviously one of the key cards. The bounce lands in combination with the amulet, they come into play. Produce 2 mana before you have to bounce something. So you can usually play your Primeval Titan ahead of the curve. Sometimes turn 3. That Titan's going to bring even more lands, even more bounce lands, get you more mana. You can have some cool tricks with Tolaria, search for summoner specs, get even more Titans, and so on. Whereas the Murktide player is going to be looking to be as aggressive as possible, and then hopefully stop the cards like Primeval Titan with counter spells. But we do know that there are cards like Cavern of the Souls.
I was about to say, speaking to the players, I've asked them, in this meta, how do you feel about you turned up in a meta full of Murktide? Surely like Counter Magic and Blood Moons are kind of like your worst enemy. And he's decided that he doesn't want to, he's been testing since he's been playing since March, only playing Amulet Titan, only playing Modern, and he just wants to jam it and just wants to win with this deck as much as he possibly can. So obviously worked out well for him so far this weekend, but in his testing, he's gone down to 1 Cavern in the main, but we will get to the sideboard, but he has 2 in his sideboard. He was bouncing around between 4 to 1 copies in his deck. Same with Beseiju. He's going with 2, I believe it's 2 Besejus in the main and 1 in the board. So he's got he has a game plan versus Blood Moons, he has a game plan versus Counter Magic, and it's clearly paying off well for him.
There's also Tolaria West that you can cycle and get one of these.
Oh yeah, one of the namesake cards of this deck, right? This is how you can go get the Summoners Pact, which enables you to go to get any green creature that we need. Very complicated deck. We spoke about this, and I say he's mastered the deck, and it's gone all the way to the top 8 here, and see if we can get him any further. All the players that have managed to make top 8 have won themselves flights and accommodations
That's really
in Naples
cool.
and the Forest. It's great.
That's super cool.
That's like the throwback to the old sort of GP Pro Tour sort of era, right? When you managed to qualify for Pro Tour, you used to get your flights paid for you. Legacy are jumping on that bandwagon, and they're giving you free flights and accommodation.
I think
to
that's
the
a great
finals.
change. Yeah, like it's one thing to win some money and boxes, and that's really cool. But just having your hotel paid for, having your flight paid for, you can bring your partner.
No hassle.
You can enjoy a nice vacation in Italy. That is always cool.
And we do see probably one of the better answers to a turn 1 Ragavan, the Grazer, a 0-3 defender with reach. Just stonewalls it.
Marco had a great start, but he's really missing another another bounce land or another way to produce 2 more mana to be able to play the Titan, because he's kind of stuck on 3 lands, and this can be a problem. There's only 1 blue source, so even if you have something like Talaria, you can't transmute it yet.
Well, no, because all our lands produce all coloured mana, right? From the
Oh,
Dryad.
that's true.
So, yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
But we are definitely missing land drops in a deck where we need to be producing 6 mana. Only being able to produce 4 is definitely not what we want, but a bounce land, as you said, would be able to open it up. I can't quite make out what's in hand because the whole deck is in foil.
This is actually pretty funny. Both players are stuck on lands, and now if you have a counterspell, you kind of really want to sit on the counterspell to prevent the opponent from drawing a bounce land and playing the Titan. But at the same time, you do need to advance your own board because you don't want to give them infinite time. So this is a situation where you have to decide: do I want to go for it and tap out for something like expressive iteration and hope that I'm gonna find some lands. But yeah, I'm gonna run the risk of my opponent possibly drawing another Simic Chamber and just dropping a Primeval Titan. At which point I would just be dead on board.
I was kind of hoping they were going to get some Dryad beats then. I kind of like attacking for 2 there.
And look at Unholy Heat here. Like that's a card with Delirium. You're dealing 6 damage, so you can actually deal with Primeval Titan for just 1 mana. Which is a pretty nice deal.
Another missed land drop. Maybe we'll rely on this Ragavan making us some treasure tokens early on. I think.
Was that Cavern?
I think that was on the land off the top. I'm not sure if it was Cavern. It's definitely like a lot of these foils, the reflective side of it makes it really hard for me to identify what they are. But I'm sure we will see. It's not going to be too hard. He's a very good marker with this deck. He takes his time. He'll sit back, look at his cards, see what he's on the battlefield, come up with the game plan, and then just execute it really quickly. So where he goes in the tank, it makes every second worth it. And these are untimed rounds in the top 8. Also, it is open deck list. We've had the whole tournament as closed deck list. Now it is the top 8. It will be open deck list, so both players get to look at what their opponent is playing. Nothing, no secrets, nothing they don't know what to play around, especially during sideboarding. But they only get to look before and during sideboarding, not during the match for anybody just tuning in.
Something Marco has to keep in mind is there's a big difference between executing his game plan against a creature deck that doesn't interact and something that has counter spells and other blue cards, because it might be tempting to cast a bunch of Summoner's Pact and try to go for a number of Primeval Titans, but if there's a timely counter spell for the Primeval Titan and maybe you're not going to have enough lands in play to pay for all the pacts, that can get pretty awkward very, very quickly. So you also have to navigate your way around all the possible interactions spells from the Murktide player, and if they're not casting anything, you pretty much know they're sitting on a counter spell, right?
Oh, it's just a grip full.
They kept their hand. They have 7 cards. The deck is literally full of 1 and 2 mana cards, and they're not casting anything. Like, that is pretty suspicious. That definitely smells like a counter spell right there.
We did manage to draw a land for the turn. We played it, but instead we got the option of holding up counterspell by playing maybe like a Channeler or something like that. But I think we're trying to hold up or threaten at least an Unholy Heat here in case the Titan does come down. So they decided not to deploy 1 threat to be able to go into another. They've got iterations in hand. That's a Charm. That's a Spell Pierce, Ledger Shredder, Counterspell, stacked hand of Magic the Gathering cards. But as I say, we're waiting. We're being patient here. I like this. I like being patient in this spot because if a Titan does come down, we are going to be in trouble. And we're just passing the turn back again. Still no land drop from a deck that has 26 lands, 29 if you count the spell lands, 29 lands, and we're still only managed to hit 3 of them. Pretty unfortunate. We're going to Charm end the turn, draw 2 cards. And we're going to draw into a couple lands. So now we're rocking and rolling. Now we're cooking our gas.
All right, yeah. Now with 4 lands in play, and a counterspell and a spell pierce, you can start thinking about deploying some threats. So that Dragon's Rage Chandler definitely looks good, especially with a full graveyard. That should be a 3/3 flying creature. It also is going to keep fueling your graveyard even more. With every spell you cast, you get to take a look at the top of your deck. If it's something you like, you can keep it there. Make your draws even better. If it's something you don't like, you can put it in the graveyard and try to find more counter spells, which is probably what a Brill is going to be looking for here.
We'll see how we get along. So we're just going to pass the turn back, hold up our counter magic. Didn't get another look at what that was. It's just a grip. This is like quite scary though, because as soon as Amulet does hit lands, which we can't counter the lands, just the spells are going to start flowing. You know what I mean? We're filling this grip up. Especially if we're able to deploy something like maybe, I think it might be a second Amulet in hand. They're thinking the glare on the shine makes it quite hard. Hold on, is that a bounce land and a Cavern? They might be sandbagging a cavern here to try and play, play it all in one turn. Maybe they're wanting the Izzet player to commit to the board or maybe tap out a bit low, so then they can start playing all the extras.
Yeah, there's actually a bit more lands. It's 26 actual lands plus 4 Urza Sagas, 30 plus 3.
So it's actually 33 total. Yeah,
Tyrion Timber Symbiosis. That's 33 lands. You also have 1 copy of Expedition Map, so more than half your deck is lands.
So now we're going to start deploying.
Second Amulet. Yeah, now if a bounce land comes into play, that's going to be a lot of mana.
Chat jumping on me as always. 33 lands. Thank you, chat. So we do have the bounce land and we are using it, so we're going to generate 4 mana here.
Oh, wow, okay.
I think that's how the other drive
comes into play. Both Amulet trigger, so you get to float 4 mana, and then the bounce land wants you to bounce a land of yours back into your hand. You can bounce the bounce land itself, and then do the same thing all over again. Plus, with the Dryad, you get to play 2 lands a turn.
This is genius. They actually had the land, they just sandbagged it with the cavern.
Nice.
Absolute genius play. And now we've been holding up counter magic this whole game, and it's not going to be useless if we're able to. So they've even got the land for us to show us what they're going to be floating or what is floating. Representing it, so it's like 1 green is still floating. Oh, okay. This card's not as good when you don't have the land to put into the battlefield.
But you can keep playing the bounce land and bouncing itself, so you can actually create a lot of mana even with that just 1 land.
Yeah, well, even 1 land coming into the battlefield, 1 land you're going to generate the mana, but it's also going to let us draw a card. So now every land, this trigger goes on the stack, I believe. So if we want to kill it, we kill it now before the this happens. Because now every land that comes into we draw, we get to play for the in sequence like this, and every time we get to keep redrawing, all these triggers are going to start going on the stack until we eventually looks like we didn't draw a land. Oh nope, do we just have a grip full of cards? Maybe we kept the Beseiju to play around Blood Moon. Now Valakut comes to play. Look at all these triggers that are happening. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Now every land coming to battlefield, there's going to be 3 damage going. Are we? Okay. I'm just going to let them do the thing. This is so many land off the top. Okay, we're going to stop there, are we? That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 land. No biggie. No biggie.
If you write exclamation mark deck lists or standings into the chat, you're going to be able to look at the tournament and see all the deck lists right there. I think there's 4 Murktide decks in the top 8.
Okay. Trigger is probably the word that's being said amongst the players currently right now.
Yeah, that escalated quickly, huh?
Yeah.
3 lands past the turn.
But like he did all that because he sandbags the land. He got the extra amulet down. Then he had the you can't counter a Cavern of Souls. Play that. Cool. Name what Colossus. This is nuts. Okay. A lot of untapped triggers. Yeah, we're going to untap all these cards twice, get a bunch of mana floating. Hopefully they represent that for us. Yeah, with Cavern, you name the creature, and then that creature cannot be countered. They can try and counter it. It just says the creature cannot be countered. So we could have cast Catspell into it. It just would have done nothing. Standings chat is what you're after, not deck lists.
That is a lot of mana.
Yep, Stoneblade's actually our backup feature match.
Top 8 Stoneblade, what an absolute hero! Yeah, I mean, I like to see the Stoneblade deck. It's just good old honest magic, and I think that's something we can all relate to in this field full of combo decks and also a lot of Murktide and Hammer and all that.
Okay, so that's a lot of mana. I think that's 10, 17-ish mana floating.
Urza Saga is in the deck to have more ways to find Amulet.
Also has the added bonus of, making construct tokens. I think there's what other targets have we got in the deck besides the Saga? I think it's a expedition map. Makes sense. We can go find up one of our lands that we need. Maybe it's a bounce land. Maybe it's a Bajuka Bog. Maybe it's a Beseiju.
Yeah, that Spell Pierce is not looking so hot anymore. How much mana are you floating? 4,
I
45.
think 9, 10, 15. I think we're going at 16 floating. Okay, we're going to start returning some lands. This is crazy. We're going to explore. And that is going to be enough for us to scoop up game 1 here. Super. We thought both people were, missing land drops, getting there, and then we thought, oh, maybe these Murktide players coming back into this. Nope. Absolutely masterful from Marco, holding on to that cavern that he needed, playing it at the right moment, and just absolutely going off. So
That was very, very well played by Marco. Slow rolling the lands and making sure my opponent thinks that I'm stuck on lands, but maybe I can cast a Titan if I draw the right card. So they're incentivized to just hold up a counter and hope that they can play some lands and deploy some threats in the meantime. But then that one huge turn happened.
It's not like even like the Murktide player did anything wrong. They played everything right. They did what they were going to do, sit back on counter magic. They didn't deploy or tap out at any turn where they needed to. They played it really well. It's just Marco just had it and knows this matchup so in and out, and it makes sense. He said it to me. He's played over 700 games since March with this deck. And
that's a lot of games with just one deck.
That is a lot of games with just one deck. But it says this is the only deck I own. It's the only deck I have on Modo. I've been playing it through and through. All I want to do is win with this deck. That's all I want to do.
But that's exactly what we talked about throughout the tournament. Modern is a format that rewards experience. It rewards like perfecting one deck. And whether it's Merfolk, whether it's Scapeshift, whether it's the Primeval Titan Amulet deck, whether it's Murktide, there's probably like 30 to 40 different decks that you can do well in Modern with on any given day. And yeah, Modern is a format that really rewards practicing with the deck and knowing every matchup inside out, knowing how to sideboard, how to approach the matchup, when to slow roll the lands, when to make plays like that. And we just saw it on camera.
It was almost like it was like a masterclass. Honestly sorted it out perfectly. So we'll see if we can get the deck lists up on screen for you, so we can talk through it, so we can show you what is currently in each of these decks. So starting off with the Amulet Titan Marco's deck. Looking at that in his sideboard, so as I say, speaking to him, he's decided that he wants to have Besejus and Caverns in his sideboard for this matchup purposely, and these are the cards that he is bringing in.
So the main thing you have to be worried about is Blood Moon, right? That basically turns off your deck, and even though you do already have Expedition map, you have a Talaria, you have a lot of ways to find the two Besejus in your deck, but there is a third copy in the sideboard, and there's 2 more Cavern of Souls just to make sure that those counter spells and Archmage's charms and whatnot are just completely useless. So that's definitely coming in.
And we see how he was prioritizing that Cavern by keeping it in his hand for so long. Like, he knew that this was the game plan. This is the key card in this matchup, and he got there.
Yeah, so sometimes the hidden information is more valuable than anything else, because clearly the Murktide player did think that sitting on a counterspell is going to be good enough here. All right, if you are the Murktide player, what do you bring in? Blood Moon, the obvious card.
Yep. Dress down stops the triggers when Titans and things enter the battlefield.
That definitely sounds reasonable. Flusterstorm, if you're trying to counter 0 mana pact, countering with Flusterstorm doesn't seem all that great.
Subtlety also comes to mind there, like be able to stop that can stop a Titan through something like a Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, Subtlety is probably maybe even better than counterspells post board, because it does stop the Titan even through the Cavern, as you said. Plus, if you're tapped out, your opponent might be thinking they have no way to stop me from doing my thing now. So that's probably coming in.
What do you like taking out here, though? Like, I'm looking at a couple of these cards. I'm like, Spell Piss doesn't really seem like it does too much.
Cards like Lightning Bolt is not as exciting, because Dryad is a 2/4. Dealing with an Arboreal Grazer on turn 1 is not something that is like super relevant. On the play, you might be able to keep Spell Pierce in the deck and try to
snag an amulet,
turn 1 amulet. But at the same time, if you're playing against an experienced player, you might be thinking, okay, maybe they're going to play around it. So even if I have a Spell Pierce, it's probably better to just represent it and not actually have it if I think my opponent's going to play around it. So that is certainly a consideration.
Looking at this deck, it's quite interesting. There's only 2 Murktides in this list.
Yeah, when I was watching Blue Red this weekend, I actually thought that the cheaper cards, the cheap cards are the ones that you always want to see. They're the ones that really make the deck better, and the expensive ones sometimes they can be awkward. Murktide, like it takes a while to fill your graveyard. Then you have to play. You have to tap 2 blue mana. Sometimes that doesn't leave enough to also play a counterspell or something along those lines. So I'm not an expert on Murktide, but I wouldn't be surprised if 2 was the right number, or if some players were perhaps even considering just completely cutting them from the deck.
We'll see how this plays out. Both players now finished sideboarding. Going to shuffle up. We are going to see the Murktide player on the play this game. I wonder if things like Ragavan's, we just saw it just got stonewalled. It did nothing that whole game. Is it worth keeping that in? Are we going to now we're on the play? It's obviously going to be better on the play, I imagine.
I think you still have to do it, but yeah, it's also a consideration then to just keep the lightning bolt, maybe board out something else, and just be like, yeah, I mean, you do have the grazers, I have to deal with them, and early Unholy he doesn't do that, so maybe I just have to go for some aggressive plan, maybe not rely on the counters that much. Like you do see that the opponent knows exactly how to play around counters. They have a bunch of Cavern of Souls.
Yeah.
So maybe the play is to board out something like Archmage's Charm or Counterspell and just lean more on the aggressive draws and just hope that you start with the Ragavan, like you lightning bolt the Arboreal Grazer, then maybe you sit on something like Subtlety in your hand to deal with the Titan later.
Yeah, we saw that. Obviously, that we game on, we sat back on that counter spell on the strength of it, and unfortunately for them, we're playing against a player that they knew that that's kind of what we were doing. The whole game plan played around it, and they just one-shot us in that one turn. It was so masterful what they did there. I'm so impressed with it. As it looks like we're going to be taking mulligan over on the Murktide side. Didn't like what they had in the opening 7. And we spoke about this before, but not being scared to mulligan that hand. Maybe they had a really good hand against other decks, but in this matchup, it's going to be no good. So we're going to throw it back, try and draw to maybe the early Ragavan, early Dragon Age Chandler, Ledger Shredders, because flying over the top of this deck is obviously one of the better ways to get damage in, because Titan obviously doesn't have a reach, but it also doesn't really block too often either. It tends to be Titan. When Titan comes down, it is getting turned sideways and trying to end the game.
Yeah, mulliganing in Modern is definitely something that isn't as punishing in other formats. Some players might be scared to mulligan too much in Limited because every resource counts and it's usually a different game. But in Modern, you have a lot of card selection, you have a lot of fetch lands, and your mana base is really good. So you're very rarely stuck on just one color or something that really prevents you from playing Magic. So instead of just keeping a bad hand, just don't be afraid to mulligan. Hope for something better. You are taking the London mulligan, so you see the 7 cards.
Yep.
Plus, obviously, there are matchups where you should be mulliganing more aggressively, which is something like playing against a combo deck. You really need to start on a fast draw or find your cards like Blood Moon. But at the same time, there are also decks where you don't want to be mulliganing too much when you're playing a matchup that's more about attrition war, like playing against something like the old school Junt that would just have a lot of discard spells, a lot of 2/4-1s. You definitely don't want to go to 5 in that matchup looking for turn 1 Ragavan, because that's going to cost you when they cast a Thoughtseize or Inquisition of Kozilek and pretty much just leave you with nothing by turn 2.
So it looks like we're going to keep this 6. It does look like a keeper. We've got 2 free land. Looks like we're going to put one of them to the bottom. I think we've got the turn 1 Ragavan that we were talking about into. Sure, this is going to go to the bottom. We're going to fetch it up. Ragavan's going to come into play, and then we're going to be able to have Counterspell Magic back up.
Okay, a little bit of a shortcut here. Put the Shockland back on top, but hey, I'm going to crack anyway, so might as well just not spend too much time on this.
Yeah, I like that. Less shuffling. We spoke about that this weekend. Now, do we have the turn 1 Amulet? This is where it's going to be huge, and it does have the basic forest into it. So no, that's Blood Moon sorted. We've got our basic, plus we've got the amulet in play. Ragavan's going to come in, connect, and take a basic off the top there. Make a treasure token. And this is where it can kind of get scary, right? Like imagine a turn 2 Blood Moon here.
Yeah.
And we're just going to play a basic card and pass the turn, so holding up counter magic. Looks like we've got 2 or 3 iterations in hand.
And now, with the roles reversed, Murktide gets to be a little bit more aggressive. With that Ragavan coming in, making the treasure, on turn 3 you're already going to be able to play that iteration and still keep up 2 mana for a potential counterspell. So this is going to be quite a different game.
Again, we're only at turn 2. We haven't even made our second hand drop, and he's in the tank. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, this is how you have to play combo decks. You don't just think about the current turn. You don't think about your opponent's next turn. You have to think like 3 turns in advance, and just piece out a game plan. Think about how how the what cards they might have in their hand, how the game usually plays out, and what to play around, and just really piece together everything.
So here comes a Dryad that is going to take the counter spell out of our hand. I think there was another iteration. So I think we've got 3 iterations and an Unholy Heat. Not exactly ideal, but this card is super powerful. It hits another bounce land off the top. Treasure token is made, as we're now going to start casting this iteration. Top 3 cards. We've got a Ragavan, a Murktide, and another land. I like this. I feel like I'd pick Murktide in hand. Ragavan's to the bottom. We've already got one of them in play. Turning sideways. Connecting. Are we playing this for our land for the turn? We are going to play this now. Are we going to pay 2 life? We're already below the 18, which is kind of like the when our life total goes up in freeze, right? We end up shooting in freeze with Primeval Titan, with Dryad in play, and we are just going to take 2 and drop to 15.
This is definitely the kind of matchup where your life total doesn't matter as much, and it's usually just better to have mana untapped for some potential spells, rather than be on the safe side and just be like, yeah, I'll save the 2 life here at 17 just to make sure, and then all of a sudden your opponent might be able to sneak something into play.
So the last turn's interesting. So played Slayer West untapped instead of the basic forest that we knew about. Oh, well, that is a check card. Not entirely sure what that is. That might be the spell land.
Oh, Trin Timber Symbiosis.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of mana. That Ragavan's doing work.
Yeah. And we've seen it numerous times this weekend. Ragavan just running through the game. Turn 1, unchecked, unanswered.
That card is crazy. Like if you think about the fact that we went from Dark Confidant, Tarmogoyf and Snapcaster Mage to Ragavan, what's next? Like where do we go from here? You can't make these things any cheaper.
That depends who you talk to. Some people will say that it will go on the ban list. Some people want, Planeswalkers are also getting cheaper. Everything's slowly getting cheaper.
Yeah,
in
running
Magic.
2 mana.
Yeah.
Like, what's next? Like, is there
A
one
1
mana
mana Planeswalker? And we're going to cast another iteration as our second spell for the turn. Trigger the Ledger Shredder. Draw a Consider. What are we going to ditch here? We could cast this Murktide. This is the other thing. Like, we're holding up mana like we've got Counterspell, but we actually don't have any interaction besides this Unholy Heat. Do we have Delirium? Delirium is not turned on currently. We've got Sorcery, Instant, and Land. We're missing Artifact or Creature. We're in the tank here. What are we going to put in? Do we want to be able to cast a Murktide this turn? Do we want to put... It seems wrong putting an iteration in the graveyard, but maybe that's where we want to go, because Consider means if a Titan comes down next turn, we can go Consider, try and hit Delirium to then use our Unholy Heat. A lot of decisions going for these players' mind, or this player's mind right now.
Yeah, I mean, both players have to think a couple turns in advance, and what could happen. If a Primeval Titan gets played, like what if I tap out? What is the worst that can happen from the opponent's side? But at the same time, I have to pressure them, and you also have to think about how much damage you're dealing, what the clock currently is. If I play this one more creature, if it shortens the clock by 2 turns, like that might be worth tapping out in this situation. So stuff like that also always has to go through your hand, and you always have to think about what both players can do on their next turns, and how long is it going to take to finish the game.
Weirdly, and it seems wrong, I feel like I would want to be pitting something like the iteration in the graveyard here and just casting the Murktide. Just be like, wait, it's on the battlefield. Have you got me? And it's going to be quite hard on the other side. I suppose they need something along the lines of a Burrow plus bounce lands.
And is there an iteration on the stack, or
No.
where are we currently?
We are currently Ledger Shredder. Yep, so it is the iteration going to the graveyard.
But there must have been another spell cast.
No, now.
So the iteration is in the graveyard, but it's supposed to be on the stack. Okay.
No, there's one in the graveyard that's being cast currently, because it's the second spell from the Ledger Shredder. And the discarded one off the Ledger Shredder trigger.
Okay.
And that's where we're at. So we're going to play a land for the turn. And okay, I quite like this. So we're going to fetch. We're going to put in... I imagine this is the Murktide. We've got enough spells in our graveyard. But then playing the Murktide is going to make it harder for this Unholy Heat to be effective. So many different lines of this deck, and
Yeah,
which way do we want to go?
this is what you have to think about. Yeah, I'll play this Murktide and I'll shorten the clock by a significant amount, but at the same time, I'm giving up potentially playing the Unholy Heat. Is it gonna matter? What if my opponent plays a Primeval Titan? Like, do I need to sit?
I think we need to
sit on
I
that.
know that is 5 cards. 3 iterations, 1 counter spell means that 4 counters go on there. So is it being told that Carlos won his match in the top 8? We'll just
I think that was the matchup between Jeskai Stoneblade and Blue Red Murktide.
and was that he won? So that means
Okay.
Jeskai Stoneblade won.
I think, yeah, that means Carlos won, so he's through to the semifinals.
Chat was going to be happy about that. That means that we will have at least one Jeskai Stone player in the top 4, because that's all we had in day 2. But they've managed to make it their way through, and I feel like that's a nice feature match. Not going to lie to you. I feel like that'd be good for Harry and Filipa to cover. But only if you want to, chat. You know what I mean? If you want that as your feature match next round, then make sure you let us know. As a tireless tracker comes down, do we have the land drop to get the clue token? We do.
Ooh, there's a Vesuva.
Vesuva, copy.
So the untap triggers on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could, you might fire off that Unholy Heat to try to kill the Shredder before the land gets untapped to possibly,
Yeah, I
crack
get
the
you.
treasure. Or the treasure trigger, the clue treasure was on the stack as well. So there was an opportunity to kill the tireless tracker.
So we've got counterspell now. Now, what are we turning sideways? We could try and bluff it, attacking with the Ragavan. I like this. And then if they go to, oh, okay, we're doing this. We didn't even go to blocks first. So this is going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 coming across, dropping to 3. That puts them within bolt range.
The clue does get. Wait. Marcus.
I would say the clue.
I think Marco was trying to sack the clue, right? Yeah.
Do you want to run out and tell them?
Yeah, I think they just figured it out.
Okay, go.
I'm not sure if there's a judge sitting by. They might have changed the order of the cards, but since the deck was randomized, I'm not sure if that really mattered. But
Yeah.
paper magic is hard. We have been seeing a lot of like triggers and things missed
Sighting
and
cat
everything.
magic, yeah. It didn't make much difference, as we are going to go to a game 3. Turns out counterspell was good enough in that one, but no Cavern of Souls in the deck. Is that Christian wins? We'll try and find out. So we've got another finalist into our top 4. Christian was on.
Wait, this is day 1.
Oh, there we go. Let's go back to day 2. So Christian was.
So Christian was the 3rd seed with 4 color rhinos,
Okay.
defeating Eric on 5 color zoo. 5 color zoo was a deck I was rooting for throughout the tournament.
That's rough.
It also just kind of goes back to the old days of just like playing honest magic with creatures and just actually attacking and then playing some
Actually do
spells.
anything so. But it doesn't. Look, we got the Stoneblade play. We can't have everything. Okay, we managed to have got Jeskai Stoneblade in the final, as well as that was the 4 color rhinos. So no Murktide currently yet in the top 4. They are going to be battling it out as all these Murktide players to see if they can get there.
Looking at the standings, I would think that the best performing deck was probably Murktide, because there is a lot of it in the
What, like in top 16, top
at
32?
the top of the standings. Yeah, we have 2 Murktides in the top 8. Another Murktide player finishing in 9th on tiebreakers. There's another one in 12th. There's another one in 16th. So yeah, Murktide definitely makes the majority of top 16, or it's the most played deck in top 16. Plus, there's also the Blue Red Prowess player, who made the Prowess creatures look really good.
Chat, you can also obviously check this out in the standings. Chat saying that Stoneblade lost. That's completely different to what we just got told. We'll see if we can check that up for you. We just got told by on a sign from the judge that they won. That's,
Oh no! I think they were showing that Carlos won, which is
Oh, we're saying Carlos won.
yeah.
We'll just confirm that. Which is going to make me really sad that Stoneblade didn't manage to get to the final. So we're saying, is it Tempo managed to get past the Jeskai Stoneblade deck? That's some sad. Can we get some Fs in chat for the people playing the fair magic,
All right.
not making it through?
Change of plans. Top 4 is just 4 Murktide
Yeah.
decks playing it out.
Change of plan. It's a shame. It was a really good run from them. Managed to make top 8. We get the flights, we get the money, we get the cash, we get all the added that goes with it, but we just do not get to take home this trophy.
When I was looking at the prizes, for a second I was sad that I didn't just play in the tournament because it just looks like a really fun tournament to play in. Modern is cool. There's a lot of decks. The deck diversity is awesome right now. So many different archetypes. And if the most played deck is Murktide at 13% or something along those lines, that's a pretty cool meta game to.
Yeah, exactly. It's not overly dominated like as we spoke about on one of the arena PTs where like 70% was a certain deck or something like that. And Modern's super diverse, super amount of decks. To say we think we had like 30 oddish decks into day 2, so it happens. But if you're sat at home and watching and you say you want to play one of these, why not? Come along. You can qualify for the finals for Napoli if you're playing for your local game store, or you can turn up to one of these and try and get in that top 32 because we do get 32 invites. And if the day one doesn't go well, you can always play the classic on the Sunday, which we currently have going on in the background. We have a sealed Brothers War going on where, again, the large amount of those players are going to start getting invites to Napoli's themselves.
And I also have to say, as someone who was used to playing a lot of Modern before COVID, the format is a lot different now with the free spells. Like previously, Modern was like, oh, you have Tron on turn 3 and Karn. Yeah, I guess I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. And a lot of like field bats because there would be a lot of decks that just they won the die roll, they did their thing, they did their turn 3 Goldfish. But now with all the free spells, cards like Force of Negation and Force of Vigor and like all this stuff, it is a lot different. You get to defend yourself from the shenanigans a lot easier, and I think that just makes for better games.
The format's different when Ragavan single-handedly can turn around Jun's Tron matchup to give it a pseudo favorable matchup. Like that's the cards being printed, as I said, are super powerful. Modern has definitely changed over the last couple of years, for good or bad, depends on who you ask for. But moving forward, it's not going to change. We're not going to have mass bans of sets, so we have to get used to it. We're going to have to start adapting and moving forward, like these players have done here, and master certain decks. And one of them being Amulet Titan here, as we see a lot. That looks like a lot of land in hand. Yeah, 7 lands. I suppose we get those hands quite a lot with Titan.
All right, game 3 for all the marbles.
Literally all the marbles. Still F's flying up in chat for the Stone Bay player. I'll make sure I pass that on. There's a lot of love in chat for them. But is it tempo? It's not your traditional. Is it Murktide? It is I believe is it like kind of the aggro build?
Is there a Blood Moon? I see a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, a couple of lands. I think there's 2 red cards. It might be both Ragavan and Channeler.
I think it might be 2 channelers. Double channel draw, that can get real aggressive real quickly. I think there's an Archmage's Charm as well in the hand. So, easy. I would say that's an easy keep. Couple of early drops, couple of backup counter magic. I'm going to hit my first few land drops.
And Channeler is something that can actually get past the Arboreal Grazer, as opposed to just like having Ragavan. It's obviously
just bouncing off each other.
You usually prefer to have Ragavan because that can give you a snowballing advantage. But if you're on the draw, by the time it gets to attack, there might be a Grazer in play or maybe a Dryad. So being on double Channeler is actually not that bad either because you get to turn them really quickly into 3/3 flying attackers that also set up your draws. So
Marco gets to be on the play this time, which is obviously we spoke about how kind of a big deal that is from being on the play and draw. If he can start off with a turn 1 Amulet, which is probably why he's taking that mull. 7 lands, sure, that's what my deck does, but he might not have time to do it. So I think he's going to start looking, especially for an Amulet to start the game off with, so he can get one of those big super explosive starts as we saw in some of his past matchups that he's been on stream. Don't really see it in the game 1. That was kind of a masterclass of just waiting and then finally exploding. He's having a look. That looks like a handful of land to me. Let's see if he's got anything in there. Tyler's Tracker, we did see that in that game too. Did he bring them in at the sideboard, or do we have them main? Let's have a little look.
I think those are 2 copies in the sideboard.
2 in the sideboard, so he's brought them in. Oh, yeah, there's 3 copies in the sideboard. So he's brought them in thinking maybe this is going to be a grindy match, going a bit longer. He wants to try and get the card advantage from them.
Tyler's Tracker is like such a perfectly designed rare. like it's a card that can get unfair really quickly if you have a bunch of fetch lands, you have a lot of mana. You know, over time it gets you a lot of card advantage. But it also just gets killed by a lightning bolt. At which point your opponent's trading 1 mana for your 3 mana, which is pretty bad for you. So yeah, it takes some work. You can get a lot of value out of it, but this is a format like Modern, right? People are playing Path to Exile, lightning bolt, cheap cards, cheap answers.
I think Marco's having a little pray there, decides to put back a bounce land, and he's just playing tap land pass, no amulet, turn 1. As a land gets drawn for the turn over on Abril's side. And we're going to start off with a Dragon Age Chandler. Bounces.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we're just going old school. We're just going to try and play 1 land a turn. I think I do see some sort of ramp effect in the hand as a second Chandler comes down. We're going to fetch.
Well, and Abril is going for the potentially turn 2 Delirium. Correct my fetch land. That's the first type. I'm gonna play Consider, and I'm gonna trigger both channelers, right? So I need to find two more card types, and I have three ways of possibly putting cards in the graveyard.
Have you see that card there? The second card back. That is the an old
Blood
school
Moon, yeah.
Blood Moon. This is not what Marco's going to want to see.
Instant. We already had that one, so we're looking.
There's sorcery.
That's a sorcery. So now we're looking for something like a Mishra's Bubble or a creature to complete the Delirium here.
So I'm going to look, see what's on top.
If Abril has Blood Moon and not a third land, then I think you keep the third land on top just to be able to slam the Blood Moon, regardless of whether or not you're getting Delirium.
I think it's another iteration by the looks of it. Yep, it's another iteration. So Delirium is not going to be turned. Oh,
and that's a Mishra's Bubble. So yeah, okay,
I
there we
spoke
go.
too soon. How about Mishra's Bubble? Trigger, trigger, trigger.
That's so many triggers.
Put land into the graveyard. This signals we must have our third land drop. We might just see another game win by Blood Moon. We've seen it numerous times this weekend. Another land hits the graveyard. Bauble, I'd like to bauble you. And that's a basic forest on top. And as 3 damage is
That's
going to
pretty
come
good
across.
though. Like if you're gonna have a land on top, I think Forest is one of the better ones because
Yeah.
that at least gives you access to Boseiju to deal with the Blood Moon.
Or we can also cast Dryad for it. And then Dryad will turn, you know, the way the layering works. If Blood Moon's first, then Dryad, we still get access to all our cards of mana.
That's the third land on top.
See how he wants to go about this.
Just casually putting 8 cards in the graveyard on turn 2.
Yeah, no biggie. Also, I say that looking at the hand, we've got a Blood Moon and we've got an Archmage Charm. Famously go really well together in these decks. So again, we'll
But hey, like
that.
you know, sometimes you need the charm, sometimes you have the Blood Moon, and you still have Ledger Shredder. So it's not like you're gonna end up with a completely uncastable card. At least you can just ditch it to Ledger Shredder. And so now Marco has to figure something out. He's already taking 3 from each of the creatures. Now, if the opponent untaps, you know, they might be sitting on a counter spell. If Blood Moon resolves, that's another problem to have. So this is a 3-turn clock. You don't have Amulet. You're going to have to figure something out. Something like a Dryad would be a good start because at least it doesn't die to Lightning Bolt.
Gives us a little bit of ramp as well. You know, realistically much needed currently. There are 2 Passages in the main and 1 in the board, so I imagine the third one might have been brought in. So yeah, we're
Oh,
gonna
the Dryad.
We're
Okay.
gonna play the Dryad. Got another land drop for the turn.
I see another blue-green bounce.
That's
in
it,
the
I
hand.
think
There's an
that's
Explorer.
That's a
We have a
Vesuva,
Castle
I
as
think.
well.
So either Vesuva or Passeju.
So something you can do next turn is play the castle that we know is in Marco's hand from turn 1. At which point you get to float 6 mana together with the 2 bounce lands, and all of a sudden you get Primeval Titan mana.
Sure.
You're gonna be able to play 2 lands next turn unless something happens to the Dryad. So that combined with Cavern of Souls could mean a resolved Primeval Titan, but we'll see what happens.
I think there's a Tireless Tracker in hand as well. We'll see what's happening. So we're going to fetch. We're going to get a base to Carland. And I imagine we're going to see this Blood Moon come down, and a couple of triggers are going to happen off these Dragon Age Shunners. They're going to get turned sideways. And these are going to, 6 damage a turn is going to close this off real quickly. So we're going to have to take a turn off probably to try and...
yeah, there's a Blood Moon.
Oh, was that the original art?
Yeah, I think this is the one from the Dark. The original cards are just so nice, and I really appreciate WotC printing the old frame cards now. Like for McCube, where people like to add these nice cards to their commander decks and legacy decks, modern decks, and they just look really cool.
So Blood Moon has hit the battlefield after Dryad. So I believe how this works is they are mountains currently, and Dryad they currently don't tap for all coloured sources of mana. I'm sure chat will tell me if that is wrong. But I think if we have a basic Beseiju, we might still be back in this game.
Yeah, Marco does have 3 forests in the deck. There's also an expedition map. There are definitely ways to produce green mana and use that to channel Beseiju.
Let's see how he wants to go about this and move forward. We could maybe deploy a Talus Tracker, but it's definitely not going to be quick enough for this matchup.
Yeah, and this is a completely different game from game 1, right? Like in game 1, there was a Regavan just staring an 0-3, not being able to get through. Now we have 2 Dragon's Rage Channelers, which are 3/3 flying already from turn 2, and you don't even have to sit on counter spells. Sometimes you just being proactive is better, and hitting the opponent for 6 a turn. Plus, obviously, resulting Blood Moon is kind of nice.
Well, I think we do draw an Urza's Saga there for the turn. Definitely don't want to be playing that into Blood Moon. We're just going to play the bounce land, which does come into play untapped because it is a basic mountain. So if we're able to get this Blood Moon off the battlefield, we kind of did do a little pseudo ramp. Yep, that is 3 land drops for the turn. 1 off Dryad, 1 off the Explore, 1 for turn. So we are ramping out quite well. And there is an Unholy Heat off the top. We're not too far from this game ending, I don't think. One of these plays where we're going to have the Beseiju turn where everyone's going to go crazy on one side, or we're going to...
Yeah, that is a 2-turn clock. Those channelers are doing a very good job of pressuring the opponent. Plus, there's pretty much a full hand for the
and a lightning bolts in hand.
Murktide player with all the goodies.
So
I think that comes into
just
play at
straight
time.
up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're straight up on Holy Heat, just shortcutting.
Okay.
Trigger, lands in the graveyard. Second trigger, we're going to leave that one on top.
And that can be a good sign.
no, exactly. Never what you want to see. Swing across, drop them down to 5 life. Pass turn. It's going to have to be big. Is that a Beseiju?
We'll find out.
Dryad? Because Tracker here is definitely not going to be good enough. Beseiju, Bajuka Bog. That's another line. This is maybe not what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Play your outs if this is what you need to do. Play a Cavern, get a Clue token. It's not looking great, but we'll see what we do. We're going to crack this. Play a counter, draw. And that's it. It's going to be game. He's going to be able to take it down. So that is at least one Murktide player managing to make it into our top 4. We're waiting on one more game, I believe, if my math is correct, for the top 4. We'll see if we can find out how that game is going. It looks like we've managed to move him across to our backup feature match. So we will go to table 2.
And that was a great execution of having to be aggressive after sideboard from Abril. Just realizing, I have to just get Delirium as soon as possible, play some quick threats, start attacking, and really pressure my opponent before they can find the right cards to get out of the mulligan. And then obviously Blood Moon really helped.
Yeah, Blood Moon, we've seen it all weekend, putting up a lot of work, being able to take certain games down by itself. As it looks like we're going to jump into Team Escape Shift versus 5-color Indomitability, Creativity, and a Beseiju is now going to be taking out.
And Terrence is the best finishing player with the Creativity combo, and walking around the tables throughout the tournament, He's also the kind of player that definitely knows exactly what he's
Oh, yeah.
doing. I think he's been around playing Magic for a while, and yeah, his sequencing and like everything he does, he really seems to be knowing. He really seems to know what he's doing, and he does it pretty well. And obviously that reflects in his
Yeah.
standings in the tournament right now.
We've been seeing them all weekend, and look, this is where it looks like as well. It looks like we've got a red and 6 Beseiju going on against the Scape Shift deck. Not ideal.
There is a Valakut in.
No, there was. It got
it's,
Beseiju last turn.
that's a graveyard. Okay, I was thinking that there's a lot of lands on the teamer side, but yeah, that does make more sense if that's the graveyard.
Also looks like we've got a red and 6 that's about to ultimate as well next turn. That looks like 7 counters. Might not ultimate. Maybe we'll just keep doing the Beseiju tick up.
So what you mean is Ren and 7?
Yep. So just say red and 7 and watch chat go crazy now. Don't give them hope. Don't give them hope. It's the next article that you're going to put out, right? Is all about red and 7. As we see, a lightning bolt is going to start targeting this the Fable. That's going to go to the graveyard. Looks like we've got double Beseiju, Flusterstorm, land, and Binding in hand.
I see a couple cards, by the way, signed by Rob Alexander. That's also something you get to do at these events. There was like
Yeah.
4 artists at the event here in Barcelona, and previously if you went to Grand Prix, now if you go to the Magic Cons, the next one's going to be in Philadelphia. There's going to be one in Europe also throughout the year. That's where you get to meet the artist. That's where you can have some of your cards signed.
You
And
can also play exclusive art, prints.
Right, yeah,
All
yeah.
the artists this weekend actually did a painting each, which is quite something they always do at legacy events. Whenever they invite the artists here to sign cards, etc., each artist will end up making one or doing some live art on a canvas with oil paints and stuff like that. I don't actually know where they go. I should find out legacy. I imagine they're making a nice wall somewhere in the office. We're going to just fetch up here. Are we going to crack? Are we going to ultimate this Ren and 6? Or sorry, Ren and 7? Or are we going to just start taking it up and make it a Ren and 8?
yeah, so Ren's Ultimate is all your instants and sorceries in the graveyard have retrace, which means that you get to play them. You get to sort of flash them back without exiling them by paying the mana cost and discarding a land from your hand. So if you should you find something like a lightning bolt, that can turn into a basically machine gun really quickly if you have a bunch of lands in hand, especially with the opponent at 11 life. Yeah, and there it is.
Number 6. We're just gonna cash this in now.
So now we can now we can play all the instants and sorceries with retrace, but I think there is only a spell. Is it?
I don't even think that's a spell. It might be a spell pierce in the graveyard. Nothing too great. We've got double Beseiju, but if we manage to draw another Ren and 6 or something like that, that being with a fetch land in the graveyard is bad news for our Scape Shift player, who it looks like they're missing lands, especially when they start getting Beseju'd. Eventually you're going to run out of land, and they need a certain amount of land to be able to combo off. 3 mana is going to cast us. Here's the Dryad.
Okay, so Dryad turns all the lands into having all types. So now
Our fetch lands can at least be castable cards. Well, they could have been before this Binding comes down and takes that out of the battlefield. There's a Dwarven Mind. Attack, get another choice token. We are not short on mana on this side of the battlefield.
So if you're new to Modern, this is how the Indomitable Creativity deck usually works, at least pre-board. Obviously, post-board, playing against another blue deck, there's going to be a lot of back and forth, just passing, sitting on counter spells, and maybe doing your backup plan in the matchup, or just trying to win in other ways. But the overall game plan, at least in game 1, is once you get to 3 lands in play, all your lands usually have the type Mountain. So as soon as you play your 4th land, if it is a fetch land, you can crack it, get the Warwind Mine out of your deck. It sees the 3 mountains, makes a 1/1 free token, and especially playing against an unassuming opponent who might have tapped out, you now get to cast Indomitable Creativity for 1. You target the token, and you start revealing cards off the top of your deck until you hit Archon of Cruelty, which is usually pretty big swing in the game, especially if you're doing that on turn 4. So that should help you stabilize the board and turn the game around very quickly. After sideboard, they can usually They usually change that to a different creature. You know, for control matchups, you can have something like Emrakul. We have seen a Sundering Titan here, I think.
Yeah, we saw Sun Titan. We've seen the big white one, whatever that one was.
And one
The
of the
big angel.
one of the new additions to the deck is Bitter Reunion, which is something you might be used to seeing in Brothers War Draft. But it works particularly well with the big creatures you can get out of creativity because it also gives them haste. Plus, having to discard a card and draw two works well by putting the Archon in the graveyard and then using Persist to bring it back for 2 mana. So you can somehow end up with the Archon in play as soon as turn 3.
One thing that's going to be quite, obviously there's a lot of treasure tokens now currently being made, and we do have the EE on 0, the engineered explosives that we could blow to get rid of these treasure tokens and this goblin that keeps attacking us and making these treasure tokens. But realistically, we wanted to have this as like kind of creativity response, so when they go to target things, we can blow them all up in response. But now if we start drawing Archons, we can just hardcast them. You know, we're going to have more than enough mana to start hardcasting while we keep these tokens on the battlefield. So we're now playing this game of, do I blow the engineering explosives now so they can't hardcast an Archon, or maybe they've got creativity in this ease stopping that, and I'm not actually just going to lose the game on the spot.
And just because David hasn't been really casting, you know, too many things and hasn't really been doing too much stuff, that doesn't mean he's completely out of the game. This is a Scapeshift deck. The way it works is, you know, usually just cast Scapeshift, or you get the Dryad in play, then you play Valakut, which turns all your lands basically into shock lands. With Dryad in play, that means that something like a Scalding Tarn coming into play already counts as a mountain. That deals 3 damage. You get to crack it. You know, find another land that's 3 more damage, and that can do a lot of damage very quickly. But as soon as David finds his 6 or 7 land, he can start, you know, maybe thinking about casting the Scapeshift, probably with like a counter spell backup. We can get into a counter war. Terrence can obviously respond to some of that with Boseiju. So David's definitely not out of the game.
Well, remember, David does know about the Boseiju over in the hand that got returned. So, you know, if we do go for it, we're going to... And it looks like that's what we're going to go for. We're going to try and... and what we've got Flusterstorm in hand. We've got a Wear and Tear as well. One spell has been cast. This is the first spell of the turn. So maybe we go something along the lines of like...
This is interesting, by the way. If Terrence says, okay, sure, that resolves, David hasn't floated any mana. And now it's on David. David has priority. If he says, yeah, that resolves, then...
How about I'm just going to Spell Pierce it.
That also works pretty well. If you have the emblem and every land in your hand turns into a Spell Pierce, that's not too bad.
Sure, not going to pay it. Okay, that was easy.
David just says, okay, that resolves.
We're going to tap again. And there's creativity. So, you know, we're going to get rewarded for keeping up this 2 mana here.
And something that happens when the Archon comes into play is your opponent loses 3 life. So if you get in there with the token, that can put them on 3.
Well, yeah, but I say what we do here is we attack with the token. We then creativity target in the treasure the tokens. They're going to crack the fetch land in response to the fetch land being cracked. We then use Wear and Tear on the E.
That is a really smart. Yeah, that'd be a really smart play. I think the only problem with this.
I don't like this.
That there currently might not be Archon in the deck, because these are the post board games where sometimes the players tend to bring in, you know, something like Emrakul instead, or I think we've seen one player with Yona, the one that stops the other player from casting cards from a certain color. We've seen Sundering Titan, so there might not be Archon in the
Also, it has to be a basic. We can't fetch shock because they're at 3 life.
That's true.
Maybe that's how we're going about this. Let's see what happens. Do we have the basic forest? We've got a basic island. That works.
So 3 mana presumably gets floated from the treasures, but I don't think there's anything that we can really play at instant speed.
Oh, okay, we had Dwarven Mine anyway.
All right, well, that's a free token, and we can also crack the fetch land to get another Dwarven Mine out of the deck because it does have the type mountain.
So boom, double mine, 2 dwarfs, and then creativity. As long as Archon is still in the deck.
So you know the opponent's tapped out, right? You have creativity for 2. You have the spell piece in the graveyard with double Boseiju. You even get to use that.
All of these. We're just going to offer the handshake, and we are going to take it down as we are going to see a 5-color creativity player make it into our top 4. So if my writing is correct, we have in the top 4 4-color rhinos. Is it tempo, 1 Murktide, and a 5-color creativity deck? is what we're going to have in our next feature match rounds with Harry and Filipa. They'll be bringing it back to you guys in the semis. That was the last game of our top 4.
Yeah, well played by Terence. Well played by David as
By
well.
everybody. I feel like everyone played that really, really well. It
Yeah.
showed why they managed to get to the top 8.
Great job by everyone.
That is going to be it for us. But we're going to have a super short break, though, while we get Philip and Harry back into the booth. They're going to take you through the semis. Once the semis are done, we're going to... Oh, look at this graphic.
Look at the graphic. That's really cool. I
The
like
team
that.
behind them,
That is
they've
awesome.
worked out. That is our 4 players making it through. Look how beautiful that looks. Well done, the team behind us there. Look at, just a little round of applause for the team there. That looks really good. We're going to
And everyone, welcome back to the semi-finals of the Legacy European Tour Regional Championship Qualifier. I'm HaremsG, this is Filipa, and we are down here in Barcelona after a long weekend of Magic the Gathering. We had 15 rounds of Swiss, a quarterfinals that Will and Martin just covered, and now we are watching the semis. Both matches are going to be playing simultaneously, but Filipa, which match are we going to be watching right now?
So right now we have our feature match being 5-color Indomitable Creativity versus 4 colors Rhinos. And in our backup matchup we have a mirror of Murktide. We already saw one win and another one also won, so...
Yeah, going to be 2 interesting matchups. Obviously, we know you Twitchers don't like to watch Murktide mirrors. We saw that throughout the day, so that's why we decided to get you the nice matchup of Creativity versus Rhinos. An interesting dynamic, actually, because all day we've been seeing Rhinos have a ton of removal for all these decks. And a deck like Indomitable Creativity, looking to turn tokens into Archons, you could use treasure tokens. So it's interesting to see if they have any Brazen Borrowers as their 4-color. In the main, there are actually no Brazen Borrowers to interact with treasure tokens. You do have Leyline's Binding, but it's a lot more interesting to see how this matchup will go about, to see how relevant Force of Negation is, and how fast the Rhinos player can interact and kill the Creativity player. For the Murktide mirror in the backup, we will be catching up with them if the Creativity versus Rhinos matchup finishes first, but this winner of this match will be going on to the finals.
Very interesting matchups here and a diverse metagame. 2 Murktides ended up making the top 4, which is really relevant because this deck has been one of the strongest in the format. A lot of people choosing to bring Murktide, being the most played deck both on days 1 and 2. So here, I think it's a matter of who can combo faster, right, Harry?
Yeah, and you say combo there. Well, Creativity is actually a hard combo, right? You just get the Archon in, all you gotta do is attack. Whereas with Rhinos, it isn't so much as a locking up of the game if you get the Rhinos down, because they're a lot more, they're a lot easier to kill.
Yeah, it's just an advantage.
Yeah, so, you know, Creativity getting 2 Archons down, definitely just almost an instant win. I guess if you have these singular Archon games, then Rhinos could use things like Dead Gun maybe to bounce it, or things like Fury and Burn, or just, what's it called? Leyline Binding. Many ways to remove a single Archon, but if you can get 2 triggers, that most likely will lock up. As we see a mulligan here by Creativity, Creativity is on the play as they are the 2nd seed and Rhinos on the draw. They're the 3rd seed, but this 4-color Rhinos deck doesn't hate being on the draw. That's because of Gemstone Caverns.
For sure, and here I can see that usually these Indomitable decks, Creativity decks, they don't really mind mulligan because you really want a strong end that combos off early, right? You cannot keep just an average end.
Yeah, most definitely.
And a lot of times you have cards like Archon in end that you cannot really cast, you don't really want that card in your hand, so it's common to see these decks mulligan.
Yep. Think this is going to be a keep, bottoming a Lightning Bolt? No. Bottoming an Archon. Gemstone Caverns, like we talked about.
Yeah, exactly.
4-color Rhinos having that ramp advantage, meaning they can cast their ices faster as well as get those Rhinos down quick. So Crashing Footfalls being put on suspend.
And land go. Terrence ear fetching and getting a Triumph. If you would have told me yesterday when we started this stream, in the top 4 we are going to have Creativity versus 4-color Rhino, I would be really surprised because those were not the most played decks, right? Emmer, for example, we don't have any copy of Emmer in the top 4. And here, land pass.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because Creativity, to me, from the data we had, it had a 2% meta share day 1, and then day 2 had a 10% meta share in the top 64. So clearly players bringing creativity did really well lining up going into day 2, and we have one here in the semifinals, so maybe creativity was the deck to go with. Twitch chat, why don't you let us know what modern deck would you bring to this tournament if you had to come and play and you were trying to win?
So our top 4, we are seeing here Terrence versus Christian, so 5-color creativity versus 4-color Rhino, and then we have 2 Murktide players. So for sure we will have a Murktide final against something else.
Yeah, that was an ice there on the upkeep, tapping the land, drawing a card for Terrence, and things seem to be taking a slow start, but
Yeah.
now this crashing footfalls is coming down very soon. For those wondering about the stats about decks, they are all have been published on the Legacy Twitter page, and they've been up there for quite a while, so go check them out. They might be a few tweets down as we've been tweeting about the top 8 and stuff, but yes, in the middle of the day we release these statistics, so go check them out, Legacy European Tour's Twitter page. As we have our Rhinos player untapping, crashing footballs, going to 2.
Yeah, and after the tournament finish, you can also consult the deck list that made the top.
Okay, so in hand I can see a Dead Gone, I can see a Fury, I can see a Violent Outburst. So Violent Outburst lets you cast Rhinos at instant speed, so might as well just do it on Terrence's turn, especially since an Archon could come down. You don't want to get your Rhinos down sorcery speed here if you're going to be forced to sacrifice them. While our players are shuffling here, I just want to remind you, if you want to see more free coverage of events, all you have to do is follow this stream. It helps with the viewer metrics a ton if you just click follow to keep providing you free content and more tournaments for you to watch free at home here on the Sunday evening. So please don't forget to click that follow button as we have that Violent Outburst. Gonna
Violent
get one of those
Outburst.
Rhinos.
Let's go. And Terrence just cannot do anything about it, it looks like. Okay, so there we have the Rhinos. Is that a counter?
So I think we have 3 Spell Pierce in the main for our creativity player to...
Yeah, but none
Counter?
was used, so...
Yeah.
I don't see blue cards. I think I see Leyland's Binding and Bolt, maybe?
I think I see 2 Leyline's Binding. Yeah. I mean, okay, it's card disadvantage to use 2 removal spells, but when this is kind of the only threats that Christian's offering, it gives you a lot more time to find a creativity, get some stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely not an optimized way to deal with stuff, but it's a way to deal with these Rhinos. And as you said, buying more time, which is essential for this creativity deck. It just wins in one turn if you are able to get enough tokens.
Yep. Here's the first binding.
First Leyline Binding entering here, exiling one of the Rhinos, and are we going to see the second one? No, 'cause
Wait a
there's no
second.
white,
Wait a
right?
second. Wait a second. This is a problem. Second Gemstone Mine has been played. Legendary rule. I'm gonna go down to the floor now. It's a legendary land, so something needs to be sacrificed.
Okay, and there's a Charlotte's Agent entering in the meantime. And Charlotte's Agent obviously getting Rhinos, so let's just wait a second because Eri went to the judge to say about the legendary rule.
There we go. I ran there. The head judge is there. I quickly said they were watching the other the other backup feature match, so I had to pull them away, and I just yeah. I'm 90% sure it's a legendary land. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So, caught that as soon as possible.
Thanks, Eri, for saving the day.
Yeah. What's good is our feature match. it's essentially next to each other. You know, it's a 20-second walk, so we can get there as soon as possible to tell the judge. But yeah, that is definitely awkward.
Big props here for our caster, Ari MTG, for saving the day.
Come on. Ken, if you didn't follow already, I think that commentary level deserves a follow.
Give a follow for Ari, catching that legendary roll.
Okay, that's a cycle of a trio.
I see two of the lands that make the dwarf, but without a creativity, that doesn't get you far.
So the judge investigation has finished, so the judge managed to solve that as we have a dwarf token coming down.
So dwarf token, that's a start, but still. Terrans at 10 life. Second binding, so we can exile another one of the Rhino tokens and bolt the Charlotte's agent. Just removing the max threats at this point, as Terrans is at 10 and Christian is threatening 8 damage.
So I think that we're setting up for a creativity off the top. You know, you got 2 bricks in hand, a lot of power on the board. Archon does gain 3 life and make them sacrifice and discard. So the thing is that if Christian can find a 5th land, I believe there's a Fury in hand, and you most definitely want to kill the dwarf because that dwarf represents an Archon.
For sure, and here we have 2 more Rhinos entering, as the last counter is removed from that Crashing Footfalls.
Oh, we have a dead gone in hand, so it doesn't even matter about the land. You can just dead the dwarf, or even just hold it up, actually. You can just wait until they creativity. So you can even be patient.
8 damage, yeah. Terrans down at 2. Is even a creativity for 1 enough here?
No. I don't think so.
And
That's
that's
a
not a
spell pierce.
creativity. That's game 1 here for our 4-color Rhino player. Just being able to find the pieces earlier, putting a lot of threats, a lot of Rhinos, and our player on the other end didn't find creativity, which is the key card of the deck.
Yeah. Okay, so going into boarding, if we get we're just getting the player's deck list up for you right now. The Indomitable Creativity player. Oh, I've never seen this card before. Turn the Earth. What does that do? Oh, it does. It's just a graveyard hate card. Okay. We've got 3 Veil of Summer, 2 Beseiju, 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Brotherhood's End, 1 Collective Brutality, 1 Wear Tear, 1 Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. Emrakul is a card that I think you... that's an interesting one. Do you want Emrakul in the matchup? Because if you get an Emrakul into play and you get to attack with it, it instantly wins the game. So it's assessing Archon versus Emrakul, and I don't hate the idea behind it because you can't, let's say, Fury it or Dead Gone it. So, oh no, you can Fury it, but it would never. Well,
And
it would
we
never
are
kill
seeing
it.
here now that deck and sideboard on the chat, so we can see it on Twitch.
Yeah, I think that you just want the Flusterstorms. I think Collective Brutality is reasonable because of things like Force of Negation, Dead Gone, Violent Outburst. I don't hate that type of logic.
What do you think of Busejo to destroy the artifacts, for example? Oh, that's on the other side, yeah.
Yeah,
we already moved on.
Yeah, looking at the Rhinos players deck, they have 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Endurance, 4 Mystical Dispute, 2 Blood Moon, and a Gemstone Caverns. Well, Gemstone Caverns isn't coming in on the play. Maybe even trim them on the play from the main. Force of Vigor is not terrible, right? Because they play things like Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, Leyline Binding, a lot of artifacts and enchantments, incidental artifacts and enchantments. I don't hate Force of Vigor. Endurance isn't great. Mystical Dispute, is not great. Blood Moon, though, this creativity deck is trying to get Dwarven Mind triggers. Blood Moon prevents that, so I also think you want Blood Moons in. So some balance between Force of Vigors and 2 Blood Moons going to come in for our Rhinos player, and creativity is looking to add additional ways to disrupt the Rhinos, and also have ways to disrupt the opponent's hand.
Who do you think is favored now post sideboard?
So I think that game 1 was interesting because of the Gemstone Cavern, but they didn't really capitalize on the mana because I believe they cast the Rhinos on turn 4 at instant speed with the Violent Outburst.
Yeah, that beginning was a bit slow.
Yeah, so I would assume that it's it's tough when there's things like Flusterstorm on the other side of the board as well as like some discard and stuff. It all depends on what side of the deck the creativity player draws, but we saw that the creativity player mulliganed to 6, kept a somewhat risky hand and just didn't get there. I think if we can see a Wrenn and 6 on turn 2 on the play, things will be quite interesting.
And which one of these decks you think does better against Murktide? Because we know one of the decks of the finals it's going to be Murktide, as our backup feature match is a Murktide mirror.
I would feel more comfortable playing against Murktide as creativity because with Spell Pierces and Veil of Summers and treasure tokens that are hard to remove, I feel like you can navigate the games a lot easier to make your Archons come down. But I think both of these decks have tech against Murktide because they both play very powerful creatures and interaction that Murktide struggles to play against. So, I mean, for example, you have in the 4-color Rhinos deck, Leyline Binding, which is a really annoying removal spell for things like Ledger Shredder, and, the Cascade's annoying, like you leave a 2/2 Shardless Agent behind when you counter the Rhinos. So I think both decks don't mind the Murktide matchup, but I think I would be more comfortable playing creativity. Twitch chat, which would you rather play Murktide as? Would you rather be playing creativity versus Murktide or Rhinos versus Murktide? Because that's what the finals is going to be,
Yeah,
as our other semifinals is a Murktide mirror.
exactly. We can predict that already when Murktide in the finals. Now we don't know yet which player is going to be piloting the Murktide.
In the board of creativity, we have 3 Veil of Summers, for those wondering, for the Murktide matchup. You've also got Flusterstorms and Collective Brutality, as we see the Rhinos player mulligan.
And I hope Twitch chat has been enjoying this weekend full of magic.
Yeah.
I think it's the 6th Legacy European Tour stream in less than 6 months, and our technical team is working really hard to improve the graphics, improve the quality of the stream, get less time in between rounds, so hopefully everyone at home is enjoying this and having Paper Magic live events.
Yeah. For those who don't know, this stream is actually produced by Foxhound Factory. You can see their logo in the top right. Foxhound Factory works so hard to provide high quality content. You need to see the setup that we have here. The immaculate, almost pop-up stream setup that they bring to these events is insane, and every time they bring new equipment to make even higher quality. The game has begun, though.
Okay, we're fetching here.
Yep. Don't forget, the winner of this match is going on to our finals, where they will be playing Murktide. And for those, I've seen some people asking, how do we see the deck list? As this is a closed deck list event, we're waiting for permission from the head judge to release them, meaning that it's going to be at the end of the tournament. So keep your eyes close on Legacy's Twitter, Legacy's website, also MTG Melee, and any other websites that post deck lists. They should just be on there.
Exactly, and we have Wrenn and 6 turn 2. It's a very good turn 2 here for Terrence being able to get a land back. and no counter on the other side. They're already up. We
Oh,
have the
they're already up.
information.
Okay, that
Perfect.
means we've been given permission. We don't get told that in the commentary booth, so hope you can all find the deck list where they can be found. Amazing. Go look at those deck lists, go copy them, go play Magic Online, have your fun, everybody.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, I'm Filipa, and this is Ari, and the other pair of casters are Martin Juza, Hall of Famer, and TheWillHallExp.
Okay, so this Ren and 6 is really good, but I believe I see a binding in hand. Or, oh no, I don't see a binding in hand.
No, I also cannot see binding, so here, Christian, just say pass.
Yeah, and the second plus from Ren and 6 is really relevant because creativity starts doing things at 4 mana. Because creativity X is 1 is 4 mana, and also at 4 mana is when you start getting your Dwarven Mines.
Yeah.
So this second plus on the Ren and 6 is really good for our creativity player here.
Yeah, I do see Leyline binding, but on Terran side, actually. Plus the Ren get land back on end and pass. Steam vents.
Oh, they did have a binding.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
And a full art one.
It's gonna be a Spell Pierce. Oh, binding the
Binding
binding.
the binding.
Nice. And I like that because Spell Pierce is such a premium spell in this matchup because of obviously the rhinos. Just binding the binding makes your life a lot easier.
We gotta love the binding the binding.
Yep. For those confused, they binding the binding in response to the trigger and of the first binding, and the wording of binding is means that if you remove it in response to the trigger, the thing it's targeting doesn't leave the battlefield, meaning that Ren and 6 maintains its loyalty. So I see Mystical Dispute, Endurance, Violent Outburst, and Dead Gone, and a 5th card for a Rhinos player.
Fetch. And there is the dwarf. One of the pieces for the creativity.
Yeah, and this Ren and 6 is actually going to start to pose a threat because once Ren and 6 hits that 7 loyalty, we can ultimate it, giving all of our spells, all of our instants retrace in the graveyard, and sorceries, sorry,
Yeah.
so that you can get back things like creativities, cast multiple creativities, cast multiple bolts, cast multiple Prismari commands. So this Ren and 6 is about to start a problem for our 4-color Rhinos player if they can't either apply pressure with it, apply pressure to it with creatures, or straight up remove it.
And I think our 4-color Rhino player doesn't have the third land, or... Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I think they just like fetched and then thought and
yeah.
then got it. And I assume that this is going to be Violent Outburst.
I just don't see any other in hand, but... There's a Mystical Dispute as well, which is interesting. Oh, wait a sec. Okay. Going for the outburst. That makes sense. Okay. Is there an answer for that rhinos?
Well, yeah, there's the Spell Pierce that we saw earlier. And I think I see a Veil of Summer in hand too. What's under the Spell Pierce? Yeah, it's a Veil
It's a
of
Veil of
Summer.
Summer, yeah.
Okay, a lot of tools to work with here.
Let's fetch. And things are really looking really good for a creativity player. But we know that 4-color Rhinos has the tools to turn things around.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let me tell you, these new art triumphs make our lives so difficult, but because they all look the same, don't they? Like the arts on these
Yeah,
new triumphs.
yeah, it's definitely rough with the how far away they are and the names.
Okay, so we have Charlotte's agent here, getting Rhinos, crashing footfall. So there it is.
Okay, is this gonna be a Veil of Summer and Oh, we have another Spell Pierce. Wow.
That's
So what you can do is Spell Pierce, then Christian will dispute back, and you have the Veil. 1-mana Cryptic Command. Here we go. We know about the Veil.
Veil of Summer there.
So now this Crashing Footfalls is about to be Spell Pierced.
And this was a great turn here for Terrence.
Can we get a Creativity big draw step? No.
No.
But what's nice is getting all of these lands with Ren and 6, you have not only many cards to discard to things like Prismari Command, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, but you can also work up to hardcast the Archon, as well as you have a load of lands to discard to the Ren and 6 emblem. So although Terrence is a bit flooding here, it's a lot of ways to easily work around it.
Yeah,
That's a
but
Flusterstorm.
Yeah, but still no creativity.
Yeah, I think this is just essentially game over because Terrence has found a Flusterstorm. And it's just going to be so difficult now for Christian to push through. If they have, let's say, a Fury, I still wouldn't even.
I think there's a Violet Outburst top decked here, but
Yeah, I mean
it's not enough.
that lines up very nicely against Terrence's Flusterstorm.
Exactly. Reading the emblem.
You know what I found out today? Is the Magic community is short of Fable of the Mirror Breaker Goblin tokens. Actually, all the vendors, they ran so low that the cheapest I could find was €4
€4
for a token.
I'm going to start drawing tokens all day.
Yeah. The Magic community is running out of Fable of the Mirror Breaker Goblins. So if you have them, maybe you're sitting on some gold. That's all I'm saying.
MTG Finance here by Airy MTG. Fire Shoes telling us cheaper than the US. Big shout out to Fire Shoes. Just amazing Twitter that always posting all this information about deck lists and tournaments. I'm sure information about this tournament will also be found at Fire Shoes Twitter.
So I think we're responding to the Ren and 6 emblem here because there are many Spell Pierces in the yard.
Already deals happening on chat, trying to sell their tokens. What did you do, Harry? Okay, so we know what we're going to find. Let's see how deep in the deck it is. Yeah, here it is, crashing footfalls, but we know it's not going to resolve because of that Flutter Storm.
Okay, so now the game is essentially locked up, right? You have access to Flusters and Pierces and Prismari commands, which all directly disrupt what Christian is trying to do. I would say the only awkward card would be a Hardcast Fury, but even that point you can work your way around it, like double Prismari command. So I would say that the advantage bar is almost so far left it's flying off the screen for Terrence.
If there was an advantage bar, we could not see it, how tall it is. So we have another dwarf here being created by Terrans. And tapping. Draw.
Okay. So now, actually, people point out that there's an endurance in the available to Christian.
Oh, that it is.
Okay, so having an endurance here is good, but that doesn't hide the fact that Terrence will still have instants and sorceries in hand, but this does help Christian a lot.
And Terran's still not able to find creativity. Both games.
Yeah, true. I think I see a collective brutality in hand. Creativity off the top almost, well, I would say almost ended the game, but now you're open to disruption. So, and yeah. Binding and Dead Gone in hand.
For those of you asking what decks are in the semifinals, so we have the matchup being featured here, 5-color Creativity versus 4-color Rhino, and our backup feature match is Murktide Mirror, and we are not sure who is winning on that side, but we will go over there when this game is over, and if it already finished, we will tell you the score, obviously.
So I actually think that a slight mistake was made, because casting Teferi Time Raveler against the deck with Mystical Dispute, you want to play your third land. Sorry, your sixth land, and have the third land open, right? Because, yeah, if they had Mystical Dispute here, you'd be blown out immensely, right?
Yeah, but no Mystical Dispute.
It
So
resolves?
this Teferi just resolves. Bouncing the Endurance, okay. Drawing a card. Attacking. And still no creativity. I see an Arcan in end, which is not exactly where you want it to be. So maybe a binding into Teferi here. Yeah, so we are binding the Teferi. Leyline binding Teferi. And no follow-up, just pass. Is Christian going to die by
This turn?
dwarfs?
So we're gonna put them to 5. Now the problem is I don't think we have enough black mana. Oh yeah, we bounce the endurance. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Teferi is binded, so.
Yeah. um. So. Wait, what? What's happened? So they're endurancing themselves, but I guess they cast it on the end step? And they just took the 1 damage, so they didn't cast the collective brutality. That's a violent outburst.
And can Rhinos come back off this game?
Is that 8 cards in hand for Terrence with a Run-in 6 emblem?
Because if there's
Oh,
not an answer for Rhinos,
lethal.
this is lethal.
Yep, double collective brutality for the win. You can even escalate it to see what's in hand. You want to escalate it, so you want to drain for 2 and escalate to duress. And then... Oh, we're not gonna... I mean, it's just guaranteed lethal. Just cast it twice and win, right?
That retrace emblem.
And then retrace.
Yeah. Both players.
Okay, players talking about that, but that is going to be game 2 going to Terrence to win and make it a Game 3 in this semi-finals, fighting for that spot to play against, is it Murktide? We're going to look at both tables. We're going to look at both tables while they sideboard, because obviously the other match is still playing.
And Terrence here being able to win without creativity. He did not see creativity game 1 or 2, so is it game 3 being the one that he gets to see creativity and maybe do what the deck does the best? Still, pretty insane to see Ren and 6 there, ultimate, definitely that retrace emblem, so good.
Yep, and yeah, we're going to be keeping track of this Rhinos versus Creativity matchup. So, yeah. I mean, what do you think of a Murktide mirror? Something that we watched, I believe, in the Winnin', wasn't it? On our backup in the Winnin'.
Yeah, so Murktide mirror, what can we say? It's one of the most played decks of the format, if not the most played deck of the format. I mean, I would like to have Earth if I was playing this. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, Murktide mirrors are one of the most brutal mirrors to play because both of you play Ragavan in the deck and both of you play Bolt. So it's like, do you Bolt the Ragavan? Do you play your own Ragavan? Do you block? Do you attack? Do you dash? Ledger Shredder triggers are also really annoying to navigate, so...
Leisure Shredded triggers, Mishra's Bubble trigger, Chandler trigger. Let me tell you, if I was playing Magic for 2 days straight, this is the 17th round of these players this weekend. It would be just really difficult to keep up, so props to those Murktide players to keeping up track of so many triggers.
Mm. Okay.
Both players shuffling up, and we know that Christian here is going to be the one on the play since he just lost. Being on the play with 4 color rhinos, I gotta love that, but we know that creativity, although we didn't see it yet, it can have some explosive turns and just being able to play 2 Archons on turn 3 or 4 if there's no interaction, so
Yep.
it all depends here.
The Creativity deck hasn't played Creativity in 2 games where both actually went quite long. So I would hope that we can actually see Creativity do what they came to this tournament to do. But why don't we leave it down to Twitch chat? Who is favored in this game 3? Can we have a 1 for Indomitable Creativity and a 2 for Rhinos? Who is favored? Who's going to win? 1 for Creativity, 2 for Rhinos, as Creativity is taking a mulligan.
And Rhinos decided to keep a 7 and...
A lot of Rhinos. No one repping Creativity.
There was one person that said creativity, so... That's a point. Whoever is on the play does have a big advantage, in this case the Rhinos player, but still I think creativity is one of those decks that if it gets the perfect draws and you don't have an answer, just really difficult to deal with.
That doesn't look like a good hand. I see a fluster. Okay, we keep it anyways.
Try and go.
I guess we have multiple. Top decking a Spell Pierce is nice. Oh man, I mean the problem is that your hand is all lands and interactions, so it's like you're really heavily leaning on the top of your deck. But I don't think it's bad enough where you mulligan to 5.
Oops, all lands. Land go. So we are fetching here. Getting one of the triumphs.
Ren and 6.
Oh, what a good top deck here by Terrence.
Ooh, but just passing. Don't forget, next turn, 3 mana. they can have a Rhinos. So Ren and 6 is nice, but actually technically still counts as flooding because Ren and 6 only gets you back lands, and the ultimate giving retrace is great, but if you just have lands available to you, you can't retrace anything else. So
Yeah, you definitely don't wanna just play red and don't have an answer for turn 3 Violet Outburst, so I do respect this, or Charlest Agent, so.
that's an Ardent play off the top of the deck. Okay, just passing. Now I don't think you can fetch. Unless that's a blue land. It must be a blue land then.
Yeah, let me tell you again, these New Heart Triumphs are really,
Yeah.
really look-alike because they have the exact same colors. And there it is, Violet Outburst.
Maybe it isn't a blue land. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. Is it a blue land or not? We know about the Pierce, so let's see. I am surprised by that fetch because they can just Rhinos in response. But
So I think this is a Jetri's Garden.
oh, which is not blue. Okay. Well, we're gonna see some Rhinos come down.
But maybe, maybe it is a blue land. I don't want to be sure because there's also Chandra's Lounge, which is a Triumph that is blue, so
No, it's not a blue land.
it is not. Okay, so.
A crucial mistake when all you have going is 2 counter spells.
Oof.
We're gonna need something off the top. That's a leyline binding that starts you somewhere. Can we get an F in the chat for that spell, Pierce? Okay, so now Rhinos is just kind of doing their thing.
I mean, a 4/4 Trampler attacking every turn, that puts you on a real clock.
Yeah, I can't quite see. I mean, there's the Ardent play that we mentioned, but I can't quite work out the other cards in hand. They're foil. I can't quite see. So we'll see what they play. Oh yes, of course. I mean, for those saying, yes, all players are very tired. Definitely props to making it to this top 8. They are just playing for cash. Every player in the top 8 has free flight and accommodation for Naples, qualified for the regional championship, just making it to top 32, and top 8 gets you a nice flight and accommodation.
Yeah, I think the most important thing in this tournament is the top 8, as we said.
Mm.
The flight accommodation and entry is really good. So we have Charlotte's Agent here getting Crushing Footfalls.
Yeah. For
We-
those wondering though, this top 8 started today started about what, 10 hours ago, 9 hours ago, because we played both day 2 and this is the top 8. So for those in American times, we've been playing all day here in Europe.
Terrence add a Spell Pierce, but even then, like, you still have a 2/2 with the Charlotte's Agent, you still have one Rhino, and Terrence needs to do something. Okay, we're going to do a Dwarf. We got Ren.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, this is looking really good for a Rhinos player here, I would say.
Yeah, but if we can find and resolve a creativity, he could be working towards something.
We have a binding, and we're going to get probably the Ren. Oh, actually the token. That makes sense. Token does allow the creativity, so...
Yeah, and I think that's because Ren and 6 actually represents self-damage, right? Because
Yeah.
the only thing you can get back is fetch lands, and Christian's thinking, well, if you're going to get back fetch lands, you're going to take life, and you're going to take damage, and that's what I'm trying to do. So you care about the 1/1 dwarf because they can creativity that, and I assume with more creature removal in hand, you just want... Yeah, the fire. You have the fire in hand, you can interact with more creativities.
Exactly, so here attacking for 6.
Oh, we're just going to attack down the Ren. Okay, yeah, that's another line.
So 2 damage passes.
Okay, this is an Ardent play. This gives, this has Exalted. Just an enchantment with Cascade and Exalted. Trample does not hit through Planeswalkers, no. Like, if Ren and 6 has 1 loyalty and you attack it with a 4/4 Trampling Rhino, Ren and 6 dies and that's it.
Exactly, because it's like you're attacking a different player.
Yeah.
That's why it's called, like, it's a Planeswalker. It's a different attack.
Okay, we need to do some creativity shenanigans here. Don't find it. Are there even creativities in this deck?
I mean, I haven't seen one. Maybe this is just a dwarf deck.
So now it's just lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, extension of the
Shake
hand.
hands. So we are going to get 4-color Rhinos on the finals, beating here 5-color creativity. So really excited to see what happens in these finals. We have Murktide versus 4-color Rhino. Who do you think has the advantage, Harry?
I think potentially Rhinos, but we're gonna have to watch the Murktide mirror here in the other semifinals. We're just tuning in. The judge watching the tables is going to update the overlay for us right now to get you the true statistics on, or the true information on what game are they in, what are their life totals. So please bear with us while we get that corrected. And now let's look at the board.
Yeah, and we just saw Abriel Navarro last round beating Amulet Titan and now playing a mirror. Otawara bouncing back Murktide. Oh, Urs. That was one of the key cards we were talking about.
Yeah, and I would assume this is in game 2 or 3 because I think that none of the Murktide decks in the top 8 had Hearse in the main.
Yeah, so according to our overlay here, Navarro is 1-up against Carlos Souza. I think both of these players are Spanish, at least the names, although Carlos Souza also sounds Portuguese, so not sure. But a lot of Spanish players here today as we are in Barcelona. Murktide, and we have a Knife from Shredder.
So I think we're delving 5 cards here for Murktide.
Yeah. And I already see an Earth exiled on Navarro's side, so I think Navarro here decides what to discard to the connive trigger from Shredder, deciding to discard a Murktide, getting a counter on Shredder, and now it's his turn. And Carlos only has one card in hand. I'm not sure if it's an Otawara.
Yes, this is the mirror. Our player on the left misregistered their deck name, so we're gonna get it changed for you if possible. But this is is it Murktide mirror? We're sorry about that. We just take the decklist names that the players submit.
Yeah, so players register their decks on MTG Melee and they can title the deck. Sometimes we have some, for example, Temur Rhinos register as Temur Combo. Stuff like that happens often. Also, a lot of times players submit a track because it's the first
Oh yeah.
name that appears, because it's alphabetical order, so the number appears first. Oh, Fire Shoes, big shout out on the background on page 15 of 22 fixing names. So fixing names to provide us some stats after this game. Unholy It.
Okay, so that was a Kanai from Ledger Shredder discarding a Spirebluff Canal.
Yeah.
And I think this is an Unholy Heat targeting the Murktide region, which actually swings the advantage if there's no counterspell. Yeah, and this just isn't looking good. You've got an unlicensed Hearse, but Exile in the Graveyard, when it's so beefy like that, especially with the Ragavan follow-up, if Carlos doesn't have anything here, not looking good.
4 damage, exiling a land, creating a treasure token. Ragavan back in end and just say go. Consider.
Okay,
Hearse,
unlicensed
yeah.
Hearse.
The thing with Earth is that it can only exile 2 a turn, and if you don't have a creature to crew it,
So I see an Unholy Heat and a Spell Pierce, I think.
dashing Ragavan again, going for 4 damage, unholy it.
Well,
There's a counter spell.
yeah.
Counterspell makes a Bril Navarro Connive from Leisure Shredder.
Oh, that's a Bolt.
Ooh, okay. Discarding land there.
Wait, yeah. I was about to say that it does not get a counter.
It does not. Exiling Spell Pierce. Creating a treasure token.
Yeah, and all you gotta do is keep passing.
Carlos Juza at 9 alive. So we have Mishra's Bubble. Looking at opponent's top card. Urs being able to once again exile 2 more cards. It has now 6 counters on it.
Okay, that's a Murktide off the top. If you dash Ragavan and you bolt the face, that's not lethal because that'd put them to 8.
Well, if you connive, right?
Yes, if you connive, it makes Ledger 3,
Hey,
so
yeah,
that's 6, 7, 8.
exactly.
So
We are one off.
just want to keep playing patient. That's a nice hit with the Ragavan there. Might as well cast it, I guess. Connive.
I would take it.
Or you can just put a Murktide down as well. Lots of things you can do here.
Maybe you can find another bolt and finish this.
Yeah, so we're casting the iteration and conniving with the Ledger Shredder. So Ragavan.
We miss you too, Julia. So Julia commenting here is part of our technical team. Big shout out to them. Always trying to improve our streams. Bolt, and that's a concession there from Carlos Souza. Abril Navarro taking this game. Murktide 2-0 versus Murktide. So our finals are going to be Murktide versus 4-color Rhinos.
Yeah.
Tell us, chat, who are you rooting for?
Oh, what just happened?
Oh, it was our monitors went down. I hope everyone can still see us, but we had
Do you still have our webcam?
Yeah, I think everything is okay except for us. It's
Yeah.
going to reload. We just add a electric outburst.
Yes. We're not sure if you can still hear us.
I think everything is okay, hopefully.
Oh
Okay.
no. Yeah, they couldn't see anything anyways.
We are
Okay.
back. We're back.
Okay, cool. So that is going to be our semifinals complete with these two players moving on to the finals. Murktide versus 4-color Rhinos.
I gotta love this bracket final slide. Come on, big shout out to our technical team once again. Look how amazing this look. Bracket finals we have here. We have Christian Pisci and Abril Navarro going to our finals here in Barcelona.
Yes. That is going to be it, though, here for the semifinals. We're just going to take a quick break, let the players set up in the finals table, and we will be back with you very, very shortly for the finals. Stick around, click that follow button. We'll be back with you in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will, and I'm joined by the one and only Martin Juza. He had to go catch a flight early, so we replaced him with a better-looking Martin Juza, Mr. Filipa herself. How are we doing, Miss? You all right?
Doing well, excited to see these finals here in Barcelona. Really excited to see one of the players is Spanish, at least by the name. So
Hometown talent.
yeah, I see a lot of people excited. They're supporting their local players. So we have here the two players that made the finals. Adrian commanding this Izzet Murktide that we just saw. And on the other end, I think we have the four-color Rhino player.
The last surviving, trying to play fair-ish Magic player, I would say. Trying to take down the Murktide menace.
And doing it super well this turn. So here we have Abril Navarro with Murktide versus Christian Pichi with the four-color Rhinos.
And we're going to see that we managed to battle out all weekend. They started with, 538 players this weekend, battling it down to the last two. Now, who is going to take home this trophy? Who's going to get this massive ticket that they printed up in front of us to hand to the finalists? We're going to find out super shortly as we've got the players down in the feature match shuffling up, I believe. So we'll see if we can go down to there while the power shuffling. We'll talk about the decks, how they've been doing. So we've got Murktide. Murktide, we've seen it all weekend. We've seen it do very well. It was the most played deck day one, most played deck day two. We managed to get more, I think was it 3 or 4 copies into the top 8 this weekend, and now we've managed to get 1 into the final. Not everybody's cup of tea. People are kind of getting a bit sick of seeing it, but it's just so consistent, so powerful. It does. We see the turn 1 Ragavan into the counter magic or the early removal. Super powerful, but it is going to go up against the Rhinos deck. Okay, obviously the game plan of this is Cascade. We're going to have early interaction, things like Leyline's Binding if we need it, because we are going to be playing a couple of colors, so we can cast that quite cheaply. But realistically, turn 3 is where the action really starts, and we're going to start trying to cascade into getting these big 4/4 Rhinos on the battlefield. 3 mana at instant speed to get 8 power of trampling on the battlefield is exactly what they want to be doing, but are we going to be able to navigate through things like Spell Pierce, Counter Spell? That's where it's going to be. Play or the draw is going to be quite dependent, but I believe the Rhinos player is going to be on the play. They were the highest seed going into this top 8. So let us know, chat, how are you going to get on? Do we want the Rhinos to win? Let's say what, 1 for Rhinos, 2 for the Izzet Murktide. Let us know in the chat, who do you want to win? Who do you want to take down and be the champion of Barcelona?
And here one interesting thing that I find is that although Murktide is one of the most played decks and the most played deck here on this weekend, it was 13.5% of the meta yesterday, 14% today. So not a huge increase, so doing pretty well, but nothing crazy. The meta game is still very diverse, which I really like.
We had over 30 different decks managed to make it to day 2. So we had 64 players got invited back. And out of those 64, it's so diverse on the amount of decks that are here. We say, yeah, there's still a big chunk of Hammer, big chunk of Creativity, big chunk of Izzet Murktide, but things like the Rakdos Scam deck had a terrible conversion from being the second most played deck day 1 to almost, I think it was the 5th most deck in day 2. Didn't have a great weekend. It looks like it was Creativity's weekend. The players that turned out of that happened to do better than the others overall, percentage-wise.
A lot of Furies in the field, making creature
Furies.
decks not as playable.
I don't know about when you and Harry were in the booth, but with me and Martin, so many Blood Moons. So many games were decided from Blood Moons or the top deck. So we give the players the thumbs up there. Now we're going to start and we're going to finish this final.
I definitely have seen a lot of Blood Moons and Busejo trying to
get rid of them and deal with them.
Exactly. And we saw, I think it was when you and Martin were on the booth, we saw Adrian being able to destroy that Amulet Titan. And I think maybe the name of our player here is incorrect.
Is it? Yeah, we might have that slightly wrong.
Or maybe not.
But I'm pretty sure they're the 8th seed, but whatever. We'll get there in a second.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll work it well.
I think it's Navarro.
The name of our Izzet Tempo player is wrong. So we're gonna get that changed for you. As we do see on turn 1, the Dragon Rage channel we saw to great effect in the quarters, especially in our matchup, being able to against a Titan player, they just got a couple of these down early, made them 3/3s, turned it sideways, got a Blood Moon down early, and managed to win the game.
You're playing Steam Vents tapped and passing, I think.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of triumphs at the minute. I'm trying to work out if we have all 5 color sources of mana here or just 4. It looks like we've got all 5 because this leyline binding's only going to cost 1, as it's going to go straight up and take that Dragon Age Shanna out the game.
And one interesting thing that I've been seeing, all these triumphs, some have all the art is really similar, so it's really difficult to tell which one is the triumph.
Yeah, mine was having a bit of a field day this weekend with all the alternate art cards that have been released in Secret Lairs, that have been full border printed or etc. Luckily, you know, it makes us stay on top of our game though, being casters, being able to make sure we represent and understand which ones do what.
Yeah, so playing a land here and passing.
There was maybe a few over the top, but this is what we want to do, right? Rhinos, turn 3, shock in our land, 1 hit in our land drop, and 3, we're now able to cast maybe a Charlotte's Agent. Maybe we're going to go for an End of Speed.
Violet Outburst?
Yep, Violent Outburst.
Yep. So that Temple Garden, you're shocking, making sure Christian have 3 mana open, maybe for that Violet Outburst instant speed, being able to get Rhinos. But here, Carlos, actually Navarro, with some blue mana, and you never know when your opponent is playing blue mana, and this is open deck list. You know, there are so many counter spells.
Yeah, you're 100% correct there. Like, you know, in the Swiss, it was closed deck list. Now in the top 8, it is open deck list. We know what we're playing around. We know how many spell pierces, counter spells, alchemy charms there are going to be. Obviously, playing into it, we kind of know like they've got blue mana open. There's a good chance that this is going to get countered. But if it does get countered, there's a good chance that we can untap and try to play maybe a Charlotte's Agent and go off again and be able to get the Rhinos on the battlefield that way. Because as much as it does generate really good tempo with these Izzet decks, it still only has 1-for-1 removal. There's no sweepers, especially this game 1. There's no engineer explosive or anything coming in.
For sure, and here the Rhinos player doing that, applying pressure, making sure the Izzet Murktide is spending all resources to counter.
And it does look like that's a Charlotte's Agent in hand that we're going to most likely see. We could obviously get blown up by a Spell Pierce again, which is that what we've got at the front of the hand there? There might be another Spell Pierce.
So here Christian goes for it. Even if the spell gets countered, you still have a 2/2. It's not ideal, but you wasted your opponent's counter spell, right?
Yeah, not the strongest thing you can do in Magic, playing a 3 mana for a 2/2. But you know, what else are we going to do? We can't sit back. This is our game plan. It's one of those ones where I choose to try and make my opponent have it. They might be bluffing it, and it looks like in this instance it's not. It's going to end up hitting a Spell Pierce. I don't believe there's no main deck sort of like Mystical Disputes over on the Rhino side. Hold on, we need to change these names up again. We've got a.
Yeah,
We
so
just need to get them these names swapped back for us.
So player on the left is actually Abril Navarro, which is playing Izzet Murktide, and on the right we have the 4-color Rhino player.
We're going to get that changed out for you. So this is we're going to get fetch up. I'm pretty sure the Spell Pierce is going to take out this Crashing Throws. But remember, there's only so many of these in the deck. So that's 2 gone. There's only 2 left in the deck. So Izzet Murktide doing a real good job here of, you know, negating these effects, so to speak, so they can slowly get on the board. Like now, if we can do something like Iteration into Counter Spell, which we see the Iteration being cast here.
So turn 2 for 2 mana, Expressive Iteration, and there's a land that can be used.
Yep.
Not sure what the other 2 spells are. Is there a bit Iden? That's
a Murktide and a Bulbul.
Oh, okay.
So I imagine Bulbul's going to go to Exile. We're going to put the Murktide in hand and land to the bottom by the looks of it. 'Cause I think it was a tapped land. One of the, you know, the quick, you got to be under free land sort of cards. No good, really good here.
Murktide looking at the own card, maybe because they want to play a fetch if they don't like the card, shuffling the deck, right?
We spoke about this, how you can use Bulbul against yourself. So, you know, if you Bulbul yourself and you like that card, you can play either your shock land or choose not to use your fetch. If it's a card you don't like, you can fetch it away and just get a redraw at that top card, see what you can see. Does look like we've got a couple of land, an Unholy Heat, and a Murktide in hand. So, you know, it doesn't look like we've fought through all the counter magic yet. So maybe if we have another way to cascade next turn, we'll be able to get some of these big Rhinos on the battlefield.
For sure. And here we have our names fixed, so
there we go.
We got there.
It's been a long weekend, chat. Long weekend. Stay with us. We are in the finals now.
But thank you for letting us know. Twitch chat always paying attention, really helping us out.
Twitch chat is always right, even when they're wrong. They're so big brain, it's unreal. We're going to go fetch up this island here, look. Old school snow-covered islands.
Here, Christian just shuffling April's
It's,
deck.
we kept making comments about the amount of shuffling that happens in modern currently. Like Martin was like, "There's just so much shuffling." Yep, that's how it happens. So much of it. As this looks like the Murktide is going to come down. How big is it going to be? How many instant sorceries are we counting? Is that 2? No, that's 3.
3,
So
yeah.
it's going to be a 6/6.
Player going to put the dice there.
There you
So
go.
as you said, 3. But there's a leyline binding
was
on the
eight.
other side, only costing 1 because of that domain reduction cost.
Love to see it. Also, remember there on our bauble trigger in the upkeep.
That's the thing with Murktide. You have to remember Bubbles. You have to remember Leisure Shredder and Chandler. Those are 3 triggers that you have to remember if you're playing this deck. And after 18 rounds of Magic, it's not easy to do so.
No. But you would have done it a lot over the weekend, as we do see like and third way to Cascade. No counter magic here. This is almost perfect, right? End of turn binding. Get rid of the Murktide, untap. Get some rhinos on the battlefield. And we get to get in there for 3 points of damage because 1 exotic trigger off the enchantment there, dropping them down to 15.
Yeah, and Christian just has so many ways in the deck to cascade that it's really easy to find the rhinos, even 3rd, 4th copy like we see here.
We do see another land drawn for turn. I think it was that fiery, is it? And then there's a lightning bolt off the top. So we can deal with 2 of these creatures. Oh no, we can't. The Unholy Heat isn't turned on yet. It's just 2 points of damage.
There's no delirium.
Oof.
We only have artifact and a land on Abril's side. So here, Christian going to draw.
This is a pretty rough turn.
Oh,
That's the last Christian Foothills off the top.
that's not what you want to see.
We're still in quite a good place though. We've got 10 power on the battlefield. The opponent would have to either 2 for 1 themselves to get one of these rhinos off the battlefield. We do have a Fire and Ice in hand as well. That could be 2 points of damage maybe on later down the game if we manage to drop them down so low. Let's see how they want to go about this.
So first of all, attacking here for
Yeah.
10. Abril Navarro is already at 15 lives, so
Just a little 10. Now this is going to be a question. Are we going to use the Lightning Bolt or the Unholy Heat? Yeah, we're going to use the Lightning Bolt here. Take out that agent because realistically we want to try and turn Delirium on, right? We're only a sorcery or a creature away from being able to get an Unholy Heat online, which is what we want to do to be able to take out one of these rhinos.
yeah, taking 8 damage here. Going down to 7.
And we're just going to hard cast Crush Field. So if we're counting, that is the 4th one. There's no endurances or anything like that in the main to be able to shuffle them back in as a bauble off the top.
Bubble still doesn't get you delirium.
No, we're going to have to try and draw something, maybe like a Brazen Burrower off the top with this bauble in our upkeep. We've looked at our top card. We know what it is. We've got a fetch land in hand if we need to. Yep, we're going to fetch it away and drop to 6.
Go back
And
to 6.
I think that's it. I think that's going to be enough because there's a Fire and Ice in hand as well. So Fire and Ice can do 2 points of damage. One of these rhinos only has to connect. That's the 4. We know there isn't an answer in hand.
So we have a Steam Vents entering tapped. And right now, Abril doesn't have a way to deal with these rhinos, and they're just going to be more than enough.
They don't know about the Fire and Ice, right? So they are just playing like, I need to have an answer here. So maybe like another Lightning Bolt or another Unholy Heat. So we're going to have to 2 for 1 ourselves to get one of these rhinos off. But unfortunately, I don't think that is going to be enough because we obviously get the great view of being casters. We can kind of see what's in our opponent's hands.
Okay, so
Upkeep,
drop
lock the
from
top
the
of our
bottom.
deck. Hope for something good.
Let's see. Another bubble.
Is not it.
Not it. So game 1 goes to
Game 1 goes to rhinos.
4 color rhinos piloted by Christian Fishy. So congratulations here. We are now going to look at our player 1 sideboard.
Oh, so we're going to start off over the Murktide. Okay, so what do we like here? What don't we like here? EE explosives is what I like here. Having an easy, cheap answer that comes into the battlefield. I can use it to raft the board.
What card do you immediately are drawn to when you see this sideboard?
Immediately, I like the E's. I think that's definitely one I bring in. There's a chance for something like Mystical Disputes don't really hit anything, right? It can stop a Shardless Agent, but it doesn't stop the Cascade. So I don't really like that sort of cheaper interaction counter magic. I'm going to probably be able to cast my spells and have them resolve. But I'm definitely going to be the control matchup, especially in the first couple early turns. I ideally want to start with something like Ragavan, Dragon Age Chandler, because after that I'm going to start having to hold up my counter magic. So maybe I'm not going to be able to trigger things like Ledger Shredder. So I like keeping the spell pieces in. Lightning Bolt doesn't really have good targets. The creatures, 4/4 Rhinos, 3 damage doesn't line up great. Unholy Heats, I think we keep a couple number of these in, if not all of them, because us being able to turn Delirium on, normally we can do it quite quickly. So we'll be able to have a 1-mana answers for Rhinos if they do end up resolving. But Archmage's Charm, now this is a good talking card because I can actually steal one of these Rhinos, right? If I need to, I can, because they.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah.
It's a token. I can actually use 3 mana to steal it. So, but on the other side, we do have a 4/5 color Rhinos deck. Maybe Blood Moon's where I want to go. Maybe I want to start bringing these in and start altering with the mana.
Can we see here our player 2 sideboard so we can see what our Rhinos player can put on the sideboard? So we see 4 Endurances, 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Mystical Dispute, and already I'm drawn to this card, 2 Blood Moons and 1 Gemstone Caverns, which is good if you are on the draw, correct, Will?
Yep, exactly. So, but on this one, we're going to be on the draw, so I feel like that will come in, try and give us the advantage to break that, going second sort of barrier. Endurance, there's a call for it, it hits the Murktide down, it takes the Dragon Range Challenge down, it can stop the Unholy Heat, so I imagine they, some number of them will come in. We did talk about Blood Moon before from the other side, if it thinks, okay, there's going to be a 4/5 color deck, I'm going to bring Blood Moons in, but this deck's playing Blood Moons, so maybe that's not the best strategy to be taking. I do like the Mystical Disputes here because, we're going to try on probably turn 4, take it at 1 turn off. Turn 4, cast one of our Cascade spells. And then if we can have 1 mana up to, fight that counter magic battle, I feel like that's what I want to bring in. So that's a good, 8 to 9 cards. I think we can probably trim on maybe one of these fetches for the Caverns here. Fury's going to have good enough targets. Binding's going to have a lot of targets. Maybe we want to cut on things like Dead Gone. But then that makes us a little bit weaker to things like a turn 1 Ragavan. It's going to be interesting how they want to sideboard here, what they want to cut. Maybe the Fury is going to be too slow, and 2 for 1 ourselves against these blue decks is not where we want to be. So maybe we want to trim, cut down on Furies, keep some of the Fire and Ices in, maybe cut on a couple of these Dead Gons. But I think that's where I would be with it. One thing in Modern for people to be aware of is over sideboarding. Okay, it happens all the time in matchups. You always see players do it. If we're bringing 9 cards in, that means I've got to take 9 cards out. Obviously, quick math, but I'm diluting my main game plan. Game 1, I've got my whole game plan. That is the 60 cards I want to implement my game. If I take 9 of them out, I've just took, over 10% of my deck out of what everyone needs to do. So,
yeah, I agree, especially in decks like 4 colors Rhinos that you really want to keep with your strategy, because that's when the deck shines, when it's able to do these things. So
go off on turn 3. And that's kind of the good bit about these decks, right? And how they're kind of semi-easy to pick up is you just need to be able to cascade. You're always keeping your cascades in, and you're always keeping your Rhinos in. It's all the rest of it behind, the removal spells, the Fire and Ices, the Mystical Disputes, the Endurance, the Leyline's Bindings. These are the cards that are just almost fillers to help you continue doing your game plan. I do see an Endurance there on top, so it does look like the Endurances are coming in. I like that. Endurance may be able to keep the graveyard quite low. I do this strategy when I play Yawgmoth. I board up to the full amount just so I can keep the graveyard short. Also, it could block things like Ledger Troll. It does have reach. You might be able to get a big blowout with something like a Dragon Rage Chandler when it gets turned sideways. Endurance into play, exile the graveyard, turn it into a 1/1, take that block, and just manage to get it off the battlefield. But we'll see. As we do have the Rhinos player is going to be 1 up, but now on the draw versus this Murktide.
I'm really interesting to see if Christian here manages to get a gemstone on the opening end. That would be interesting to see, getting some advantage. But what do you think is favorite post sideboard?
I feel like it's more draw play dependent, realistically, and I think because Murktide's going to be on the play, I feel like they're going to be able to take game 2, and then game 3 is where we're going to really have this interesting battle of they're going to have to hold up the counter magic, so they won't be able to deploy the early threats. So it's going to be really key. I think if they both have really good draws and the kind of, as I say, nut draws each, I think Murktide might be able to take this one down. But going down to game 3, I think then it will switch back over to Rhinos. But saying that, I spoke to Christian before this finals, and he said this is the first time he's picked the deck up this weekend.
Oh, really?
He owns a game shop. He doesn't have time to play. He watches a lot of content, but he doesn't have time to play. He just came here with his girlfriend, weekend away, and look at him now in the finals, 1 game up, 1 game away from being able to take home this trophy in front of us.
I can already imagine the conversation with the girlfriend. Yeah, I'll probably just play day 1.
She sat here watching.
Oh.
She's like, I've been having to go around and see all the sites by myself. And I was like, don't worry, I'm sure he'll be taking you out for a nice meal tonight, no matter what. As we see, both players are going to start drawing that opening 7.
Yeah, I already see Ragavan in end, a couple of lands considered. So it looks like a good end. Like, you definitely want to be playing Ragavan if you are able to start getting treasure tokens.
Yeah, but Ragavan's only good when you're able to start, 2 for 1, and we kept this hand. I'm not sure if I want to keep a hand without counter magic in it, because I am just going to lose to a turn 3 spell off the Rhinos player, but maybe we're just going to rely on this Ragavan so much that we're going to be able to get there, or we're going to draw cards that we need. It's interesting keep. We are on the play. It's not going to be the first time they played this matchup. This is a fun fact as well. The Rhinos player is played against 5 Is It Murktide decks this weekend. They are 4 wins and 1 draw versus it. The 1 draw is their opponent in this finals.
But they cannot draw now.
They cannot draw now. They both played day 1 and actually played it out and got a draw. And this is the first time that they are meeting since day 1 in the finals. There has been no winner between these two, but we will get one at the end of this weekend.
Funny that they ended up drawing because this first game was fast.
Super quick. It kind of one person flooded out, the other person managed to do their game plan, right? Having something like the Leyline's Binding, we went Cascade, Leyline's Binding, Cascade, and that just ended up being too much when your opponent's flooding out.
But that often happens with Rhinos.
Yeah.
I think.
It just happens in Magic, right? If one player gets to do their game plan, the other one's flooding, it's always going to be pretty brutal.
Exactly, and here I see a copy of Rhinos in end, which is not where you want it to be, so going on the bottom, and Christian keeping an end. I already see, I think, 1 Biting and 1 Shardless Agent. I cannot quite tell what the other cards are, but I think there's a Fury and Mystical Dispute in
I was
end.
about to say, I think that's a Fury, Mystical Dispute.
Yeah.
It might even be a Sussy at the back or a Otawara.
Otawara just got drawn. So yeah, so there's... I think
It's an island. That's what it is.
That's an island. Very cool art.
But turn 1 Ragavan unanswered is going to be big, as an iteration came off the top then. Okay, so we're going to take the hit off the most powerful 1-drop in Magic. Prove me wrong. And it's just going to take a... That's fine. Sometimes Ragavan does this, right? Sometimes it's great and it hits, like, to fairies on turn 2, but other times it just hits lands. You're like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, but 2 damage, creating a treasure token, it's already pretty good.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. On the flip side of it is it still ramps you, right? You still got a threat on the battlefield, and this is what they need. An early threat backed up with a lot of counter magic to stop these Cascaders. I think they're missing the counter magic bit here, though. I think that's the second Ragavan in hand as well. So we got a redundant copy of it.
So here, playing land tapped go.
And that's good. Like, that's the sort of thing I want to see. That's fire and ice off the top. There's an axe to the Ragavan. But now the wheels are turning in their head, right?
For
They've
sure.
left up two blue mana or 2 mana. Now we've got to start thinking about counter magic. Maybe we can sort of do some sort of turn where we play land, fire and ice, tapping them down, untap, do a cascade spell. We see that play quite a lot from these Rhinos decks.
The winner of this match is going to take the trophy. It's going to take...
The massive tweets that you get to do afterwards, saying that you managed to take down and be the Barcelona champion. And you do get this massive plane ticket that is in front of us that they printed off. It looks fancy, it looks nice, I love what they're doing. But more importantly, you get to take the trophy back, right?
And here we had a Fury being played by Christian, discarding a card and getting rid of that Ragavan. Although we know Navarro does have a second one.
Okay, so that's really aggressive, right? But I know the reason why they've done that and left at the blue mana is for Mystical Dispute in hand. So they were thinking if there's a counter spell here that's going to counter this Fury, I'm going to have the 1 blue mana up to be able to counter it. Opposed to, we could have used maybe Fire and Ice to tap down the monkey and drawn a card, or we could have tried to use the Fire side and actually use that spell itself for killing it. 2 for 1, not exactly what you want to be doing, but needs and musts. It's going to pay. It's not going to really pay off because I think we've got a redundant Ragavan in hand. We're just going to fetch up a
An
basic.
island.
I'd be interested to see if either player, if we did bring in the Blood Moons here. Don't think this is the matchup after, looking at the decks, and it is open deck list as well.
What island do you prefer? The one that Navarro is playing or Christian? Oh, and we have Blood Moon being played here by Abril Navarro.
Just literally as I said it. So yeah, it does come down here. So this is going to be pretty brutal.
Yeah, as we know, Mystical Dispute cannot
Where did that even come from? I didn't even see
counter
that in the
this right
hand.
now.
But yep, they did bring it in. It's going to be pretty good in this situation. We do have obviously the 1 basic, so we won't be able to use our cascades. I'm trying to think. We need either green or... No, we need green for both. So yeah, we need to try and hit our basic forest at some point. Otherwise, this might be game over. We don't have Besage. I'm pretty sure the Force of Vigors did not come in.
So we are having a look here at our...
And it looks like we're just going to play our basic mountain and pass the turn back. There's another Blood Moon off the top. So, at least we know they're in the deck now. We know that we can try and play around them for game 3 if we do get that far. As we're going to see an iteration cast here, or we're going to see a Ragavan.
There's an Otawara in end that can...
Okay, so we can maybe try and set up a turn where we bounce the Blood Moon, end of turn, untap, try and cascade in. Because, maybe the Abro feels like he's safe here. He feels like he can tap out in a turn now. We'll see what they want to do. It looks like the iteration is pulled to the front, and that is the card that they're going to cast. We're thinking, do we want to use our 1 blue here to use our Mystical Dispute? It might help us stop falling further behind than we already are.
Yeah, and I think Christian is going to opt for it.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Disputing the iteration.
It's not that we're not in the best situation, right? We're literally sat here with an island and a couple of mountains, and we need a lot of colours in our deck to be able to do something. We're going to take a point of damage here. Oh no, we're not, because it's a mountain. Excuse me. And then we're going to go dead gone to get rid of that Ragavan that's being dashed.
That was really important to be able to deal with that Ragavan that was going to start stealing your cards, getting treasure tokens. So
both players are low on cards though. We've got what, an Engineer Explosives and a Blood Moon in hand for is it Murktide, and on the other side we've got here's the 4th land. So we do have the Otawara. He's online now.
Yeah, we can do Otawara end turn, and then we have Charlotte's Agent, I think.
If Charlotte's Agent is the other card, that would be great.
I think it is.
But we're getting to the situation here that, look, there's a counter spell in hand plus EE. So if we do bounce it looks like we're going to get a second Blood Moon come down here.
If Otawara deals with 1 Blood Moon, it definitely does not deal with the second.
This could be rough. We could just be, again, how basics are we playing? So we do have a basic forest. We do have a basic island. Okay, so...
The island is already in play, but we need that forest.
This is not what they wanted to see.
Deciding not to use the Otawara.
So we are on the draw a basic forest or bust plan.
I mean, Abril Navarro still doesn't have a threat, right? No Shredder, no Murktide, no Chandler.
No.
So I guess Christian still has maybe a couple of turns to try to look for that forest, but at this point then Navarro just starts building up cards, getting counters.
And that's the plan here, right? It's like, who are we going to draw a basic forest first, or is the Murktide player going to draw a threat first? Realistically, there's going to be a lot more threats in their deck than there was going to be this 1 basic forest on the other side. And for every threat they don't draw, that's not a land, it's going to be some sort of spell. So we see a counter spell in hand there, we see an E. These are all good cards. So even if we do get to cast a Shard as an agent, it's going to make some tokens. We've got the answer for it in hand already. We're just going to pass the turn back. Hit another fetch. Not exactly what we want.
That's not what you want, because those fetches are actually mountains.
Is there anything we can cast? I suppose we've got Furies in our deck, but we've already got the 5 lands, so we can cast that. I'm trying to see if there's another reason why we should be playing these lands out or not. Just have a look. Doesn't look like there's a reason, but then there's also a reason besides, sandbag into our opponent that we might have some sort of interactive spell, maybe like another Dead Gone or Fire Ice, etc.
And it looks like Navarro does have a Shredder. If that Shredder starts, but it starts to pass, I see a counter spell.
I like this. I like playing because if we play Shredder, it turns off the counter spell, right?
Yeah.
And realistically, we want to try and cast 2 spells in 1 turn, so we can start turning through our deck, get this Shredder to a reasonable size, so we can start closing the game out quickly. And there's an island up the top. That's huge. So now this opens up the play of being able to play a Ledger Shredder and hold up counter magic while we do it.
There's still a treasure token, I think, from...
Yeah, so this will give us 2 islands plus treasure tokens. So we can use 1 blue for the Ledger Shredder, hold up our double blue for this counter spell, if needs be.
Perfect. So Christian really needs to deal with this. I see an Otawara, which is able to bounce Shredder, but you're just delaying it, so...
Yeah, maybe we're just going to make them commit a little bit more into this Ledger Shredder and then bounce it back, so then they have to kind of reset the counters that are on it.
Conniving a land passing.
What is that other card in hand? I can't quite make it out. It is definitely a counter spell plus something else. And then we're drawing for the turn. Looks like we've got Charlotte's Agent, Otawara, and then 1 unknown. A mystical dispute. Okay. Oh, it's a outburst. So we've got 2 ways to cascade. We've also got a mystical dispute for cat magic, and we've got an Ottawa. So we've got a little bit of interaction ourselves if we manage to find this basic forest.
Let's see, this top deck is important.
That's another mystical dispute. Not exactly where we want to be.
You do have 1 island, so you can...
Yeah, it's to be fair, it's one of our castable spells.
Yeah, but this Shredder is just slowly but surely going to start dealing some damage.
Hey, 16 turn clock now. And that was oh, it's a Leyland's Binding. Nope, can't cast that. Another Otawara for ourselves. 15 turn clock.
This clock is it takes time, but it's getting there.
That's the problem with a double Blood Moon in play is it's going to be really hard for players to cast 2 spells a turn.
Lightning bolt.
Oh, okay.
The clock just got faster.
The 15 turn clock just turned into a 12 turn clock. Oh, just more land. There's another island off top, so you know. Battle of Drawing Basics is definitely favouring a Murktide player here.
13. And still not able to draw that, but...
You got Fire and Ice. It's at least a bit of a castable spell. Doesn't really do much, but maybe we can stop the Ledger Shredder for a turn by tapping it down, draw a card.
Trying to find that basic forest that we really need.
That was Consider off the top, I think.
But at this point, our Murktide player already has so much counter magic, right?
And that's what I mean. Like, you know, if we're not playing threats, we're not playing land. It's all spells in hand, and we've definitely got the mana to be able to cast them. And we did speak about, you know, Blood Moon bringing it in. Both decks do play this, but I feel like only one would bring it in, and they managed to get got. They will be on the play though for game 3 if we end up going that way. It does look like it's going that way, but you know, this is Magic. We've seen crazier things happen.
Oh, drawing the second one. Second Fire and Ice.
Might not be good enough here, especially through counter Magic, and if anything, we're just going to start triggering this Ledger Shredder and getting counters on it. Not what we want to be doing right now.
Yeah, that's a tricky situation when your opponent has Ledger Shredder. If you cannot deal with it, you cannot start casting multiple spells a turn.
And I've spoken about it all weekend is Blood Moons. We've seen Blood Moons decided so many matchups this weekend. It's been so good because a lot of decks want to play 4 or 5 colours, all these super powerful spells. It comes at a cost. You can get got by these sort of cards like Blood Moon. Things like Rest and Peace can turn off these graveyard decks. And we're seeing it.
Consider here, would you go for a Firebolt face, maybe to turn the Shredder?
Yeah, I actually think I would. I do like this. I casting 2 spells a turn. I've got redundant spells in my hand. If I manage to connive here and get a counter on this Ledger Shredder, I've just doubled the clock that I've currently got on the battlefield.
Exactly, so this clock is about to get much faster. We are going to see, though, Fire and Ice.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a double Fire and Ice here, which is going to do another connive. Unfortunately for them, I think the second one's going to eat a counter spell.
So connive trigger because Christian Peachy just...
If he remembers it, they've got to remember it. They have to remember the connive trigger.
They did, I think.
I think that's pointing out is saying who did it. And here's a Flusterstorm. So that is 1 spell, 2 spell, 3 spell, 4 spells. Well, we can pay that. Okay, we're gonna like split it up and target them. Oh no, it was saying the first one resolved, so they're fighting over the second one now. Don't have enough to pay for it, so it's going to go to the bin because obviously we've got the 4 copies, but plus the actual hard copy itself. Then Lightning Bolt's going to resolve. 3 points of damage is going to go to the face, and now we're going to start getting some connive triggers going off.
Connive.
This is where it gets awkward because you want to ditch the land in your hand because they're terrible, but realistically you also want to put counters on your creature.
That's exactly what I was thinking. But I think, what would you value more here? Keeping your spells or making your clock much faster?
Well, I think we actually missed a connive trigger there because we only did 1. I would have probably tried to, maybe ditch 1 land, see if I can hit a spell, and then if I did, then maybe I would start doing ditching spells, because there is a 9 points of damage at the minute is a 9 turn clock. If I put a counter on it, it's only going to be a 5 turn clock.
And I think there's a second shredder.
Is it a second shredder maybe into? Yes, a second shredder. And I also think that there's an explicit iteration
There is,
in
but
hand. It's so not to cast it. Okay.
yeah.
Like, we've got the mana to cast it and hold up this counter spell still. We're playing it safe. You know what I mean? Also doubling your clock is putting another creature on the battlefield. So we are now at a 4 turn clock. And we're just going to pass the turn back by the looks of it.
Things are not looking good for our 4-color Rhino player.
No, I think we're going to... Oh, Fury? Okay, but that's going to eat... That's probably going to eat the counter spell. Because we can play Fury. We can hard cast Fury. It's going to eat the counter spell. We've got a Mystical Dispute, but only... We've got 2 in hand, but we can only cast 1 because of this Blood Moon. In the tank. They're trying to think of a way back from this. Okay, you don't get to the finals without playing to all your outs.
Yeah, so there is Fury. We are going to see probably a counter spell from Navarro in response.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is going to eat the counter spell, because this will be able to take out one of the Ledger Shredders here. Fury's also a clock. If there was no counter spell here, this being on the battlefield could obviously change up the math of 6 damage a turn to going sideways is a lot, but no. There's still 3 mana up, so this Mystical Dispute in hand is not going to do what they want to do.
Yeah, and if you're Mystical Dispute, your Shredder's Connive.
Okay, well, we're going to cast this, and yet I think we're missing a Connive trigger.
2 Connive triggers.
And only one, right? This is the second spell for turn.
Yeah, but 1 for each. There's 2
Oh,
Shredders.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Looks like we forget. Yeah, it looks like we forgot him again.
This clock could have been faster by now.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, that's what I said. Bringing this deck is really difficult because you have so many triggers.
Mhm.
Definitely not judging the players. It's high pressure being on feature match, and this is the 18th round of the
Exactly.
tournament.
You know what I mean? A long day of Magic. A lot of Magic has been played. We're going to see this iteration put a Ragavan into exile. I think that was maybe a Bulbul into hand. Ragavan. There we go. Now we start remembering our triggers. So here we can start ditching Bulbuls, I think. Okay, second EE, so that's going to be 1 counter.
Second
Ooh.
trigger.
I don't hate getting rid of one of these Bulbuls. Like, also Flusterstorm doesn't do too much here, right? There's a lot of mana on the other side of the battlefield. But then again, we've already got a 2-turn clock, so do we need to? This is going to be 5 points coming across. They're going to be within bolt range. So we are going to put the Bulbul in the battlefield, in the graveyard. Grow all these, swing across to 6 points damage, dropping them to 2. We're going to get a treasure token.
And now Bolt is enough. And
Exactly.
even if Christian managed to deal with these Shredders, there's still the Ragavan.
Yeah, I think Blood Moon is the story of this game. Like, realistically, we've got things like Leylines, Bindings we could be casting, etc., but we don't have them, so we're just going to look at the top card of their deck. Anything we need to worry about, that looked like a land to me.
Yeah, it looks like a fetch, or at least not a forest, so.
Pretty sure that we're going to go to a game 3, and it's what I love seeing a game 3 decide the finals. That means both players did their game plan, both players played well. We're going to draw off the Bulbul trigger, draw the land for turn. I'm pretty sure it's going to be, we're going to scoop these up. Yep.
And I would say that 4-color Rhinos adds the advantage on the play, but after seeing how good those Blood Moons were, I'm actually debating. What do you think, Will?
That's what I'm talking about here. Do we bring in now answers to these Blood Moons? Because we saw how bad it was there. We could obviously bring in things like we've got the Force of Vigors in the sideboard. Maybe Blood Moon's really good on the play, but not as good on the draw. So maybe, we're going to have this mind battle now of, are they going to take them back out? Are they going to keep them in? It's going to be very interesting, because if I bring them in and they take them out, they're just dead cards in my hand. Not exactly what I want to be doing. Doesn't look like we're going back to a sideboard. So no, we're just shuffling up, and we're just going to be like, look, if you got it, you got it. Maybe we've got to be more vigilant about that now, though. Maybe we've got to start fetching up our basics a bit more early, which again can affect the matchup completely. Because realistically, we want to be, getting a Triumph turn 1, then a Shot Clan, but we've got to start thinking around that. Maybe we can't afford to do that because otherwise it'll pan out like this game 2 did, and Blood Moon will just get us. But we know how many Blood Moons are in their deck. Let's just have a little look, see if we... I'm going to go out on a limb here and say there's at least 2.
Yeah.
This is the deck. So we got any in the main, none in the main. Hello.
Although it wouldn't be the first time this weekend
That is
that we
true.
find cards being played that are not on the leg list.
That is true. 'Cause it looks like there's just 2 Blood Moons in the main, and we saw both wrong in the sideboard, and we saw them at that game then. So, yeah, I'm entirely inclined to just be like, well, if you've got it, you get me. If not, I'm doing my game plan. I'm on the play now. You could try and hedge against, like, something like, and bring in these 4 figures. And just, if you're happy to accept that there's a chance that you're going to have some dead cards in this matchup. But we did see, look at that, both Blood Moons just got pulled out. Got moved to the sideboard. Also, can we have a big shout out for Fire Shoes in the chat? That person does everything on Twitter for any game, any tournament, any deck list. Big shout out to you, sir.
Big shout out. We talked about that last round, me and Ari, because Fire Shoes was telling that how the players put the names sometimes wrong. That
On their deck
he
list,
does
yep.
such a good job going through all these decks and making sure that they match the right deck and fixing the ones that don't.
Absolutely. The amount of hard work that gets put in behind the scenes there, that's not an easy job to do. To have every single tournament, every single top 8, every single person. Like, Twitter must be going off crazy 24/7, the amount of tags that you go into. But, that's what you sign up for, being one of the GOATs. And, I'm happy we have you. Magic is better placed with you in it than without. So, hat off to you, good sir. And as we see, the Blood Moons are taken out there.
And big shout out also to the Spanish community. We were very well welcomed here in Barcelona.
I was 99% welcomed.
Yeah, you got pickpocked yesterday.
It is
so
what it is. We don't want to talk about it on stream. It is what it is. If anyone wants to know exactly what happened yesterday, you can look on Twitter. It's fine.
yeah, me and Will were just walking back to the hotel, and Will was like, "Where's my phone?" And we got pickpocketed.
Yeah, it is. Here it is. So everything worked itself out in the end.
It worked because I think he chose the wrong person to steal a phone
Yeah.
to.
Well, there we are.
Okay, so
Anyway, so it looks like the Blood Moons have come back out, and it looks like we're looking at Mystical Dispute, Light and Bolt to come in and take its place. Interesting, the Channelers have come out. And maybe that's a hedge towards the Endurances.
And why do you think the Blood Moons went out?
Because they're worse on the play than they are.
Yeah.
They're worse on the draw than they are the play.
But
It's good when you go
after
like turn
seeing-
1 Ragavan into Treasure, into be able to cast maybe a turn 2 Blood Moon. But maybe it's going to be too slow. But then look, on the other side, are we bringing in these 4 figures now?
And players still deciding here, taking their time. This is the finals. If you win, you get the trophy. You can tell your friends that you were the winner of the Grand Open Qualifier on Barcelona 2022. So a lot of stakes, and there's no time limit, right? So
No time limit, but we've only got 1 game left to decide who is going to take down this whole weekend. We did start with over 530 players. We whittled it down to 64 for day 2. We whittled that 64 down to just 2 players left, and they've only got 1 more game of Magic to decide who is going to walk away with this trophy, who is going to get the interview, who's going to take it down. Is it going to be the Murktide, which has been a menace all weekend, putting up the most numbers on day 1, the most numbers on day 2, and getting the most numbers into the top 8, or a 4-color Rhino is going to be able to take this down? Both players are now decided that they're happy with the decks. They're shuffling up. Hopefully we get 2 good keeps, 2 opening 7s, and we get a nice, clean game of Magic to decide this. Oh, we're going to power shuffle. There is a lot on the line. We want to make sure that our deck is completely randomized here.
appreciate the nice feedback we are getting in the comments. Technical team works really hard to improve every event. So
Exactly. I imagine everyone will agree that every single event is getting better. If that's from playing in it, from the coverage, casters, overlays, everything. We're always trying to work and improve. So if you do have any improvements to the stream where you think, oh, this would really be really cool if this could happen, let us know. If we can get it done, we can get it done. Might maybe not be straight away. It does take a little time to, get things in place, work out how they would like to do it. Some things are just not doable. But we are doing that. We are trying our best. So, we appreciate you all sticking around and watching this coverage with us, especially if you've been with us all weekend. Following it, that is 18 rounds that you would have watched, the same as us. We've all been here. We've all been trying our best to bring in this coverage. Paper Magic is back. That is the main thing I take away from this. Paper Magic is back. We've had years of things like Arena and MTGO. We've had the Pro Tours on Arena, but now Paper Magic is back. Paper Pro Tours are back, and the first one is going to be next year in Philadelphia. We just had the finals in Sofia. We sent, was it 32 players to the Pro Tour? I think it was 32, 36 players to the Pro Tour. We sent 2 players to Worlds, and now this weekend we've managed to send 32 players with invites to Napoli's, where they're going to get to battle it out to see who will be able to make it to the next Pro Tour, which I definitely can't remember where that is.
And a lot of people asking, and for those of you that are wondering, you can find all the events on Legacy European Tour. Next one is going to be in just 1 month in Trieste, Italy. You also have March Prague, and then you have the regional finals also in March in Naples. So
What format is Naples going to be?
standard format, which I'm really excited because, first of all, it has been a long time that big events happen in standard, in real life, in paper. So they happened in Arena recently during COVID, but not in paper. So interesting to see all these pros just going back to standard and see what they do with the format, because so many good brains working together to decode a format that is always rotating. I think we are going to have a very interesting standard format.
And there's going to be at least one more set released before then as well, I believe. So
Yeah,
you know,
we
I
do.
mean, the current standard we're going to have now is going to be shaken up. We're going to see what all the pros come in. And that's the bit I like about Pro Tours, because now we're back to the set being released just before the Pro Tour. Not like, oh, okay, we're going to have a set released in a couple of months, we're going to have a Pro Tour. So basically, everything gets solved really quickly. We almost know what the meta is going to be. We know what the best decks are. When it's released super early, just before Pro Tours, it means that it's a short span for these players to try and work out what is their best deck. What should we bring? What is the meta going to look like? And that's what I kind of love. That's kind of how I fell in love with Paper Magic, is Pro Tour Born of the Gods. We had, what was it? Blue Moon was the breakout deck of that. People turned up with, weirdly, Blood Moons. Blood Moons in lots of islands and just catching everyone off guard. And I just watched that and I was like, oh my God, this is so good to see, so surprising as a new player. And, you know, I hope we get back to that sort of magic where we see players turning up with these great decks that manage to just catch everybody off guard, and we're all just like in awe of the great deck building. But then Magic's changed. We've got streamers now. There's a lot happens on Twitch. So, you know, what you're watching us on now, there's a lot of great streamers, and as soon as cards get released or announced, they're already building decks. They're already brewing. They're already trying to find a way. So I suppose the metas get solved real quickly.
Definitely this arena environment and all these streamers really changing how formats are played, even MTGO streamers.
Okay, looks like we're looking at opening hands. I think we've got oh no, we're waiting on the keep or not from the Rhinos plays. Looking at it, I think I said a couple of land, couple blue spells and a dead gone. They're trying to decide, is this keep good enough? Is this the hand that is going to get me to the trophy?
Really difficult decision here for our players, knowing that this is going to be the last game of the tournament, right?
All the pressure is going to be building up. This is literally the final game we're going to play all weekend. We're playing for the trophy. We've already played each other. I don't know if I can beat my opponent. We've got a draw in the Swiss, as it looks like we're going to keep from the Rhinos player, and the Murktide player is going to throw it back. Does not like that opening 7. We were speaking about a weekend. You can't be scared to mulligan, right? Like, that could have been a perfectly keepable hand against another deck. Almost a perfect hand against another deck. But in this matchup, we know we need the counter magic. We know we need an early threat so we can back up, get the chip damage in while we hold up the counter magic to try and stop these cascade spells. So being able to you know, have that decision of, no, this hand's not good enough, I'm going to try and get a better 6, especially with the London mulligan rule. London mulligan rule is very good recently. You know, I mean, it's been in since what, 2018?
2019,
Was it
London,
19?
April 2019. You know how I know, Will?
Go for it, tell me.
Because it was my first GP ever.
There you go.
And
let's see.
I really had so much fun. It was pre-release sealed of War of the Spark.
Yes, I remember it was War of Spark, 'cause that's when the full uncut full sheet started happening. But here we go.
I was there.
I was there. As it looks like we've got a couple of lands, we've got some counter magic and a Ragavan. I think this is what we want, but that counter magic might be an Archmage's Charm, which could be too slow. But then if the Ragavan connects, it will not be. Interesting stuff. It looks like we're going to keep this though and pick cards to the bottom. Let's go. Game 3 for all the marbles of this whole weekend. 530 odd players turning up. Now we're whittled down to 2. There can only be one, just like Highlander. Who is it going to be? And that's a turn 1 Ragavan.
Turn 1 Ragavan. I know there's... Okay.
Correction. That was a turn 1 Ragavan. It's going to eat this dead gone.
It was gone really fast.
So, are we going to... I imagine we're going to fetch up a Shockland here, because I don't think we play a basic mountain. We just fetch up a beautiful Stomping Ground. One of the new ones that just got printed from the, like the space type ones that were in the new unglued set, or unset, sorry. That's kind of what we want to do. We had the turn 1 threat, we had the answer. That's exactly what we want over on the Rhino side. Does look like we've got a couple of land and a couple of Shardless agents. So we're going to untap for the turn.
Yeah, I see Archmaze Charm from Murktide side. And one thing you said about this charm is that it's able not only to counter the spell, but you also have the ability to steal one of the rhinos if you prefer.
Which is what they might actually have to do, because, Archmaze Charm is good, but it's still a free drop. And being on the draw means that the Cascade spell will get to go off if they choose to cast it. They might try and hold up for turn 4 to hold up Counter Magic.
And a big shout out to everyone watching. I just realized we have 1,700 eyes on us.
Oof.
No,
Not on us.
double of that.
They're just looking, they're just watching. It looks like in the background the champion of the Classic has just been crowned by the sounds of it.
Yeah, there was a sealed Classic qualifier. Top 80 got also the invitation for the regional finals in Naples.
And that's a good thing about these events, right? Yeah, you can turn up, play your day 1, hope you make day 2. If you don't make day 2, there's still a big tournament and a chance for you to be able to qualify for Naples, as we're going to pass the turn back with land here.
Yeah, almost 200 people played the sealed event, so...
Yeah, that's crazy numbers. Okay, so we drew the fetch land, so we can get the basic here. But now this is where the mind games happen. Do I play an agent into a potential counter spell? We can see that there is no counter spell, but they do not know that.
Yeah.
Maybe, but we also have a mystical dispute in hand with the 4th land drop.
So we can wait one turn.
Yeah, are we going to try and wait one turn? But I think we might have multiple agents in hand as well. So if we play a Shardless agent here, bait out the counter spell, and then next turn we know we can play it with Counter Magic up. But we're not. I think we're going to play it slow.
Oh, he's just thinking it so much.
There's so much on the line. You have to. You know what I mean? You didn't get here without playing smart, and it is a smart play to pass the turn because we've got Counter Magic in hand.
But at the same time, you're letting your opponent building up their counters.
Exactly. We do also have to start thinking that we've got to play around Flusterstorm,
Yeah.
Mystical Dispute. There could be just more than straight up counter spell in hand for them.
And here, I think Christian Pichi just said go. And Navarro is deciding if he wants to do anything end of the turn.
And this is the other bit. So if I could consider end of turn, potentially an outburst could resolve. It's such mind games going back and forth, and that's where having the land advantage of going first is going to be absolutely key in this matchup. Let's see how they want to go about it. They are going to consider end of turn.
Let's consider
And there's no outburst in response. Ragavan's going to go to the graveyard, and that's an Unholy Heat drawn off the consider. Are we missing land drops? Do we have?
We have a
land drops?
second consider.
Okay, so this is the check here, right? Do you have an outburst or not?
And no outburst.
We know that they don't know, so they just pass turn. So a little bit of knowledge gained there.
Is there a land?
I think there's enough to Tawara.
There. Okay, perfect. So Murktide here getting the third land, and Mishra's Bubble.
So yeah, we're going to go Mishra's Pool for the turn. I'm going to hold up this counter magic.
Yeah, but now we know that Christian has access to Charlotte's Agent plus Mystical Dispute, which can counter these charm.
I'm going to be interested here if how we're fetching. So we don't care about Blood Moons right now. Is basically what I'm seeing. We have the opportunity there where we could go get the basic forest. We chose against it. I suppose we do this because we do need double blue next turn if we're going to cast Charlotte Agent with holding up this Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, or maybe you just know that Murktide takes out the Blood Moons post sideboard.
That would be big brain. That'd
Yeah.
be real big brain if you did.
On the draw, exactly.
Land drawn for the turn. I think we're just talking. I don't think that's a pass the turn.
No, because land has not been played yet, I think.
I think this is going to be an agent Mystical Dispute turn. At least that's what I think I would be doing.
So we do have the fetch there.
All of a sudden, the hall's just got really quiet, chat. So if we start talking a little bit more less quietly, it's because the feature match is roughly about 6 to 8 meters away from us, so we don't want to give away any information to our players playing. Bear in mind, their head's probably in the game and not going to be able to hear us anyway. But if we do talk a little bit quieter, that'll be why.
Yeah, I hope nobody can hear us. Just chat. This is secret information.
Yeah, just us and over 1,000 people.
Yeah, and
don't tell anybody.
We are really hidden. Like I went to the VIP area to have some break, and somebody was like, "Oh, I just watched you on the stream. Nice to meet you." And they were like, oh, "Where are you guys?" Because I tried to meet you, but I couldn't find you.
We're hiding, chat. Don't tell Twitch chat that we have a VIP area. They'll think we're all big time.
Everyone can have a VIP area. It's one of the packages that you can get. You have free snackies. You can watch the stream. You have sofas to relax. It's pretty cool, actually.
Okay, so here
so
we go.
there we go. Charlotte's Agent. I like this alternative.
Oh, there's a Flusterstorm in hand now.
Let's see.
So originally there was no Flusterstorm, but it looks like we managed to draw Flusterstorm off the bauble.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that this agent is going to get Rhinos.
Rhinos?
Yeah.
Is that like you don't need to me here to have an expert opinion. So this is what 2 spells. So 1 from the Charlotte's Agent, 2 for the Question Fills, 3 for the Flusterstorm. We don't have enough mana to pay for it. We definitely don't have the cat magic to pay for it, so that is going to resolve. Still got a 2/2 on the battlefield, so we've got a little bit of pressure, but not super ideal.
And here this Flusterstorm just being really good for the Murktide player.
It's just a hand of counter magic plus removal, so it looks like the Unholy Heat's going to take out the 2/2. Might be a bit aggressive. We're really pitting some. Okay, yeah, we're respecting the 2/2 that much. Sure. Untap. Iteration. Great
Iteration
card.
is a great card there.
We've seen it do so much work all weekend, but we're deciding we don't want to cast it this turn. We want to hold up the counter magic of Charm plus Mystical Dispute. Draw. What was that another Stomping Ground?
It's difficult to see.
It might be that. What is that? Let me have a. Oh, I think it's the one of the Triomes. I think it's the lounge or whatever it's called. So it does look like we're quite a lot of land in hand. I think we've got Mystical Dispute, Fire is it, away to one of the cycle lands, maybe a Leyland's Binding, plus the fetch land.
Yeah, but you can always cycle the Chandra's Lounge.
Yeah,
at the end
I
of
feel
your
like that's
opponent's
what's going to
turn.
happen.
And I think Navarro is thinking about drawing 2 cards with the Charm.
It's so risky.
Yeah, because then you're not protected to Violent Outburst since you cannot counter it with Dispute.
Land drawn for the turn and just pass the turn back. I like the patience here. Drawing. Now this might change things. Like this is showing that I need a little bit of weakness. Oh, Violent Outburst off the top. Are we going to cycle the lounge while we're at it?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Draw. Dead gone. Drawn off that. Untap.
That gun is not exactly what you want to see here.
Breeding Pool off the top.
I see a Violent Outburst.
Yeah, we drew a Violent Outburst last turn off the Valley Is It. But now we're getting into the turn where both players are going to have a lot of land in play. These Mystical Disputes don't look like they're going to do what is intended. But realistically here, so if we went Violent Outburst here, it gets the Rhinos gets charmed. We then Mystical Dispute back, and then Mystical Dispute takes out a Mystical Dispute. Yeah, so we would lose this battle again. So we're gonna have to be key on when we're gonna do it. We need our opponent to actually tap out for something, or at least tap low enough that they think one counter spell will be able to protect them. Maybe that my mind's gone blank. The blue red card.
Fire Nice?
No. The really good one. What's it called? The sorcery.
Express Iteration?
Thank you very much. I don't know why my mind went blank there. If we use the Express Iteration, but no, we're just going to go for it now. We're going to see this mini counterspell battle here. Top card, Rhinos, easy.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
How we drew it up. Now here comes the battle. So I think this is going to make get a charm, or maybe even a hard cast Mystical Dispute.
Let's see what Navarro decides to do first.
Like, we prioritize charm quite high, right? Because one, we can steal rhinos. Two, we can use it as cat magic. Three, we can draw
Yeah.
cards with it. If we pay 3 mana here for Mystical Dispute back, we're going to end up using the charm anyway. But if the Mystical Dispute resolves and doesn't get countered, it also deals with these rhinos, and then we still got the charm in hand. Having the iteration in hand is also a nice backup, though, if we do end up using both our counter spells this turn, which I imagine is going to happen the way this plays out.
Yeah, and the grave is pretty well set up for a Murktide.
Oh, yeah, it would be huge if that hits back roll. But then there's Dead Gone on the other side, so we could bounce the Murktide back if we need to. And we're going to lead off with the Charm. Charm on this.
And there's
we-
a Leyland's Binding as
Am I?
well.
Oh, because we can pay the 3 mana for the Mystical Dispute. Sure, makes sense.
Here, a Temple Garden entering the battlefield tapped.
Exactly. We've already got our basic island, so we can't go back and get a basic forest off that to try and hedge our bet against Blood Moon if it's still in the deck. Obviously, we know it's not. It is almost like who's going to break serve first here. Express iteration, though, is huge when you're in this sort of predicament. We've both dealt with each other's threats. There's no threats on the battlefield. I get to untap and cast an iteration. Look at the top 3 cards. Take the best 2.
Oh,
That was a
endurance.
endurance. Okay. I can get around an endurance here. This
Yeah.
might even be the time to cast it, like main phase.
Yeah, making sure that no Murktide is entering soon, or at least not exiling the cards and getting counters on it. Also playing against Delirium.
Mm-hmm. So land, shock, drop into 10.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage from these shocks. And not playing endurance.
So yeah, it looks like we're going to try and go for a instant speed endurance.
Would
When
you
is the right
counter
time?
this?
Y- Oh, you mean with the dispute?
You don't really have
I
a
don't
way
know,
because there's mana.
I feel like there's, casting endurance here is probably like an okay spot. If we cast endurance, then they go to counter over it. We can Mystical
Ooh.
Dispute. Maybe we can empty their hand that way, but looks like it's going to resolve.
And this iteration for another iteration.
Yeah, chain iterations is pretty good in modern when you're both trying to top deck and having a bauble as well. And this is why it's so good. Look, we've just replaced the card with a bauble. That's going to draw us another card. We get to look at what's the top card of our opponent's deck if we want to. How are they going to go about this? Because we might end up, if we cast this other iteration, we might have a fetch land. And then maybe we want to do the scry trigger ourselves. We do have a fetch land in play ourselves as well. Do we want to know what our opponent's drawing? Or do we want to see what our top card is and if we want it? The reason for that would be for doing it now is, do we have a spell we want to cast this turn? Like, obviously, we want to cast this iteration. So realistically, we are going to crack this fetch land. And if we do the scry trigger on ourselves, we're going to crack the fetch land anyway. We're already going to shuffle the top cards so we don't get the pseudo scry.
So I think here Navarro
No?
just decides to go for...
We're thinking about it.
Yeah, there's no pressure, no time.
Yep, so we're going to bauble ourselves. So it looks like we are going to do the scry trigger. Do we want that card on top? We could draw it. We've got a fire eraser if we want to draw it. Turns out we don't want to do it, so we are going to crack. This is where we're going to endurance.
Nice spot here to endurance, still having mana for the dispute.
Yeah, basically the opponent's tapped low, so a dispute would be able to win this counter battle for us. Yep, you're going to show us all these cards. Yep, I know you've got a lot of cards. You've played them against me. They're going to go to the bottom. And now the fetch land's going to happen. So basically we've just shuffled in a load more counter magic. All those iterations are going to go back in the deck. But I do like it. That was the spot to cast it, if any, because imagine if we play the endurance now, they go counter spell, we go dispute, they can then go dispute back, so or pay for it, etc. So we're going to see this resolve. How are we going to follow it up? Tap land pass, maybe? Just working out, did they play a land this turn? do have judges down there.
Yeah, so
I feel like the
judges
head
just
judge is the one that's
assessing-
actually there currently. So they'll be able to work out what it is.
Okay, drawing a card from the bubble, drawing a card from upkeep, and attacking. Is Endurance starting to do
That's
some
it.
damage?
We've finally got a threat on the battlefield that can actually start attacking and doing damage here.
And it's not a lot, but
No,
definitely
free
put-
damage adds up. You know what I mean? We saw Ledger Shredders attacking for one last game. Just having a, in this top deck battle, and then you're the one with a threat left over. It's ideal. And we've also got the ability to, we've got a Dead Gone in hand, we've got a Mystical Dispute, so maybe we can have a little bit of interaction depending on what happens on the other side of the battlefield, and there's
Yeah.
a counter spell.
so iteration resolving,
Mm-hmm.
and we find some removal. We find
So,
another iteration.
Another iteration and double Unholy Heat, I think. So I feel like iteration's probably going to go to exile, Heat's going to go to the hand, Heat's going to go to the bottom. Unless we want to use double Heat to try and get this Endurance off the battlefield. Nope, looks like they've decided to go with me. Because remember, Heat is currently just 2 damage because there is no Delirium in the
Yeah, and that,
graveyard.
there's where Endurance did some work turning off Delirium. Ooh, but now
here's
you have
3
the threats.
So, okay, this is interesting. So I feel like Ledger Shredders are going to be one of these that we're going to take. But it's then on the other one. Do we want Dead Gone? Do we want Ragavan, but that gets answered
or
by the
Chandler.
Dead Gone? Or in fact, they both get answered. Because we've got
Mystical Dispute.
Mystical Dispute. I suppose if we go Ledger Shredder, yeah, we don't have the mana up to have our counter spell. This is going to be interesting.
A lot of decisions here that Navarro needs to do.
Is that the 5th iteration being cast this game?
I lost count. Can we have an iteration count, please?
So Ragavan's going to go to exile. I didn't get a look what went in hand. I think it's probably going to be Ledger Shredder. Looks like a blue card. Yep, that's going to Ledger Shredder. Okay, we do have the land in case we can play. I suppose no. If we do play Ledger Shredder here, we decide against it. Good, I like it. We're playing round the Mystical Dispute. No point to play into it. One red mana, Dead Gone, and we're just gonna. Are we letting that resolve? Yeah, we're gonna let that resolve. There's a Shard's Agent.
Oh, it's in her. It
Yeah,
looks like a land. Oh, okay.
Shard's Agent off top, so now 3, but we get to win this counterspell war, right?
Yeah.
There's only one counterspell. Is there Mystical Dispute?
Yeah, there's a
Oh, well, we
mystical
can pay
dispute.
for it. We can pay for it. We can go 3 mana for the agent, 1 mana for the dispute, and then pay 3 mana for the other dispute.
Yeah, you could have exactly enough.
This is okay. Let's see how they want to go about it. This assuming they've also got the fetchable land, because obviously we still got a fetch land on the battlefield, and there's a lot of shock lands.
So let's go for it. We're going
Agent.
to see here the counter spell, or just first resolving, obviously, getting the rhinos, and then we are going to see a counter spell on the rhinos.
Bindings, Fury's still in there. Fire and Ice is still in there. And I'll be counting about how many mystical disputes I see here. So
Yeah,
that's 2 mystical disputes I've seen. So how many am I putting my opponent on? So Rhino being cast.
this has been a great game of Magic. I
Yeah,
would
but
agree.
both players played really well going back and forth. You know what I mean? Playing to their outs. Are we going to use this fetch here? But the game's not over. You know what I mean? It's just obviously swinging one way heavily now because we've got 2 sorceries, a creature, and and a land in the graveyard. If we cast this counter spell, that's an instance, and then we're gonna have Delirium, so then Holy Heat start getting turned on, so then we can start taking out these rhinos if we need to. Something like an EE could also get us back into this game if these rhinos resolve.
Yeah, there's also the Archmage Charm that can steal one of the rhinos.
Yeah. Archmage Charms, they got shuffled back in the deck, so it looks like we're gonna go 2 blue, counter spell.
Yeah, but we know.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the Mystical Dispute.
So, Mystical Dispute.
I would like to counter that unless you pay 3, please. And then it looks like the rhinos resolve, so yes, we now have 10 power entering the battlefield. That's
Which
13
is exactly enough for next turn.
power. Well, Unholy Heat is on. So we're choosing not to do it. We're going to save this 1 point of life. What are we going to do here? So that was no idea what that was off the top. Looks like a Flusterstorm might have been the draw for the turn. So Ledger Shredder into Unholy Heat. Start trying to find some sort of answer here. Just to control the board.
Yeah, let's see what decision April decides to take. I see one Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I like Ledge Shredder, starting off on Ledge Shredder. Christian's head in his hands. I'm sure he's doing a quiet little prayer to himself. Please, let's cash in his one time. Is that ley line binding in hand?
It is.
Okay, that could also be huge here.
So we have Knife Trigger from Shredder and
Yep.
Holy It being cast and targeting one of the rhinos.
Obviously, there's no endurance. If we could have cast endurance here, we could empty the graveyard. The rhino would live. There's none of that.
Definitely a very good final, I would agree. Both games so interactive, both players being able to try to do their strategy.
And doing it well. That's the other one. I mean, they've been playing well. So it's been a long weekend of Magic for everybody here this weekend.
So we have the trigger from Shredder, Conniving.
That looked like it drew a land. That's
Yeah.
not what we're after.
Oh, and we have a yellow Watt. Raid,
Ooh,
thank you so
big
much
old
for
raid there,
the
just in time.
raid. Welcome everyone. We are in the last round of the Grand Open Finals here in Barcelona. The format is modern and we have Is it Murktide versus 4-color Rhinos, both 1-1, very close match.
They're literally playing in the last couple of turns now, by the looks of it, for the finals. Who is going to take this down? Who is going to get this trophy? Who is going to get the bragging rights? And we're drawing into it. This might be it. I don't think that was another land off the top. If you're wondering why we're slightly quieter than usual, is because we are quite close to where the players are playing, and the hall is kind of emptied now that the weekend is over. Players are going home. There's only going to be a handful left in here, watching their friends see if they can take down this final.
Yeah, so we have to be extra quiet, or try to.
Organising our graveyard. How can we get back out of this? Still can't quite make out what that card is. I think it is a mystical dispute.
Yeah, there's definitely one on Navarro's side.
Untapping on the Rhino side, we do have 9 power.
Yeah, and we
on
do
the battlefield.
have ley lines mining to deal with that Leisure Shredder. Let's see how Christian Pichi decides to maneuver this turn.
I think that's where I'd start. I think I want to get the block off the battlefield. I think, yep, they agree. Did he draw Fire and Ice for the turn? If he drew Fire and Ice for the turn, that's it. That could be game. This is the first spell though. We've got to watch out. There is this Flusterstorm. Maybe that could end up countering it. We'll see. So yes, Ledge Shredder's gone. That is a Fire and Ice for the turn.
Yeah, things not looking good here for April Navarro.
I imagine the next words coming out of Christian's mouth is, I'd like to go to combat. Turn these sideways. Drop you to 1. Fire and Ice is now lethal. But now, are we going to wait on this? There is no need to fire off this turn besides the fact that our opponent has tapped low. What sort of cards do we need to play around? We know there's Flusterstorms. Can I pay for a Flusterstorm? One spell's been cast. If I go Fire and Ice, that's the second spell. Flusterstorm's the third spell. We can cast that in upkeep.
Just
She's
showing
going
it.
to do it. I would like to target you. 2 damage. What are we going to do? Do we have an answer? Is this a bit of showmanship that we're seeing here? Or do we have our champion crowned? So mystical dispute.
But we know.
Pay the free. Blusterstorm. Get to live another turn. Can't pay. Goes to go. Now you get to draw for the turn. Can we answer this battlefield off the sword? Counterspell is not it. And Christian manages to take down the whole tournament. 4-color Rhinos is the deck that is going to take it down for us and manages to deal with the Murktide menace. We're going to give him a couple of seconds to take a breather, probably hug his girlfriend. If you want to go and get him, we'll bring him in and we'll have an interview of the winner. So if you do have any questions, chat, let us know. I'll make sure I ask them to them. I did have a little talk with them before the tournament of why they bought the deck, how they get on, but we'll talk through that in a second and you'll get to hear the answers from themselves. But congratulations to Christian. Managed to take down this tournament, playing all weekend, 18 rounds of Magic. We did start with over 500 players, managed to whittle them down to the top 64 for day 2, and then we managed to whittle that 64 down to just 1. the champion of Barcelona, our modern champion. He's going to get the prizes. He's going to get all the free flights, the accommodation, the booster boxes, the ticks, the money, but more importantly, the trophy and the tweet itself saying, I managed to take down Barcelona and our modern tournament. So Filipa's just run out to go and get them. Yep, so if anyone's just tuning in, so this weekend the most played deck was Is It Murktide in day one. The most played deck for Is It 2, the conversion rate was Is It Murktide again. And we managed to put 3 or 4 copies into the top 8. So it was the most played deck all weekend, but it did not manage to take down this weekend. It did not manage to win. That was 4 color rhinos. We're just going to wait for the players now. They're just sorting themselves out. I'm pretty sure he's going to be buzzing and happy. I spoke to him. He does own a game shop. Here he is. Come out here, my good sir. Come and sit down here. Put this headset on. Make sure the mic's in your mouth. And then everybody here is going to start congratulating you. So first off, congratulations, my friend. Managing to take it down and win this trophy. Managed to take down, and you are the champion of Barcelona. Congratulations with 4 color rhinos. So now the nitty gritty. Why did we bring 4 color rhinos this weekend?
Because I don't have much time to play.
So you thought this is a good deck that you could pick up and just start playing?
Yeah.
Well, it paid off well. 18 rounds later, you are now the champion of Barcelona. You get the trophy, you get the bragging rights, you get to the awesome tweet. Is there anything you changed this weekend, or did you just think, nah, deck's solid?
No, deck is not solid. I made a few changes, but probably Arcane Proxy is the one card that I play, and everyone. Wow, Arcane Proxy sucks.
You don't like it? No, don't try that. Don't try. No, I like that you bought. You turned up with some new cards, tried them out for the first time. Probably would have done some testing, but whatever. Who needs testing when you can just take down tournaments like this? Absolutely ideal. So, what was the hardest? What did you want to play against this weekend?
I don't want to play against the creativity, but I played against it 3 times and won 2 times against the final.
Yeah, we managed to see that.
He defeated me in the Swiss.
In the Swiss, you managed to take it down. So what about with your? What did you want to play against? Oh, didn't you want to play against? What did you want to, look at and go? Oh, actually. So it was creativity, but what did you want to play against? I think that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
Now I'm think Murktide.
Murktide. You think Wine's got a good Murktide?
It's a 5-1.
And 1 draw.
And 1 draw.
I spoke about that. So we spoke before the round that you actually played your opponent in the Swiss. You both managed to get the draw.
Yeah.
That was out of all the Murktide that you played against all weekend. You beat them all except for 1.
Yeah.
And now you just made up for that and you just beat them the one time it mattered, and you managed to take down the whole weekend with this trophy. Any decks surprise you this weekend that you thought turn up, or did you just no? I just it's modern. There's a lot of diverse decks. Anything spicy that you played against?
I haven't played against anything spicy.
Just a generic sort of nothing you wouldn't be surprised to see.
I would be surprised to see. No, I played against Cascade Zoo.
The Cascade Zoo. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, it was doing really well. So that was quite fun. On the general deck, we saw that. It was pretty good. So what about your whole weekend? Did you enjoy coming to Barcelona, playing here? Obviously, I know you brought your girlfriend here.
Yeah.
You promised her a lovely weekend, and unfortunately, you're just playing Magic and winning tournaments.
Yeah. And I ate a lot of.
That's exactly what I'm doing after this. I'm going to get some big eats after this.
And I didn't want to play yesterday because I want to keep eating, but and I decided to play.
Well, it paid off really well for you. So again, I'm going to congratulate you. Is there anyone you want to shout out? I know you own a shop. If you want to plug that, anyone you want to thank this weekend? This is your one opportunity to say it to that camera there and everybody at home.
So come to my shop in Florence.
In Florence, okay.
Yeah, Florence Comics and Games, and they can play against me if you want. And I'm really happy.
So if they beat you, they get the trophy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
if they come to your store and beat you.
That's mine.
That's going to look great on your shelf at your store. So again, congratulations for everything this weekend. Watching you playing Pilot deck, it was super cool to see, and also getting a game free. You know what I mean? That Blood Moon did it for you against you, but getting that game free on the play was super sweet to see and a pleasure to cast for you. So once again, congratulations. We're going to get Filipa back in. We're going to end the stream, and that's it. It's going to be the weekend. So if you can pass the headset over to Filipa, we're going to go there and
thank you.
We're going to do our thanks.
Yeah.
You go, Pentamus. It's fine. Just put it off. It's fine. If you break it, it's fine. You only buy it. It's all right. I'm pretty sure you're doing well after this weekend. So happy days. Filipa's going to come join us again while we close this out. So I suppose the first thing we always start with is I want to thank the judges for helping us this weekend, right? The judges did everything this weekend for us. Getting us, Harry, jump in here. I want to thank the judges for being all-stars for us. They managed to help us get all the matches in all weekend. Move matches, it's a lot of hard work behind the scenes, so one, we want to thank them. Secondly, we need to thank the Foxhound crew that you guys don't get to see. These are the people behind the cameras. These are the people that put up with us. We're holding up different signs and things saying, can we get this done? Can we try this? And they've been awesome all weekend as always. Thirdly, we need to thank Legacy, putting these events on. They don't have to stream them. They choose to stream so you guys can see all the paper magic and these great tournaments they're putting on. Fourthly, we need to thank the casters. The three of us here, obviously Martin also, he had to leave a little bit early, but thank you very much to Martin Juza for turning up this weekend and showing us brilliant, excellent Hall of Fame opinion, which has been great all weekend. And then lastly, you guys watching, you're the viewers. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you all enjoying having the gathering part of the community. So thank you very much for tuning in all weekend long. Next time we'll be going live will be in the new year, the second week in January, I believe. So if you haven't hit the follow button, hit the follow button, follow Legacy. If you want to see the top 8 deck lists, go follow the Twitter. Other than that, anyone got anything else to say?
No, just I'm Filipa, this is Will, this is Ari. You can find our social links, Ari MTG, Filipa MTG, TheWillHallExp. Very happy to see you all, and we'll see you next time in Italy.
That's it.
Bye
See you all
bye.
soon.